Synopsis. In 1980s London, a young man born into influence discovers that the world he once knew from fiction is startlingly real. After a mysterious system awakens his dormant magical potential, he must navigate the hidden corners of a wizarding society he wasn't prepared for. Now an adult among students, he embarks on a journey of self-learning, mastering ancient spells and uncovering extraordinary powers. As he balances his life between high society connections and the secrets of the arcane, he realizes that his knowledge of the future might be his greatest wand of all. Chapter 1. The Outset III Ch18. The Outset III 10,000 words. Mr. John, I'm resigning, Maverick said firmly, handing over his resignation letter to the middle-aged man. Maverick Caesar, are you serious? John ran a hand through his hair, glancing between Maverick, who looked a bit embarrassed, and the letter. I know this sounds odd, but I've got some new plans for my future. Maverick shrugged, trying to keep his tone relaxed. But you just started this morning. John's face showed pure disbelief, as if he couldn't tell if Maverick was joking. I know, I'm really sorry, but I have to make this choice. Maverick sounded hesitant, but there was a spark of excitement in his eyes. John sighed, clearly taken aback and struggling to find the right words. After a moment, he nodded. All right, good luck with whatever you're up to. Just good luck. Thanks, Maverick replied, turning back to the office to gather his things. Not that he had much, since it was his first day. Now, this might seem a bit sudden, so let's rewind a little. Maverick Caesar, to put it simply, was a lucky guy who got ice-guyed. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary guy with an ordinary background, living a fairly uneventful life. He had just finished high school. Well, let's skip the details. The last thing he remembered was passing out after binge-watching the Harry Potter films. Next thing he knew, for reasons he couldn't explain, he woke up as a newborn in Manchester, England, in 1970. In this new life, however, his background was far from average. His mother, Ariel Caesar, was the head editor at a major publishing house, and his father, Michael Caesar, was a politician in the British Parliament when he was born. In other words, he was born into a wealthy and influential family. With such privilege, he didn't feel the need to rush into using his knowledge of the future to chase after riches. Instead, he took his time. He first tasked himself with making a name for himself, and with his mother's background, the entertainment industry was the easiest starting point. He excelled at every level from primary school onward, graduating high school with top grades. It wasn't anything to brag about, he was simply repeating what he had already done. Afterward, he shared his interest with his parents, hoping for their support, and they did, without much question. He joined a London film and television company as a management intern, eager to learn the ropes. After gaining experience, he planned to eventually launch his own business. He planned to recreate the cinematic masterpieces from his memories and partner with his mother's publishing company, ultimately turning both into industry leaders. Maverick's first day at John Foster Film and Television Company started smoothly on July 4, 1988. Everything was falling into place, well, until the most unexpected event turned all his plans upside down. Back to the present. After gathering his few belongings, Maverick left the television company and headed to the coffee shop on the corner. He settled into a window seat with a cup of coffee, appearing calm, as if enjoying a quiet moment. But beneath that calm facade, he was fixated on a glowing blue screen that only he could see. That's right, Maverick had just thrown all his ambitious blueprints out the window, all because of this, the legendary system granted to all transmigrators. It had appeared on his very first day of work. Displayed on the virtual screen was his character panel. Name, Maverick Caesar. Class, Wizard. Rank, Mage Apprentice. Progression, Novice Right Arrow, Mage Apprentice Right Arrow, Magus Right Arrow, Great Magus Right Arrow Arch, Magus Right Arrow Warlock Right Arrow Supreme Magus. Magical Energy, 10+. Points, 10, increases by 10 points per day. Extraordinary Characteristic Points, 1, increases by 1 point per year. Extraordinary Characteristics, none. Talents, none. Spells, none. Staring at the interface, Maverick felt a mix of emotions but quickly set them aside to focus. Judging from his stats, he figured he was at a beginner level, with only 10 points of magical energy. Luckily, his system granted him 10 points every day, though he wasn't sure what they were for just yet. Spotting a plus sign next to magical energy, he decided to give it a try and tapped it. To anyone watching, Maverick probably looked ridiculous, waving his fingers in the air. But he didn't care. The moment he tapped the plus, a surge of energy rushed through him, making him feel both powerful and refreshed, like he'd just finished a workout and followed it with an ice-cold shower. His magical energy went up to 11, but he decided to save the rest of the points for later. Curious, he focused on the section labeled Extraordinary Characteristics, but nothing else showed up, even after a few clicks and lots of concentration. As far as he could tell, his system was pretty basic. None of the usual attributes like strength, stamina, or defense that he might have expected. For now, the only thing he could figure out was that he could raise his magical energy daily, though he had no clue what that would actually let him do. After a while, Maverick's mind was buzzing with ideas. He tried focusing on skills he already knew, like driving, programming, and writing, hoping they might appear on the panel. But nothing happened. "I'll learn more about this system when something extraordinary happens," he thought with a sigh. Still, Maverick couldn't help but feel hopeful. The steady gain of 10 points every day was a comforting thought. Then a realization struck him: this world. For 18 years, he'd lived here without questioning anything, assuming he'd simply been reborn in Britain a few decades earlier. But now, with the sudden appearance of the system, he wasn't so sure. Was this really just a simple rebirth, or was it a parallel world with hidden powers? Without his cheat, he wouldn't have questioned it, but the presence of magical energy made him rethink everything. He figured it would be better to stay under the radar until everything was figured out. Thinking back on his impulsive decision earlier, a twinge of regret hit him. In his excitement over the system, he had quit on a whim. It was too late to go back and ask Mr. John for his position. That would be humiliating. With a thought, he dismissed the character panel and started thinking over his next steps. Lost in thought, Maverick spent hours weighing his options until noon. Still without a clear plan, he ordered a simple bowl of pasta and ate, his mind churning as he considered his next move. After stepping out of the coffee shop, Maverick's worries faded a little. Watching cars rush by, he felt an odd sense of affection, even for the smell of smoke drifting through the air. And why not? Who wouldn't feel a mix of awe and excitement after gaining a superpower? As he strolled down the street, his eyes drifted over the row of bookstores, one by one, until a strange-looking shop caught his attention. "Wait, what's this?" He stopped, staring at the dark, slightly run-down building in front of him. He glanced around. "Yeah, this is Charing Cross Road. Lots of bookstores on this street," he muttered, looking back at the shop. Sure enough, tucked between a bookstore and a record store, there was a dark, shabby-looking place he'd never noticed before. Maverick felt a bit confused. He'd walked down this street countless times, including just this morning on his way to work, yet he couldn't remember ever seeing this shop. How did it suddenly appear? Did I miss it before, or? A thought crossed his mind, but he brushed it off. Then, he noticed the sign with a few letters faded, and suddenly the words "leaky cauldron" popped into his mind. And then it hit him: wait, this is the leaky cauldron. It was the only thing that made sense. After all, at this point in time, the Harry Potter series hadn't even been published yet, so there was no way anyone could have created this shop as a coincidence. Maverick had once thought about copying the Harry Potter series, but he never imagined the magical world could actually be real. Yet here he was. A system had suddenly activated for him today. He'd awakened magical abilities, and now, proof of a hidden magical world was right in front of him. After taking a closer look, Maverick was sure he wasn't imagining things. There was definitely an extra shop in a spot he'd always overlooked. He figured it might be something he could only see now that he had magic. After all, the leaky cauldron was supposed to be hidden by spells that kept muggles from noticing it, and only wizards could see it. Wanting to double-check his theory, he stepped into the bookstore next door. "Looking to buy a book, young man?" a man in a brown leather coat and jeans asked, walking over. His hair was parted down the middle, and he looked like he might be the owner. Maverick struck up a conversation, pretending to browse, and after a few minutes, he bought a copy of the Encyclopedia Britannica. "Oh, by the way, do you know what that dark shop next door sells?" Maverick asked casually as he was about to leave. The owner looked puzzled. "A dark shop? What shop are you talking about?" "Oh, my mistake, sir. Sorry about that," Maverick said, quickly making his exit. Back on the street, Maverick clenched his fists in excitement, thinking, it really is the leaky cauldron. And if it is, then I can get into Diagon Alley. But along with the excitement, he felt a wave of disappointment. I'm 18 now. There's no way I'll get to enroll at Hogwarts and learn magic properly, he thought, frustrated. Why couldn't my system have appeared when I was 11? He grumbled to himself. But there was no point in regrets now. His only option was to get into Diagon Alley, find a wand, and stock up on magic books. Since his magic had awakened, self-learning had become his top priority. But even though he wanted to rush in, he knew he'd need a solid plan first. He looked at the Encyclopedia Britannica in his hand, a smile creeping onto his face. I can just say I'm a wizard studying Muggle life. And I'll need money too. Galleons, right? And some reason to get a wand and stay in Diagon Alley for a while. Feeling a bit more prepared, Maverick turned and headed home, planning to come back tomorrow. The next morning, Maverick stood outside the familiar yet mysterious-looking pub, feeling calmer. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the wooden door of the leaky cauldron and stepped inside. Immediately, it felt like he'd entered a whole new world, far from the busy street outside. The bar was dim, with a few tables scattered around, some half hidden in shadow. Flickering candles on some tables gave just enough light to see the room's details. He noticed a few older men and women in robes, definitely wizards. This is it, the leaky cauldron, he thought, excitement bubbling up. Behind the bar was an old, bald man who looked a bit like a toothless walnut. That's gotta be Tom, the owner. As Maverick walked in, most of the wizards barely glanced his way, though a few gave him curious looks. Maverick just avoided eye contact. "Hello, young man, do you need anything?" Maverick was surprised when the old man, probably Tom, spoke first. "Oh, yes. I was studying a spell recently, and, well, my wand got damaged," Maverick said, trying to sound calm even though he was nervous. "So I need to go to Diagon Alley to get a new one." He shrugged casually, using the excuse he'd prepared. He did his best to look natural, not letting any hint of doubt show. "Is that so?" Tom asked, eyeing him with some suspicion, which made Maverick's heart race. But then, whether convinced by Maverick's story or just not wanting to pry, Tom gave a nod and gestured for him to follow. "All right, come with me." Maverick followed Tom through the bar and out into a small, walled courtyard. Aside from some weeds and a trash can in the corner, it looked pretty empty. "Count 3 bricks up from the top of the trash can, then 2 to the right, and tap 3 times, Tom muttered, pulling out his wand and tapping the wall. As Maverick watched, the bricks began shifting, forming a hole that quickly widened into a passageway. Diagon Alley, the heart of the wizarding world, lay open before him. "Be careful with your magic experiments next time, young man," Tom said with a final look. "Yes, sir, I will," Maverick replied with a smile, giving a little nod. He stepped officially into Diagon Alley. Turning back, he saw the entrance close again, replaced by a solid brick wall. Incredible, he thought, barely containing his awe. The streets ahead were bustling with people, shopping, chatting, going about their day. With students prepping for Hogwarts, the whole alley was alive with energy. Owl shops, broom stores, and shops filled with strange silverware lined the streets. Even though he'd prepared himself for this moment, Maverick was completely captivated. This is really the wizarding world? He thought, an exaggerated smile spreading across his face. But he quickly reined in his excitement. He'd need to exchange some money first if he wanted to buy anything. Following the crowd, he found himself outside a striking white building. This must be Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. Inside, goblins were hard at work behind tall counters, each absorbed in their tasks. Maverick approached one and said, "Hello, I'd like to exchange some pounds for galleons," pulling out 10 100-pound notes. The goblin gave him a skeptical look. "You're not from around here, are you?" Maverick tensed up, doing his best to stay calm. Well, I've been living in Muggle society, doing research," Maverick began, but the goblin cut him off. "I don't need your life story," the goblin said with a scowl. Muggle-borns can exchange up to 50 galleons at a rate of £5 per galleon, once per month. That's basic knowledge, he sneered. Great, Maverick thought. Right, I've been away for a while. He started to explain, but the goblin interrupted him again. I don't care, the goblin replied impatiently. That'll be £250. He took 3 of Maverick's £100 notes, handed back the remaining £700, and tossed a small pouch of 50 galleons at him. Maverick decided not to argue over the leftover £50. He had more than just cash to exchange. Knowing there might be restrictions, he'd also brought a solid gold piece as backup. Anything else? The goblin asked, eyeing him suspiciously as he stayed by the counter. Yes, Maverick replied, pulling a small gold trapezoid from his bag, weighing about 200 grams. The goblin's demeanor instantly shifted, his irritation turning to a glimmer of interest. 198 grams, or 7 ounces of 99% pure gold. How much for this? Maverick asked. The goblin snatched the gold and inspected it with a small magnifying tool. Where did you get this? He asked, eyeing Maverick with suspicion and greed. It's mine. My Muggle family is well off, Maverick said smoothly, giving just enough detail to satisfy the goblin's curiosity. The goblin and Maverick locked eyes for a moment, each sizing up the other. Finally, Maverick sighed, showing a hint of impatience. Give it back. I can always sell it somewhere else if this isn't. 3,000 galleons, the goblin interrupted, startling Maverick. 3,000, he thought, caught off guard. He quickly recovered, ready to push for the highest price possible. 5,000, not a galleon less, he said firmly. Deal, the goblin agreed instantly, surprising Maverick again. The goblin tossed another small, enchanted bag at Maverick, this one also filled with galleons. Maybe my info was wrong, or these goblins are even greedier than I thought, Maverick considered, realizing he might have miscalculated. Either way, he now had 5,050 galleons, a huge sum for a new wizard. Without a word, Maverick turned and left Gringotts, feeling both accomplished and ready to start his journey. After exchanging his money, Maverick's next stop was getting a wand. For any wizard, a wand is pretty much everything. Without it, you're almost helpless. Sure, powerful wizards like Dumbledore and Voldemort could cast spells without a wand, but that's a whole different level of magic. The fact that there's a specific spell just to disarm wands shows how crucial they are. So, he pushed through the crowd, knowing he'd have to get one, no matter the cost. As he walked, Maverick passed bookstores, joke shops, owl shops, Madame Malkin's for robes, and even a Quidditch supply store. However, he remained focused, knowing exactly where he needed to go, Ollivander's wand shop. He remembered this shop vividly, one of the oldest in the wizarding world, where young wizards like Harry Potter and Hermione Granger had come to get their wands. But a sense of worry settled over him. He recalled that the shop owner, Ollivander, was known for his sharp memory, and that could pose a problem. Maverick considered making up a story about his wand breaking while he was practicing a spell. He knew Muggle-borns like Hermione didn't have the same issue, but since he'd supposedly been living abroad for years, it'd make sense he didn't buy a wand locally and instead came to Ollivander, the wand master, in London. As he thought about this, he started wondering about wands in general, especially if they had a trace. From what he remembered, wizards under 17 had a trace, which let the ministry detect magic around them. But it only worked when no adults were nearby, so it was unlikely the trace was on the wand itself. Maverick guessed it was more like a range detector. Either way, he didn't care much. He was already 18. Ollivander's wand shop was small and a little shabby. The sign on the door was peeling, but it still read, Ollivander's, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. Maverick pushed open the door and stepped into the quiet, somewhat messy store. Boxes were stacked from floor to ceiling, each likely holding a wand. Good morning, a voice snapped him out of his thoughts, and he looked up to see an elderly man with silvery eyes and gray hair. It was Ollivander himself. Oh, hello, Mr. Ollivander. I'd like to buy a new wand, my old one broke, Maverick said, managing a friendly smile. Ollivander narrowed his eyes, studying him. As far as I recall, you haven't bought a wand from me before. Ah, yes, that's true, Mr. Ollivander. I've been studying in the Muggle world for a while, and my wand broke while I was trying to block a spell. So I thought I'd come here for a quality wand, Maverick explained, using the chance to flatter Ollivander's reputation. Ollivander's expression softened. Ah, I see. Well, you've come to the right place, he said with pride. Then he walked over to a shelf, picked a box, and handed it to Maverick. Here, try this one. Ash wood, unicorn hair, 12 inches. Maverick was a bit thrown off. He'd expected Ollivander to measure him or ask more questions. But he shook it off, took the wand, and held it in his right hand. Suddenly, a soft breeze seemed to fill the shop, and a strange, joyful feeling washed over him. The wand felt right, almost like it was becoming part of him. Even the tiny bit of magical energy, he had seemed to react. Ah yes, first try. Very rare, Ollivander said, clearly pleased. Maverick took a deep breath, realizing he'd found his match on the first try. Just then, a screen flashed in his mind, showing a prompt. Item, magic wand. Extraordinary characteristic, casting. Grade, excellent. Do you want to use one extraordinary characteristic point to replicate it? Two buttons labeled yes and no appeared below this text. But Maverick didn't have time to think it over now. He put the wand away and asked, Mr. Ollivander, how much is it? 7 galleons, Ollivander replied, a fair price. Maverick, recalling from before, knew it was the usual cost. He paid and left Ollivander's, excited to explore this new system function, but focused on getting his supplies first. First, he went to a robe shop and got a good set of robes. Then, he visited Flourish and Blots, where he bought every standard spellbook available, from beginner to advanced. He also picked up transfiguration guides and magic theory books. Thankfully, he found bags enchanted with extension charms, making it easy to carry everything. After all that shopping, he still had over 4,500 galleons left. Since it was his first time shopping in Diagon Alley, he didn't want to buy unnecessary items like cauldrons, scales, or random magical tools. He went back to the Leaky Cauldron, planning to stay for a while. With all the stuff he'd bought, he couldn't risk drawing attention or using magic in the Muggle world. The consequences could be serious. Maverick booked a tiny, 15-square-meter room at the Leaky Cauldron for a few weeks. There was a worn table by the bed, and each corner had a candle lit, giving the dim space some decent light. Even though the room was a bit shabby, it was cleaner and more comfortable than he expected. With all the chaos in the lobby, where wizards looked a little disheveled, he didn't think the guest rooms would be this nice. After dropping all his purchases on the table, Maverick picked up the wand again. Instantly, a transparent panel appeared in front of him, showing the same message as before. Discovered an extraordinary characteristic, casting. Grade, excellent. Do you want to use one extraordinary characteristic point to replicate it? Maverick took a deep breath and clicked the yes button with his mind. Nothing seemed to happen with the wand in his hand, but the pop-up disappeared and the character panel changed slightly. Name, Maverick Caesar. Class, Wizard. Rank, Mage Apprentice. Magical Energy, 11+. Points, 9. Extraordinary Characteristic Points, 0. Extraordinary Characteristics, Excellent Grade Spellcasting, Unfused. Note, Extraordinary Characteristics Grade, Basic, Excellent Mythical. Talents, none. Spells, none. Maverick was surprised by the changes in the panel. It was clear he had used his only extraordinary characteristic point to replicate the wand's excellent spellcasting ability. The unfused note meant he needed to merge that ability with himself. The wand felt like an extension of his own hand, which suggested it was a perfect match, just as Ollivander said. But what did fusion mean? Maverick focused on the unfused spellcasting characteristic on the panel. Suddenly, a new pop-up appeared. Would you like to fuse the extraordinary characteristic, excellent grade spellcasting? Yes, no. After taking another deep breath, he decided to merge. Yes. As soon as he made that choice, a tingling sensation shot through his fingers. It took about 5 minutes for the feeling to fade completely. At this moment, Maverick felt as though his fingers truly embodied the sensation of holding his magic wand. capable of replicating it entirely. He glanced at the extraordinary characteristics section of his panel and noticed a change. Extraordinary characteristics, excellent grade spellcasting. The unfused note was gone, and he felt a new connection to the wand in his hands. However, Maverick still didn't know the difference between casting spells with a wand and without one, since he hadn't learned any spells yet. So, his next goal was to learn some spells, at least to confirm the feeling he had now. Maverick preferred to keep a low profile, treating this newfound ability as his trump card while using the wand to maintain his disguise. He also had another concern. What did magical energy mean, and how was it connected to his rank? According to the panel, he was now an apprentice mage, which was one rank above novice. Did that mean wizards with less than 10 magical energy were considered novices? What about young wizards like Harry Potter and Hermione Granger when they first started school? And how would professors rank in terms of magical energy? The more he analyzed the panel, the more questions popped into his head. He didn't remember any ranking system for magical power from the Harry Potter series. It only mentioned that young wizards' magical power would grow with age after awakening or during a magic riot, and that it would keep increasing until adulthood. It was now July 1988, and soon it would be time for this year's young wizards to enter school. But Harry, Hermione, and Ron wouldn't start for another 3 years. This meant Maverick had over 3 years to learn before the plot officially kicked off. His best bet was to stay away from Hogwarts, the center of it all, and develop his skills quietly. Still, some books needed for Hogwarts courses weren't available at Flourish and Blotts. For instance, Maverick was eager to learn advanced spatial magic like the undetectable extension charm and apparition. Those seemed to be only taught at Hogwarts or other schools. He was also drawn to the Hogwarts library. So, applying for a teaching position at Hogwarts before Voldemort's return seemed like a smart move. If he could leave after Voldemort came back, he'd hide away. If not, he'd use those years to get as strong as possible so he wouldn't be scared of Voldemort. With his powerful system backing him up, Maverick felt more confident knowing he had a few years to prepare. Right now, his level wasn't high enough to apply for a job at Hogwarts, so he planned to study hard for a year, take his owls and newts at some school abroad, and get a teaching position before Harry Potter and his friends started. Since he gained 10 points every day, Maverick was sure he'd level up faster than anyone else. After all, if Gilderoy Lockhart, a notorious fraud, could become a professor, then surely he could too. I need to think carefully about what professor position to go for, he mused, considering his options for the future. After ordering some food, Maverick dove into his studies and kept at it until evening. He finally closed the book Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling and let out a sigh of relief. Now he had a decent grasp of the magic in this world. By comparing his memories from his past life with what he learned in the book, he figured out that for wizards to successfully cast spells, it wasn't just about waving their wands or having the right emotions. There was another key element: magical energy. He was 99% sure that the magical energy, mentioned in his system panel, was the same as the energy he read about. This realization helped Maverick understand why many adult wizards struggled to cast advanced spells effectively. Even if they knew the spell and felt the right emotions, the actual spell output depended on how much magical energy they had. For beginners, all 3 elements, incantation or wand movement, magical energy, and emotion, were crucial for casting a spell. But experts like Dumbledore or Voldemort could skip the incantation or wand movement, relying solely on their emotions and magical energy. For them, the wand movements and spells felt instinctive, deeply ingrained in their subconscious. The role of emotions was especially important for spells like the Unforgivable Curses and the Patronus Charm. To cast an unforgivable curse, a wizard needed to summon intense malice toward their target, enough to actually kill them. Only then could the curse's true power come out. On the flip side, the Patronus Charm required very positive emotions. When young wizards learn this spell, they're asked to think about their happiest memories because that's the best way to tap into those positive feelings. Apprentice mages could cast both kinds of spells since emotion acted as the catalyst. But ultimately, if a wizard didn't have enough magical energy, well, as Aleister Moody would say, they could just end up with a nosebleed. Of course, these were just Maverick's logical guesses based on the book he read and his memories. He could only confirm them later. Setting aside magical theory, Maverick picked up standard spells, elementary to continue his studies. As a complete beginner, he had to start with the basics. He turned to the first page, calmed himself, and took out his wand. Closing the book, he set it aside on the table. Wingardium Leviosa, Maverick said, waving his wand at the book. To his surprise, the book slowly floated up as he moved his wand. First try, am I a genius or what? He thought, feeling pretty pleased with himself. Afterward, he set down his wand and repeated the incantation, this time pointing his finger at the book. No surprise here, the spell worked just as well. With 2 successful attempts under his belt, Maverick couldn't help but grin. This meant he really was a wizard now. At that moment, the system panel popped up again, showing him some new info. Next to spells, the levitation charm appeared, along with his proficiency level in it. Even better, just like the magical energy indicator, there was a plus sign next to it, suggesting he could invest his points to boost his spell proficiency. Name, Maverick Caesar. Class, Wizard. Rank, Mage Apprentice. Magical energy, 11+. Points, 19. Increases by 10 points per day. Extraordinary characteristic points, 0. Increases by 1 point per year. Extraordinary characteristics, excellent grade spellcasting. Talent, none. Spells, levitation charm, beginner plus. He focused on the plus sign next to the levitation charm, and sure enough, another pop-up panel appeared. Spend 10 points to increase the proficiency of spell, levitation charm. Note: spell proficiency promotion. Beginner, intermediate 10 points. Intermediate, advanced 100 points. Advanced master 1000 points. Master ultimate 5000 points. Talent proficiency promotion. Beginner, intermediate 10 points. Intermediate, advanced 100 points. Advanced Master, 5,000 points. Master Ultimate, 1,000 points. Proficiency can also increase through practice, but the points required to advance levels stay the same. If proficiency improves with practice enough to meet the system's standards, it will update and show the new level. I should note down some of this. Spend 10 points to increase the proficiency of spell, levitation charm. Yes, no. Without thinking twice, Maverick hit yes, and a rush of information and muscle memory flowed through him. It didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, it was like recalling something from his past life, like skills he already had, like swimming or speaking a language. He just knew he could do it. The sensation lasted only a few seconds before fading away. To test his newfound knowledge, he waved his wand while saying, Wingardium Leviosa. This time, the book floated up with much more speed and smoothness than during his first attempt. Maverick then glanced at the magical energy indicator and frowned. It still showed 11. He tried casting the spell again while watching the virtual screen, but the value didn't change. He repeated the action several times, but still nothing. Practicing the spell didn't affect his magical energy at all. It was like it wasn't used up. Maverick plopped back down on the bed, thinking it over. That's right. In this world, it seems wizards don't actually use up their magic when they cast spells. It's more like a workout. Sure, it makes you tired, but you're really just burning stamina, not magical energy. He dug into his memories from the Harry Potter series and the Fantastic Beasts movies. He couldn't recall a single time a wizard ran out of magic. But it made sense. Anyone who focuses on something for hours is bound to feel tired eventually. So, Maverick added another task to his list. He needed to confirm whether wizards used their magical energy or something else when casting spells. Then another thought popped up, making his curiosity spike. If casting a spell doesn't use up magical energy, then what decides who's more powerful? Is it the number of spells they know, their magical energy, or both? According to the magical theory book, wizards were ranked from novice to mage apprentice, then magus, Great Magus, Archmagus, Warlock, and finally Supreme Magus. That was clearly different from the magical world in the movies he remembered. There was never any mention of wizard rankings or classes. Did J.K. Rowling just simplify it too much? Back to the topic, his system also showed wizard rankings just like the theory book he had just read. But it didn't explain why. It just said that higher ranks meant more powerful wizards. So Maverick decided he needed to find answers. That way, he could make the best use of the points he earned daily and level up as quickly and efficiently as possible. Let's take it easy. I still have 3 years before the plot kicks off, he reminded himself. Today, I'll try to figure out what gets used up when casting spells. Even if it is magic, the law of conservation of energy still applies, right? Probably. After pondering for a few minutes, Maverick stood up and faced the bed in his room. He paced back and forth a few times before squatting down and grabbing the wooden planks. Using only his physical strength, he tried to lift the bed, only to nearly let out a fart when he released it. The bed only lifted slightly, about 5 centimeters, from the side he gripped. Super heavy. After taking a minute to catch his breath, he tried using magic. Standing about 3 feet away from the bed, he pointed his wand and focused on the levitation charm to lift the whole thing. Wingardium Leviosa. Immediately, he felt a wave of heaviness wash over him, while the bed very slowly lifted. It only went up about 10 centimeters, but at least it was the entire bed this time, not just one side. He felt like he could keep the bed levitated for at least half a minute, before the heaviness made him really tired. Sure enough, when nearly a minute had passed, he slowly set the bed down, feeling the fatigue catch up with him. Taking a deep breath, he checked for any changes, and as he guessed, there was no change in the magical energy unit. From this, he confirmed that casting the spell didn't use his magical energy. It was something more logical, his stamina. Once again, he got ready to repeat the experiment, but this time he added 9 points to his magical energy, bringing the total to 20. A feeling of comfort washed over him, and his fatigue faded quickly, in just 5 minutes. Another important point he noted from the last experiment was that he could use points to recover from fatigue faster. However, that seemed really inefficient, using points just for that, so he quickly dismissed the idea. He tried lifting the bed by hand again, like last time, and noticed it felt a bit lighter. Before, he could only lift it about 5 centimeters, but now he could manage about 10. It wasn't a huge height, but it was definitely a noticeable difference. After taking another quick break to make sure he was fully rested, he repeated the process using magic. This time, the bed rose much higher, at least twice as high as before. The heaviness he felt was still there, but it was much less intense than it had been earlier. After about a minute and a half, he gently set the bed back down. Haha, Maverick chuckled to himself, feeling satisfied. He could finally confirm what his magical energy represented. It was basically power. The more magical energy he had, the stronger his body and his spells would be. Feeling relieved by this realization, he remembered that his system automatically accumulated 10 points every day. He could use these points to either boost his spell proficiency or increase his magical energy. This meant his overall strength would grow every day. Maybe it wouldn't be long before he could take on Grindelwald and kick Voldemort's. Cough. 6 months had passed since Maverick started learning magic. The past half-year had been incredibly fulfilling for him. Now, after spending all that time in the wizarding world, he felt sure no one would mistake him for a beginner. He'd learned tons about the wizarding world, its history, and so much more. From what he'd picked up, he was certain that the world he once knew and the one he was now a part of were not exactly the same. According to A History of Magic by Bathilde Bagshot, the wizarding world didn't just revolve around Britain. Every country had its own magic, unique spells, and mystical alchemy. And evil wizards weren't just a British problem. They showed up in other places, especially in Europe, Russia, China, Japan, and even the United States. The most recent infamous wizard seemed to match what he remembered, Gellert Grindelwald. But something was off. Apparently, Grindelwald had teamed up with a very familiar terrorist group from Maverick's memory. Even his downfall was different from what Maverick remembered. Dumbledore, who defeated him, supposedly got help from a Muggle international agency, another group Maverick recognized from his previous life. Both Muggles and wizards fought, and the whole thing was on a much larger scale than what was shown in the Fantastic Beasts movies. But in the end, the good guys won. The International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy also wasn't exactly how Maverick remembered it. In one of Bagshot's other books, he read that the statute was first signed in 1689 and put in place by 1692, just like in the Harry Potter stories. But in this world, there was a key difference. The statute had been revised in 1957, a few years after World War II. The book specifically called it World War, not Wizarding World War. During the war, the wizarding world had been exposed quite a bit, so Muggle and magical governments made secret agreements to keep each other in check. This meant that high-ranking Muggle officials actually knew about magic and wizards living among them. With the chaos of the war and the limited technology at the time, the two sides were able to keep the magical world hidden from the general public. But Maverick was still curious. If the wizarding world had already been exposed, why not just introduce it to everyone? The answer in Bagshot's book was vague and, frankly, suspicious. There were no details about what was discussed between the Muggle and magical leaders. All it said was that both sides agreed to keep magic hidden. And this new secrecy law seemed both stricter and more lenient than in J.K. Rowling's stories. For instance, wizards couldn't just mess with a Muggle's memory even if they found out about magic. They'd have to go through specific Muggle government departments that dealt with, well, extraordinary matters. The Obliviate spell, along with other memory-modifying spells, was now ranked X and strictly controlled. Only witches and wizards with special licenses were allowed to use it. Maverick had also read about spell ranks in another book. X spells were the most restricted, reserved only for highly trained wizards. Interestingly, wizards could now work within Muggle governments, but only in special departments that handled the supernatural. Many countries' governments had such departments now, making cooperation between Muggle and magical societies more common. Every country now had powerful wizards ranked higher in their armies. They shouldn't be as strong as Dumbledore, but still pretty darn good. The wizarding world wasn't as out of touch with Muggle technology anymore. Another thing that stood out was the power hierarchy among wizards. Dumbledore was still considered a powerhouse, but opinions on his rank varied. Some saw him as warlock rank, while others thought he was a top-tier archmagus. Archmagus were incredibly rare, with only 7 known to exist in the world today. Warlocks, however, were even more legendary, with just 8 recorded throughout history. Yet, none appeared to be alive in the present day, as the books he read hinted at their fate with ambiguous references. Then there were Great Magus, another powerful rank with less than 100 wizards alive worldwide. The difference in power between a Great Magus and an Archmagus was immense. A Great Magus could level a small town if they went all out, but an Archmagus could achieve the same destruction with far less effort, using only a few measured gestures. So, any witch or wizard who's become a Great Magus gets some noble status from their government. But if they're up to no good, the wizard governments come down on them hard. This was especially highlighted and became law after a lunatic named Voldemort, a recent archmagus, caused havoc in the UK about a decade ago. However, due to some inexplicable reason, one not clearly mentioned in any of the books he had bought, the evil wizard had perished in the hands of a newborn. Afterward, his followers were hunted down and put on trial. Of course, corruption is something that no world is safe from. Some rich and powerful people connected to Voldemort did escape punishment, and Bagshot didn't hold back on mentioning this in her latest book. Since Voldemort's fall, evil wizards followed an unspoken rule: no killing Muggles in public or revealing magic to the world. Breaking this rule didn't just attract the British magical authorities, but also brought in the International Confederation of Wizards and even special Muggle government agencies. Together, they'd hunt down any threat, magical or not. But enough of the history lesson. Maverick hadn't just studied history these past 6 months. He'd added plenty of powerful spells to his collection, too. Learning new spells had gone pretty smoothly for Maverick. He had already picked up nearly all the spells that Hogwarts would typically teach over 7 years. Now, you might wonder, how did he do that so fast? Well, it turned out that just learning the basic version of each spell wasn't all that hard. Some spells showed up on his system panel, even when he didn't get them quite right. For instance, the first time he tried the Lumos charm, the tip of his wand only gave a tiny flicker of light, barely visible. But the system immediately recognized it, marking him as having basic knowledge of the spell. He figured that as long as he got the general idea of a spell, the system would add it to his list. Excited, he jumped straight from Lumos to the Patronus charm, which was famously tricky, an internationally recognized a rank spell. He tried to cast it, summoning happy thoughts from both his current life and his previous one. But nothing, the system didn't even acknowledge his attempt. 2 weeks ago, after he had learned a ton of other spells, he decided to try again. It took him a whole week of trial and error to finally get the spell to register as beginner level. But that was all he needed. The system could work its magic from there. Despite all his experimenting, he still couldn't figure out exactly how the system decided when he'd learned a spell at the beginner level. Some spells got listed instantly, while others took him days or even weeks. Thankfully, more than 90% of the spells from 1st to 7th year Hogwarts books were quick for him to grasp. Once they were listed, he could just use his cheat to boost their levels. With over 1,800 points, he leveled up some spells to advanced and kept most of the rest at intermediate. And that's how he got through almost all the spells listed in the Hogwarts curriculum, learning nearly every one of them. Of course, there were way more spells out there than just the ones in school books, daily use spells for cleaning and lighting, plus loads of combat and defense spells. No way he could learn everything in just 6 months. Still, he was pretty pleased with what he'd managed to accomplish in that time. Name: Maverick Caesar. Class: Wizard. Rank: Mage Apprentice. Magical Energy: 41+. Points: 182. Extraordinary Characteristic Points: 0. Extraordinary Characteristics: Excellent Grade Spellcasting. Talent: Transfiguration, Advanced Plus. Potions, Beginner Plus. Alchemy, Beginner Plus. Spells: Flipendo, Advanced Plus. Bombarda, Advanced Plus. Expelliarmus, Advanced Plus. Pratigo, Advanced Plus. Finite Incantatum, General Counterspell, Advanced Plus. Petrificus Totalis, Advanced Plus. Stupefy, Advanced Plus. Patronus Charm, Advanced Plus. Episci Healing, Advanced Plus. Reparo, Advanced Plus. Revelio, Advanced Plus. Disillusionment, Advanced Plus. Wingardium Leviosa, Advanced Plus. Descendo, Intermediate Plus. Depulso, Intermediate Plus. Flipendo Maxima, Intermediate Plus. Bombarda Maxima, Intermediate Plus. Confringo, Intermediate Plus. Defindo, Intermediate Plus. Incendio, Intermediate Plus. Carp Retractum, Seize and Pull Charm, Intermediate Plus. Confusion Hex, Intermediate Plus. Ridiculous, Intermediate Plus. Pratigo Maxima, Intermediate Plus. Pratigo Horribilis, Powerful Shield, Intermediate Plus. Bubblehead Charm, Intermediate Plus. Glacius, Intermediate Plus. Arresto Momentum, Intermediate Plus. Revert, Intermediate Plus. Repello Muggletum, Intermediate. Lumos, Intermediate Plus. Levioso, Intermediate Plus. Accio, Intermediate Plus. Alohomora, Intermediate Plus. Apera Vestigum, Tracking Spell, Intermediate Plus. Engorgio, Engorgement Charm, Intermediate Plus. Flagrate, Rites in Midair with Fiery Marks, Intermediate. Homunculus Charm, Tracking, Intermediate Plus. Maverick's focus then shifted to what he had planned as his main task for today. There, on the virtual screen, he can see the number 41, indicating his magical energy. However, this 41 unit did not come about from him adding points using the system. During the past 6 months, he has done a number of experiments with magic, and the magical energy index could be said to be the highlight of all of it. He had first assumed that his superpower, or magic, could only be manipulated using the system. He had accepted the fact that he was, what you would call a systematic wizard. That was until one day, after pushing his levitating skill to the limit, he found that his magical energy had increased by 1 unit. Thus, he repeated the same settings the following day as well, holding the bed levitated using the spell for as long as he could, and sure enough, he found that this kind of exercise could indeed increase his magical energy. Then, he tested the limits by repeating the same scenario multiple times a day to see if it would work, but the result showed otherwise. He dedicated a week only for this experiment, without studying spells or reading things related to the magical world, and what he found out was that his magical energy did go up. But it was very inconsistent. Sometimes, after the exercise, it would increase by 1 point, and sometimes there was no change at all. So he concluded that he could, in fact, increase his magical energy by what he called magical workout, and not just from the system points. But the magical workout was too time-consuming for him at the moment, as it takes several cycles of using levitation charm, holding and resting and holding and resting, for him to get 1 unit increase. Usually it takes an hour, sometimes more, so he stopped doing the exercise regularly. Because for him, these 3 years were crucial, and he wanted to amass as much knowledge as possible. So increase from 20 to 41 units was him occasionally doing the magical workout exercise during the past 6 months. Moreover, he further affirmed his previous conclusion. Back when his magical energy was pushed from 11 units to 20 units using system points, that his overall physical fitness would also increase with his magical energy. And it wasn't only his physical strength, but endurance and even his nerve reaction ability also saw an increase. These were all tested by experimenting with himself during the past 6 months using various magical and scientific ways. This, however, does not mean that he had become some kind of super soldier. It was only a small increase, like him being able to effortlessly lift 60 kilograms while before it was 50 kilograms. Now, his main objective for today was simply to give him a boost in magical energy, and to see whether the remaining 180 units of magical energy could make him cross to the next rank. The system has not showed any helpful pop-ups regarding this, as he had tried interacting with it using multiple ways. But he thinks that the system would eventually display the corresponding magical energy units for each rank, because previously, when his spell's proficiency level got increased, or when it displayed the extraordinary characteristic of his wand, when something happened for the first time, the system showed additional information. Looking at the virtual screen, Maverick focused on the magical energy and the plus sign next to it. Taking a deep breath, he slowly, about once every 5 seconds, clicked the sign. The feeling of euphoria filled his muscles and bones for a good 5 minutes, as each time his magical energy was systematically increased. That long-forgotten feeling of fullness and satisfaction enveloped him, until the system displayed a long message pop-up after he clicked to raise the magical energy value from 99 to 100. A rank increase of a wizard would cause a magical riot. Note: novice to mage apprentice. Minor magical fluctuations. Barely noticeable by any living being. Does not affect physical matter. 9 + 1 unit of magical energy required to cross rank. Mage apprentice to magus. Small magical fluctuations. Only noticeable by same or higher rank wizards. Range 10 meters radius. Does not affect physical matter. 99 + 1 unit of magical energy required to cross rank. Magus to great magus. Dense magical energy fluctuations expected. Range 500 meters radius. Noticeable by all living beings in close perimeter. Dangerous to novice wizards in close perimeter. 2,999 + 1 unit of magical energy required to cross rank. Great magus to archmagus. Dense, heavy magical fluctuations expected to spread for a wide area. Range 15-kilometer radius. Changes to the natural phenomenon within the proximity expected. Noticeable by all living beings in the perimeter. Dangerous to any living being below the archmagus rank. 9,999 + 1 unit of magical energy required to cross rank. Archmagus to warlock. Dense, heavy magical fluctuations expected to spread for a wide area. Range, 100-kilometer radius. Extreme changes to the natural phenomenon within the proximity expected. Noticeable by all living beings in the perimeter. Dangerous to any living being below the warlock rank. 49,999, plus 1 unit of magical energy required to cross rank. Warlock to Supreme Magus. Maverick went through the notification very carefully. Unlike before, this time he even made notes as it was quite long and very useful information. According to the system, his breakthrough to Magus should not cause any disturbances. However, just to be on the safe side, he decided to postpone it for midnight. He once again reviewed the information and remembered some key points he had read the past few months. Students who freshly graduate from wizarding schools are usually still at the magic apprentice level. Only when they grow a bit older do most of them cross their rank. There would always be geniuses, and these are the witches and wizards who make their breakthrough to a magus during their teens. Moreover, the breakthrough, or crossing to the next rank, itself seemed to be a very complicated process itself. According to the advanced magical theory book Maverick had read, a wizard or witch would need what one would call an epiphany before they can even attempt the process. This epiphany was not described in any book, only vague information was provided, like the idea of harmony between one's magic, body, and mind. It was knowledge Maverick couldn't fully grasp, or rather, he never truly understood what they meant. Likewise, crossing the rank to a great magus also seemed to involve the same epiphany and some more complicated steps. Maverick did not bother to understand more as he believes that he could get some better, more credible books later when he gets access to a better wizarding library. The books that he had bought were all very common and general knowledge, just enough for him to understand his way around this new world that he is now a part of. And fortunately for him, the entire process of crossing the rank seemed to be just clicking a virtual button. Well, he would find out at midnight. Time passed slowly, and soon it came to midnight. During these few hours, he refrained from doing any exercise or practice spell casting. He had rested his mind and body and got ready for the big event tonight. Looking at the virtual screen in front of him, his mind focused on the energy level valued 99 and the accumulated points of 119. Breathing deeply, Maverick gave the order for the system to add 1 magical energy unit to his total, making it 100. The response came as expected, but it felt more notable this time. Along with the sudden burst of energy, he felt strength and vitality that flooded his senses like never before. It was as if every cell in his body was humming with power, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. Ordinarily, such a small increment would not elicit such a response. He opened his eyes, feeling more alive than ever before. Even time appeared to slow down. The candle's flame in the corner flickered more slowly than usual. Subsequently, he noticed slight ripples in the surrounding air, followed by the formation of tiny, bubble-like light spots near his skin. An external observer would have noticed these small points of light encircling him. These minute energy clusters then began converging into his skin. And for the first time during the addition of system points, Maverick experienced a slight discomfort, akin to an itch emanating from all over his skin. Pain, it came suddenly, enveloping his entire being. It was intense enough to make someone scream or pass out, but for him, it never quite reached that point. Clenching his teeth, he endured. He knew, or hoped, or prayed, that whatever was happening was something good. His mind wandered to the fantasy stories he had read, where characters endured suffering before a breakthrough. He wished this was what was happening to him. He had no other option. He knew nothing about what was happening. No book he had read in the past few months had any record of this. He couldn't, or rather, wouldn't scream or call for help. He had too many secrets, and he'd rather endure the pain than risk even the slightest exposure. So, he suffered in silence, hoping this was some form of evolution. The pain and suffering dragged on for what felt like a long, long time, until everything finally settled. He lay there, panting, on the verge of fainting, sweat covering both him and the floor. It was only after the pain subsided that his thoughts began to clear. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and his vision came into focus. The first thing he noticed was the multitude of virtual system screens, but he dismissed them all. Gradually, he pushed himself up, standing to assess the changes in his body. He examined his body, then took a good look at his hands and noticed that, like his clothes, they were drenched in sweat. With a flick of his fingers, a convenient scouring charm took care of the minor inconvenience, allowing him to fully focus on the changes. To begin, he walked over to the mirror on his small wardrobe and studied his reflection. He felt a bit disappointed as he couldn't notice any visible changes. His height, hair, and even his skin color remained exactly the same. Turning around, he once again looked at his hands and clenched his fists. Maybe. Probably stronger than before, he mused, before walking over to his handy dumbbell, or rather dumbbed. With surprising ease, and using only one hand, he lifted one side of the bed. If not for the risk of making too much noise, he would have tried lifting the whole thing, and he knew he could do it now. He estimated his raw strength to be on par with modern-day powerlifters. My physique has definitely gotten stronger, at least 3 or 4 times, he thought happily as he gently set the wooden bed back down. He also noticed a shift in his perspective as he began to focus more intently on the changes. His vision had noticeably improved, but there was something else, something he couldn't quite pinpoint. According to the advanced magical theory books, wizards are supposed to gain innate talents after achieving Magus rank, he recalled. But the intensity with which these skills manifest seems to depend on one's talent. A Magus should acquire something akin to a sixth sense and an ability similar to psychic powers. The books mention that the higher you rank, the better control you gain over magic. All of these abilities are essentially more advanced forms of manipulating magical energy. Let's see, he muttered as the system appeared before his eyes with just a thought. First, he took a look at the messages. Body adaptation complete. Rank up, Mage Apprentice Magus. Name, Maverick Caesar. Class, Wizard. Rank, Magus. Magical Energy, 479 plus. Points, 119. Extraordinary Characteristic Points, 0. Extraordinary Characteristics, Excellent Grade Spellcasting. Talents, Magical Energy Manipulation, Beginner plus. Magical Sense, Beginner plus. Transfiguration, Advanced plus. Potions, Beginner plus. Alchemy, Beginner plus. Spells. After carefully going through his status screen, Maverick gave a satisfied nod before focusing on the plus sign next to Magical Sense. Would you like to invest 10 points to upgrade the talent, Magical Sense, to Intermediate? Yes. That familiar sensation, akin to recalling forgotten memories, washed over him as knowledge of how to utilize magical energy to perform the Magical Sense talent flooded his mind. It took only half a minute for the sensation to fade, leaving him with a newfound understanding of Magical Sense. Closing his eyes, he followed the instructions in his mind and spread his magical energy, careful not to extend it too far. As expected, it felt as though he had a third-person view of his surroundings, with a range of no more than 3 meters on all sides. He remained cautious, aware that his proficiency in using the talent was only at the intermediate level, and there could be other wizards nearby who might detect his probing. The books mentioned that using Magical Sense indiscriminately is considered a serious offense among wizards. However, only wizards of great Magus rank or higher can pinpoint who is using the talent, which is why no law exists criminalizing its use. Moreover, while these talents awaken at the Magus rank, they often seem redundant among most wizards at this level. The 2 talents, Magical Energy Manipulation and Magical Sense, are regarded as extremely difficult to master. It is only after reaching the Great Magus rank that one can truly begin to utilize these abilities. It's true that before I upgraded the proficiency to Intermediate, I had no idea how to use the talent. Only after the proficiency increased did I start to grasp how to use this talent, Maverick thought, recalling what he had read about these innate abilities. A confident grin spread across his face as he once again selected the option to upgrade the innate talent. Would you like to invest 100 points to upgrade the talent, magical sense to advanced. Yes, he exclaimed inwardly. Sure enough, the system is simply a cheat. Memories, yes, that was a more fitting description. Instead of mere knowledge, it felt more like fragments of memories flooding his mind. More insights into utilizing magical energy for the talent, magical sense, came into his awareness, and this time, it even gave him a slight headache. The memories, or knowledge, felt profoundly complicated, and it took over half an hour for the assimilation to settle down. What a useful skill to have in my arsenal. Now, as long as it's not an archmage, I can confidently scan my surroundings. And this method of concealing my magical energy, or my unique magical signature, will be extremely useful for my future endeavors, Maverick remarked in his mind while feeling his newfound understanding of the talent magical sense. Once again, he brought up the system panel for an overview. Name, Maverick Caesar. Class, Wizard. Rank, Magus. Magical energy, 479 plus. Points, 9. Extraordinary characteristic points, 0. Extraordinary characteristics, excellent grade spellcasting. Talents, magical energy manipulation, beginner plus. Magical sense, advanced plus. Transfiguration, advanced plus. Potions, beginner plus. Alchemy, beginner plus. Spells. The two talents, potions and alchemy, he ignored for now because they were unnecessary for him at this point. Unlike transfiguration, they are highly practical. The system has recognized the two talents after he had read the theory books, and he could always upgrade them anywhere, anytime when necessary. Putting aside the talents, his attention then moved to his magical energy value. 400, he muttered subconsciously. It was then that he realized the significant increase in his magical energy value. I remember adding only 1 point to raise it to 100. He pondered. It seems that my rank up, combined with my body's adaptation to it, has significantly boosted my magical energy. He recalled passages from the books he had read, and one particular line came to mind. When a wizard crosses a rank, their body frantically absorbs magical energy from their surroundings. During a breakthrough, pure magic itself becomes physically visible. Perhaps that was what I experienced, those countless tiny, energy ball-like entities entering my skin, Maverick concluded, putting his doubts to rest. He glanced out the window and saw that it was still dark, so he decided to get some rest. I suppose it's time to have that talk and finally do something about my wizarding identity, he said quietly to the room, his expression carried with determination. Chapter 2, Revelations ch 9:11. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed as Maverick adjusted to his new rank. He woke up in the morning, stretched his muscles, and went through his usual routine before leaving his room and heading down to the bar. In contrast to the comfort and cleanliness of the guest rooms, the bar remained dim, somewhat dirty, and plain. Maverick, how are your studies on Muggles going? Tom greeted him as he came down. Doing quite well, actually. It's an interesting subject, Maverick replied with a faint smile. Tom had repeated the same question countless times over the past 6 months. By now, Maverick was used to it and didn't bother commenting on the peculiar behavior as he settled into one of the long tables. I'll take a steak and a cup of tea, if you don't mind, he said casually, glancing at the man while placing his order. It could be said that he was now quite familiar with Tom, as well as the regulars who frequented the pub. All of them were aware of his keen interest in studying Muggle society, or rather, it was the story he had led them to believe. He finished his breakfast and once again approached the humpbacked man. Mr. Tom, I'll be away for a few days and just wanted to let you know. He wasn't obliged to inform him, but having already paid for the room for the entire year, he didn't want anyone else occupying it during his short absence. Don't worry, young man, Tom replied kindly. The room is yours for the next 6 months, even if you're not back by then. Maverick nodded with a smile, glad he didn't have to go into more detail. Right then, see you in a few days. He waved and walked out, carrying only a small pouch, which contained several other bags enchanted with extension spells. As he walked down the street, he mulled over how the upcoming conversation with his parents might go. That's right, he was about to reveal his wizarding identity to them today. One reason was that he would be away from home intermittently, making it difficult for his parents to reach him if everything went according to plan. Moreover, his parents weren't exactly ordinary people. They held respected positions, and if they thought he had gone missing, it could lead to unnecessary complications. His father, the current prime minister, would likely turn all of Britain upside down searching for him. His face and name would be everywhere, exactly the kind of attention he wanted to avoid. In the past 6 months, Maverick had visited home a few times, mainly to show his face and explain why he had quit his job, a position his parents had helped him secure. His explanation was simple: he had found another career path. Fortunately, his parents didn't press for more details. The second reason he was planning to reveal his secret was that he believed his father, given his position, should be aware of the magical world. With his help, Maverick hoped to legitimize his wizarding identity, and a plan was already in place to make it happen. On the southeast side of London, on Westminster Bridge Road, about a minute's walk from Lambeth North Tube Station, stood an elegant and exquisite 2-story house. A taxi slowly pulled up and stopped by the roadside, and Maverick stepped out. As he looked fixedly at his home, his thoughts drifted down memory lane, reflecting on his parents. They were quite wealthy, but most of it came from his mother's side. Originally American, she met his father during their university days, and after starting a relationship, she moved to the UK to build a life and start a family with him. His mother's family ran a large newspaper agency called the World News Network, though he couldn't fully recall the name from his memories of his previous life. It vaguely resembled another name he remembered. This world felt both familiar and different from the one he knew. He realized there were likely many more differences yet to uncover. His parents married and moved to the UK, where his mother started a company in partnership with his father. While his mother managed the business, his father supported it as a shareholder. Over time, the company grew into one of the largest publishing firms in the UK, largely due to the influence of his mother's family. His father entered politics shortly after his mother's business got started. When Maverick was born, his father was a member of Parliament in the House of Commons. Now, 18 years later, he had recently been appointed Prime Minister by royal prerogative. His father was a skilled politician, rising to the top in just a short period with his sharp mind. As a result, the family formed connections with the royal family. Maverick had even met the Queen once when he was about 6 years old. Now, with his father holding the trust of the House of Commons, those ties were likely even stronger. I am not British and know very little about British politics or their political hierarchy. Everything you just read, or may read in the future, about it might not align with reality. Remember, this is a fantasy world, and not everything has to be accurate. Some details I might have just made up on the spot, so please cut me some slack. Standing outside his house, Maverick reflected on the past and felt a bit nervous about the conversation he was about to have. Taking out the key, he gently opened the door. The lights were on, which meant his parents, or at least one of them, were home. "Michael, is that you?" A gentle female voice echoed from within the house. Moments later, a beautiful woman in her 30s appeared, her blonde hair tied back and wearing an apron over a white shirt and blue jeans. She held a metallic bowl in one hand, stirring its contents with a wooden spoon. "Ah, you're home, son. I thought it might be your father, Ariel," his mother exclaimed, a smile breaking across her face the moment she spotted him. "Hi, Mom," Maverick said, shrugging off his black coat and hanging it on the stand. "Do you know when Dad will be home?" "He should be back around 7, she replied, returning to stir the contents of the bowl. "Need any help with that?" Maverick asked, leaning in to give her a quick hug. "No, I'm fine, thanks, but how's the new job going?" she inquired, a warm smile brightening her face. It's fine, really." He opened the fridge and pulled out a water bottle, taking a quick swig. "You sure? You know you can always ask for help, right?" Her tone was steady, but Maverick saw concern in her eyes. "I admire your determination to chase your dreams on your own and gain experience. But remember, it's okay to lean on us when you need to. Your father and I are here for you. You should know that I wouldn't have gotten my business off the ground without my family's support." Maverick listened, taken aback. Is that why they think I quit? I guess it makes sense. Maybe that's why they didn't ask for more details when I mentioned that I had a new career plan. What do you mean, Mom? Of course I'd ask for help when I need it, he assured her. Ah, his mom seemed momentarily at a loss for words, pausing her stirring. Then her expression shifted to one of pride and joy. So, you found a job. Ariel felt a genuine happiness at the thought that her son had secured a job on his own, without asking for their help. Not exactly. Well, sort of, Maverick replied, choosing his words carefully. I wanted to talk to you both about something important. Important? His mother's brow furrowed, curiosity piqued. Then, her eyes widened with sudden realization. You didn't get a girl pregnant, did you? Poof. Cough, cough. Maverick nearly spat out the water he was drinking, choking on the unexpected words that came out of nowhere. He gave his mother a blank look. What in God's name made you jump to that assumption? He asked, trying to regain his composure. No, I didn't get anyone pregnant. I don't even have a girlfriend, he added quickly, cutting off any further argument before it could start. Oh, thank God, she replied, visibly relieved. Really? Maverick raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. I feel bad now, to think my own mother would think of me as some kind of scumbag. What? No, ha. His mother let out a nervous laugh, trying to mask her embarrassment. So, what's this important thing you wanted to talk about? She asked, swiftly changing the subject and smiling again. We'll talk when Dad gets back, he said, walking toward the living room. I'll be in my room. Just call me when you're done baking whatever deliciousness you've got going on in there. All right, mysterious man, she replied, chuckling as she returned to her cooking. Several hours later, Maverick found himself sitting nervously in front of his parents. His father had returned right on time, just as his mother had mentioned. Before Maverick could come down to meet him, she had already explained their earlier conversation to his father. Michael Caesar was a tall, handsome, middle-aged man with a strikingly attractive face, exuding a natural air of authority. His towering height, combined with his sharp features, gave him an imposing presence that perfectly matched his stature. Go on, son, what is it? Noticing his son's nervousness, his father lent a helping hand by starting the conversation. Well, it's about why I've been away so often lately, and why I left the job you found for me. Seeing how anxious her son was, Ariel started to feel concerned. Maverick, I'm beginning to worry, she said, frowning slightly. I'm not in any trouble. Mother, he replied, trying to ease her worries, though inwardly he was a bit anxious himself. Taking a deep breath, he continued, Mum, Dad, I didn't quit the opportunity you got for me because I was unhappy or because I thought it was unethical to accept help from you. I left because, well, I've discovered something about myself. Something different. Oh God, no, please don't tell me you're gay. Hearing his mother's interruption and realizing what she was about to say, Maverick cut her off. Mother, you have some very strange ideas. I can assure you, I am 100% not gay. Oh, thank God. His mother let out an exasperated sigh of relief. Meanwhile, even though his father tried to maintain a poker face, Maverick sensed the momentary nervousness in his father's eyes shifting to relief. As I was saying, I discovered something different about myself. Maverick paused, glancing at his parents before continuing, I'm a wizard. There he had finally said it. After revealing the truth, he felt an unexpected wave of relief. There was a brief silence before his mother, the most talkative person in the family, broke it. What? A wizard? Her tone was more amused than confused. At the same time, Maverick used his magical sense to observe his father's reaction. Sure enough, his father's expression immediately turned stern. That's right, a wizard. I have magic, Maverick added, leaning back on the sofa as if to show relief and a lazy confidence, waiting for his father to address the statement. Dear, I think our son may have something wrong with his head, his mother said, the amusement fading from her face as she looked to her husband. When she turned to him, she saw his expression was deadly serious. Mitch Michael, she stammered. Rarely had she seen her husband look so grave, and it threw her off balance. Prove it, Michael finally said, addressing his laid-back son. Prove what? Ariel asked, bewildered. Dear, please, just trust me on this. Oh God, my son and husband are both crazy, Ariel exclaimed, covering her mouth. Her gaze darted between Maverick and Michael. Though she tried to sound exaggerated, neither of them paid her any attention now. Maverick met his father's eyes and then reached for his wand. As soon as Michael saw the wand, his eyes widened in disbelief. He was one of the few non-magicals who knew more about the existence of magic than most, and now he was almost entirely convinced that his son's confession was true. My dear Maverick Caesar, do you need me to make some space for the magic trick you're about to show? Ariel blinked before looking at her son, then her eyes showed amusement looking at his wand. Maverick ignored his mother's teasing and kept his magical sense focused on his father's expression. From the look on his face, it was clear his father knew about magic, and Maverick felt even more certain about what he had read regarding the relationship between magical and non-magical people in this strange, alternative universe of Harry Potter. After taking a moment to observe his father, he replied to his mother, "No need, Mom, just sit there." He gave a helpless smile before starting the show. He had now mastered some of the most useful spells to an advanced level. Although he lacked actual combat experience, he believed that his current abilities were above those of a typical Hogwarts graduate. Clearing his throat, he tapped on the glass water jug on the table and performed a transfiguration spell. The jug instantly transformed into what he had envisioned, a white pigeon. How was it? Maverick asked, looking at his mother, who was now in a daze. He leaned back in his chair, though his main focus remained on his father. As expected, there was only a momentary shock on his father's face before his expression returned to normal. Huh? Ariel seemed to have just woken from a dream. Her gaze shifted between the very real-looking pigeon, which was bobbing its head, and Maverick, going back and forth several times with a face full of disbelief. Was that a magic trick? Michael, his mother called out, shaking his father's shoulder with one hand and pointing at the transfigured pigeon with the other. Ignoring his mother's ranting, Maverick sat quietly, leaning back in his chair, waiting for a response from his father. The calm exterior his father usually maintained was still present, but the flicker of genuine surprise in his eyes couldn't be hidden. The Prime Minister of Britain was not easily shaken, but this had clearly turned out to be unexpected. "Ariel, dear, I saw it," his father said to the visibly shaken woman beside him. His tone was calm, though it seemed to have the opposite effect of what he intended. "Saw it, of course you saw it, I saw it. Why aren't you showing any surprise?" Her expression was a mixture of confusion and expectation. "Ariel," his father called out a little louder, and his mother immediately calmed down. "Dear, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shout, but could you please listen until I finish speaking to our son?" Michael gently caressed his wife's cheek. "I promise you'll have answers after that." Ariel was stunned for a moment. Witnessing the unbelievable display of magic from her son and hearing her husband raise his voice at her, it took her a while to regain her composure. Only then did she realize she had been acting somewhat wildly. Maverick sat calmly, observing the interaction between his parents. He believed his mother's reaction was perfectly normal. Anyone, especially someone like his mother, a very logical person who had never encountered anything supernatural, would be extremely surprised after witnessing real magic. The transfiguration he had performed transformed a non-living object into a living one, which would appear quite supernatural to any ordinary person. His mother calmed down after a while, nodding to her husband before focusing her gaze back on Maverick. Maverick remained silent, now meeting the steady, measured gaze of his father. "So, you're a wizard," his father finally spoke, his voice laced with confusion. "When did this happen? How did we not know?" His mother was the first to react, quickly turning her head toward Michael, demanding to know the meaning behind his question. She finally realized why her husband had seemed so calm. Both her son and husband had been keeping incredible secrets from her. Michael raised his hand, urging her to stay calm. He met her eyes, silently asking her to remain calm while he explained later. Then, he turned his attention to Maverick, ready to hear his son's explanation. Maverick took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his father's gaze, and began his somewhat fabricated explanation. "I discovered magic about 6 months ago. It started with a small headache. Then I began experiencing strange sensations, Maverick said, resting his hand on his chin as if he were deep in thought. At first, I started to see more clearly and hear better. This might sound odd because I never had any problems with my vision or hearing to begin with, but that's how it felt. Then even stranger things started happening. One day, I woke up to find myself levitating about a foot above my bed. I was shocked before my body fell back onto the bed. If I hadn't discovered magic by now, I might still believe it was all in my imagination. Maverick paused, glancing at his parents, who were giving him their full attention. I was worried. I wanted to talk to you both about all of this, but I didn't know how. I was scared you'd think I was some kind of freak. Son, his mother's soft, concerned voice broke the silence. Maverick continued, remember the day you told me about my internship with Mr. John and his company? Well, at first, I was really happy and thought once I started working and got busy, I'd forget about all of this. So that very same day, I decided to visit the company, just to clear my head and take a walk maybe. I took a taxi to their office building, spent some time observing the place, and felt genuinely excited. I loved the atmosphere there and couldn't wait to get started the next day. After a while, I decided to head home. I didn't take a taxi back. I thought a walk would help clear my mind. That's when it happened. While walking down Charing Cross Road, that strange feeling returned. I looked around, checking for anything out of the ordinary. I didn't want anything bizarre happening while I was out in public. And then, out of nowhere, this small, shabby-looking inn appeared between a record store and a large bookshop. It was surreal. One moment it wasn't there, and the next, it was as if it had just materialized. I felt a powerful pull toward it. I can't quite explain it, but I knew I had to go inside. Of course, I didn't enter immediately. I stood there, observing. What struck me was how people on the street seemed to completely ignore the inn. It was as though they couldn't even see it. To confirm my suspicion, I went into the bookshop next door and asked someone inside. I was right. They weren't aware of the inn. That's when I knew this place might hold answers to the strange things happening to me. So I went in. It was like stepping into another time. The place was dimly lit by candles, and the people inside wore strange robes. But despite the odd atmosphere and outdated fashion, it was still just a small bar. I found an empty table and sat down. Some people gave me strange looks, probably because I wasn't dressed like them, but they soon lost interest. The pub owner was a peculiar-looking man, but polite. I ordered a drink and sat, quietly listening to the conversations around me. What I heard was shocking. Magic, wizards, witches, an entirely different world. I sat there, doing my best to keep calm, just listening and absorbing everything. After some time, I saw a group of 3 come in, 2 parents with their child, who looked about 10 years old. They spoke with the pub owner, whose name was Tom, by the way. They discussed something, and then Tom led them further inside. To someone like me, it all seemed pretty suspicious. I eavesdropped on their conversation. They weren't trying to be discreet. The parents mentioned an alley, and Tom enthusiastically talked about something called muggles and freshmen. They disappeared to the back, and after a while, Tom returned. I stayed seated, watching as another family arrived not long after. They too spoke with Tom, and I overheard a similar conversation. That's when I decided to follow. I don't know what came over me, I just knew I had to go. I stood up, and as Tom was leading the second family inside, I called out to him. I was nervous, of course, but the words just came to me. I asked if I could go in too. To my surprise, Tom didn't ask any questions or seem suspicious at all. He simply smiled and gestured for me to follow. Even more surreal things happened. Tom led us to the back, where it seemed like a dead end, just a wall and a few trash bins. My nervousness grew, and I even felt a bit scared. Then I saw Tom take out a stick, something I had noticed many people inside the bar were carrying. He tapped on the brick wall, and something incredible happened. The bricks began to move on their own. I can't even begin to describe it. It was as if the wall came to life. The bricks shifted and rearranged themselves until an entrance formed. Tom, with a grin, proudly said, "Welcome to Diagon Alley." The kid and his parents standing next to me looked as shocked as I felt, which seemed to give the strange pub owner a sense of satisfaction. Tom gestured for us to go ahead, and so we went inside. As soon as we entered, the entrance behind us vanished, but I was too overwhelmed, both excited and nervous, to dwell on it. I needed information, and the best source I had at the time were 3 people who, like me, were new to magic. But I had no other option. I had nothing, I knew nothing, and at least they were there for a purpose. So, I struck up a conversation with the kids' parents, starting by commenting on how incredible everything seemed. I learned that they were there to get books and materials for their child's school. Apparently, their kid had his first magical outburst a few months back. They didn't know about it until the next day, when a teacher from a magical school arrived and explained everything. According to them, they were both non-magical, but their child had somehow awakened magic, a very rare occurrence, as they learned from the magical school teacher. I followed them throughout the day and even became friends. I had to lie, of course, telling them I was an American wizard visiting Britain's magical world for the first time. I learned a lot. Since they had been told by the teacher what to do, I essentially got a free tutorial on what someone new to this world should do. "You wouldn't believe some of the things I saw, Mom," Maverick said, his tone growing more excited. There were these short, quite ugly creatures called goblins. They managed the magical currency. Yes, magicals have their own currency system. Fortunately for me, I followed the family, and after they exchanged some British pounds for coins, I did the same, 250 pounds for 50 galleons. That's the name of the magical currency. Because I was with them, I had no issue with identity verification. I guess they assumed I was a wizard too. Apparently, only wizards can exchange pounds for galleons, with a maximum exchange of 50 galleons per month. After that, we went to a wand shop. Yes, the magicals channel their magic through wands, which are basically sticks. Again, no problem, I got myself a wand too, though I had to tell a harmless lie. I said my old wand broke. The shopkeeper was skeptical at first, but I flattered him, saying he was the best wand maker. That did the trick, and the old man forgot his doubts and handed me a wand. I was nervous, though. I wasn't sure if I could even do magic or how to use a wand, but I went with it on a whim. It was on the 5th or 6th try that a wand finally reacted. Maverick said with a melancholic smile, glancing at his wand. Next, we went to the bookstore. While the family bought books for their kids' first year, I went on a spree, buying all sorts of books: history, theory, spell books, everything. I was excited and couldn't wait to learn more about this world. The day ended, and I exchanged some pleasantries with the family before saying goodbye. They left, and I stayed the night at the inn. The Leaky Cauldron had rooms upstairs for guests. That evening, I could barely sleep. I skimmed through a history book before finally dozing off. The next morning, I returned to the real world, resigned from Mr. John's company on the spot, and went back to the inn to continue my reading. I had learned so much about them, yet it felt like I knew so little. They were like an entire group of humans, isolated or hiding in plain sight. For the past 6 months, I stayed there, doing nothing but learning. I studied their history, their relationship with the non-magical world. Maverick paused, glancing at his father. I learned about their culture, their laws, and all the information available to the public. And I learned magic. Contrary to what the book said, it all felt easy, too easy for me. The children, they start school at 11 and spend about 7 years studying before they graduate. I had learned nearly all the spells from their 7-year curriculum. The only things I haven't mastered are potions and some sports. So yeah, that's what I've been up to these past 6 months. I didn't want to keep it from you any longer, Maverick said, leaning back in his chair. Ask me anything, Mom, Dad, whatever you want to know. The room fell silent after Maverick finished telling his story. He had mixed truth with lies, deliberately hiding the real details of his system. Even though much of it was fabricated, he made the story sound convincing enough to be believable. Ariel sat quietly, her hands shaking, eyes wide with disbelief. Her husband stayed calm, but the look in his eyes gave him away. He was clearly thinking hard about what his son had just revealed. So, you've been living there for 6 months, Michael finally spoke, his voice steady. Just like that. Maverick nodded. It was all new to me. I needed time to figure it out to make sense of everything. I didn't know how you'd react and, well, you saw how Mom did. Ariel blinked, snapping out of her daze as her attention shifted back to her son. Maverick, how could you think we wouldn't want to know? Something this life-changing? She paused, her voice trembling. You could have been in danger. Anything could have happened to you. I know, Maverick said quietly, guilt mixing with resolve in his expression. I didn't mean to worry you, but I had to understand this world first, before getting you involved. Michael let out a long sigh, his face hardening. Does anyone else know? Anyone in the wizarding world? Maverick shook his head. No, I've kept a low profile. I didn't want to attract attention until I understood what I was dealing with. Good, Michael said firmly. Keep it that way. Ariel turned to her husband, a newfound determination in her eyes. Michael, you're talking like you know something about this. Explain, tell us, she demanded, her voice rising. Michael hesitated, unfazed by her outburst. It's complicated, classified in forma. No, this is our family now. You will tell us what you know, she interrupted, her voice firm. Michael paused, thinking carefully, while Maverick sat quietly, watching him. Maverick hoped his dad would finally start talking, and maybe his mother's push was just what he needed. He stayed quiet, letting their argument play out without getting involved. Fine, listen, Michael said, his face serious. Before I start, I need both of you to swear that what I'm about to say stays between us. This is classified information, international secrets that only a few people in the government know. We will, they both replied in unison. And as for you, Michael added, crossing his arms and leaning back in his chair, I've got plenty of questions for you, young man. We're not done yet. Maverick simply nodded. He knew his story wouldn't be enough to answer all their questions. Fooling the Prime Minister of Britain, even if that person was family, wouldn't be easy. Okay, it all started during World War II when the governments discovered what you call magicals. They're actually called wizards and witches. If you read any history book, you'll only find information about Hitler and his madness, but there was much more happening behind the scenes. Hitler was just one player. There were two other groups involved, a powerful archmagus and his followers, and a notorious terrorist organization. You might have read about this in magical history books. The archmagus was named Grindelwald, and he had many powerful followers. They wanted to take control of the world. Their propaganda claimed they wanted to stop technological advancements because our weapons were becoming more destructive, and that scared them. Grindelwald made deals with the terrorist organization. While they weren't magical, they were far from ordinary. Both groups publicly supported Hitler, but in reality, they had their own goals. The terrorists wanted to seize newly discovered technologies, while Grindelwald aimed to cripple scientific progress by secretly targeting brilliant minds around the world. Hitler was used as a cover, while both groups pursued their agendas in secret. I won't go into too many details, but where there are bad guys, there are also good ones. Governments around the world became aware of the three parties involved in this terrorism. The magical governments had no choice but to reveal themselves to the non-magical governments. Even though Grindelwald was targeting scientists quietly, he and his followers didn't hide the fact that they were using magic. This led to meetings and agreements. The magical and non-magical authorities joined forces to put a stop to the threat. Together, they formed a World Security Council and created a task force of powerful individuals. For the first time, technology and magic worked together, which helped bring an end to the war. Afterward, the magical world chose to remain hidden, but disagreements arose. Eventually, both sides agreed to keep their secrecy in public while cooperating with non-magical governments if something significant arose. Before the war, all witches and wizards were recorded only by magical governments. Now, all magicals born to non-noble wizards are also registered by non-magical governments. Yes, we have witches and wizards working in our British government, many, in fact. There's a special task force that handles mostly supernatural events. You'd be surprised by the unusual things that happen, and not all of them are related to magicals. But I won't go into detail about that because it doesn't concern you. I just wanted to give you a heads up since you're now a special person. The world is big, and there are more than just magicals and non-magicals who are special. So yes, I am aware of wizards. I have witches and wizards who work for me, and I have many friends from that side. Maverick and his mother listened quietly as his father spoke. They were both speechless. Maverick had just learned a lot, discovering many details that weren't in the magical history books. For his mother, it was an overwhelming amount of information, enough to shatter her worldview. She looked shocked, trying to process everything. Finally, she said, her voice trembling, "This is just too much to handle." Michael nodded. "I know, it sounds unbelievable, but it's true." He paused for a moment, then added firmly, "And you can't tell anyone about this, not a soul." "I won't," she replied, taking a deep breath. "I get it, it's just hard to believe." Maverick stayed quiet, sensing the weight of the moment, waiting for his father to ask him questions. It didn't take long for Michael to turn his attention to Maverick after comforting his wife. Michael's face showed he was determined to get answers. "Son, you said you discovered magic 6 months ago." "Yes," Maverick nodded. "As far as I know, magicals usually have their first awakening between the ages of 3 and 11. How did you get yours after turning 18? His father asked. "I don't know, Dad. I've read about all this, and a lot of it doesn't make sense when you compare it to what's normal." "Oh, then tell me what you think." "Well, you know that magicals have ranks that show their power, right?" Maverick said. "True. In our government, we have 2 great magus and about a dozen magus working, along with many apprentices." "Can you tell me the age of the youngest magus?" Maverick asked. Michael gave him a curious look before answering, 37. "The youngest is 37. The great magus are, well, much older than me. Why do you want to know?" "Well, after my first awakening, I was already a mage apprentice. Maybe it's because mine came late, but in just 5 months, I had my second awakening, which promoted me to magus rank." "That's impossible," his father exclaimed in shock. Maverick looked his father in the eye, his expression calm and determined. "You're serious?" his father asked, disbelief etched on his face. "Yes, and there's more." "More? Do you know that magus level and above can manipulate physical matter? That's one of the things that sets them apart," Maverick asked, raising his arm and pointing at the table with the index finger. The table slowly lifted off the ground, rising before the astonished eyes of his mother and father. "This isn't a spell you might be familiar with," Maverick continued. "This is me using pure magical energy." His parents' faces were frozen in shock. "But how?" his father stammered. "Even if you're a magus, you shouldn't have this much control over magical energy. None of the magus working for the government can do that. Maybe they can move something small, like a book, but even then, they need intense concentration. I've seen them train. Only a great magus has this kind of effortless control." "That's why I said there's more," Maverick replied. "I know I'm different, even compared to the top magical talents. I could do this the day I was promoted. And remember, I taught myself nearly all the spells they cover in 7 years at Hogwarts." His father paused, thinking, "Okay, do something really difficult. Let's see, how about a patronus? From what I've heard, that's one of the hardest spells they teach at magical schools." Maverick didn't hesitate. "Expecto patronum." With a flick of his wand, a brilliant white energy began to pour from its tip. In seconds, it shaped itself into a shimmering raven. "Amazing," his mother whispered, her voice full of awe. Maverick turned toward her. "Mom, let me show you something truly magical." The patronus raven flapped its wings and glided over to his mother. She gasped, but before she could scream, her expression shifted. Her initial shock softened into calm, and soon, a genuine smile spread across her face. "Beautiful," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. His father sat in stunned silence, unable to speak. "Do you believe me now?" Maverick asked. It took his father a moment to respond, still processing what he had seen. Yes, this is unheard of." "I know, Dad," Maverick said. "Honestly, it's one of the reasons I felt I needed to tell you both." Maverick leaned back in his chair, settling comfortably as he gave his parents time to absorb everything. He dissipated the patronus, allowing his mother's mood to return to normal. "What was that?" his mother asked. "A patronus charm," Maverick explained. "It's a powerful magical spell fueled by happy emotions. Being in contact with it can bring joy and suppress negative feelings." His mother, once again, was left speechless. "So you need my help, with what?" his father asked, shifting his gaze from his stunned wife to his son. Well, from what I've learned about the magical world, all witches and wizards are registered with their respective governments, especially magicals born to non-magicals, muggles, and I'm a bit of an anomaly, with no records. He paused before continuing. With your connections, I was hoping you could help sort that out. Also, I want to take part in the magical school exams. If possible, not here, but maybe in America. His father narrowed his eyes, giving Maverick a scrutinizing look. He took a moment before speaking in a slightly suspicious tone. I see. So that's what's this really about. Tell me, son, if I weren't in a position of power, would you have told us everything like you did today? Maverick sighed inwardly. He knew his father would catch on, though not this quickly. He decided to be honest. Eventually, yes, maybe not today. If you two were just a regular couple, I'd have to be sure I wasn't bringing more trouble than you could handle. You don't think this is trouble? His father asked, amused. Trouble you, Maverick emphasized, can handle as the Prime Minister, he added with a smirk. Plus, you're my dad, so. Michael Caesar, you're going to help our son with everything he's asking for, his mother said, arms crossed, staring her husband down. She had calmed down a while ago and had been relatively quiet compared to her earlier reactions. Maverick gave his mother an imaginary thumbs up. He knew she would always have his back. All right, Michael said, raising his hands in mock surrender. He may be the Prime Minister of Britain, but in their house, she's the one in charge. Hearing his father's words, Maverick felt a huge weight lift from his shoulders. He was sure his father would help, but explaining all this, mixing truth with half-truths, had been exhausting for him. I have so many questions, son, his mother said, now excited as the tension in the room lifted. I know, Mom. I'll answer them all once I figure out a solution to my current problems. Right, Michael? She shot a pointed look at her husband, who could only sigh. I'm thinking, dear, what he's asking isn't exactly simple. Good, you sit there and don't get up until you've figured out a solution for my son's problems, she replied, standing up from her chair. I'll go make some tea while you boys work it out. She headed toward the kitchen, leaving her husband momentarily speechless. He's my son too, you know, Michael called after her. Maverick chuckled, amused by the harmless bickering between his parents. Chapter 3, Echoes of Power IV, ch 12:16. Okay, son, I need to think about this. A lot, Michael said, his voice steady but edged with concern. I need to think this through, really think it through. I'll make some calls and see what I can do. In the meantime, you stay put. I don't want you going back until we've figured this out. His son nodded. Got it, Dad, take your time. Honestly, I don't plan on going back anytime soon. I need at least a month to clear my head. 6 months straight of studying is a bit much, even for someone like me. In all honesty, all he wanted was to accumulate some system points before whatever his dad had planned. Time flew by, and before he knew it, a month and a half had passed in the blink of an eye. 1988 was over, and now it was February 1st, 1989. During this time, Maverick mostly stayed at home, only visiting the magical side of the world a few times to try out some things. Most of his time was spent napping or watching TV, but Maverick made sure to dedicate some time each day to his magical exercises, if only to stay somewhat productive. The workouts didn't just help him improve his magical energy, they also left him with a satisfying sense of well-being. It was the kind of feeling you get after a good workout, when the tension in your body fades and you can't help but feel a little lighter, a little stronger. Other than that, he didn't practice any magic and only did some reading from the magical side. Name, Maverick Caesar. Class, Wizard. Rank, Magus. Magical energy, 481 plus. Points, 478, increases 10 points per day. Extraordinary characteristic points, 1 increases 1 point per year. Extraordinary characteristics, excellent grade spellcasting. Talents, magical energy manipulation, advanced plus. Magical sense, advanced plus. Transfiguration, advanced plus. Potions, beginner plus. Alchemy, beginner plus. Spells. His magical energy had increased by a couple of points from the small workouts, and he had now accumulated nearly 500 system points to use freely. However, he wanted to accumulate more, at least 2,000, not to increase his magical energy, but to raise a solid offensive and defensive spell to master level. Achieving master level proficiency would mean he had surpassed the level of Hogwarts professors. He came to this idea after thinking about the Patronus charm. According to the system, being able to cast a corporeal Patronus is considered advanced, but for most witches and wizards, casting a solid Patronus is seen as nearly mastering the spell. But most adult wizards, including Aurors, the magical law enforcement, don't have a deep enough understanding of the spell to produce a full Patronus. It was the same case with talents like Transfiguration. He believed that Professor McGonagall's proficiency in Transfiguration was at peak advanced level, but not quite at master level yet. In any case, all of this was based on hypotheses, and he believed there wouldn't be much difference in the actual situation. Only time would tell. As for magical energy manipulation and magical sense, he had gathered enough information from various books to make a comparison. A typical magus wouldn't be aware of these two innate talents and would have to work tirelessly just to master the basics. Only a rare few geniuses might reach something close to intermediate proficiency before advancing to the rank of great magus. Based on the stories and information he had read, a great magus should have these talents with proficiency that goes beyond intermediate, reaching an advanced level. The mastery he had with these two talents at the magus rank was beyond genius, with his understanding matching that of a great magus, which there are not even 100 alive recorded. Advanced proficiency in any talent or spell, as recognized by the system, can be considered a very high level of mastery in the eyes of regular wizards and witches. Regarding Archmagus, there are recorded instances of fewer than 10, and he found almost no details about their prowess, mostly hypotheses from other authors of the books, lacking actual facts. The only certainty is that their control over magical energy would be extremely high, at least at advanced level proficiency, and most likely at master level proficiency. Again, these thoughts were all just speculation based on logical reasoning after his research, and the actual situation may differ. Maverick then shifted his focus to the extraordinary characteristic points, and just as he had expected, on January 1st, the value increased by 1 point. Over the past month, he had thoroughly studied the extraordinary characteristic, focusing on why and how the system reacted to it. He had visited the leaky cauldron a few times just to test his assumptions. One thing he was certain of was that the extraordinary characteristic could only be copied from non-living objects. He had tested it on magical creatures like a goblin from Gringotts, magical animals from the pet store, and even a house elf he encountered in one of the shops. However, none of them triggered any reaction from the system. However, when he tested it with magical objects such as flying broomsticks, wands, and even bags enchanted with extension spells, all of them prompted a reaction from the system. The reason he hadn't copied their characteristics was that none of the objects he had encountered were of excellent quality or higher. His wand did trigger a reaction, but it only notified him that he had already copied its function. Moreover, the latest model flying broomstick he had come across only displayed a normal-rated extraordinary characteristic. Since he had only one opportunity to copy per year, he decided to hold on to it until he encountered an object with an excellent or mythical rating. Today, his main focus was the upcoming meeting his father had arranged to address his peculiar situation. For the past month and a half, he had trusted his father to find a solution and hadn't asked about it. Although he was a reincarnator, his parents had raised him. 18 years had passed, and he loved them as any child would love their parents. Furthermore, he knows without a doubt that the love his parents have for him is real and unconditional. After finishing his usual morning routine, Maverick came downstairs for breakfast. Both his parents had taken the day off, as a very special guest was expected to join them, someone his father had mentioned as one of the few people in the world who could help with his situation. His mother and father were already seated at the table, having breakfast, and he joined them. As he sat down, his mother poured him a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. "So, Dad, when is our guest coming?" Maverick asked, starting the conversation. "Noon, probably. He said he'd be here today," his father replied, taking a bite of bread. "Is he a magical person, someone from the government?" his mother inquired. "Yes and no. He's magical, all right, but not from the UK. In fact, you both have already met him, several times actually." Both Maverick and his mother paused at his father's response, now pondering who the guest could be. If he was magical and they had already met him, it meant this person was likely someone his father had encountered through work. And since their family had met him multiple times, the person must be more than just a work acquaintance, perhaps a close friend. "Now I'm curious," his mother said impatiently. "Michael, why don't you just tell us, why all the mystery?" His father smiled and replied, "It was that person's suggestion, and I was asked not to reveal who it is." Maverick felt most of his concerns ease at that. After hearing his father's explanation, he was fairly certain that the guest wasn't just anybody, it was someone his father truly trusted. Hours passed, and just as the clock struck 12, the doorbell rang, prompting the family of 3, who were sitting in the living room, to look in the same direction. As Ariel began to rise from her chair to answer the door, her husband stepped in front of her and spoke hurriedly, "You both stay. I'll get it." Ariel leaned back on the sofa, and Maverick gave his father a nod. At the same time, he extended his magical senses to see who it was. After a moment, his eyes widened in surprise. Maverick's surprised expression lasted only a moment, so his mother didn't notice anything. Half a minute later, his father returned, but he was alone, causing his mother to raise an eyebrow. "Ahem, Ed, you can show yourself now," Michael said, shaking his head and showing a smile. Maverick had already sensed the presence of someone next to his father, cloaked by a powerful disillusionment spell. If it weren't for the advanced proficiency in his magical sense talent, he would not have been able to detect anything. "Ha ha ha!" A booming, hearty laugh spread through the room as a blond, muscular middle-aged man, wearing an orange shirt with flower patterns and brown shorts, appeared out of thin air. Maverick had been trying his best to remain calm ever since he noticed the very familiar person outside their house. He wanted the surprise to unfold as intended, and even felt a bit guilty for having used his magical senses to take a peek. Before anyone, Ariel exclaimed aloud, "Edward," with her eyes wide open. "Ari, you haven't aged a day. Has this workaholic been treating you all right?" Edward stepped forward with a wide grin and gave Maverick's mother a big hug. "Is good to see you, Edward. Welcome to Britain," his mother answered while returning the friendly embrace. Maverick had also risen from the sofa by this point. After greeting his mother, Edward turned to him. Over the past 18 years, Maverick and his family had visited the States multiple times, as his mother's side of the family lived there. Edward, or Uncle Ed, as he usually called him, was a close friend his father had introduced to his mother and him when he was only 6 years old. He was a reincarnator, so even though his physical age was 6, he still remembered most of the important things, even from when he was an infant. Every time Maverick's family visited his maternal grandparents, they would also visit Edward's home as they got more and more acquainted over the years. From his earliest years, Uncle Ed always had the presence of someone who was extremely outgoing and friendly. Edward was also married and had a family, and on the rare occasions they visited the United States, their families would often go on outings together. At that moment, as Maverick and Edward's gazes met, Maverick suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of pure presence wash over him, as if he were standing before a higher being, shrinking to the level of an ant in comparison. To his mother and father, it seemed like a simple exchange of glances before Edward stepped in for a hug, but for Maverick, the brief moment felt strangely longer, almost unnaturally so, before the sensation vanished. "Little Rick, you've grown taller." Before Maverick could fully process what had just happened, Edward pulled him into a big, hearty embrace. Uncle Ed, it's good to see you." Maverick returned the hug, though with a bit of hesitation, still unsettled by the surreal experience. As Edward released him, he placed his hands firmly on Maverick's shoulders and gave him a good look. Maverick, trying to conceal his nervousness, met his uncle's gaze. By now, Maverick was absolutely certain that his seemingly ordinary uncle was far more extraordinary than he had ever imagined. "So, I hear you've been giving your old man a bit of a headache," Edward said, grinning widely as he locked eyes with Maverick. "Edward!" Before Maverick could respond, his mother stepped in, her protective instincts kicking in as she noticed his nervousness. Ever the loyal guardian, she acted without hesitation. "Ha!" Edward chuckled at the sound of her stern voice. He let go of Maverick's shoulders and turned around. "Relax, Ari, I was just getting a measure of your son." She eased her stance, crossing her arms firmly under her chest. "I'm more upset that after all these years, I had no idea your family was magical," she said, her tone sharp as she turned her gaze to Michael. "And you've been keeping all of this from me." Michael flinched, preparing to play the classified card, but Edward intervened. "Ha, in my defense, Sylvia's no witch. She's as much a muggle as you are. Only Bella and I are special." "Really?" Ariel asked, her surprise evident. "Really, we met as two normal humans, fell in love like normal people. Magic is just a part of me. I'm human first, Ari." Edward's tone softened, a touch of melancholy creeping in, contrasting with his burly frame. "Ah, that's so sweet and romantic." Ariel's stern demeanor melted instantly. Michael shook his head at the sudden shift in his wife's mood, while Maverick simply watched the scene unfold. "Ha, enough about me. We're here to talk about your son," Edward said, redirecting the conversation. Laughter seemed to be a natural part of his speech. "Right," Ariel responded, waving a hand dismissively. "I'll go prepare lunch while you boys talk." Michael sighed, looking first at Maverick, then at Edward. "Come on, let's sit and talk," he said, patting Edward's shoulder. Maverick sat across from his father and Uncle Ed. "So, kid, your father told me quite an interesting story. If I didn't know you, I'd have trouble believing what he said," Edward began, looking directly at Maverick. Maverick scratched his head in surrender, unsure how to respond. He had nothing more to add to the story, and certainly didn't want to fabricate anything in front of this man, who seemed unfathomable to him. He decided to stick to what he had already said and answer only what was necessary. "Before we get started," Edward raised his hand, and an exquisite, metallic-looking wand appeared in his grip. "Meket is Raviel." A blue circle of light formed at the tip of the wand, expanding to envelop Maverick before either Michael or Maverick could react. "AD." "Calm down, Mike. I'm just running a test on your son." Maverick wanted to resist, but he felt utterly powerless. His advanced proficiency in magical energy manipulation had no effect. He was certain Edward had done something to immobilize him effortlessly while casting a spell Maverick had never heard of. Even though he was frozen, Maverick's face remained calm, masking the helplessness he felt. His father, seeing no visible distress, stayed silent. The blue energy circled around Maverick several times before it dissipated. As it faded, Maverick finally regained control of his body and magic, but he forced himself to stay composed. Edward hummed thoughtfully. "Is everything all right, Ed?" Michael asked nervously. Maverick was even more anxious. He had too many secrets, and Edward's mysterious scan worried him. What if he discovered something? "Ah, no, everything's fine. Your boy is in perfect condition," Edward said, though his tone seemed slightly questioning. Michael sighed in relief. He hadn't asked Edward to scan his son, but hearing that nothing was wrong was a relief. "The spell I used is a highly advanced X-grade detection spell. It checks for black magic, magical artifacts, rituals, and even the soul." Maverick's eyes widened. He had never heard of such a spell, and the mention of the soul made him extremely uneasy. After all, he wasn't originally from this world, and he didn't know what that meant for a reincarnator like himself. Had he taken over the original Maverick's soul, or was he Maverick from the start? Fortunately, Edward's next words gave him the biggest sigh of relief he'd ever felt. "I'm certain he hasn't performed any rituals, carries no magical items other than his wand and some bags, hasn't dabbled in black magic, and his soul is perfectly normal." "So?" Michael turned to Edward, impatient for more answers. "So?" Edward repeated, stroking his chin thoughtfully before continuing. "Well, that means your son is an anomaly, a good anomaly. To put it simply, either young Rick here is something that's happened before but was never recorded, or this is the first time in history someone like him has appeared." Someone like me? Maverick couldn't help but ask, and his father mirrored the question with a curious expression. Yes, kid, your father already told me your story about awakening your magic last year. I know this for a fact because when we met 2 years ago in the US, you had no magic in you at all. Referencing the recorded history of magic, and from my personal experience, I've never come across a witch or wizard experiencing their first magical outburst after the age of 11. That's the first point. The second point may not sound as remarkable, but at 18, you're already a magus. Sure, there are geniuses who reach this rank before 20, but no one does it as quickly as you have. 6 months from novice to magus is unheard of. Third is your control over mana, or as you English call it, magical energy. Maverick looked surprised, and Edward noticed keenly. Ha, you didn't think that little trick went unnoticed, did you, boy? Edward chuckled condescendingly. I sensed your probe the moment you released it, but that's not what really surprised me. It was your control over it. Even for me, back when I was at the marquee level. Ah, sorry, you Brits call it Great Magus. It took over a decade to reach that level of mastery over my mana. Wait, uncle, you spoke in past tense. Does that mean? Maverick asked, his heart racing, surprise clear on his face. Edward tilted his head thoughtfully before realizing. Heh, that's right, I haven't formally introduced myself, have I? Well, Son, your Uncle Ed is actually His father interjected, realizing he hadn't revealed who Edward really was, only to be cut off by Edward himself. Mike, why do I need you to introduce me when I'm right here? Edward groaned, complaining before refocusing on Maverick, who was now looking at him with wide eyes as if he'd just gotten his favorite toy. Edward's boastful grin grew even more. As I was saying, Uncle Ed here is, Edward puffed out his chest, pointing his thumb at himself. America's only king-level wizard and the only one in the entire West, the strongest of the save. Third, arguably, Michael interrupted with a blank, disapproving stare. Edward's jaw dropped, a vein bulging on his forehead. He's considered the third strongest archmagus. That's what he's trying to say. Michael once again spoiled his friend's introduction. Who says I'm the third? That blasted woman Bagshot has no idea what she's talking about. Edward shot up from the sofa, rolling up his sleeves, ranting about the historian. Dad, Uncle, I don't understand what you're talking about, Maverick lied, playing dumb. But now he had a general idea and knew exactly who his uncle was. Moreover, his uncle had always been like this, so his current behavior didn't surprise him at all, carefree, extremely extroverted, kind, and outgoing. It's just that now Maverick had to add a few more adjectives, like outrageously strong, when describing Edward Garling. Anyway, don't believe the silly books, Rick. Now, where were we? Yes, mana. Your control over mana is very, very advanced. When you probed me as I first arrived, I noticed that, although you spread your mana, it was extremely precise, directed only at the door, exactly on point. That is something only a peak marquis or a king can achieve. Sorry. Like I said before, a marquis is what you'd call a great magus, and a king level means archmagus. We in the West like to complicate things, as you see. This is so cool, Uncle Ed. You're Edward Garling. I mean, I knew your name before, but now this feels kind of different. Cool, Maverick commented, expressing genuine surprise. When he had read the books and come across that name, he had never once considered it might be the same person. Yes, well, let's continue. Now, I've mentioned 3 things that make you different from other wizards, but there's one last thing I can't confirm without running a test myself. Edward glanced from Maverick to Michael, then back at Maverick. But before that, let's talk about your situation. At Edward's words, both Maverick and his father noted solemnly, giving their full attention. Getting you a wizarding identity is simple for me, but obviously, that's not exactly what you want, right? He asked the father and son, to which they both nodded. Here's what I have in mind. I'll take your son with me to America, where he'll study with me for a while. He'll then take the owl and newt exams at Ilvermorny School. It's nothing new to them, unlike the old bastard school at Scotland. Ilvermorny allow witches and wizards to take exams at their school even if they've been homeschooled. The problem might arise if someone decides to dig into your past. The 7 identical books of acceptance, held by the 7 major schools worldwide, keep records of every witch and wizard's magical awakening. Edward paused after a brief summary of Maverick's situation. Michael nodded, already familiar with the information, while Maverick looked puzzled. He was surprised yet again, as this was something different from J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter universe. The Book of Acceptance is an ingenious piece of alchemical equipment. Only 7 were ever created. After World War II, the International Confederation of Wizards made agreements with the Muggle governments, which required certain changes. One such agreement was to provide records of witches and wizards born outside of noble wizarding families to Muggle authorities. It sounds simple, but isn't easy to execute. A few years later, Nicholas Flamel came up with a solution. He studied the original Book of Acceptance at Hogwarts, as its principles aligned with what they wanted to achieve. So, after lengthy negotiations, the old fool Dumbledore allowed Flamel to study and make changes to the book. It has very straightforward principles. The Book of Acceptance, or Book of Admittance as it's also known, is a magical book used at Hogwarts to record the names of magical children. It was created by the school's founders with precise functions, nothing more, nothing less. It records the names and ages of children under 11 in Europe and nearby regions who experienced their first magical outburst. It served a purpose during the founders' time, helping them find magical children who needed guidance during that dark period in history when our kind were being hunted. Flamel analyzed and then modified it. He created 6 other books with the same functions, each covering a different region of the world. These 7 identical books are now spread worldwide, their range nearly covering the entire planet. Each book records the names of magical children who experience their awakening in its designated area. The names are then sent to the magical authorities within each region to filter out children born into ancient wizarding families. The final list is then shared with the Muggle governments. Edward paused briefly before leaning back on the sofa. Now, the advantage you have is that none of the books will have a record of your name. Flamel never altered the function that records only children under 11, Edward explained. And the bad news? Michael asked. Bad news? Oh, there's no bad news. I'll simply add Rick's name manually to Ilvermorny's book, which covers North and South America. Even though these are powerful alchemical creations, they can't cover the entire Earth 100%. Sometimes, if a magical outburst isn't powerful enough, the books miss it. One of Flamel's modifications allows witches and wizards to be manually registered regardless of age, for cases where a magical awakening might have been overlooked. Principal Fontaine is a good friend of mine, and I'll slip your name in, backdated to a time when you were in America with us as a child. To get you to sit for the owls and newts, I'll say you're my personal student and have been attending Muggle schools while studying under me. That should clear up most doubts. Maverick and his father sat quietly, contemplating the plan. They both agreed it was well thought out. Ed, if word gets out that you've taken on a student, it'll draw a lot of attention to Maverick, Michael said, his voice laced with concern. Attention, let them try, Edward responded fearlessly. But after giving it some thought, he calmed down. I won't make it public, and I'll ask Fontaine to keep it quiet as well. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Michael agreed, and Maverick nodded too. Well, little Rick, as I mentioned before, I'd like to run a little test, Edward addressed Maverick. Is it a detection spell test like the one you did before? Maverick asked nervously. No, and what's with that look? Edward asked, squinting. Maverick scratched his head to hide his nerves under a mask of embarrassment. He was indeed uneasy, remembering how helpless he had felt when Edward had cast the spell on him. Fortunately, Edward didn't linger on the memory. Your dad tells me you covered almost all the spells taught at Hogwarts in just 6 months. That's a big claim. Maverick relaxed. As long as it didn't involve strange spells being cast on him, he felt more at ease. Not to brag, but it's true, Uncle, Maverick replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Edward stood up from the couch and addressed Michael first. I'll take him somewhere and be back in an hour. I just want to see your son's genius firsthand. Then he looked at Maverick. Michael hesitated, but after a moment he nodded. All right, just make sure to return soon. Ariel would be upset if you both missed lunch. Edward nodded, then turned to Maverick. Come on, kid, take my hand. Maverick had a good idea of what his uncle intended to do. In fact, he was a bit excited. Relax, I'm about to apparate us. You know about it? Edward explained briefly. I read about it but have never seen it done. The actual magic wasn't in the books. Of course it's not, Edward scoffed. All right, brace yourself. Located 183 miles west-northwest of Nunivak Island, St. Matthew Island is a remote, uninhabited island in the Bering Sea, Alaska, under the administration of the United States. Two figures suddenly appeared in a grassy area a few miles from the coast. Although the landscape was green with grass, the temperature hovered just a few degrees above freezing. Cough, cough, cough. Maverick couldn't help but cough, overwhelmed by the unpleasant sensation he'd just experienced. He had read about apparition and its side effects, but feeling it firsthand was, without a doubt, one of the most unpleasant experiences he had ever had. But within moments, he managed to pull himself together and look around at where his uncle had brought him. Where are we? He couldn't help but ask. Not bad. Most people would spill their guts after experiencing apparition for the first time, Edward remarked, impressed by Maverick's toughness. We're in a place very far from any prying eyes, but just in case, Edward said, his eyes widening and glowing gold. Maverick felt a wave, no, a tsunami of energy surge through him. Even if only for a moment, the intensity reminded him that the man in front of him was one of the most powerful individuals in the world. Good, not a soul in sight, Edward said after a moment of silence, and Maverick was certain that his uncle had just completed a wide-range scan of the area. He waited for his uncle's instructions, still unsure why he had been brought to such a remote place, somewhere so distant he didn't even know where they were. All right, little Rick. First, I want you to demonstrate what you've learned. Show me a few spells you're confident in. Maverick thought it over. It seemed his uncle simply wanted to verify his claims. Maverick raised his hand, and his wand slipped from the holder strapped to his arm and into his grasp. He didn't hesitate or overthink. The list of spells was already in front, displayed by the system. Just as he prepared to begin, Edward called out, "You can start with some offensive ones, direct them at me." Maverick paused, then nodded. He wasn't worried, he knew his uncle would be unharmed. He began with an exploding charm. Bombarda! The spell shot forward and hit something. The ground in front of his uncle scattered dirt, creating a small cloud of dust. Edward stood relaxed, hands tucked into his pockets, his thick, wavy golden hair fluttering like a majestic lion's mane. To Maverick's astonishment, his uncle did not cast any defensive spells. He blocked it effortlessly with raw energy alone. Flipendo, he followed up with a knockback jinx, but the result was the same. Incendio. Defindo. Bombarda Maxima. He unleashed several spells, each he knew with intermediate proficiency, ending with a more powerful version of the exploding charm. Yet his uncle remained in place, calm as if the spells were nothing more than light gusts of wind. The final spell made him raise an eyebrow, but that was it. Maverick took a deep breath, preparing to cast the spells he knew best at the advanced proficiency. First, he fired a binding spell, chanting Petrificus Totalis, then immediately followed up with a powerful stunner. Stupefy. Both spells crashed against the invisible energy barrier in rapid succession, scattering rocks and creating a far greater impact than before. Still, the barrier held firm, and his uncle remained unfazed, as nonchalant as ever. Clap, clap, clap. Edward showed a satisfied expression, clapping 3 times in praise. All right, now show me the defensive spells. I'll attack and you defend. Maverick was speechless, hoping his uncle was only joking. But seeing Maverick's face, Edward only grinned and added, "Don't worry, I know how to measure my own strength. But don't slack off, you did make a bold claim." Maverick didn't get a chance to respond. He saw his lion-like uncle withdraw one hand from his pocket and point a finger at him. Pratigo. A transparent, spherical shield formed around him as Maverick prepared for the impact. But nothing happened. Edward simply stood there, pointing. A very solid shield charm. Impressive, he commented before a ball of energy formed at the tip of his finger and shot toward Maverick. Boom! Maverick's shield charm held strong, scattering dust and soil in a half-circle away from him. A spell, no. The force was definitely at the level of my strongest offensive spells, Maverick analyzed, feeling a weight from the feedback of the impact. Truly, very impressive, little Rick. Now, try holding on as long as you can, Edward said, launching more energy beam-like things at him in quick succession. Uncle, why? Bang! Bangs, bangs, bang. After the fourth hit, Maverick felt heavy and fatigued. His shield was still intact, but each impact seemed to reverberate through his body, as though gravity intensified with each strike before releasing again. He looked visibly drained, panting, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Edward halted his onslaught and took a good look at Maverick. Tell me, little Rick, what do you lack at this moment? His uncle asked a strange question. He made the shield charm disappear and gave it some thought. Some of my hypotheses may need further analysis, he pondered. Stamina or magical energy, he replied after careful consideration. Edward nodded. Yes, your understanding of some of the spells you demonstrated has clearly reached a profound level, but you lack the fuel to back it up. I can say with certainty that your shield charm is at a very high level, even compared to some veteran wizards I know. However, what you lack compared to them is power and stamina. Maverick listened carefully, comparing Edward's words with the theories he had already formed. What his uncle explained was something he had suspected, and now it was confirmed. Still, he wasn't worried or discouraged. With time on his side, he knew he would only grow stronger. Uncle, I've only been a wizard for less than a year, and you're comparing me to seasoned great magus. Edward blinked, realizing his oversight. Haha, that's true. I was only trying to teach you a lesson and make sure you don't become too proud, he explained, trying to hide a hint of embarrassment. He had indeed overlooked that point after witnessing Maverick's deep understanding of spells. Edward stood with a hand on his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Right, show me your patronus, he said suddenly. Maverick nodded and flipped his wand, chanting, Expecto Patronum. A raven made of white, foggy energy took shape in front of him, flapping its wings before slowly landing on his shoulder. Incredible, Edward exclaimed. A very solid patronus. All right, the first half of my test is done, and you've passed with high marks, Edward said, walking toward Maverick. He placed a hand on Maverick's shoulder, and Maverick felt a rush of energy pour into him, like the refreshing sensation of cold water after a long run. Edward maintained the connection for a few seconds before stopping. Then he snapped his fingers, and the scattered ground, soil, and debris began to move as if time were reversing, returning to the way it looked before they started firing spells. Maverick observed everything, feeling his fatigue nearly vanish. The ease with which his uncle performed the revert spell indicated advanced or master-level proficiency. This time, he knew it was a spell and not just raw energy, because 1, he knows the spell, and 2, there were no visible signs of magical energy being physically displayed. Are you good or do you want to go back? Edward asked, his wand appearing in his grip. No, Uncle, let's continue, Maverick responded. He was genuinely enjoying himself. It was the first time in the last 6 months that he had used spells without any worry, and the feeling exhilarated him. Good, now this is my last test for you. If you pass, I will take you on as my apprentice, Edward said expectantly, crossing his arms over his chest while holding his wand in one hand. I thought you had already decided to take me in as your student, Uncle, Maverick said, showing a shy and slightly confused expression as he scratched his head with the tip of his wand. True, that's me taking you as a student. I have 9 at the moment, and only one of them is my direct apprentice. For my students, I won't be teaching them personally much, only some selected courses. Instead, I have my close confidants as their teachers. But make no mistake, they are all extremely knowledgeable, at least at the marquee level. So don't be disheartened just because you may not become my apprentice, little Rick. It's still much better than learning from any school in the world. Edward grinned and gave a thumbs up. Maverick carefully considered his uncle's words. He resolved to do everything he could to become Edward Garling's apprentice because he believed that with his uncle as a backer, he would have a much easier time accomplishing his future plans. But if not, that was fine as well. After all, his relationship with Edward would be more than just that of a student. He was also a good friend of his father. He knew he was being a bit shameless for thinking like that, but it was just a fleeting thought. Either way, it was a win-win situation. "I understand, Uncle. Let's get started," Maverick said, nodding solemnly with a determined expression. Edward raised his wand. "Pay close attention to my wand movements and listen carefully to the incantation. This is a spell I developed myself, and only my students and apprentices have had the opportunity to learn it. Illusio lunam lectorum. Tell me, little Rick, have you ever heard of a spell that can trap someone in a true illusion?" Maverick paused, considering his answer. "You mean like a confusion charm?" Yes, in a way," Edward replied, nodding thoughtfully. "But this is something different. I'm talking about a true illusion, a spell that goes beyond that." Maverick furrowed his brow, digging through his memories. He recalled the spells he had learned and spells from the Harry Potter series, but nothing came up. "This spell, I created it myself. One of a kind." Edward's gaze was fixed on Maverick. "I want to test your genius. If you can grasp it as you claim to have learned the entire 7-year spell set, I'll decide whether to take you on as my apprentice or welcome you as one of my students. I have no doubt that you can learn it. Any genius can. The spell is easy to pick up, but very, very difficult to master. And I don't expect you to master it right away. I only want to see enough understanding to measure your potential." Taking a few steps back, Edward raised his wand with deliberate care, his eyes never leaving Maverick's. "I've only taught this spell to a select few. You're the 10th person I've ever shared it with. It can be a powerful tool, even a trump card when you need it most." Maverick watched closely. With his heightened magical sense, he noted even the smallest movements or deviations in the chanting. He wanted to impress Edward Garling. "This spell can be very dangerous in the wrong hands." After many instructions, he finally advised caution and adopted a serious expression he rarely showed. "Pay close attention to my wand movements and listen carefully to the incantation. Illusio lunam lectorum," he demonstrated with a swift, fluid flick. "This motion must be firm and sharp like a blade. In that instant, your mind must be entirely clear, your intent singular, to dominate. You must visualize in detail the illusion you want to create, the texture of the air, the light, the sound, all of it. Whatever you wish them to see, feel, or even fear, you must build fully in your mind and project it. One requirement for casting is a grasp of the mind arts. But you have something better. Your mana perception is exceptionally high, making up for that." Maverick's expression turned into a mix of curiosity and caution. Most spells in the mind arts were not something he wanted to experience. To an ordinary observer, Edward's movements might have seemed like simple wand flicks in the air. But with his magical sense heightened, Maverick noticed slight ripples spreading from the tip of the wand, like invisible waves. He focused intently. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. When no visible changes occurred, doubt crept into his expression, only to shift back to shock as he felt a tremor in the ground. His gaze remained fixed on Edward, and he was stunned to see Edward slowly begin to disappear. That was what his senses told him. The slight quake beneath him was consistent, but not intense. All of his senses were on high alert, searching for any abnormalities. Along with the tremor, Edward's physical form gradually became transparent until, a few seconds later, he vanished completely. Maverick was certain now that he had fallen under the spell, and he hadn't even noticed. The tremors intensified, forcing him to spread his legs wider to maintain his balance. "The victims wouldn't even realize they were caught," echoed Edward's voice from everywhere. Maverick strained to locate its source, but failed miserably. "You can change the smell." Suddenly, a burning scent filled the air. The sounds, a loud boom, like something detonating beneath him, erupted from below, and Maverick instinctively glanced down. Sight. The tremors grew stronger, the ground shook violently, and Maverick struggled to keep his footing. Boom! A burst of fire, No, lava spurted up like a small eruption a few meters away, causing him to lose his balance and fall back. The sensation on your skin. Each declaration grew louder and echoed around him, overwhelming Maverick as he tried to make sense of it all. He felt the heat, even the shock wave which pushed him back a bit, forming two lines where his boots dragged the ground beneath. Boom! 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 More eruptions surrounded him, first from the east, then the west, front and back. He felt the heat radiating against his skin. Chunks of lava hurtled toward him, and instinct kicked in. He stumbled, leaping from the cracked ground and darting toward an opening. Boom! A larger explosion erupted directly in front of him, and the shockwave sent him flying backward. Maverick looked visibly shaken. This was the first time in both his lives that he had experienced something like this, a near-death experience. He even forgot that this was just a demonstration of an illusion. Using all four limbs, he turned to run. Rumble! The ground directly below him began to shake, forcing him to hesitate. Rumble, rumble. No, 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 this isn't real. Maverick reminded himself, panic rising. Cracked. The ground split open beneath him, creating a chasm that separated him from safety. Crack, crack. The gap widened quickly, and Maverick clung desperately to either side, his arms and legs straining to hold on. No, not real, not real. Rumble. A gust of hot air rushed up from below, where the front of his body faced. His eyes widened as he saw the glow of red lava surging toward him. He could neither run nor jump. All four limbs barely kept him from plummeting into the abyss. Arg! He squinted in pain, feeling the intense heat against his body. His eyes were wide open as he looked helplessly at the lava rushing toward him. No, no. He closed his eyes, bracing for impact. Then nothing came. After a moment, he remembered to open them, only to find Edward standing in front of him, the scene peaceful once more. Then, thump, thump. He felt the adrenaline coursing through him, his body reminding him that he had just experienced something intense. Maverick subconsciously turned his head frantically, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Well, how was it? His frantic behavior was brought to a pause upon hearing the familiar voice. He looked ahead at his uncle. What just? He struggled to speak, his voice was low. How was your experience? Edward inquired again, this time showing a helpless smile, thinking he might have gone a bit overboard with the demonstration. Maverick finally came back to his senses. He had felt curiosity, confusion, shock, and then fear, all without realizing it. That was real, he could only ask. Real, Edward echoed, tilting his head slightly. What does real mean? I mean, that felt so real. Maverick corrected himself, finally getting his mind back on track. Do you want to feel it again, so you can grasp the sense of it? Cough, that felt so real, I didn't even know when I got hit. Is there a way to break free from it? He coughed to rid himself of embarrassment, then changed the subject and asked instead. Break free? Yes, there are two ways. First, you have to realize that you are under an illusion. Then, if your mana reserves are greater than the caster's, you can brute force your way free from it. Otherwise, you need to have extreme mastery over your mana sense, just as I do. Then, you can spread your mana inside your body very rapidly in an irregular manner, allowing you to break free from the illusion, Edward explained in one breath. Maverick stood speechless, listening to the explanation. He asked the question not expecting an answer, feeling that if he were in Edward's position, such valuable information shouldn't be given away so casually. Why, you think I shouldn't share this information? Edward asked, his tone mixed with amusement. Maverick sheepishly scratched his head in embarrassment, realizing his uncle had somehow guessed his shrewd little thought. First, you are Mike's son. I've known him for over 2 decades. He is one of the few people I consider a truly brotherly friend. And I've known you since you were a baby and have a general idea about your personality, enough to judge your character. Second, you're about to become my student, and I consider my students to be the people closest to me apart from my family. Third, I am Edward Garling. He explained, although the last part was more of a boast. Well, a very reasonable boast. Maverick scratched his head again, showing an embarrassed grin before speaking. "So then, Uncle, teach me the principles behind the spell, the chanting, and the wand movements a few times. I'll learn it in an hour." Edward gave him a disdainful look. "Boy, if you can learn this and even cast a simple illusion on me in an hour, I'll owe you a favor." Saying that, he materialized a small, rolled-up parchment by tapping the ring on his right middle finger. "Read this and burn it. I wrote this specifically for you, given your extraordinary achievement in mana control while you were embarrassing yourself under my spell. Whether you can start to comprehend it or not, we'll be returning in an hour. It's been half an hour already, and I don't want to get a scolding from your mother." Hearing the Archmagus speak as if his mother were something dangerous seemed really silly. But that's who his uncle was, a person who truly valued those who were his close confidants, powerful or not. Maverick caught the parchment, unrolled it, and started reading. The instructions were simple for him. The principles of utilizing magical sense, which he already knew, combined with everything else here, made him think he could get started right away. Maverick's attention was momentarily drawn to Edward, who suddenly conjured a chair, took out a bottle by tapping his ring, and sat down casually with a raised brow. "Go on, give it your best," he said, easily opening the metal cap. Maverick shook his head, sat down on the grass, and returned to analyze the principles of his uncle's illusion spell. After reading back and forth a couple of times, he used Conferngo to burn the paper. He then stood up, took his wand from the wand holder, and closed his eyes. His memory went back to when his uncle cast the spell, the wand movements, the chanting, and the subtle cues he had picked up using his magical sense. Combining it with the notes on the spell's detailed principles, he raised his wand to give it his first try. Illusio lunam lectorum. With nearly the same swing, he attempted to cast the spell on his uncle, who was sitting on a conjured sofa, 1 foot over the other. Elbow rested on one arm of the chair, sipping from his bottle and watching him intently. Nothing happened. Illusio lunam lectorum. "Here's a hint, keep it simple. Make me think you're a rock or something," Edward remarked casually, causing Maverick to pause and think. After several seconds frozen in thought, Maverick's eyes gleamed as he tried again. "Illusio lunam lectorum." Again, nothing happened. Half an hour later. The wind was calm, barely enough to make the grass flicker. Maverick stood in front of the casually seated Archmagus, eyes closed, wand in hand. According to Edward, this was an easy spell to start with, and after reading the principles, Maverick understood why. At a basic level of understanding, the spell functioned much like a typical confusion charm. Drawing from the notes and recalling Edward's movements when casting the spell, Maverick focused deeply as he made his umpteenth attempt. With a glimmer in his eyes, he opened them, and in perfect timing, his wand hand moved, executing the familiar swing. Illusio lunam lectorum. Nothing happened. Or rather, something did happen. The spell didn't cast correctly, nor did it reach the intended target, but Maverick's magical sense picked up a faint ripple, one that aligned with the notes, a ripple that would occur when magic attempted to find a target. The ripple formed briefly, only to disappear immediately, signaling a failed attempt. "Ahaha, come on, little Rick, let's get you home, I'm starving." Edward stood from his conjured seat. He had undoubtedly noticed the subtle improvement in Maverick's last failed attempt, but to him, it wasn't enough to be considered as anything, even getting started. However, instead of the look of disappointment that might follow a failed attempt, Maverick's face showed nothing but ecstasy. He did his best to suppress his emotions and watched as Edward dispelled the conjured seat, obviously ready to head back. When their eyes met, Edward spoke first. "I said it was an easy spell to get started with, but I never meant learn it in one day easy. Even Bella took a month to cast the simplest illusion, so don't be so hard on yourself." He paused, allowing Maverick to process his words. "Little Rick, if you can cast even a simple illusion, using the principles of my spell, within a month, I'll consider you qualified." Maverick, however, gave a confident grin, one corner of his mouth curling upward. Edward misread it, thinking Maverick had either agreed or felt confident he could complete the challenge sooner than a month. But what Edward didn't realize was that Maverick's smile held a different meaning. and he was about to give the man a major surprise. After all, his system had just prompted him that his proficiency had reached beginner level in the illusion spell immediately following his last attempt. Illusio Lunam Lectorum, Beginner Plus. Maverick had his focus on the newest addition to his system panel. The spell, Illusio Lunam Lectorum, was listed under the spells, meaning he could increase its proficiency using system points. Without hesitation, he willed the plus sign, and the system displayed the expected notification. Spend 10 points to increase the proficiency of Illusio Lunam Lectorum to intermediate proficiency. Yes, no. Maverick chose yes, and a surge of information flooded his mind. It arrived as memories, as usual, giving him a deeper understanding of the principles and a stronger grasp on casting the new spell. Using the system took only a moment, and Edward still stood there, having just advised him to take it easy, challenging him to master the spell within a month. "Uncle, you said you'd owe me a favor if I could cast even a simple illusion in an hour, right?" Maverick reminded the Archmagus. Edward raised a brow, clearly amused but not taking him seriously. "Sure, as long as it's nothing too shady." Maverick raised his wand, a confident grin on his face. "I'm just a lowly magus, and you're the mighty Golden Lion of America. Even if I manage to pull this off, I doubt it'll fool you." Edward smirked at the audacious boy in front of him, still not expecting Maverick to understand the spell's full power. "All right, kid, I'll lower my mana perception to the level of a typical magus," Edward said, making the adjustment with a wave of his hand. He didn't know why, but he decided to humor Maverick. Maverick looked him straight in the eye. He trusted his uncle's word and knew he wouldn't lie. Illusio Lunam Lectorum. Maverick's incantation was smooth, his wand movements precise. A ripple spread out in a half-circle, passing Edward. Since Edward had dulled his perception, he didn't notice anything at first, though he was quietly impressed with Maverick's improvements in chanting and technique. Then, in a delayed moment of realization, his eyes widened, showing genuine surprise for the first time that day. Maverick, or rather, what Edward saw as Maverick, began to change. The transformation was surreal and a bit unsettling. Maverick's skin, hair, and clothing turned an intense, matte black, absorbing the surrounding light until he looked like a shadow rather than a person. Slowly, his form began to break apart, each piece dissolving into feathers, peeling away one by one. The air grew eerily still as Edward's gaze locked onto the image before him, hypnotized by the strange metamorphosis. From the darkness of Maverick's form, pairs of red, raven-like eyes flickered to life, piercing and cold. Each pair blinked, shifting in and out of focus, and then morphed, each one transforming into a pitch-black raven that emerged from the shadowy figure. Then, in an explosive burst, the black mass disintegrated, scattering in a cloud of black feathers and dark, beady eyes. Ravens shot out in every direction, filling the air with the frantic flapping of wings. Within seconds, Maverick had completely vanished, leaving only a sky filled with cawing ravens that spiraled up and dispersed, leaving behind a heavy silence. Snapping out of his shock, Edward instinctively activated his mana, breaking the illusion instantly. Maverick reappeared, standing calmly in the same spot, wand still raised. Edward's face shifted from shock to serious contemplation, and finally to a sigh of helpless admiration. Shaking his head, he muttered, "Calling you a genius doesn't cover it. You're a monster, kid." Maverick lowered his wand with a grin, replying, "Just don't let Mom hear that." Edward laughed, a deep, genuine laugh, before his gaze turned serious, locking onto Maverick's. "Maverick Caesar, I don't say this lightly. I want you as my student, my direct disciple. Will you accept?" It was clear this wasn't just an offer. Edward's tone was deeply respectful, his expression serious, and beneath it, a hint of worry, almost as if he feared Maverick might refuse. Maverick looked at the now solemn Archmagus with equal seriousness. He bowed first, then spoke earnestly. "Please, accept me as your apprentice." Instead of a simple yes, he made it a request, understanding it would honor his uncle's status as an Archmagus, one of only 7 known to be alive today. Edward recognized the gesture, and Maverick's thoughtfulness elevated his respect even more. He extended his hand, prompting Maverick to stand straight. I accept. From today on, along with my daughter Isabella Garling, you will be my second apprentice. This rare ceremony was conducted in one of the most remote places on Earth, with only the two parties involved as witnesses. They exchanged genuine smiles, a teacher to a student and a student to a teacher. Let's go, I hope it's not too late and I don't get your mother on my back, Edward said, placing a hand on Maverick's shoulder. By the way, do you know the disillusionment spell? Edward asked. In response, Maverick simply flicked his wand and cast the spell silently. Impressive, get ready, Edward said, performing the apparition. The two, now teacher and student, appeared in front of Maverick's house. Under an invisibility charm, they were unnoticed by anyone around. They walked up to the door, and Maverick rang the bell. I like the thing you did with the ravens, Edward said as they waited. Where'd you get the idea? It just came to me. Haha, you've got a sharp mind, little Rick. Combine that with some creativity and you'll be a force to reckon with, Edward praised, encouraging him. Maverick shared the feeling, sensing this spell would become one of his most valuable assets. Click! The door opened, revealing Michael. Thanks to the disillusionment charm, he saw no one, but he was used to it and knew Edward and Maverick were there. He stepped aside, and after a moment, closed the door behind them. Inside, Maverick lifted the charm, and Michael let out a sigh of relief. Is it bad? How bad? Edward asked, eyes wide. Maverick watched the little exchange between his teacher and father, not commenting. After all, they'd only been gone an hour and a half. No, it's fine. I told her you'd be back in 2 hours, and you're here before that, so we're safe. Haha, let's go then. It's been too long since I've had Ari's cooking. They made their way to the kitchen, where Maverick's mother was setting the table. A while later, Maverick, his parents, and his teacher sat around the table, enjoying a delicious lunch prepared by his mother. So, what's the plan now? Will you be going to America with Ed, or? Michael asked, looking between Maverick and Edward. Well, you don't expect Edward to play nanny every day, do you? Ariel chimed in. Haha, no need to worry about me and Rick here. Yeah, I'm not a kid, Mother. I'm almost 19. You'll always be my kid, young man. His mother shot him a look, daring him to argue. Maverick, the prodigy magician, and Michael, Britain's prime minister, both sighed, surrendering to the only authority higher than themselves. Ha 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 ha, Edward's laughter did nothing to save them from the embarrassment. I'll head to America with Uncle. I'm planning to take my exams in June, so I need to cover a lot in potions and alchemy. I've read the books, but I need hands-on experience. Take your time with it, Rick, Edward advised earnestly. Potions and alchemy are practical subjects. Reading's good, but that's just part of it. He's right, Maverick, his mother agreed. I don't know anything about potions or alchemy, but they sound tough. Your uncle knows best, so don't rush. His father nodded along. Maverick sighed. There was no way he could explain his system, so he'd have to keep coming up with excuses. Both potions and alchemy were currently at a beginner level, listed as talents in his system. Maverick planned to bring both up to intermediate before heading to America. Pretending not to know much about potions and alchemy would be more hassle than it was worth, so Maverick decided to genuinely study both subjects and see if he could reach advanced proficiency on his own. If he didn't make enough progress by exam time, he'd then use system points to boost his proficiency for a better score. Of course, he wasn't aiming for a perfect score, even if he believed it would be possible with advanced proficiency. Instead, he planned to achieve a score that was considered excellent, just below the level of an outstanding genius. After all, standing out as an all-around prodigy would only draw too much attention, something he wanted to avoid. For now, he didn't intend to go beyond advanced in either subject. The points cost was too high, and he needed to prioritize his overall strength first. He quickly thought through his plan, then refocused on the conversation. He needed to take the exam this year because he wanted to travel, lay the groundwork for his future, and get back before the events of the Harry Potter storyline began. By then, he'd be ready to apply for a teaching position at Hogwarts. First, he had to get his teacher on board. An idea popped into his head, and he shot his teacher a sly look, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Hey, teacher, what do you think about making another bet? Edward felt a wave of unease wash over him. He recognized that look and the confidence behind it. He raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, you can take this year's exam, but potions and alchemy aren't really my strong suits, so when you get to America, I'll set you up with 2 tutors, good friends of mine. Then, realizing he had more to say, he added seriously, but listen, kid, you're my student now, and I don't want to see any average grades. You don't have to be at the top, but I expect you to do better than average. If not, you might as well wait until next year. Maverick grinned and nodded. Don't worry, teacher, I'll make you proud. Later, Edward left the Caesar family home after explaining his plan to help sort out Maverick's identity issue with his parents. Before he headed out, Maverick asked for a few key spells, ones he couldn't find in any of the books. Without hesitation, Edward shared everything he asked for and reminded him to take it easy before heading to America in a week. After Edward left, the family settled back into their usual routine, and the week flew by before they knew it. Today, Maverick woke up, finished his morning routine, and headed downstairs. His parents had taken the morning off from work to say goodbye before his trip abroad. Over the past week, Maverick practiced the few spells he had learned from his teacher. It turned out to be surprisingly easy to understand them well enough for the system to recognize and prompt him. The spells included the Confundus Charm, Occlumency, and Apparition. When Maverick went to ask his teacher for them, he hesitated at first because he didn't want Edward to ask too many questions, and he genuinely preferred not to lie. To his surprise, Edward handed them over without hesitation, only warning him not to practice apparition without supervision and reminding him of its dangers. Maverick agreed and meant it. Occlumency and Confundus was very simple for him, and he was able to get the system to recognize in half a day. However, after reading the principles behind the apparition spell, the system surprised him by actually listing the spell. It showed that he had at least a basic understanding of it. This was true in a way, since he grasped the principles. All that was left was for him to perform the spell. Maverick guessed that his previous experience with the spell, along with his higher proficiency in magical sense and magical energy manipulation, might have played a role in the system recognizing it without him even trying to perform it. He didn't hesitate to raise the 3 new spell to advanced proficiency. They were very useful and gave him more ways to protect himself. Name: Maverick Caesar. Class: Wizard. Rank: Magus. Magical energy: 483 plus. Points: 108. Extraordinary characteristic points: 1. Extraordinary characteristics: excellent grade spellcasting. Talents: magical energy manipulation, advanced plus. Magical sense, advanced plus. Transfiguration, advanced plus. Potions, intermediate plus. Alchemy, intermediate plus. Spells: Acquired advanced proficiency. Illusio lunam lectorum, plus flipendo plus bombarda plus expelliarmus plus. Pratigo plus finite incantatum, plus petrificus totalis plus stupefy plus patronus charm plus episci, plus reparo plus revelio plus disillusionment plus wingardium leviosa plus occlumency plus apparition plus confundus plus. Acquired intermediate proficiency. Chapter 4, Crafting the Sorcerer IV, ch 1721. Outside the VIP complex at Heathrow, 3 sleek black SUVs sat in a tight row, their police lights flashing red and blue across the quiet terminal. No sirens, no rush, just that low hum of serious business in the air. The doors of the front and back SUVs opened first, and 3 men in sharp black suits stepped out from each. They moved with practiced precision, taking up positions around the middle vehicle. One of the men from the front SUV, his face calm but alert, walked over to the middle vehicle. When he reached the door, he paused and glanced around sharply before opening it with a steady hand. From inside, 2 men and a woman stepped out, exuding relaxed yet noticeable confidence. They were dressed sharply, moving with an easy assurance. The man in front was tall and striking, wearing a black trench coat over a black suit. He had a calm, self-assured expression that subtly set the tone. Right behind him was a younger man, equally good-looking, with slightly tousled black hair and a focused, laid-back vibe. He walked confidently in a sleek black leather jacket, zipped down to reveal a crisp white shirt underneath. His black jeans added a casual touch, and a black Louis Vuitton backpack hung effortlessly over one shoulder. Next to the young man was a beautiful woman in smart casual attire, blending elegance with an easy style. Her hair was neatly styled, framing her face as she exchanged a few casual words with him, her expression warm and inviting. The men from the other SUVs stayed put, holding their ground like statues, eyes constantly scanning the area for any hint of trouble. They didn't miss a beat, covering every possible angle as the three made their way toward the gate. Waiting for them near the entrance were two men in formal attire. One had a uniform loaded with more badges than anyone could count, clearly someone high-ranking. The other, in a sharp blue suit, stepped forward with a respectful nod. "Good evening, Prime Minister Caesar." "Ma'am, sir," he greeted smoothly, offering his hand to Michael at the front. Now, Maverick had tried to keep this visit under wraps, planning to go solo to avoid all the fuss. But with a dad in high places, there was no way he was slipping in without some form of an entourage. His parents, Michael and Ariel, had insisted on coming, though they'd managed to keep the scene surprisingly quiet. No flashing cameras, no crowd, just essential personnel and a tight security team, bare minimum, as low-key as a prime minister's family arrival could get. Escorted through a series of doors, the family of three found themselves in a private lounge, decked out with plush furniture, bright lighting, and a massive glass window overlooking the busy runway, where planes taxied like giants in slow motion. A spread of refreshments was already laid out, waiting for them, and the staff discreetly slipped out, and the family was left alone for some privacy. "Make sure to call us as soon as you get to Edward's place, all right?" Ariel said, her voice carrying that unmistakable hint of mom worry. "His family should be there to pick you up." Maverick chuckled, giving her a reassuring smile. "Mom, I promise I'll call, and it's not like I'm vanishing off the face of the earth. Uncle said he'd get our place registered in the flu network, so I can pop by whenever." Michael stepped closer, putting a firm hand on Maverick's shoulder, his expression serious but warm. "Just keep your head straight, yeah? Good luck with everything, and don't hesitate to call if you need anything. And please visit your grandparents," Ariel added, her voice softening. "I haven't even told them you're moving to America for school. This all happened so fast." Maverick grinned, squeezing her hand. "I'll see them, Mom, promise, and don't worry, I've got the cover story all set." He paused, looking between them with determination. "I'll be okay, you both taught me well." The three of them kept chatting as boarding time crept closer. His parents were dishing out their usual mix of advice and little reminders, and even though he felt a bit overwhelmed, Maverick couldn't help but appreciate every word. Finally, when two airport staff came to escort him to the gate, Maverick gave each of them a tight hug. "I'll be fine, really. I'll call you as soon as I'm settled," he promised, one last time. Maverick had planned to fly business class, but of course, his mom had gone and upgraded him to first. No complaints here, though. A few hours later, he was high above the Atlantic, comfortably nestled in his seat, with London disappearing behind him and New York City up ahead. The flight was smooth, taking off from London at 4 p.m. and landing at JFK around 8 p.m. local time. The airport was busy, but Maverick's VIP service got him through immigration like a breeze. By the time he was outside, his backpack slung over one shoulder and his suitcase in hand, it was barely 9 p.m., and Edward was already there waiting. They hopped into the car, and soon they were cruising toward Manhattan Beach. Maverick could feel a mix of excitement and nerves brewing. New country, new school, new life. Edward seemed to pick up on his thoughts. "I've already talked to Sylvia and Bella," he said, his voice steady and reassuring. "They're in on everything and help keep your story straight." Maverick nodded, grateful. He was lucky his dad was close friends with Edward. Without his help, establishing his wizarding identity without leaving any loose ends would have been a real nightmare. In under an hour, they rolled up to Edward's place, and Maverick's eyes widened. High walls surrounded a massive 4,000-square-foot property, like a hidden sanctuary. As they drove through the main gate, two men in black suits nodded respectfully. Security was clearly top-notch here. Inside, the green landscape stretched out around the house. Trees lined the lawn, and a wide, grassy yard made the place feel like a tucked-away paradise. Right in the middle stood a beautiful two-story house, nestled among all that green. He felt like the place was a hidden paradise. As the car pulled up to the grand house, Maverick spotted a beautiful woman and a girl waiting on the steps, their faces lighting up with welcoming smiles. Mother and daughter, no doubt, the resemblance was uncanny. Their expressions carried that unmistakable, "we've been waiting just for you" vibe. Maverick stepped out, feeling the familiar warmth of the Garling family already. Edward headed to the back of the car to grab his suitcase, while the woman and girl came down to meet him. The woman enveloped him in a hug, her voice soft and warm. "It's so good to see you again, Maverick," she said. This was Sylvia Garling, Edward's wife. With her easy smile, rich black hair, and effortless beauty, Maverick couldn't help but wonder if Edward might be casting a little magic to keep her looking that young. She could easily pass for someone in her late 20s, not the mother of a teenage girl. "This must be your first time seeing our real home," she added, her smile gentle. "Here, Edward and Bella can actually be themselves." Just then the young girl spoke up, her voice filled with excitement. "Ricky," she exclaimed, wrapping Maverick in a big hug. Maverick grinned, hugging her back, his heart warming at her excitement. "Good to see you, Aunt Sylvie," he said, nodding toward Sylvia first. Then, pulling away from the hug, he glanced at Isabella with a smirk. "And you too, Bella. Finally, I don't have to act like I don't have magic around you," Isabella said, rolling her eyes, almost making Maverick laugh. Maverick chuckled. "So, you were just pretending to be my friend all these years," he teased, earning a playful jab. She was clearly relieved, finally free to be herself without the pretend-to-be-normal act. "Don't just stand there. Bring him inside already," Edward called out, flashing a grin as he hoisted Maverick's suitcase over his shoulder as if it weighed nothing. Maverick couldn't help but admire that. Other wizards would have just levitated the thing, but Edward seemed to enjoy doing things with good old-fashioned muscle, more like a warrior than a typical spellcaster. As soon as Maverick walked through the doors, he felt like he'd stepped into a whole new world. From the outside, the house looked spacious but modest, maybe 1,500 square feet. Inside, it had to be at least 3 times that size. The ceiling soared, with thick wooden beams crossed in intricate patterns, and massive crystal chandeliers cast a warm, soft light over everything. This was definitely an advanced traceless extension spell at work. The walls were adorned with tapestries showing scenes from old battles and grand feasts, colors still vivid as if they were woven yesterday. Heavy, velvet curtains framed the tall windows, adding a royal touch. Maverick couldn't help but stare. The living room was vast, with plush sofas arranged in a square around a polished wooden table. Straight ahead, towering bookshelves held rows upon rows of leather-bound tomes, each one brimming with history. 2 sweeping staircases flanked the room, their bronze railings gleaming softly. Stone steps that looked worn but perfectly clean led up to what must be even more wonders. Maverick looked to his right, spotting the dining room through a wide, arched doorway supported by stone pillars etched with symbols for luck and protection. To his left, a few more doors hinted at rooms he was curious to explore. He stood there, taking it all in, awestruck. This place wasn't just a home, it was like a palace, filled with centuries-old charm and a sense of deep history. Edward's family watched him, clearly enjoying his reaction. They'd probably seen it 100 times before, and yet their faces were lit with anticipation. "So?" Isabella prompted, her eyes sparkling. Her tone had a knowing ring, as if she was already sure of what he'd say. Edward and Sylvia leaned in a little, looking just as eager, waiting for Maverick's response. Maverick exhaled slowly, giving them a grin. Wow, this place is insane. I mean, I've been to Buckingham Palace, but your home definitely holds its own. And honestly, feels a lot more welcoming here." Isabella's grin widened with pride. She elbowed her mom and whispered, "Told you he'd be blown away." Sylvia and Edward exchanged pleased looks, clearly delighted by his reaction. They led Maverick to his bedroom on the first floor. It was as luxurious as the rest of the house, and Maverick couldn't help but feel a little shy. His own family's place back home was impressive, sure, but they went for modern and sleek, not this kind of royal charm. The four-poster bed had deep, velvet curtains, and the furniture looked like it belonged in a castle. From the plush carpet to the carved details on the wardrobe, everything was steeped in history. This kind of luxury was too overwhelming for him. Maverick couldn't help but grin, feeling a little out of place, but excited all the same. After a nice, cold shower, Maverick joined the Garling family for dinner, feeling refreshed and ready. He had to admit, this place was next level. The house was massive, practically screaming wizard wealth, yet Sylvia had somehow managed to whip up dinner herself. Usually, influential wizarding families had house elves to handle these things, but he hadn't seen any signs of them so far, none of them bustling around. It was just Sylvia, rolling up her sleeves and going full chef mode. "Need a day to catch your breath, little Rick?" Edward asked, raising an eyebrow. Before Maverick could answer, Sylvia jumped in. "Of course he does. He's been traveling all day. Let him settle in first." Maverick smiled, grateful for her care, but he had no plans to play tourist. "I'm good, Aunt Sylvie. Slept most of the flight and I'll be fresh tomorrow," he said kindly, offering her a reassuring smile. Then he glanced at Edward to make his determination clear. "Uncle, let's get started tomorrow." "Perfect," Edward replied, nodding approvingly. "We'll go to Ilvermorny first thing in the morning. I want to introduce you to the principal. It's important to make sure they know you, especially since you'll be taking your owls and newts there in June." Edward laid out the plan, and Maverick listened with total focus, nodding along. "Basically, as far as anyone else knows, you've been my student since you were 6. You've been doing magic homeschooling while also attending Muggle schools and then university. I made sure your name was entered into the Ilvermorny Book of Acceptance, got it down in their records that you had your magical awakening at 6. I aligned the dates with when your family was in the States, so no one's going to raise an eyebrow." Edward paused for a moment, looking thoughtful. "If anyone asks about your background, the story will be that your family decided to stay under the radar. Under Article 7 of the Magical and Non-Magical Information Sharing Treaty, Muggle-born witches and wizards can keep their identities secret if they get consent from any of the 83 sacred magical families worldwide or from any of the 7 speakers, just like magical noble heirs. And you can use this same reason to explain why your name wasn't sent to the UK Muggle government." Maverick chuckled. "So, when you took me in at 6, he added, fingers making air quotes, "we just kept it low-key. There's no need to tell anyone, Muggles or magical authorities." His voice held a blend of curiosity and amusement. "Exactly," Edward said, a sly smirk playing at his lips. "As a speaker, I've got more pull with the International Confederation of Wizards and even the World Security Council than any of those noble families. People see my name, and they'll take whatever's on the paperwork as gospel." "Thank you, teacher," he said, showing gratitude. "I won't let you down." Edward gave him a proud smile. "I know you won't." Before things could get too serious, Isabella piped up, bouncing in her seat. "Can I come too? I want to go." Edward gave her a look. "Didn't you just take a week off school?" "That's because Maverick was coming. If he's going, I want to go too," she shrugged. Edward sighed, explaining with a hint of fatherly patience. "Maverick didn't come here to sightsee, you know. He's only going to school to introduce himself to the principal. After that, he'll be with his tutors at another place, off training or studying, and won't be home most of the day." "Oh, then I'll just cancel my break and go back. But you'll have to ask the principal to let me use the students' flu network to come back whenever I want." Isabella pouted. "That's not really fair to the other students, Isabella," her mother interrupted. "You can't use your father's connections to come and go from school whenever you want." "But," Isabella began, ready to argue her case. "It's fine," Edward said, holding up a hand to stop her. "She's way ahead academically. Let her use the flu a few more times, but no skipping classes, thrice a week tops, and just this term." "Yes," Isabella beamed, hugging him tightly. "Thanks, Dad." Maverick watched the exchange with amusement, thinking that Ilvermorny might have its perks when it came to rules, definitely not as uptight as Hogwarts. As far as he knew, Hogwarts didn't have any flu network set aside just for students and popping home during weekends. Yeah, that was pretty much unheard of. Once you were at school, you were there until the holidays, like it or not. Turning back to Maverick, Edward went on, "After the principal meeting, we'll meet with your potions and alchemy tutors. You'll have 3 hours with each tutor daily. You'll also get to meet some of my other students there, and when you're back here, I'll take over with physical exercises, dueling, wizarding laws, politics, and etiquette." Edward leaned in, eyes serious. "You've chosen to sit the exams in June, so we have 4 months to get you ready. It's going to be intense. Think you're up for it?" Maverick's face lit up with excitement. Finally, real training, real dueling. No way was he planning on slacking. "I'm more than ready," he said, his voice steady. Edward nodded, a spark of pride in his eye. "Good, show me what you've got." Dinner went off without a hitch, as Maverick regaled them once again his epic tale of how he discovered magic and everything he's done since then. Sylvia listened with enthusiasm, but Isabella looked downright flabbergasted. Honestly, if her dad hadn't backed up Maverick's story, she might have thought he was just making it all up. After wrapping up dinner, Isabella dragged Maverick off for a tour of the house, even though her mom kept insisting he should kick back and rest after such a busy day. The place was truly impressive. They strolled through a jaw-dropping library filled to the brim with more books than Maverick could count. Next up was a brewing room that smelled like a potion explosion. Then there were the chill rooms, decked out with all sorts of non-magical fun, like pool tables and a cinema room that made him wonder if he just walked into a movie studio. He had to admit, it was kind of cool. But the real showstopper was the basement. Calling it a dueling practice room felt like calling a dragon a lizard. This place was practically a stadium, nearly as big as a football field. It had dummies to practice on, target areas to test his aim, and a ton of workout gear that looked like it could turn anyone into a superhero. After a whirlwind 2-hour tour, Maverick finally made his way to his room, waving goodnight to Isabella, ready to crash and catch some sleep before diving into the excitement of the next day. High up on the peak of Mount Greylock in the northeastern U.S. stands the majestic Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. While Hogwarts looked more like a medieval castle, Ilvermorny was more of a modern, magical mansion. It had soaring towers, sprawling wings, and an intriguing fusion of European and Native American magic. Enchanted protections keep it hidden from the nomads, that's American slang for muggles, making sure it stays out of sight, often wrapped in swirling clouds that cling to the mountain. Ilvermorny was founded back in the 1600s by Isolde Sayre, a descendant of Salazar Slytherin himself, and her non-magical husband, James Stewart. Yep, a Slytherin and a no-mage. Although the school started small, it didn't take long before Ilvermorny became North America's pride and joy, welcoming young witches and wizards from all over North America. Like Hogwarts, Ilvermorny has 4 houses, and students study many familiar subjects with a few unique twists. There's potions, defense against the dark arts, herbology, magical creature studies, charms, transfiguration, the classics. But they also have classes like wandcrafting, which you won't find at Hogwarts. It's a full, well-rounded magical education that takes its American roots seriously, honoring Native American traditions woven into the lessons and customs. The headmaster's office was in the highest tower, one side facing misty Mount Greylock and the other showing off the entire school. The room's huge, with tall ceilings and walls lined with shelves holding ancient-looking books, magical artifacts, and relics from North American wizardry. A big, carved wooden desk sits near a giant window, giving a breathtaking view of the valley below. Behind the desk, a portrait of the founders, Isolde Sayre and James Stewart, looks on, nodding every now and then at visitors like they approve. In a burst of green flames, the flue fireplace in the corner suddenly lights up, and out steps Edward in his formal wizarding robes, all business. Behind him is a teenage girl in a crisp Ilvermorny uniform, looking confident, and then a young man who seems a little wobbly but is doing his best to keep his cool. The headmaster, Agilbert Fontaine, stands up to greet them. He's a tall, silver-haired wizard who looks about 50, with a thick white beard and kind eyes. He's got this gentle yet commanding vibe as he steps around his desk. "Welcome, Speaker Edward," he says warmly, shaking Edward's hand. "Headmaster," Edward replies, with a nod that's both respectful and friendly. The headmaster then turns to the girl and raises an eyebrow, a teasing smile on his face. "Isabella, thought you'd be taking the week off," he says, sounding almost like he's in on a joke. Isabella blushes and smiles shyly. "I decided not to," she mumbles. Agilbert just raises an eyebrow, giving her a knowing look that says he's not buying it, but isn't pushing either. Finally, he looks over to the young man. "And you must be Mr. Caesar," he says with keen interest visible on his face. "Speaker Edward's apprentice? Lucky you, getting him as a teacher. I hear you've even finished school with the nomads. Quite impressive." Maverick, feeling the spotlight a bit too much, scratches his head, looking sheepish as he glances around the room, wide-eyed at everything, trying to not react to the BS story Edward crafted. He doesn't quite know what to say, and fortunately Edward clears his throat, bailing him out. "Thank you, sir," Maverick stammers quickly, trying to keep his cool. "All right, Bella, why don't you head back to class?" Edward said, giving his daughter a gentle look. She crossed her arms, pouting, "But why can't I stay?" Edward raised an eyebrow, trying not to laugh. "We're just gonna have a quick chat, and then Maverick and I have to head out to meet a few other folks." She huffed, kicking at the floor a bit. "Fine." Edward chuckled, patting her shoulder. "I'll catch up with you later, all right." With a dramatic eye roll, Isabella finally turned, dragging her feet as she left. Yeah, later," she mumbled. As soon as Isabella left, Principal Fontaine motioned to the two chairs in front of his desk, and Edward and Maverick sat down. They got right into talking about Maverick. Well, mostly it was Edward and Fontaine doing the talking. Maverick sat back, trying to look calm, hoping he wouldn't have to answer any tricky questions. They covered a bit about Maverick's schooling so far, his plan to sit for exams at Ilvermorny, and the subjects he'd need to focus on. Thankfully, Fontaine kept it light, sticking to the basics of how the whole process would work instead of grilling Maverick on academic stuff. After they'd covered everything, Fontaine gave an approving nod. With the details ironed out, Edward and Maverick got up and thanked him. They stepped back to the flue fireplace, green flames flaring to life around them as they disappeared, heading to one of Edward's outposts. This was where Edward personally trained and guided his team, and Maverick was about to get a closer look at what that actually meant. As soon as Maverick stumbled out of the flue fireplace, he took a look around. The room was small, probably about 10 by 10 feet, with flickering candles lining the walls, casting a warm glow. There was only one door right in front of them. Where are we?" Maverick asked, looking over at Edward. Edward smirked. "Take a wild guess. Think back to what you said when you tossed in the flue powder." Maverick squinted, scratching his head. "Matthews, safe house?" he asked, sounding unsure. Edward chuckled. "Exactly, we've actually been here before." Maverick tilted his head, trying to place it. "Wait, this is the place where we apparated to practice spells, right?" Edward nodded. "Yep, the cold island, as you called it." "Oh," Maverick's eyes lit up in recognition. "That's right, St. Matthew Island, Alaska," Edward said, heading toward the door. "Middle of nowhere, far from anyone, perfect spot for an underground base." He swung the door open, then looked back at Maverick with a grin. "All right, come on, let's go say hi to everyone." They walked into a huge hall. Instead of candles, the ceiling had some kind of glowing fixtures that filled the whole place with a clean, white light. The room was big, about a quarter of a football field, Maverick guessed. There were 2 doors on each side, left, right, and straight ahead, and only the one they'd just come through behind them. Maverick's eyes quickly locked onto the people standing in a line facing him and Edward. Up front were a man and a woman who looked a lot alike, maybe in their 30s, likely twins. Beside them stood a group of younger-looking, likely teenagers, 3 girls and 5 boys. Maverick didn't miss the quick glance they all gave him, mix of surprise and curiosity as they measured him out. "Simon, Sarah, children, how have you all been?" Edward called out as he walked over, with Maverick trailing behind him. "We're good, boss," the woman Sarah answered, while the man, Simon, nodded in agreement. "All good, teacher," the teenagers echoed in unison, their voices full of energy and respect. Edward noted, smiling at them. Then he patted Maverick's shoulder before speaking. "This is my apprentice, Maverick Caesar." The teenagers' eyes widened as they took in Maverick. Simon and Sarah kept calm, Edward had already filled them in. But for the younger ones, this was big news. Up until now, only Isabella, Edward's own daughter, held the title of apprentice. None of them showed resentment, though maybe just a hint of envy. They each gave Maverick a respectful nod, which he returned with a slightly awkward wave. "Ah, hello everyone." Edward stepped in. "He's actually been my student for a while now. Just the first time I'm officially introducing him." The teens blinked, looking even more surprised. Edward continued, "His situation's a bit different, so feel free to ask him questions if you're curious." Edward had already gone over the cover story with Maverick, and decided to stick with the same one they'd given the Ilvermorny headmaster. Simon and Sarah already knew what was going on, and since Edward trusted them, so did Maverick. Sarah caught Edward's eye and spoke up, taking charge. "Boss, you don't need to say much. If he's your apprentice, he's already one of us." She glanced back at the teens, who nodded in agreement. "Good." Edward turned to Maverick, then gestured to Sarah and Simon. "These two will be your main tutors. Sarah's a master potioneer, and Simon here is a professional alchemist. They'll start with a quick assessment today, then work out a lesson plan for you." Edward then turned his attention to the younger group before introducing each one. "These are my students. The youngest are Donald, Ryan, and Elizabeth, they're 12. Then Ahmed, Nicholas, and Maya, who are 13. Lastly, Violet and Suresh, almost 15. He smiled warmly at them. "Like you, they've been with me since they were little, right after they first showed their magic. They're like family, so I expect you all to get along." Maverick nodded, now offering a more sincere smile as he looked at the kids. "Nice to meet you." The teens greeted him back with the same friendly, "Nice to meet you." Over dinner last night, Edward had filled him in on more about Edward's students, more importantly, their backstories. They weren't just students, they were magical orphans Edward had gathered from across the world, kids he was guiding and training, kids who would one day become his trusted circle. Maverick was sure this was just one class among many Edward had taken under his wing. He wasn't going to ask questions, he didn't feel the need to. Edward was one of the 7 ICW speakers, an archmagus at the top of the magical world, and of course he'd have subordinates. More than that, Maverick trusted Edward's character, and was mature enough to know not to dig for answers where they weren't needed. Maverick quickly got to know the younger students, while Edward pulled Sarah and Simon aside for a quick chat. The teens, who were Edward's students, took turns introducing themselves to Maverick, giving the basics this time. Maverick gave them his story, too, about how he'd been learning from Edward since he was 6. They were a little surprised when he mentioned his dad was Britain's prime minister, but only mildly curious. They didn't pry. He didn't hide much, really. He and Edward had agreed only to make up the story about his magic awakening and the time period. Everything else, his family and his background, was not fabricated. After all, it wouldn't exactly be difficult. If people wanted to dig around about him, they'd figure this out eventually. The group got along surprisingly well, nothing cliché, jealousy, or awkward vibes just because Maverick was Edward's direct apprentice. They all respected Edward way too much to feel any type of way about it. Maverick learned that this underground base was like their school, just like it'd be for him for the next few months. Teachers would show up and teach them different magical subjects, and after classes, they'd all use the Flu network to head back to their own homes. Edward had made sure they lived well, not stuck underground all day, cramming spells like robots. In fact, they each had the option to attend a regular magic school or get this more personal, one-on-one style of tutoring from Edward and his team. Every single one of them chose the latter. Some even studied non-magical subjects in regular schools, something Edward actively encouraged. He wanted them to understand both worlds, not just be limited to magic. These kids weren't just any random magical orphans. Each one of them was handpicked by Edward himself. He'd taken his time to look into their lives, consider their situations, their talent, and most importantly, judge their character. He wasn't just teaching them spells. He was shaping their worldview, making sure they understood not to look down on non-magical people or their society. From what Maverick could tell, Edward believed in a kind of balance, a real respect for non-magical folks. He didn't see them as lesser, just different. His philosophy was clearly about long-term coexistence, keeping things peaceful, a world apart from some radical ideas that had torn through the magical world a few decades ago. Honestly, it wasn't hard for Maverick to understand why Edward felt this way. He'd read up on a lot of magical history and heard enough stories to piece it together. This universe wasn't just a version of Harry Potter, but also a mix of another, a more terrifying one. And because of that, it reminded him that if he ever became a powerful wizard, he'd need to keep his ego in check. They chatted for a while until Edward, Sarah, and Simon returned. With a quick goodbye, Maverick followed Edward and his two tutors to another room. This place felt like a mix between a classroom and a cozy lounge. Sofas and tables were arranged comfortably, with a big, classic chalkboard on the wall. Maverick took a seat on one of the sofas facing Sarah and Simon, who sat across from him with a table in between. Edward stood to the side, arms crossed, watching quietly. "All right, think of this as a little test," Simon said, his voice deep and confident. "We want to get a sense of what you know about potions and alchemy." "Yeah, so tell us what you understand so far," Sarah added, giving him an encouraging nod. Maverick took a breath and began explaining what he knew. He had upgraded his talents to an intermediate level in both potions and alchemy, so it wasn't just about memorized facts. It was as if he'd been practicing them for years. Like with swimming, before the upgrade, he hadn't known a thing, but afterward, it felt as natural as if he'd been doing it forever. He had the knowledge and the muscle memory. At this level, his knowledge was about on par with a Hogwarts 7th-year student. He could have pushed the two talents even further, but he had held off on upgrading to an advanced level. Part of him wanted to build that understanding on his own, to reach a point where the system would recognize his actual progress, not just let him cheat. Because as much as he saw the system as a cheat code, he didn't want it to undermine his confidence. Relying solely on it made him feel like he was nothing without it. He wanted to prove, to himself more than anyone, that he could get stronger without always leaning on it. But that didn't mean he'd ignore the system. Oh, not at all. He was going to milk every bit of advantage it gave him. If there was a shortcut, he'd take it. He wasn't too proud for that. But he also wanted to feel like he had some say in his own story, you know. On one hand, he felt like the system was his security blanket. Without it, he'd just be fumbling around. But on the other hand, he was tired of feeling like the system was doing all the heavy lifting. He wanted a little pride, a little proof that he wasn't just a guy getting laid out by some mighty cosmic cheat. After listening to Maverick's explanation, Sarah and Simon exchanged glances, their eyes wide with surprise. They had been under the impression that Maverick only read the books but had no hands-on experience whatsoever. Even Edward looked taken aback. None of them quite knew what to think, but one thing was clear. Maverick wasn't just a genius, he was something else entirely. Maverick felt a wave of embarrassment. A bit of nerves, too, as his tutors, both looking at him like he was some kind of alien. Their eyes were practically burning holes through him. If he didn't know Edward and trust that these two were his people, he might have thought they were about to probe him with legilimens. "Your understanding is, remarkable," Sarah finally said, hesitating as if searching for the right word. Maverick felt a flicker of anxiety, wondering if he might have gone too far. But he quickly brushed the thought aside. He wanted them to see exactly how much he understood. It was essential for them to grasp his level. Only then could they tailor his learning plan to help him make real progress over the next few months. Thankfully, his uncle broke the tension with a big laugh. "Ha, didn't I tell you? The kid's something else." Sarah and Simon let out a sigh of surrender. "All right, we'll start putting together your lessons and kick things off tomorrow," Sarah said, pausing before adding, "Honestly, with just a bit of hands-on experience, I think you could handle your newts already. But since the boss wants us to work with you for 4 months, we'll make sure you're prepared for the top scores." Maverick nodded politely, though he didn't plan on scoring the very highest, just enough to show he had some skill in both subjects. Showing off too much would only draw more eyes, and he wasn't interested in that. "Good," Edward said approvingly. "I'll take him back, and we'll see you both tomorrow." "Thank you, teachers," Maverick gave them a respectful bow. "You're welcome, kid," they replied together with warm smiles. It had taken Maverick over 2 hours to go through everything, and now it was nearly noon. Edward led him outside, and Maverick noticed the hall was empty. Seeing his puzzled look, Edward explained, "The other kids are off with their teachers in the base rooms. The hall's really just for gatherings." "I see," Maverick said, nodding. "All right, let's head home. We'll grab some lunch, then you'll have a lesson with me this afternoon." Maverick nodded, a spark of excitement in his eyes. This was the part he'd been looking forward to most. Garling residence. With a burst of green flames, Maverick and Edward stepped out of the fireplace and into Edward's home. They made their way to the living room, where the rich aroma of freshly cooked food filled the air. Sylvia had clearly been busy in the kitchen. "Edward, Maverick, you're back." Sylvia's melodic voice floated in from the dining room. They both walked in and found a table laid with an impressive, balanced spread. It was clear she'd gone all out again. Edward grinned, walked over to give his wife a quick hug, then gestured for Maverick to sit. "Thanks, honey, but don't wear yourself out. You know you can always call Nancy and her family if you need a hand," he said, pulling out a chair for her. Sylvia chuckled, brushing it off with a smile. "It's no big deal, really. I asked, well, actually, I had to order the little guys to take the week off as a break." She laughed softly before continuing, "Anyway, I'm off work this week, so this keeps me busy. It's better than just sitting around all day," she added, settling in next to him. Maverick watched the couple with a shy smile, feeling a bit like he was intruding on a private moment. "All right, Maverick, dig in," Sylvia said, smiling at him. "I spoke to Ariel this morning, and she mentioned how much you love carbonara." She gestured to the dish, and Maverick's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Aunt Sylvie," he said, grinning wide. Lunch was full of laughter and easy conversation as Sylvia asked about their day. When they were done, Edward suggested Maverick get some rest before training later that afternoon. So that's exactly what he did. He headed to his room, rested by doing some light reading for an hour before taking a long, refreshing shower. He then checked out the gear Edward had given him. At first glance, it looked like regular sportswear, long-sleeved black shirt, black pants, and sleek sneakers. But Maverick knew better. Faint runes carved into the fabric hinted at the enchantments woven into each piece. The moment he slipped them on, the outfit adjusted itself to fit him perfectly. No tugging, no adjusting, just pure magic. Comfortable and light, it felt like a second skin. Grinning to himself, he made his way down to the basement and found Edward already waiting for him. Garling residence, basement training ground. "I know that look, seen it before. But before we dive into the art of dueling, I want to ask a few things." In the center of the training ground, Edward and Maverick stood facing each other, a few feet apart. Maverick's excitement was obvious. This was his first time getting actual hands-on practice in magic, and with a master teacher no less. He nodded, signaling he was all ears. "So, tell me," Edward began, "what do you think you're lacking the most right now?" "Experience," Maverick replied, a little unsure. "Exactly. From last week's test, I noticed that while your grasp of spells is impressive, your execution's still clumsy. Amateurish, even." Maverick took the critique with a nod, appreciating Edward's honesty. "Yes, I know I need to work on it." "Good, so before we jump into combat training, let's start with the basics. Movement." "Movement?" Maverick asked, a little confused. "Yes, when you're in a duel, you're not just standing around waving a wand. You're moving, dodging, positioning yourself, looking for openings. That's what we call movement. And for that, you need agility, strength." "Your mana," he said, putting extra weight on the word. "It doesn't just help with spells. It affects your body directly, which is why wizards are a lot stronger than regular humans." Edward paused, studying Maverick's expression, and continued. "Watch." Without a step, Edward simply raised his right foot and brought it down. Boom! His foot hit the ground, creating a small crater and making the floor tremble. Maverick was so startled that he nearly lost his balance. Judging by Edward's casual stance, Maverick was sure he hadn't used his full power. Edward smirked at Maverick's astonished look. "Don't be so surprised. I am a king. Archmagus, for you. There are only 7 of us at this level alive today. Our physical strength alone is beyond that famous Muggle war hero from World War II." "You mean," Maverick stammered, already knowing the answer. He thought back to both his past life and this one. "Exactly. Now, that's the benefit of having powerful mana. Marquee-level wizards are also incredibly strong, though not quite to the same degree. Even beginner mages like you have an edge over regular people. He hesitated, then added, "We are superior, or at least have the potential to be far superior." He took a step back, arms crossed, his eyes intense. "That's why you need to learn how to use that strength, and these movement exercises I'm about to show you will teach you exactly that." Maverick nodded, focused, absorbing every word. "I've got your training schedule done. A different focus each day, and we'll just keep cycling through. One day for spellcasting, mostly working on technique to cast more efficiently. We'll get into chantless and wandless casting too, and I'll throw in the spells I created myself. Then physical work. Basically, every other day will be heavy on the physical side, and I mean intense. This way, for the first 2 months, we focus hard on building your movements and strength. On the in-between days, we'll take it lighter, focusing on other skills and letting you recover a bit." Edward watched Maverick's face, then nodded approvingly when he saw nothing but determination. "Each night, you'll take our family's rejuvenation potion. Helps with the fatigue, muscle repair, all that. Now, it's not some miracle brew, but it'll keep you going those first few months. Eventually, your body will adapt, and the effects won't be as strong, but we'll make the most of it while it lasts. We'll also dedicate a day to mana control." Edward gave him a look that practically screamed, freak of nature. "You've got a ridiculously high level of mastery when it comes to mana perception and control. Honestly, you're still just a beginner magus, and it blows my mind every time I think about it." Maverick chuckled nervously, scratching his head. Edward let out a sigh and continued, "All right, anyway, I'll be teaching you how to use mana since you have it under control, both directly and strategically. So to round it up, we'll do about 4 hours a day practical training, and then an hour at night in my study for history, politics, etiquette, all the boring stuff." Maverick nodded, taking a moment soaking it all in. "If it feels like too much, you can say it," Edward said, seeing Maverick's silence. "No, teacher, I just wanted to know. How long do you think our training period will be?" Maverick asked after considering his thoughts. Edward rubbed his chin, deep in thought. With your talent, I'd say about 6 months, maybe even less. After that, you should be able to keep going without my direct supervision." Maverick nodded, taking a moment to think. His plan was to travel the world after his newts, but he wouldn't mind postponing it if his teacher wanted him to continue training, even if it took another year. He wasn't selfish. He truly appreciated Edward's commitment to helping him. Anyways, knowing he could finally wrap this up by the end of the year made him feel a whole lot better. His eyes then sharpened, and with a solemn tone, he said, "Thank you, teacher. You have my word. If you, Aunt Sylvie, or Bella ever need anything from me, I'll be there. No questions asked." Edward blinked, taken aback by Maverick's sudden seriousness. Then, without warning, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, who do you think I am, kid? I'm Edward Garling. You're 100 years too early to be taking care of me." But despite the joke, Edward truly appreciated Maverick's sincerity. After all, it wasn't just his friendship with Maverick's father that led the Archmagus to take him on as an apprentice. It wasn't just charity that drove him to teach orphans magic, either. Sure, he had a kind heart, but he was also no fool. He knew when to lend a hand and when to expect a little something back in return. Maverick didn't bother to challenge his teacher's pride. He didn't bother to retort. Instead, he just flashed a big grin. It was a silent understanding between them. Both knew exactly what they meant. Right enough with the talking, Edward spoke, fisting his hands. "Let's get started." And that day, for the first time in both of his lives, Maverick truly found out what it meant to be pushed to his limits. The Archmagus showed no pity, grinding the entire training protocol he had crafted onto Maverick with absolutely no mercy. Chapter 5, Heart and Harmony IIV, CH 2225. On top of a towering cliff on the southwest coast of St. Matthew Island, 2 figures stood in a tense standoff. A middle-aged man and a young man, just a few meters apart. Above, the sky churned with dark clouds, and below, waves slammed into jagged rocks, sending icy sprays of seawater shooting high into the air. The wind, sharp and bitter with salt, whipped at their cloaks, carrying the raw, wild scent of the sea. The younger one gripped his wand tightly, eyes locked on the older figure before him. "Go ahead, cast whatever spell you want," Edward said, barely finishing before Maverick's magic lashed out at him. Edward raised an eyebrow, unfazed, as the bolt of magic shot straight at him. He didn't even lift his wand. With just a thought, a shimmering shield appeared in front of him, absorbing the hit with barely a ripple. The impact sent rocks scattering across the cliffside in the opposite direction as the shield held steady. Edward sent a calm, almost amused glance at his student. "Impatient, aren't we? You told me to treat this as a real duel, teacher." Without another word, he launched a silent bombarda and vanished, reappearing above Edward, wand aimed and focused. Edward lazily swung his hand, deflecting the incoming spell as if swatting away a fly. "Bombarda!" Maverick shouted from above, the spell exploding with force as he shot another one and vanished. Maverick kept circling, lunging spell after spell flying from every direction, some loud and others silent. Edward responded effortlessly, raising a casual shield or simply brushing them aside with his bare hands. Boom! 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 Rocks and debris flew in every direction with a loud bangs. Though the Archmagus deflected them, the raw power of Maverick's magic was undeniable, shaking the very ground beneath them. Edward observed his students' every move intently. Just as Maverick apparated, Edward vanished from sight, reappearing directly behind him. A fist swung to the right of his face. Maverick's magical sense screamed. He saw the fist coming at him like a train, but there was no time to apparate again. "Prote," he tried, but the shield barely formed before it shattered under the force. The impact sent him crashing to the ground, dragging the rocky surface as dust and debris flew around him. "You're too hasty," Edward instructed, his voice calm and steady amid the chaos. "Rushing in leaves you open." Maverick scrambled to his feet, wiping the blood from the side of his face, his wand gripped tightly in his hand. The cliff was now pockmarked with craters, the grass disappeared, leaving only scattered rocks in its place. "Go on," Edward said, brow raised, urging his student to continue. Maverick didn't bother to reply. Instead, he raised his wand and pointed it straight ahead with a forceful jerk. The stone floor trembled beneath him, shifting and reshaping itself into something massive. His magical energy poured as the ground trembled and shifted, slowly forming the head of a massive crow. He stood behind it, wand raised, watching his will come being. More rocks and earth lifted until a colossal raven stood 10 feet tall. Its stone beak stretched over 3 feet, ominously opening wide. Maverick commanded his creation like a conductor, and it unleashed a powerful flap of its wings. The air surged as it lunged at Edward with fierce intensity. The whole thing happened in just a few seconds, but was more than enough time for an Archmagus to counter 100 spells. But Edward stood there, eyebrow raised, clearly amused. "Impressive," he commented, then dramatically raised his hands to summon his own creation. With a fierce roar, a lion's head burst from the ground, its stone mane thick, majestic, radiating the raw power of the king of the jungle. The body formed next, growing to match the massive bird barreling toward it. The two colossal heads crashed together, smashing apart in a cascade of shattered rock, each piece scattering across the cliff as their fierce clash ended in rubble. The clash sent a shockwave rippling outward, hurling stone and dust in all directions. The cliff, the size of a football field, trembled ominously as chaos reigned, threatened to collapse at any moment, like it had just about had enough of the madness going on above. The two ignored the chaos as Maverick quickly conjured a shield, bracing against the shockwave and flying debris. But Edward didn't give him a moment to breathe. With a casual lift of his finger, he silently cast incarcerous, thick ropes shooting toward Maverick. Instantly, Maverick countered with incendio, flames roaring to life and burning away the ropes just before they could ensnare him. Use your movement skills," Edward urged, launching a series of magic. Taking the advice, Maverick weaved between attacks, shielding himself when needed, and launching his own spells in return. He quickly found his rhythm, dodging, casting, and countering Edward's assault. His blood raced with excitement as he unleashed spells faster, each incantation flowing instinctively. Before long, he was driven by the need to land a single hit. his magic radiating off him in waves as he dodged and countered, his wand a blur of motion. Edward remained rooted to his spot, effortlessly deflecting or dodging Maverick's attacks. When Maverick unleashed a blasting curse at his feet, Edward simply razed the ground with a transfiguration. Cutting curses and piercing hexes followed, but Edward deflected each one with calm precision, using subtle movements and minimal spells. The tremors from below intensified, but they remained oblivious. Rocks and boulders began to break away from the cliff, tumbling down into the rocky sea below. Time dragged on as the duel between Edward and Maverick raged on. Farther away, atop another cliff, 3 figures stood watching, unable to pull their eyes from the chaos. Simon, Sarah, and Isabella stood close, their gaze fixed on the battle below. Though they were a safe distance away, the sheer power of the fight sent waves of energy rippling through the air. The southernmost cliff, 1,000 feet tall and as big as a football field, was crumbling, chunks of rock falling away bit by bit. "It's wild to think he's only 3 years older than me," Isabella murmured, awe and disbelief mixing in her gaze. "Yeah, well, the kid's a straight-up prodigy," Sarah replied, shaking her head. "Charms, potions, alchemy, dueling, and that transfiguration, unbelievable." She trailed off, still stunned by Maverick's skill. Speaking of, Isabella turned to Simon, curiosity glinting in her eyes. "How's your transfiguration compared to Maverick's?" Simon cleared his throat, his expression twitching. Why ask me, why not her?" He motioned to his twin, Sarah, hoping to dodge the question. "Because you're always bragging that you're better than her," Isabella teased, grinning. "Cough, well, we all have our own strengths," he muttered, looking away. Sarah just shook her head. She knew Simon well enough to see he was trying to play it cool, even though he was clearly embarrassed. "Ha, can't admit it, can you?" Isabella laughed, seeing his embarrassment. "By the way, did he ever mention how he did on his owls and newts yesterday?" "The kid never gave us a straight answer," Simon asked, glancing over at Isabella. He just said it. Should be fine," Isabella replied, clearly as in the dark as Simon. "HMPH, he better score high in potions," Sarah scoffed, crossing her arms. "His alchemy's improved too. I mean, it wasn't bad before, but the way he's improved in the last 5 months, it should be enough for a high score on his newts," Simon added, his tone mixed with certainty. The 3 of them sighed in unison, sharing a mix of awe and disbelief. "Can't believe he's come this far in everything," Sarah murmured. 5 months, and he's already a different person." The 3 stood in silence for a moment, watching the duel until Isabella spoke again, a little quieter this time. "You know, I actually managed to give him a hard time when he first started his training." Simon scoffed, barely holding back a laugh. He was a magus even then, and you're just a mage apprentice." "Hey, he was a total noob at dueling back then," Isabella huffed, crossing her arms. "And I'll have you know I'm about to rank up soon." Sarah chuckled and ruffled Isabella's hair. "Don't let him get to you, Bella. Even we're not sure we could beat him." Isabella frowned. "Didn't teacher Simon just say I couldn't fight him because of rank? So shouldn't you too be able to take him down?" Sarah chuckled. "Not that simple with Maverick." Simon sighed. "His mana control gives him the edge, even over us." Isabella blinked. Why? So he's better than you." Sarah nodded. "If we don't know what to expect and he takes us one-on-one, then yeah, probably." "But how?" Isabella pressed, her brow furrowed. Sarah sighed, resting her hand on her chin. "It's all about his mana control. You'll get it more once you're a magus. Think of it like this. He's got a machete, and we're just holding kitchen knives." Isabella blinked, more confused. "Okay, picture this. If Maverick and we were non-magical and he had a machete, he'd have a way better shot at taking us out than we would with our little kitchen knives. See?" Isabella nodded slowly, catching the gist even if it didn't all click. She figured it would make more sense once she leveled up. As they chatted, gusts of wind and shockwaves from the battle rolled toward them, but their shield spells held steady. At this distance, they felt safe enough, even as the fight ahead raged with growing intensity. Over an hour had passed, and Maverick was throwing everything he had into the fight. Spell after spell flew from him, some silent, some without even a wand. He poured raw magical energy into every move, using the fast, brutal techniques he had picked up over the past few months of training. He was a blur, dodging, striking, spinning, pushing every trick his teacher had drilled into him. But nothing worked. With each failed attempt, frustration grew inside Maverick. He was bruised and battered, pain radiating from all over his body. He was feeling pain, worn out, but he was determined to land at least one hit. Pushing his body and magic to the breaking point, his attacks grew increasingly desperate. Finally, with a flicker in his eyes, Maverick made a gamble. He flicked the finger of his empty hand, sending invisible ripples through the air. His teacher had mentioned that one of the conditions to break free from the illusion was knowing you were under it. At that same moment, his wand hand too jerked forward, launching a blasting confringo. Edward effortlessly deflected it like it was nothing. But then, Edward's eyes widened as his magical senses screamed a warning, contradicting what his eyes saw. It hit him, he was under his own spell without realizing it. But when? He didn't have time to dwell on it before a blast hit him from behind. The Archmagus didn't fall, though. In that split second, he broke free from the illusion and slammed his foot into the ground, steadying himself as the momentum nearly launched him forward. His previously domineering appearance, though, was now marred with dirt and rocks. Maverick, now on his knees, panted heavily. All that for just a sprinkle of dirt, he thought to himself with fists clenched in a mix of victory and defeat. He closed his eyes, taking deep breaths to let the leftover adrenaline from the duel fade away as he heard Edward's footsteps approaching. Edward stood beside him, stretched out his finger, and cast a spell that enveloped Maverick. 2 broken ribs, multiple fractures, and your right shoulder's dislocated, Edward said, his voice steady but laced with concern. Maverick could only sigh. With that injury, he had only managed to catch Edward off guard once, and all he had done was get his robe dirty. At least Edward's healer could fix him up pretty quickly, and be not bedridden for a long. Edward then sat down next to him, crossing his legs and remaining quiet, just waiting for Maverick's breathing to even out. After a moment, he pulled a bottle of water from his storage ring and handed it to him. That was some clever thinking. When did you cast the illusion? In that instant, Maverick's thoughts shifted to one of the smoothest, overpowered villains from a certain comic, and a smug grin spread across his face. Teacher, when did you get the impression that you weren't under my illusion from the start? He replied, unable to resist teasing. Smack. Ow, ow, that hurt, Maverick cried, rubbing the bump forming on his head. Edward shot him a deadpan look, but Maverick chuckled, savoring the rare moment of having one up on his teacher. It was the last confringo, he explained, pride creeping into his voice. I cast the illusion spell simultaneously with my other hand, wandlessly. Edward stared blankly at his student, his thoughts a mix of shock and disbelief. He had cast 2 spells at once, one without a wand and without a chant. He had mastered his own spell to an unbelievable degree, enough to catch a wizard 2 ranks above him off guard. It was too much to take in, simply unheard of. Maverick gulped down the water in deep swigs, noticing that his teacher was still in a daze. He shifted to sit more comfortably, or at least as comfortably as one could on a pile of broken rocks. With a weary sigh, he muttered, You weren't even trying, were you, teacher? Edward came out of his stupor, gave his a long glance, then smirked, dodging the question with his usual air of mystery. You know, he said, a hint of admiration in his voice, it's only been 5 months, and you've gone from fumbling through spells to this. But still, Maverick began, ready to protest. Edward raised an eyebrow. Another, but are you forgetting who I am again? A reluctant smile crossed Maverick's face. This was a familiar scene. Every time Edward bested him, every time he felt crushed and frustrated, his teacher would remind him of the vast difference in their ranks. Edward continued, his voice a mix of firmness and encouragement. Look, you went all out and even managed to sneak an attack on me. Me, he emphasized by jabbing a finger at his own chest. Your dueling, when you harness your incredible mana control, is better than most marquis I know. Don't forget, dueling isn't just about flashy moves or a ton of spells. It's about making sure your attack hits and letting it count. Your control over mana, its perception and manipulation, that's your edge. And don't forget how good you are with illusions. You even got me. That means you can hit anyone under Archmagus. As long as they're unaware, you've got that window for a decisive blow. So be more confident. No great magus could handle you in a short duel. They'd have to drag it out to even stand a chance, and soon, even that won't be enough. Maverick looked down, letting his teacher's words sink in. The frustration slowly faded, replaced with a flicker of pride. That's right, I've got too many cards up my sleeves that no one expects. But I won't let it get to my head, Maverick thought, his determination settling in. Just then, the ground shook violently, cracks splintering through the rocky cliff. Dust rose, and it felt like the whole place was on the verge of collapsing. The teacher and student steadied themselves quickly. Looking around, Edward sighed and took out his wand for the first time that day. "I'd better clean this up," he said dryly, "or MACUSA and the White House will be breathing down my neck." Teacher, are you sure a revert can fix all this?" Maverick asked, wobbling and wincing as the ground shook even more violently. "Ha," Edward chuckled. "Piece of cake." He snapped his fingers, and two constructs of magical energy appeared beneath them, forming solid circles of pure mana for them to stand on. Powerful wizards can will pure magic into stable physical constructs. The size and durability would depend on the wizard's mastery over magical energy manipulation and the amount of magic they have. Maverick slumped down, crossing his legs on the conjured circle, while Edward lifted them both about 10 feet in the air. "Take it easy, just sit back," Edward said, a quick glance at his exhausted student. "After this, we'll head back and get you all healed up." Edward then gave a flick with his wand, then read the incantation. Revert. The wrecked cliff began to shift, almost like time itself was reversing. Rumble. Rumble. The massive, crumbled edges of the southwest cliff, the size of a stadium and nearly 1,000 feet high, reformed, piece by piece, rumbling as they settled back into place. Rumble. Rumble. Maverick watched in awe as, within a minute, the cliff stood pristine, as if they'd never battled at all. With a satisfied nod, Edward guided the constructs back down to the cliff, which now looked as good as new. Just then, the only 3 spectators apparated onto the cliff, and Isabella lunged toward Maverick, her eyes filled with concern as she took in Maverick's state. "Ricky," she exclaimed, squatting beside him. I'm okay, Bella," Maverick said, trying not to wince as he forced a smile, hoping to ease her worry. "Dad, did you really have to go this far?" she said, shooting her father a look and letting out a huff. Edward scratched his head. Words with his wife and daughter were battles even the Archmagus knew he had no hope of winning. "Let's take him to the base infirmary," Sarah suggested. "No, we go home," Edward replied, already raising his wand. "I had a friend prepared before we came." He tightened his grip, eyes sharp with focus, and swiped his wand across the air. Space seemed to tear open before them, forming a pitch-black line that widened into a tall, rectangular gateway. "Let's go," Edward said, glancing back. Apparating in his state wouldn't be very comfortable. Maverick watched, mouth hanging open, mesmerized by the sight. He had never seen or even heard of space magic like this before. Garling residence. It was almost noon. The sun was bright, and a cool breeze drifted in from the nearby coast. The trees swayed gently, their leaves rustling like a quiet song, adding a peaceful vibe around the 2-story house. Then the air in front of the house began to ripple, and out of nowhere, a tear spread through space, stretching and widening until it formed a shadowy, dark frame. 5 people stepped through, 2 men, a woman, a young boy, and a girl. The boy clung to the girl's shoulder, his face pale and his legs unsteady. It was clear he had little choice. "This is so much better than apparition," Maverick muttered, his eyes wide with amazement. "Well, don't get used to it," Sarah replied, throwing a half-smile at her student. "Only wizards at the boss's level can do thigh." She stopped, realizing she was talking to a total anomaly. Never mind." The others exchanged knowing smiles, catching her drift and nodding in quiet agreement. They headed to the door, with Edward leading the way. Before opening it, he glanced back at his daughter with a sheepish, slightly nervous grin. Just so you know, if your mother asks, little Rick here had a little accident during training." HMPH, Like you'd ever fool Mom, Isabella shot back, rolling her eyes. Edward opened his mouth to protest, but quickly shut it. She was right. Finally, Edward opened the door and stepped aside for his daughter and his student. Sure enough, it didn't take long before a yelp rang out. Sylvia's voice called, "Maverick, what happened?" "It was an Achi," Edward started, raising a finger to defend himself. "Dad beat him up during training," Isabella interrupted smoothly, not missing a beat. Sylvia shot Edward a look that made it clear he was in trouble. "I'm fine, Aunt Sylvia. Nothing a little magic can't fix," Maverick added quickly, trying to score some points for his teacher, only to get the same stern look from her. "Edward," a man's voice called from the dining area as footsteps approached. "Newt, my friend," Edward said, relief washing over him as he turned to see a man in his 50s, with white hair and a well-trimmed beard, walking toward them alongside a woman. Tina, you're here too." His tone wavered slightly. "You asked my husband to come ready to treat an injured patient. I thought it might be an emergency, so I came along in case I could help," Tina replied, raising a knowing eyebrow while casting a pointed glance at Sylvia. Sure enough, Sylvia's expression darkened even further. "That, wife, I can explain. Besides, what kind of help can she give in an emergency that I couldn't handle?" Edward stammered, looking guilty. "Fascinating. You must be young Maverick," Newt said, his gaze fixed on the boy even as he shook hands with Edward. He then stepped closer, examining Maverick's condition with genuine curiosity. Edward mentioned that someone might need a bit of treatment. Maverick stared at the middle-aged man, feeling even more awestruck than when he first saw the crack in space. This was his first encounter with a significant character from the wizarding world, and Newt Scamander was one of his favorites. "Right, little Rick, this is my friend Newt Scamander," Edward said, gesturing toward Newt. "He's a magizoologist and a really talented healer and potioneer." He glanced at his student, noticing the dazed look on Maverick's face. "Little Rick," Edward repeated, raising an eyebrow, concern growing as he noticed Maverick's expression. "Get him to lie down, he looks like he's in shock," Newt said urgently. Isabella quickly gestured to her friend, who had his arms slung over her shoulder for support, and gently tried to guide him toward the sofa. "Ricky, you okay?" she asked, noticing that Maverick hadn't moved. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks," Maverick stammered, finally shaking off the starstruck daze that had him speechless. "Teacher, can we do the treatment in the room?" Maverick suggested, glancing at Edward. "Are you sure? Let Newt take a quick look first," Edward replied, concern mixed in his voice. "Really, I'm fine. I was just a little shocked to meet Mr. Scamander." He glanced at the man in question. "Mr. Scamander, I'm a huge fan. It's such a pleasure to meet you." He spoke with excitement, trying to raise his hand but wincing instead. Edward raised an eyebrow at him. "Kid, why don't you ever show that kind of excitement around me?" he asked, crossing his arms with a playful challenge. Maverick shot his teacher a look that clearly said, "Why would I?" "Enough," Sylvia called out, grabbing everyone's attention. She turned to her daughter and added, "Hurry up and take Maverick to his room." "Yes, Mom," Isabella replied, glancing at her clearly upset mother. She then helped Maverick up the stairs while the others followed behind. About an hour later, Maverick lay on the bed with his upper body bare, his left hand and chest covered in bandages. He looked more relaxed now and was in less pain. Surrounding his bed were Newt, his wife, Edward, Sylvia, and Isabella. Now that their student's condition was stable, Sarah and Simon had left through the flu after exchanging a few reassuring words with Maverick. "Nothing serious. His bones are healed, he just needs to take the potions, and he should be up and about in a day or two," Newt explained to the room. "Thanks a lot, Mr. Scamander. I really feel a lot better now," Maverick said, his gratitude clear and relief washing over him. Newt's healing skills were impressive, something you'd never find mentioned in J.K. Rowling's books. "All right, Edward Garling, can you explain why he's in this state?" Sylvia asked, arms crossed and a pointed look on her face. Edward sighed and decided to come clean. "The duel was a final test for Maverick," he explained, watering down the details and keeping it vague. "You call this a little hard time?" Sylvia exclaimed, gesturing at Maverick, who watched the drama unfold with amusement. It would be a rare sight to see the golden lion being pressed like this. HMPH. I'll tell Ariel and Michael that you beat up their son, Sylvia said, crossing her arms as the tip of her right shoe tapped rhythmically on the floor. Edward was speechless, unsure of how to respond to his wife. Aunt, can you please not? I really don't want them to worry, and this is no big deal. I'll be healed in no time. Maverick jumped in quickly. The last thing he needed was for his parents to freak out. They'd never seen him injured like this before. HMPH, you two are so alike, Sylvia muttered, inwardly agreeing with him. Well, now that it's all done, Newt said, looking from Maverick to Edward, I need to have a word with you. Right, let's give little Rick some time to rest, Edward replied, starting to head for the door along with everyone else. But Maverick spoke up before they could leave. Mr. Scamander, is that the suitcase where you keep all your animal friends? Newt raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Yes, young man, how did you know? I read a lot of books, Maverick answered. It was true. He had come across Newt's name and his magical suitcase in several history books. I didn't know you were such a fan of magical animals, Newt said, glancing at Maverick and then at Edward, who looked just as clueless. I can show you the world inside after you're healed. Sir, can I touch it, please? Maverick asked, his eyes pleading. Everyone in the room gave him strange looks. He coughed, brushing off the momentary embarrassment. He just wanted to check out the suitcase's extraordinary characteristic, and its rating. He didn't care about anything else. If it got an excellent grade or higher, he could replicate the characteristic for himself. After all, he still had an unused point just sitting there. Newt hesitated at first. He had never received such a peculiar request. But he trusted Edward, so he brushed off his worries and placed the suitcase next to Maverick. Maverick's excitement was clear as he eagerly patted the suitcase. The others stared at him, exchanging puzzled glances, wondering if he might be one of those people with a strange fetish. Thank you, sir. Can I ask for your autographs and Madame Tina's on my copy of your book? Maverick asked, doing his best trying to mask his unusual behavior. Newt nodded, while Tina gave him a curious look. Oh, why me, little guy? Tina asked, raising an eyebrow, clearly amused by his request. Well, when I read the books, I figured Mr. Scamander's success had a lot to do with your support, he added, trying to sweeten the comment with a compliment. Tina burst into laughter, her eyes sparkling with delight. Ha ha ha, I like this little guy, she exclaimed, clearly charmed by his flattery. Everyone gradually left the room until only Isabella was left, standing hesitantly at the door. Maverick, feeling a bit confused, said, I'm fine, Bella, just a bit tired from all the potions. Isabella paused for a moment before responding. I know, just get some rest, and I'll bring lunch in a little while. I can go downstairs. It's not like I'm seriously injured. No, don't even think about getting out of bed, she replied firmly, then turned to leave, cutting off any chance for him to argue. Maverick couldn't help but think, does she have a weird teenage crush on me or something? He shook his head and pondered further. She's really beautiful and an incredible witch. I've known her since we were kids. Crap, hold up. Calm down, Maverick, she's barely 16. He quickly reminded himself, trying to push aside the weird, lingering thoughts. It wasn't entirely his fault. He was biologically 18, and teenage hormones didn't just skip over him because he was a transmigrator. But he wasn't having any inappropriate thoughts. He simply appreciated his longtime friend as potential future wife material. Cough, only time would tell. Once Isabella left and the door clicked shut, Maverick finally turned his attention to the system. Item, magical suitcase. Extraordinary characteristic, expanded space. Grade, excellent. Sure enough, the grading came back as excellent, and a wide grin spread across Maverick's face. He recognized that prompt. It reminded him of the times he had touched bags enchanted with undetectable extension charms. However, all those magical objects, including the storage ring his teacher Edward had given him, only had the basic grade characteristic. Do you want to use one extraordinary characteristic point to replicate it? Without a second thought, Maverick hit yes, but the system popped up another message. Unable to integrate extraordinary characteristic. Converting extraordinary characteristic to an integratable state. Conversion complete. New extraordinary characteristic, independent expanded dimension. Replicating extraordinary characteristic. Wait. Maverick was very puzzled by the series of messages. It seemed the system had somehow altered the extraordinary characteristic into something different. But when he tried to learn more and mentally commanded the system to stop the action, it had ignored him completely. A few seconds later, his status panel popped up, now featuring the new detail. Name, Maverick Caesar. Class, Wizard. Rank, Magus. Magical energy, 837+. Points, 1,649. Extraordinary characteristic points, 0. Extraordinary characteristics. Excellent grade spellcasting, excellent grade independent expanded dimension, unfused. Maverick focused on the unfused note, and the expected prompt appeared. Do you want to fuse the extraordinary characteristic, independent expanded dimension? Maverick gave it some thought. Now that it had been replicated, and he lost the single unit of replication point, there was no point in regretting. And the new modified characteristic seemed better, with the addition of independent. Yes, no. Taking a deep breath, he chose yes. He waited for the follow-up reaction. And sure enough, that tingling sensation returned, but this time it spread all over him. Maverick was genuinely curious to see how this extraordinary characteristic might affect him. It didn't last long, barely half a minute. He tried to sense any difference, any new awareness or feeling out of the ordinary, but everything felt completely normal. He opened his system panel to get a better understanding, and there it was. The independent expanded dimension listed under extraordinary characteristics, now fully integrated. He focused on it, and a message appeared, conveniently displaying the instructions, usage, and functions. Extraordinary characteristic, independent expanded dimension. Black circle provides 1,000 cubic meters of space, anchored to the host's magical energy and existing in an independent dimension. Black circle how to view and use the independent expanded dimension. Focus on the extraordinary characteristic to make the space consciously observable. Contents can be freely organized by will. Black circle only non-sentient materials can be transferred to the independent dimension. Materials can be transferred only through direct physical contact, provided they have no attachments or bindings and are in a state of complete rest. Can retrieve anytime, anywhere, given that the retrieving space is free from any physical matter. Maverick lay on the bed, carefully studying this new characteristic he had acquired. It reminded him of the typical system, warehouse, that main characters often received with their systems in the novels and stories he had read in his previous life. Rather than calling it an extraordinary characteristic, he preferred to think of it as a function of his system. This expanded dimension, or space, functioned much like a storage ring, except it wasn't contained within any object. Instead, it existed in a completely separate, unrestricted dimension. The downside of the characteristic, after the system modified it for integration, was that it couldn't store living things, unlike Newt's suitcase. But that didn't bother him. He now felt an immense reassurance about his belongings. He no longer had to worry about anyone gaining access to an object he wished to keep secret. Any alchemical storage item could be stolen, but his system space was untouchable, as it existed entirely separate from this reality itself. In short, Maverick found the investment of one extraordinary characteristic point immensely worthwhile. He now had access to a space entirely independent of any physical, magical, or other force, accessible solely through his consciousness, no need for a medium like a ring or a bag. He then focused on the system panel, reviewing the changes that had taken place over the last 5 months since he began training with Edward. Name, Maverick Caesar. Class, Wizard. Rank, Magus. Magical energy, 837+. Points, 1,649. Extraordinary characteristic points, 0. Extraordinary characteristics. Excellent grade spellcasting, excellent grade independent expanded dimension. Talents. Magical energy manipulation, advanced plus. Magical sense, advanced plus. Transfiguration, Advanced Plus. Potions, Intermediate Plus. Alchemy, Intermediate Plus. Spells, Acquired Advanced Proficiency. Illusio Lunam Lectorum, plus Flipendo plus Bombarda plus Expelliarmus plus Pratigo plus Finite plus Incantatum plus Petrificus Totalis plus Stupefy plus Patronus Charm plus Episci. Healing, plus Reparo plus Revelio plus Disillusionment plus Wingardium Leviosa plus Occlumency plus Legilimency plus Apparition plus Confundus. Acquired Intermediate Proficiency. Over the past 5 months, Maverick hadn't used a single point to upgrade his magical energy, talents, or even a spell. It is now July 15, 1989. He had saved up 1,649 points. The system recognized that his proficiency with the levitation charm had advanced, displaying it under Advanced Proficiency, marking it as the only skill he'd managed to master purely through experience. His potion-making and alchemy talents remained at Intermediate Proficiency, though he knew his knowledge and skills in these areas had grown significantly beyond what they'd been when he first reached the intermediate level. The system just hadn't acknowledged an upgrade yet. Advanced Proficiency, after all, signified that he had reached, or even slightly surpassed, the level of a Hogwarts professor. Maverick knew he wasn't quite there yet, so he resisted the temptation to use 100 system points to upgrade these talents. Instead, he wanted to continue earning his advancements the hard way, accumulating real knowledge and experience. And his magical energy? It had nearly doubled. After some experimentation, he discovered that his own magical energy exercises could indeed raise his magical reserves, albeit slowly and with considerable effort. It made sense. Other wizards must also have methods for increasing their magical energy. Otherwise, ranks wouldn't exist. Edward's training had accelerated his growth. When Maverick learned movement techniques and physical exercises from his mentor, his magical energy began growing steadily, much faster than it did with his own limited exercises. While it wasn't enough to let him rank up overnight, it was a far more effective method. This was how he had doubled his initial 400+ magical energy in just 5 months. He knew, however, that reaching the next rank, Great Magus, would be challenging. He still needed to raise his energy by over 2,000 units to reach 3,000, the threshold for breakthrough. And he suspected that an epiphany or some form of enlightenment would be necessary as he neared that number. This was why so many witches and wizards remained stuck as Magus-level practitioners. Only a select few managed to achieve the breakthrough required to become Great Magus. But Maverick believed he had the talent. In the past months, without the system's assistance, he'd made significant progress. His teacher had praised his comprehension skills, calling him a true genius. Still, these were problems ordinary people faced. Maverick, a transmigrator with a system from beyond the fourth wall, had an advantage. He would continue to train hard and follow Edward's plans, but when he hit a bottleneck, he could always cheat by using his system points. He estimated that he could cross into the Great Magus rank in 2 years, right on time for the 3rd phase of his plan, joining Hogwarts as a professor. Now you might wonder, what are these phases and what happened to the first and second parts? This was something Maverick had thought through meticulously, a plan for his future in this universe and his ultimate goal. Currently, he was still in the first phase, which had begun when his system awakened and he was introduced to magic. This phase was simple: to integrate himself into this world, study, learn, and train. In short, the getting started phase. The second phase was approaching, and it involved traveling the world. Maverick intended to visit various magical countries, immersing himself in their unique magic and societies. He estimated that 2 years would be enough to explore most of the major magical establishments around the world. After that, the plot of the Harry Potter series would begin. Although he knew this universe was different, very different, he also recognized its core similarities to the original story. His plan was to join Hogwarts, a goal he already had a solid approach for, and then observe events from the background. His aim was to follow the storyline and leverage any opportunities that presented themselves. Meanwhile, during his 2-year journey and throughout the 7 years at Hogwarts, He intended to make a name for himself by starting a business in both the magical and non-magical worlds, operating under his own name, and, if possible, under an alias as well. His goal was to introduce scientific thinking to the stagnant British magical society, aiming to elevate their awareness and modernize their perspectives. And he believed that the best place to begin this transformation was at their most prestigious school. This was essential because the fourth phase would involve other realities mingled within this universe, and he needed the wizarding community to be unified and prepared. Maverick was confident. 10 years was more than enough time for him to position himself as a leader, or even the leader, of the global magical community. Chapter 6, Heart and Harmony v. CH26. 3 days later. Maverick, Edward, and Sylvia sat around the breakfast table, enjoying the most important meal of the day. The smell of crispy bacon and fresh pancakes filled the air, giving the room a warm, homey feel. Maverick was finally back to full health, all thanks to Newt's healing skills. His teacher had been right, Scamander was truly an excellent healer. This whole experience had opened Maverick's eyes. Even the characters he had known from the Harry Potter books had layers he never expected. For the past 3 days, Newt and his wife had settled into the Garling home, with Newt checking on Maverick often to make sure he was healing well. When Maverick was strong enough, Newt invited him into his magical suitcase. Maverick didn't have words for what he saw. Inside, Maverick was speechless. There were trees, rivers, and magical creatures everywhere, some familiar, others entirely new. The tour lasted half a day, and Maverick took in every sight, his eyes wide with wonder, like he was seeing magic for the first time. The night before leaving, Newt and Tina gave Maverick a signed copy of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them, with warm wishes written inside. They weren't close friends yet, but they were certainly more than strangers now. Tina had even shared their address, mentioned their grandson, and invited him to visit. Maverick promised to stop by soon and told them they could always reach out if they ever needed help. They appreciated his words, clearly touched by his promise. They might not know the full extent of Maverick's talent, but as Edward Garling's apprentice, they believed he would become someone truly remarkable. "Are you nervous?" Sylvia asked, glancing at Maverick as she sipped her coffee, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Edward shot him a quick look as well but remained silent. After all, this was his apprentice. Maverick paused mid-bite, chewing slowly as he thought. I guess I'm a little nervous, but not really worried," he said with a slight shrug and a small, nervous smile. Today was the big day. The results for the OWLS and NEWTS would be released all over magical Europe and America. For many students, months of hard work and a lot of sleepless nights had led to this moment. For his OWLS, Maverick had taken 8 subjects: history of the magical world, no-mag culture, arithmancy, charms, potions, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, and alchemy. For his NEWTS, he focused on just 5: charms, potions, alchemy, defense against the dark arts, and transfiguration. He didn't have the time, or need, to study subjects like history or no-mag studies for the advanced exams. Those were only useful for specialized jobs, and general knowledge in those areas would be enough to navigate the magical world. "Bella should be here soon," Sylvia added with a smile. "She's been on edge all morning. I guess even geniuses get nervous when results day rolls around." Edward chuckled. "She'll be fine, it's only the OWLS. 2 years from now, when it's her NEWTS, that might be. No, even then she'll be fine." He paused, thinking. He knew just how talented his daughter was, so any worry he had disappeared quickly. Maverick, on the other hand, tensed slightly when Isabella's name came up, though he quickly hid it, keeping his usual calm look. "She's going to be fine, Aunt. Bella's a very smart witch," he added with a confident nod. Like Edward, he was fully aware of her capabilities. Sylvia sighed softly. "A mother worries, you know," she said, smiling gently. The table grew quiet for a moment. Noticing the tension, Edward glanced at Maverick and changed the subject. "So, little Rick, are you planning to head back today, or will you stay a bit longer?" Maverick hesitated, looking down at his plate. Probably tomorrow, maybe." Maverick thought back to the talk he had had with his teacher a few days ago. He had shared his plans for the next few years, including his decision to travel the world. When he asked for Edward's advice, his mentor had simply told him that once he felt confident in his training, it would be good to set off and learn through real-life experience. Maverick had felt a wave of relief when Edward supported the idea. At first, he had been nervous, worried that his teacher might think he was just leaving after getting what he wanted. But Edward had encouraged Maverick's plan. He explained that for Maverick's potential to truly grow, the best path was to step out into the world, test his skills, and learn from new experiences. Edward added that he had already taught Maverick the most important lessons and that soon he wouldn't need supervision. Hearing that his teacher was genuinely proud of him, and his progress brought Maverick a true sense of happiness. "So, when are you going to tell Bella?" Sylvia asked, flashing Maverick a knowing smile as she leaned forward, resting her chin on her hands. Maverick blinked, caught off guard, and glanced at Sylvia. The look in her eyes told him everything. He knew he was in for a difficult conversation with one particular golden-haired girl, especially after the incident 3 days ago. Let's rewind to the day Maverick integrated his second, extraordinary characteristic. He was deep in thought, fully absorbed in the new ability he had acquired from the system. Time slipped by unnoticed until he was brought back to reality by a gentle knock at the door. He dismissed the virtual screens with a wave and called out, "Come in." Isabella entered, followed by a floating tray. It held a bowl of brown rice, some grilled chicken breasts, a salad, and a glass of juice, orange or mango by the look of it. She wore a loose white shirt and black leggings, her golden hair spilling freely over her shoulders, catching the light in a way that made Maverick pause. Over the past months, she had changed, not only in looks, but in presence. The last traces of her 16-year-old's childish features were now maturing into something more striking. Maverick lay there, momentarily speechless, watching as she brought the tray over with casual ease. She set it down and sat on the bed beside him. "What?" she asked, arching an eyebrow at his dazed expression. Is it lunchtime already?" he stammered, trying to brush aside the unexpected thoughts running through his mind. "You've been resting for an hour," she replied, leaning in a little, her eyes studying him closely. "Everyone else already ate. I told you I'd bring yours up here, remember?" "Right, thanks, Bella." He gave her a sheepish smile, still trying to shake off the odd thoughts in his head. "Good," she chirped, standing up and picking up a fork and knife. "Then I'll treat you." I can eat by myself," Maverick muttered, his hand twitching as if to stop her, before he remembered his arm was in a sling. "Nonsense, look at you." She nodded toward his bandaged arm. "Sit back, relax, think of me as your nurse." Her tone was playful, but her cheeks had turned a soft pink. Maverick opened his mouth to protest, but Isabella had already cut a piece of chicken, placed it on top of the rice, and added a few broccoli florets to the plate. Resigned, he leaned back, letting her do her thing. The room fell into a quiet silence as Isabella finished preparing the plate, carefully mixing the greens and protein. Maverick found himself watching her more than the food. Her expression was soft and focused, her cheeks still faintly flushed as she concentrated on the task. He couldn't remember a time when he had seen her like this, so attractive. And it wasn't just that. Lying there, Maverick started realizing that, over the past few months, he had begun noticing Isabella in ways he hadn't before. They had spent more and more time together, training, studying, talking about their magic, and sometimes just sharing little everyday moments. Ever since his system awakened and introduced him to magic, his life had taken a complete 180. He hadn't been the workaholic type, consumed by studying and training like he was now. No. Ever since he transmigrated to this world and discovered that his parents were both wealthy and influential, he had always taken life at a leisurely pace. His high grades and genius achievements in school and university were thanks to the memories from his past life, and repeating them was, quite simply, not difficult for him. But after the system and magic, it was like he had become a completely different person. The excitement, the discovery of the extraordinary, and the endless possibilities that had only been a dream in his past life were now real. And with all of that, he hadn't even noticed how much he had changed. The carefree life, spending time with the opposite sex, playing sports, enjoying simple entertainment, he had pushed all of that aside. So much so that, in the past year, it hadn't crossed his mind even once. However, today, without meaning to, the thought finally crossed his mind. All that pressure, the obsession with constant improvement, had eased, blending in with a bit of normalcy. It seemed to have happened without him realizing, just from that long glance at Isabella. "Stop staring," Isabella murmured, her eyes on the plate as her cheeks grew redder. Maverick blinked, jolted out of his thoughts. "Sorry, I don't know what came over me. Maybe it's the potions," he chuckled, trying to brush it off. Isabella glanced at him, hesitating as her gaze lingered on him a beat too long. Her eyes drifted, tracing his bruised yet rugged features, his messy hair, the sharp angles of his face, and when she realized what she was doing, her face turned even redder. "Are you okay?" Maverick asked, his voice soft with a hint of curiosity. "Fine, I'm fine." She thrust the plate toward him, her eyes squeezed shut. Maverick looked at her, bewildered. Wasn't she going to feed me? He wondered inwardly. Realizing her mistake, Isabella opened her eyes and found him staring at her in confusion. "Sorry," she muttered. Taking a deep breath, she inched closer and sat down beside him on the bed. Her hands shook slightly as she picked up the spoon. Now, with the silence thick around them, she leaned in closer than before, her gaze drifting to his as she lifted the spoon to his mouth. Maverick's heart pounded. He couldn't tear his gaze away, even as his mouth went dry and he momentarily forgot to open it. He didn't understand why he felt this way. This wasn't the first time they had been alone together. As if in response, Isabella's eyes flicked up, meeting his. They were so close now that they could feel the warmth of each other's breath, and for a moment, the air between them was charged, thick with something neither of them could name. Then, almost at the same time, they snapped out of it, Maverick leaning back, while Isabella jolted up from the bed, backing away with the plate of food in her hands. A moment of silence hung between them, then both murmured, "Sorry," in unison, which quickly turned into nervous laughter. The laughter broke the tension in the room. Maverick leaned back, patting his stomach with his good hand as the realization hit him, he had changed. Since magic had entered his life, he had become a different person. No, not completely different, but his emotions, his emotional side, had changed. He lay there, reflecting on it. He was still a teenager, not even 19. Sure, he was a transmigrator, 18 years of his previous life and another 19 years in this one. He had grown, but not from the 18-year-old he remembered from his past. No, the age doesn't stack up. It doesn't work like that. He had started over from scratch. The past life was just that, the past, memories. Now he was a young man, with teenage emotions, teenage impulses. Then magic had come, turning him into something more like a machine. But today, here he was, rediscovering what he had forgotten, that he could feel just like anyone his age. It was Isabella. Somehow, over the months of spending endless hours together, he had developed feelings. He hadn't noticed it until now, but it was there, clear as day. He remembered having crushes, feeling attracted, both before magic and even in his past life. And now, here he was again, experiencing that forgotten sensation. He laughed, a deep, relieved laugh that seemed to echo in the quiet room. Isabella, now watching him curiously, tilted her head. "What's so funny?" "Nothing, nothing," Maverick said, still chuckling to himself. He wasn't about to explain it all to her. She was only 16, and he knew better than to act on these feelings, at least not yet. Ever since the system had appeared, his ambition had grown, evolving into an unrelenting desire for power and mastery over magic. He had he had buried all his teenage emotions, impulses, and urges deep inside, making room only for that ambition. But lying there, not focused on training, studies, or his system, it was this moment with Isabella that made him realize those familiar feelings again. In this life, he was Maverick, just a teenager, not someone who had to grow so strong to carry the weight of the world on his back. He had time. He didn't need to dedicate every part of his consciousness to training and becoming stronger. He could enjoy life too, like any other kid, and not just through magic. Maverick gave Isabella a reassuring grin, patting the bed beside him. "Come, sit. Sorry I acted a bit strange just now." Isabella raised an eyebrow, brushing off whatever questions crossed her mind as she took a spot beside him. Though her cheeks were still flushed, she steadied herself, carefully scooping a spoonful of food for him. Maverick didn't hesitate, taking the bite without any awkwardness. "It's good," he mumbled through a mouthful, nodding in approval. Isabella, though still a bit flustered, managed a small smile. Now, she was the only one feeling a bit out of sorts. "Relax, Bella," he murmured, noticing her unease. He had sensed for a while that she had feelings for him, a crush or maybe just attraction, but he had never given it any thought before. Now, though, he couldn't quite brush it off anymore. "So, tell me about school." "Ilvermorny," he said, trying to ease the tension. Isabella's expression softened, her tension easing. "What do you want to know?" "Anything, really," he replied. "I've never been to a magic school, so what's it like?" She glanced at him, noticing how comfortable he seemed. Bit by bit, she relaxed too, recounting tales of Ilvermorny, the houses, classes, and daily life. She shared stories of her friends. Maverick noticed she didn't mention many friends. Isabella looked frustrated as she explained that most of the boys, and even girls, who had tried to befriend her were only interested in her connections to her father. She explained that she had learned early on to read people by paying attention to what they said and did, a skill her parents had taught her well. They talked for almost an hour, all tension between them long gone, replaced by an easy comfort. "Enough about me," Isabella said, adjusting the pillow on her lap and facing him. "We've spent months together, and you only ever talk about magic or training. Tell me something I don't know." Like what?" he asked, tilting his head. "I mean, back before you knew about magic, we were just regular friends, right? Do you have any interesting stories from then? I couldn't really tell you anything back then because I had to keep the magical part of my life a secret." "Hey, that was you," Maverick replied with a grin. "I didn't have any secrets. We were friends, true, so I guess you knew more about my life than I knew about yours. I wasn't hiding anything because I didn't even know magic was real back then." Isabella paused, then nodded. "True, I had to hide it, and because of that I couldn't fully be myself around you. That's why." "Stop pouting, Bella," Maverick said with a reassuring smile. "You had to hide that part of yourself, and I didn't need to know back then. But still, to me, you were a good friend." She smiled at that, and the room fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Isabella spoke up, changing the topic. "So, the exam results come out in 3 days. Are you nervous?" "Nervous?" Maverick raised an eyebrow and leaned back, looking relaxed. "Not really. I'm confident I did well on my owls. The newts, maybe not perfect, but still, I should be pretty close. How about you?" Isabella flashed a confident smile. "Too easy." Maverick laughed. "Well, you are the teacher's first apprentice." At the mention of her father, Isabella's expression changed. "Actually, Dad mentioned he's finished supervising your training, that you're ready to continue on your own. So, what's next? Are you planning to work for his company, or join MACUSA?" Maverick blinked, suddenly realizing he had never told her about his plans to travel for the next 2 years, plans to leave in just a few days. Just as he opened his mouth, a knock sounded at the door, and Newt's voice called from the hallway. Before Maverick could answer, Isabella called out, inviting Newt in. Newt entered, glancing between the two of them before setting his handy suitcase on the nearby table. "Get some rest, Ricky," Isabella said, rising from the bed. "I'll bring dinner tonight." "That won't be necessary, my dear," Newt interjected. "His arm should be fully healed in another hour or so." Isabella paused for a moment, her expression dropping slightly before she quickly masked her disappointment and began clearing the side table. Maverick felt a bit down too, though he couldn't figure out why. He even forgot about the serious conversation he had planned to have with her about leaving soon. It completely slipped his mind. After Isabella left, Newt performed a few diagnostic spells on Maverick, leaving him with some additional potions and instructions to rest. The clarity Maverick felt after his moment with Isabella made him feel calm, his mind lighter than it had been in a long time. Sleep seemed like a good idea, so he let himself drift off. The next 2 days passed quickly, but there was no moment like before when they were alone together. Even so, things felt different. Maverick was more relaxed, and Isabella seemed happier and more at ease since their talk. Back to the present. Maverick, Maverick. Chapter 7, Heart and Harmony VI, ch 27. Maverick, Maverick. Huh? Maverick blinked, pulled from his thoughts by Sylvia's voice. Lost in thought, huh? She asked, noticing as he scratched his head. Sorry, I just remembered something. Really? She raised an eyebrow, her tone skeptical at first, then playful. So, Maverick replied, looking confused. I was asking if you'd mentioned your travel plans to Isabella, that you'll be leaving soon. He hesitated, then sighed. I'll tell her today, I just sort of forgot to bring it up, he admitted, sounding a bit anxious. Sylvia raised an eyebrow, but from his expression, he didn't seem to be lying. Sylvia sighed, her gaze softening. As Isabella's mother, she knew her well and had noticed subtle changes since Maverick moved in, giving her a good idea of what was going on. She decided to tease him, a mischievous glint sparking in her eyes. Maverick suddenly felt a shiver and glanced around until his eyes met Sylvia's. He gulped, sensing something was coming. That look spelled trouble. You and Bella, she began. Shit, I knew she'd noticed something changed, but why am I panicking? It's not like I've done anything wrong. Thoughts raced through Maverick's mind. You two seem a little different lately, Sylvia continued, then looked over at her husband, who was buried in his newspaper. Isn't that right, hun? Edward. Yes, darling, what's going on? Edward asked, peeking over his paper, looking a bit dazed. Sylvia's brow twitched slightly. I was saying Maeve. But then, both Maverick and Edward turned toward the dining room entrance that led to the living room. They'd sensed a faint ripple of magic coming from that direction. Whoosh! With a flash of green light, Isabella Garling stepped out of the fireplace. Sylvia, hearing the burst of flame, realized someone had used their flu network, and they were expecting only one visitor. That must be Bella. Sure enough, moments later, Isabella appeared, hurrying toward them with an excited look on her face. Got it, Isabella announced, holding up 3 envelopes. Edward put down his newspaper. He wasn't exactly worried, but that didn't mean he wasn't eager to see how his daughter and Maverick had done on their exams. Isabella walked straight over to Maverick, taking a seat beside him at the dining table. Did you check? Maverick asked. No, I wanted us to open our owls together, she replied, handing him 2 of the 3 envelopes. Sylvia clapped her hands. All right, go on, open them already, she urged, her voice mixed with impatience. Isabella and Maverick gave her a glance, smiled, and both teared open their owl results. Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Office of the Headmaster. Marquis Agilbert Fontaine. June 1989. Maverick Caesar. Homeschooled. Teachers, Edward Garling, Simon Walker, Sarah Walker. Exam Institute, Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dear Maverick Caesar, we are pleased to inform you of the results of your ordinary wizarding level, OWL, examinations, which were held during the past academic year. Your performance in these exams has been nothing short of exceptional, and we congratulate you on your outstanding achievements. Below are the results for each of your subjects. History of the Magical World, excellent. No-Mag Culture, excellent. Arithmancy, excellent. Charms, perfect. Potions, perfect. Transfiguration, perfect. Defense against the dark arts, perfect. Alchemy, perfect. Your achievements in the OWL exams demonstrate not only your aptitude for magical studies, but also your dedication and hard work despite learning outside the traditional school environment. We are confident that these remarkable results will serve you well in all future endeavors. Please ensure you share this information with your tutors, Edward Garling, Simon Walker, and Sarah Walker, to discuss your next steps in academic and career planning, as your exceptional performance opens many doors for you. Once again, congratulations on your impressive performance, and we wish you the very best in all your future endeavors. Sincerely, Agilbert Fontaine, Headmaster, Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Maverick read his letter, then glanced over at Isabella, who was doing the same. After a moment, she met his gaze and flashed a bright smile, but she didn't say anything. Stop dragging it out, children, Sylvia called, causing both Maverick and Isabella to look her way. All perfect, Isabella said, her voice light, making her mother sigh with relief. Her father nodded approvingly, and for a brief moment, Edward also let out a quiet sigh, clearly relieved to hear her results. Sylvia stood up from her chair, walked over, and gave her daughter a hug. "I'm so proud of you, sweetheart." Edward grinned, showing all his teeth, and said, "That's right, I knew our daughter could do it." His voice was full of approval. Isabella smiled, soaking in the praise from her parents. Then, all three of them turned their attention to Maverick. First of all, congratulations, Bella," he said, giving her a look that said he was happy for her. He then glanced at his letter. "All perfect, except for history, nomad studies, and arithmancy. I scored excellent in those three," he said, his voice much softer than the excited energy of the lioness beside him. "Wonderful," Sylvia said with a proud smile. Edward nodded approvingly, his expression calm but full of pride, showing that he had never doubted his apprentice. Isabella gave him a playful, teasing look, and Maverick knew exactly what it meant. She wasn't trying to show off her better scores, it was just her way of saying she had finally beaten him at something. Maverick smiled quietly, then shrugged it off as he tore open his notes envelope. "Dear Maverick Caesar, we are pleased to inform you of the results." He quickly focused on the scores. "Here are the results for each of your subjects. Charms, perfect. Potions, excellent. Transfiguration, perfect. Defense against the dark arts, perfect. Alchemy, excellent." It was exactly what he expected. Potions and alchemy, he could have easily scored perfect if he had used the system's help, but he had chosen to master them on his own. Still, excellent was a solid grade, second only to perfect, with very good, good, pass, and fail following after. He felt satisfied with the results. They weren't enough to make him a once-in-a-generation genius, then draw unnecessary attention to him, but they were more than good enough not to disappoint his teacher. It was the perfect achievement for him. He floated the letter to his teacher, which Edward took and read. Edward then glanced at Maverick, pausing for a moment, making Maverick feel a bit nervous. Edward smiled, showing all his teeth, proud, just like when he praised his daughter. "Good job," he said, then paused before adding, "You should share this with Sarah and Simon before you leave for your next journey tomorrow." "Tell us the scores, you two," Sylvia called, and Maverick smiled, turning toward her. 5 subjects, 3 perfect and 2 excellent, he said to Sylvia, then looked over at Isabella to see her reaction. However, he noticed her expression looked unusually confused, then it clicked in his mind. "Oh, shit." "Leave? What journey?" Isabella asked, looking at her father uncertainly. Sylvia quickly understood. Although Maverick had said he would explain things to Isabella later, she expected him to have at least mentioned something by now, especially since Isabella spent most of her time with him after school. But it seemed Isabella had been kept completely in the dark. Seeing the confusion and disappointment on her face, Maverick was eager to explain. Before he could say a word, Edward cut him off mercilessly. Sylvia sighed. Well, since he's completed my training program, he'll be traveling to different countries next to learn more, basically gaining more hands-on experience," Edward explained casually. The Archmagus clearly didn't know how to read the room. Maverick glanced at Isabella, her eyes wide in shock, though not the happy kind. He felt sorry for her and worried she might resent him for keeping her in the dark. Isabella then turned her head from her father to Maverick. When she saw the apologetic look on his face, she knew it was true. For some reason, the news made her heart ache. Without thinking, she followed her instincts and ran upstairs to her room, not saying anything to anyone. Maverick wanted to stop her but hesitated. The look in her eyes, the disappointment, made him realize that Isabella truly had feelings for him. "What just happened?" Edward asked, his face showing confusion. He glanced at his wife, then at Maverick, and back to his wife. Sylvia ignored him, her attention on Maverick. She looked at him sympathetically. "You want me to talk to her?" Maverick paused for a moment, then sighed. "No, it's better if I speak to her. Thanks, Aunt." He stood up and walked toward the stairs. Edward still wore a bewildered expression, looking at his wife as if seeking an explanation. Sylvia sighed and explained to Edward the changes she'd noticed in their daughter and his apprentice, not worried about his disapproval. After all, Maverick had been part of their lives since he was a kid, and they knew the kind of person he was. Chapter 8, Heart and Harmony VII, ch 28. Maverick stood outside Isabella's room, hesitating before softly knocking. "Bella, can I come in?" he called gently. "Go away," her voice answered from within, shaky and full of emotion. "I just want to explain." "There's nothing to talk about," she interrupted, her voice heavy with frustration. "Just go away, I'm tired." Maverick sighed and pushed forward. "I'm coming in, Bella." He turned the doorknob and opened the door. "No, go away, Ricky. Go away," Isabella's voice cracked as she pleaded. He saw her sitting on the bed, leaning against the headboard, her face buried in a pillow on her lap. He could hear her quiet sobs, and it hurt him more than he'd expected. "Bella," he said softly, stepping closer. She didn't answer. He sat beside her on the bed and raised his arm to comfort her, but stopped, not sure what to say or do. She remained buried in the pillow. He lowered his head, struggling to find the words. I was going to tell you." "Just leave," she cried, her voice breaking. "You got what you wanted from my family." Maverick's heart ached. He knew she didn't mean it, and he couldn't blame her. "You know that's not true, Bella," he said, his gaze still down. She didn't answer, and her sobs slowly quieted. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." She quickly apologized, realizing she had spoken out of line. Maverick sat in silence, staring down. Isabella slowly lifted the pillow enough to peek at him and saw sadness, hurt, and regret written on his face. "I know you didn't mean it." He paused, raising his head to meet her eyes. "I'm sorry too. Believe me, I never meant to keep that from you." Isabella lowered her head again, burying herself in the pillow. "Then why?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Maverick couldn't find the words. His situation was complicated, even for him. "It's fine, we're just friends. It's not like we need to tell each other everything," she said, breaking the silence as if trying to reassure herself. "No, that's not it, Bella. Maverick struggled to find the words. "I didn't tell you because I got so caught up in magic. I didn't think I had time for anything else, even goodbyes." He took a deep breath. "For you, magic has always been part of your life. But for me, it came out of nowhere just a year ago. After that, it consumed me. There was only magic in my mind and nothing else. I didn't mean for it to happen. It just did. Until," Maverick looked into her eyes, "until you woke me up 3 days ago." Isabella's cheeks flushed slightly. She didn't fully understand what Maverick was talking about, but somehow, it made her feel less disappointed. "What happened 3 days ago?" Isabella asked. Maverick chuckled at her puzzled look. "You made me realize I wasn't being myself. I was too focused on magic and forgot how to feel other things." Isabella thought back to their awkward lunch 3 days ago. She didn't realize anything so important had happened, which only confused her more. "How did I make you realize that?" she asked, leaning back, now a bit more relaxed but more curious. Maverick hesitated, but seeing the look in her eyes, he decided to open up. "It's you," he said, lowering his head, trying to hide his embarrassment. "Over the last few months, I started to, like you, unknowingly. I was so focused on magic that I completely ignored it." He paused, "But you woke me up. You made me realize I'd been neglecting my emotions, acting unnatural." Isabella didn't catch the last part of what he said. Her eyes went wide, her mouth fell open, and her face instantly turned bright red. After a moment of silence, Maverick looked up and saw her flushed. As soon as their eyes met, she quickly buried her face in the pillow. He didn't know what to say anymore. He had basically confessed. "Bella," he called softly. 1 second, 5 seconds, half a minute passed. She stayed there, her face hidden in the pillow. "Bella, are you just saying that to make me feel better?" she asked suddenly. Maverick paused, then chuckled. "No." She slowly lowered the pillow, and he saw her face was still bright red. He gave her a playful smirk. "What?" she said, throwing the pillow at him. Maverick caught it, holding it as he looked at her. She crossed her arms, trying to look tough, but with her flushed face, it didn't quite work. "So, you turned into this magic-obsessed bookworm, forgot how to have fun and everything outside of magic. Until you started to like," she stammered, clearly embarrassed. "It wasn't forgetting, exactly. I just Got so focused on magic that I pushed everything else away without realizing it. That's the best I can explain. So do you, really? She asked hesitantly. He blinked, confused, then realized what she meant. Yeah, I can't say no. It was you who woke me up. My feelings for you? Well, yeah. Maverick saw her face turn even redder, but there was a sense of relief in her expression. What about you? He asked, already knowing the answer. As soon as he asked, she snatched the pillow from him like lightning, burying her face again. Maverick chuckled. You know I do, she mumbled, her voice muffled by the pillow. I can't hear a thing, he said, leaning closer. I said I do too, she replied, lifting her head just enough to meet his eyes, now only an inch apart. He pulled back quickly, laughing to ease the awkwardness. Although he had confessed his feelings, Maverick wasn't planning on starting a relationship with her just yet. She still had 2 years before graduation, and he was determined to travel the world during that time, with no intention of changing or postponing his plans. Her brows relaxed as she looked at him. I think I get it. Maybe I don't fully understand, but I trust you. She gave him a soft, forgiving smile. Apology accepted. Maverick felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank you, he said, then laid back on her bed, staring up at the ceiling, his arms stretched out. The silence settled again. Maverick's eyes were fixed on the ceiling, while Isabella leaned against the side, her gaze focused on him. You're still leaving, right? Isabella asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Maverick nodded slowly, still staring at the ceiling. After a moment, he spoke. 2 years, when I get back. If you still feel the same, I'd like for us to be together. He paused, searching for the right words. But right now, I'm afraid. If we start something now and it doesn't work out while we're apart, it could hurt the friendship we already have. And Bella, I can't risk losing you as a friend too. Isabella gave a small, understanding smile. She looked down, lost in thought for a moment before speaking softly. I don't want to lose that either. Maverick smiled at that, a wave of relief washing over him. He got up from the bed and stretched. Come on, he said, nodding toward the door. Aunt and teacher are going to be worried. Isabella sat with her legs crossed, a pillow over her knees, leaning against the bedside, her eyes fixed on him. Maverick could see she wanted to say something, but was hesitating. He raised an eyebrow. What? Isabella blinked and lowered her head. Maverick didn't interrupt, giving her the time to think. He believed it was better to get everything out now rather than hold it in for later. After a moment, she spoke, still looking down. So, for the next 2 years, what are we? Maverick paused, letting out a thoughtful hum before answering. Your good friend, he said, flashing a smile that showed all his teeth. And it's not like I'll be gone the whole time. I can apparate as easily as breathing, so I'll pop by now and then. Isabella finally lifted her head after hearing Maverick's answer. Her eyes were a little teary, but Maverick could tell it wasn't just sadness. Through his magical sense, he sensed relief and happiness mixed in too. He didn't want to press any further, so he again gestured for her to join him and headed downstairs. This time, Isabella nodded and got off the bed. Maverick turned toward the door, but then he felt a soft tug from behind. Isabella had wrapped her arms around him, holding him tightly, her face buried in his back. Maverick hesitated, then decided not to pull away. He allowed her to hold him, though he didn't return the embrace. Instead, he gently patted her arms as they wrapped around his chest, offering what comfort he could. I'll be waiting, and, even if it doesn't work out after 2 years, I promise I'll still be your good friend, she said, her voice soft but filled with sincerity. Maverick felt a wave of relief wash over him. Good, he said softly, patting her arms again. His word was simple, but the meaning was clear to her. Slowly, Isabella let go, but as she did, she gave him a playful shove, almost making him stumble. Hey, what's that for? He asked, turning with a wobble. That's for making me cry, she replied, pouting with a grumpy yet undeniably cute expression. Then, with a swift movement, she slammed the door in his face. Maverick couldn't help but smile, shaking his head. Chapter 9, Heart and Harmony via ch29. Maverick walked down the stairs, getting himself ready for the conversation ahead. He knew that Isabella's mother had likely noticed something about their relationship, but her father, who was also Maverick's teacher, Either hadn't noticed or didn't mind. He felt fairly confident that his teacher wouldn't mind if his relationship with Isabella went beyond just friendship. A few days ago, during their awkward lunch, Isabella mentioned that most men who showed interest in her had one thing in mind: they wanted to get on her father's good side. Getting close to her was just a way to get close to him. She mentioned that her parents were furious about it and warned her to be careful, even hiring nomad psychology experts to coach her, helping her see through people's motives. Maverick wasn't very surprised. Her parents weren't prejudiced against non-magical people. Her mother was one, after all. Her parents didn't mind her starting a relationship once she turned 15. This wasn't the normal world. Wizards and witches grew up and matured faster than regular people, and many old wizarding families encouraged young relationships. The Garling family was no different. Although Edward had a more modern outlook, he was still a wizard. As a speaker at the ICW, his status was equal to, if not higher than, any ancient family patriarchs. Edward and Sylvia knew their daughter would eventually be approached by the opposite sex, but as her parents, they would obviously protect her from people with ulterior motives. Then there was Maverick. His family and Isabella's family had known each other well for years, and since Maverick had shown magical talent, that bond had grown even closer. Maverick felt fairly confident that his teacher would see him as a good match for his daughter. Edward obviously trusted him, or he wouldn't have taken him on as an apprentice. He wasn't concerned about Sylvia. Her approval was clear from her face. Still, these were just guesses. Maverick was about to find out if they were true. When Maverick walked back into the dining room, he saw both his teacher and Sylvia watching him. Sylvia looked curious, while Edward had one eyebrow raised, as if saying, "Explain yourself." Maverick cleared his throat and sat down. "She'll be fine, just a bit upset, but she's all right now." Sylvia's brow relaxed. "Well, I'm glad you two talked it over." But Edward cut in, his tone sharp. "And why, pray tell, was she upset?" Maverick stiffened nervously. Edward clearly wanted an explanation, and he didn't have one ready. Thankfully, Sylvia stepped in. "Oh, hush, they're young. Let them handle their own business." Edward glanced at his wife, then turned back to Maverick, who looked uneasy. Edward paused, studying him closely, and Maverick felt like his teacher could see straight through his soul. After a moment, Edward sighed. "You're a good kid, little Rick." His words left Maverick feeling both relieved and a bit confused. Just then, footsteps sounded behind Maverick as Isabella walked in, now changed from her school uniform into something more casual. She came over and sat next to him without saying a word. Maverick glanced sideways, meeting her eyes, and gave her a nod and a smile, which she returned. To Isabella's parents, their behavior seemed a bit unnatural, but they didn't press. Sylvia had shared her thoughts with her husband, and now they both had a general idea of why. Sensing the tension, Maverick cleared his throat to break the silence. So I was thinking, when I go back to the UK tomorrow, why don't you guys come along too? Spend the weekend." "That's a wonderful idea," Sylvia said, then sent a glance to her husband, to which he nodded. That reminds me," Edward said, turning to Maverick. "We should get you registered with the British Ministry of Magic soon. Your father called about it a month ago." Maverick looked at him, puzzled. "Dad did? Why?" "He wanted to know when you'd be done with your training. Once you're finished, he wants you registered in Britain, not with MACUSA. Apparently, the Queen advised him." Maverick looked even more confused. How did she know? "Well, he is the current Prime Minister. Having a secret wizard son isn't ideal for a no-mage leader on paper. We discussed the matter," Edward said, meeting Maverick's eyes. "Sorry we didn't tell you earlier," he continued. "Your father asked me not to worry you with it and said he would handle it. We gave the Queen the same story about you that we give anyone else." Maverick gave his teacher a thoughtful look. How did she take it? "Well, since I'm a speaker at the ICW, keeping your wizarding identity private couldn't be questioned, even by the Queen." Maverick, along with Isabella and Sylvia, listened closely to Edward's explanation. "Will there be any issues with magical or non-magical laws?" Sylvia asked. "No. The law allows ancient families and ICW speakers to take in magicals born from no-mage families, openly or privately. So we haven't broken any laws, Edward said. I think I get it. Politics. Is my dad going to be in trouble? I mean, could he lose his position because I'm a wizard? Maverick asked. Edward touched his chin, thinking, not likely. Your father mentioned that the Queen wants to meet you. I think she'd rather you be on their side than on the British Ministry of Magic's, probably because you're my apprentice. Their side? Maverick asked, trying to understand. Wizards are wizards, even if they work for no-maj governments, right? Edward chuckled. Since World War II and the talks that followed, there's been this quiet tug-of-war for magical talent, he said, glancing at his family and Maverick. This isn't exactly classified. It's more of an open secret. Young witches and wizards are highly coveted by no-maj governments, and they're offered a lot. So, more graduates are choosing to work for no-maj government agencies in their countries. But no-maj authorities can only approach no-maj-born wizards, and only if they agree. So it's limited. And well, our numbers aren't very high to begin with. The wizarding authorities want to keep magicals close. Most magical societies have dropped, even banned, the old ideas about blood status because of this, though only in some countries, he said, looking at Maverick. Unfortunately, the British and their pureblood nonsense are still around. Bunch of backward fools. Maverick cleared his throat, smiling sheepishly. He was aware of it, but what could he do? He didn't get to choose which country he was born into. Hey, don't compare Maverick to those bigots, Sylvia cut in, glancing at her husband. I'm not saying he's one of those idiots. You think I'd take him as an apprentice if he thought that way? Edward said, glancing at his wife, then at Maverick. Maverick smiled, scratching his head as he continued to listen. I'm just saying, if the British Ministry of Magic doesn't wake up soon, they're going to be left behind by the rest of the world. Ricky can move to America. Isabella, who had been listening quietly, suddenly spoke up, making all three turn to her. She blushed and lowered her head. Sylvia smiled, amused at her daughter's comment. Yeah. If things get bad, I'll just ask Mom and Dad to move to the States, Maverick joked, hoping to ease Isabella's embarrassment. Maverick could see a hopeful gleam in her eyes, even as she kept her head down. Edward chuckled, but didn't comment. Well then, we'll make the trip, Edward said, making Sylvia sit up with a smile. He looked at her. Give Ariel a call. Tell her we'll be visiting by flu tomorrow at, let's say 9 in the morning, London time. Then he glanced at Maverick. When you visit the No-Maj monarch, I'd like to go with you. Maverick nodded quickly. Yeah, I'd like that, but will she be okay with it? I mean, teacher, you're not just anybody. Don't worry, no non-magical monarch or president would turn down a meeting with a speaker. She'll be more than happy to see me, Edward said, grinning. All right then, it's settled. I'll go call London, Sylvia said, then glanced at her daughter. Sweetheart, could you clear the table after you three are finished? Isabella nodded, still looking down. Got it, Mom. She was still flustered, but now it was the thought of going to Maverick's home and meeting his parents. It wasn't like she and Maverick were in an official relationship yet, and it wasn't the first time she would be meeting them. But after they'd confessed to each other and agreed on their 2-year commitment, she still couldn't act naturally when it involved Maverick. Chapter 10, Heart and Harmony IX, CH 30. Sylvia left to make her call to London, leaving Edward alone with Maverick and Isabella. Edward looked at the two sitting there with their heads down, looking nervous. The silence in the room grew heavier with each passing second. Some time passed like that, and finally he couldn't take it. He cleared his throat and couldn't help but smirk a little seeing the two in front of him visibly tense up. So, you two are now, he began, leaving the sentence open for one of them to finish. Maverick took a breath, steadying himself. He glanced at Isabella and saw her shaking off the awkwardness as well. But Maverick didn't let her speak first. He thought he could explain their situation better. Actually, teacher, he began, meeting Edwards and then glancing at Isabella, I think you and Aunt Sylvia may have misunderstood. Isabella didn't interrupt and let him explain. Misunderstood? You two aren't in some romantic relationship? Edward asked directly, raising an eyebrow. Maverick took a moment to better arrange his words. The silence made Edward misunderstand that his student may be afraid to admit, so he spoke up. Actually, I don't mind. In fact, I'm relieved it's you. I can't think of anyone better suited to take care of my daughter in the future. He glanced at both while speaking. Daddy, Isabella whispered softly, her eyes slightly moist. She didn't cry, but gave him a grateful smile. Maverick felt a wave of relief at Edward's words. He was happy and deeply grateful to his teacher, not just for mentoring him, but also for trusting him with Isabella's future. He started to have second thoughts. At first, his concerns were about not wanting to disrupt Isabella's education if they started a relationship now. He also assumed Edward and Sylvia would feel the same way. Maverick's thoughts were influenced by his previous life, but this was a different world. It turned out that Isabella's parents actually encouraged them to commit to a relationship now. Of course, there was the issue of being apart for long periods during his travels. But now, as he thought about it, there were plenty of magical ways to stay in touch. But he needed to be sure, so he decided to speak his mind. Well, teacher, he began, glancing at Isabella and giving her a nod before turning to Edward. Isabella and I do have feelings for each other, but, as you know, I'll be gone for the next 2 years, and Isabella still has 2 years until graduation. At first, we decided to wait until then to make it official if our feelings are still the same by then. But if you and Aunt Sylvia don't mind, and if Bella here accepts, he met her gaze, I'd like to ask for your consent to start a romantic relationship with her. He said it all in one breath and again turned back to Edward. Isabella stared at him, her eyes wide. After a moment, she blurted out before Edward could respond, "Of course I don't mind." Her face flushed, and she lowered her head, waiting for her father to speak. Maverick smiled and scratched his head, also waiting for Edward's answer. Like I said, I couldn't find a better person to take care of my daughter than you. I know you, my wife knows you, and we've known your family for a long time. But He paused, making the two in front of him tense. Edward tried to arrange his thoughts carefully. Well, you both are still young and, just be careful, you can start your own family. Dad, Isabella cut in, her face red as a tomato. Maverick looked equally speechless. Maverick quickly added, "Teacher, please don't misunderstand what I said earlier. Although we have feelings for each other and are committed to a relationship, we're still young. Isabella will graduate in 2 years, and I'll be traveling during that time, just as I mentioned when I spoke about my plans." Edward gave a sheepish smile, showing all his front teeth, though Maverick could pick up the subtle shift in his expression that showed he was relieved. Just then, Sylvia came back after finishing her phone call. She noticed the tense atmosphere and immediately gave her husband a blank look. "What? I didn't do anything," Edward said, raising his hands. He knew his wife well enough to understand what she was asking without her having to say it. She turned to Maverick and Isabella. "Is he giving you a hard time?" "No, Aunt." "No, Mom, Dad's just being a super idiot," Isabella said, glaring at her father. Sylvia didn't know how to respond. She brushed the worry off and got back to what she had been about to say. "I called your mom," she said, looking at Maverick. "I told her we'll be visiting tomorrow, morning London time. She said she and Mike would take the day off." She finished, her face lighting up with an eager, happy smile. Maverick smiled back, then remembered something and asked, "We're taking the flu, right? I arrived normally, so the Muggle records would still show me here in America." He looked at his teacher. "You can come back and travel normally anytime later. We'll take the flu, yes," Edward answered. Okay." "Wonderful," Sylvia said, then glanced at Edward. "Husband, come with me, I need to speak to you." Edward sighed and stood up. Before leaving, he glanced at Maverick. "Little Rick, come to my study tonight," he said, not adding any more details. Maverick was left in suspense and could only nod in agreement. The adults left, and Maverick and Isabella sat alone. It was quiet, but both of them wore expressions that said they had too many things to say. "Bella, sorry, I didn't discuss this with you first," Maverick began. "When your father gave his blessing, it just relieved me so much that I couldn't help but change my mind right there on the spot." Isabella met his gaze, smirking and raising an eyebrow. "So that 2-year waiting thing was all because you were afraid Dad would beat you up?" Cough. "No, well, partially. I didn't want any negative influence affecting your education. I mean, because we started dating early. What dating? You're going to Merlin knows where, and we'll be speaking by letter at most. My grades are going to be fine, idiot. Maverick gave her a sheepish smile before becoming serious. Bella, are you sure? I mean, we won't be seeing each other often for a long time. Isabella grabbed his collar, pulling him closer and locking her lips with his. It was her first kiss, but impressively executed. Maverick's eyes widened. Even his magical sense didn't alert him to her actions. They shared a short kiss before separating. Isabella stared down, her face red with blush. "Does that answer you?" she said, not meeting his eyes. Well, yeah," he answered, feeling embarrassed as well, though not as much as her. The room fell into silence again until Maverick spoke after a moment. "You want to do something." Isabella gave him a glance. "Do what?" "Well, we've got the whole day." "Duel?" she asked. No, Maverick rejected the idea. He didn't want anything to do with magic today. "Let's go visit some Muggle places, buy some gifts for my parents, go to a restaurant." Isabella's eyes lit up with excitement. "A date?" she asked. Maverick smiled, "Sure." And so, they both left after letting Edward and Sylvia know, off on their first ever date. Time passed as Maverick and Isabella spent their day in the Muggle world, mostly shopping and then going to a restaurant to grab a meal. They returned around sunset, each carrying many bags, mostly clothes Isabella had bought for him, along with some gifts for Maverick's parents. They spent some more time together, before joining Edward and Sylvia for dinner. After dinner, around 9 o'clock, Maverick headed to Edward's private study, where they usually had their evening lessons. He reached the door, and before he could knock, Edward's voice called from inside, inviting him in. Maverick opened the door, his expression tense. After all, this was his first one-on-one with Isabella's father since the events of the morning. Chapter 11, The Road Yet to Begin ch 31. Maverick saw Edward standing beside his desk, with a few items placed on top of it. He couldn't focus on them, his mind too anxious. Edward raised an eyebrow and smirked. "What, you think I brought you here to scold you or something?" he asked, joking. Maverick sensed the light-hearted tone in his voice, and his anxiety slowly began to ease. "Relax. Honestly, little Rick, I meant every word I said." Edward spoke more openly now that they were alone. "You have no idea how many vultures are circling around my daughter, trying to win my favor. Now, I can simply brush them off since she's in a relationship with you." "Is it that bad?" Maverick asked. "Very, not just from America, but from Europe, and believe it or not, even from Russia and Asia. A bunch of leeches. The only reason I don't erase their families is because they at least know better than to act stupid. If anything bad happened to my daughter during their little tricks, I'll remind them why I'm called the Lion of America." Edward's words sent a chill down Maverick's spine. He understood his teacher was talking about the greedy families seeking to marry Isabella for favors, but somehow, part of what Edward said seemed aimed at him as well. Maverick quickly pushed the thought aside. "Teacher is definitely not giving me a warning. Yes, probably," he thought inwardly with a gulp. Edward gave his apprentice a momentary glare before smiling. "Now, the reason I brought you here is because of these," he said, pointing at the items on the table. Only then did Maverick take a good look at the items on the table. They were all clearly magical, with two of them familiar to him and one he wasn't quite sure about. "Give me your storage ring," Edward said, holding out his hand. Without hesitation, Maverick handed over the ring on his finger. It had come from his teacher in the first place. "These are the gifts I've prepared for you," Edward said. "Think of it as a graduation prize, since I'm pleased with your progress over the past half year." He picked up the first item. It was a ring, looking far more impressive than the one Maverick had been wearing before. It was shaped like a crow with its wings spread, forming a full circle. A large black gem sat on top, right above the wings, almost like the crow's watchful eye. Two smaller black stones were set where its eyes would be, giving it a striking, mysterious look. Overall, it looked really cool. "All of these were made by a friend of mine, one of the best crafters and a powerful alchemist," Edward said, handing the ring to Maverick, who took it carefully. "Place a drop of blood on the gem, then wear it and send your mana into it," Edward instructed. Maverick nodded, using magic to make a small cut on his thumb. A drop of blood formed, and he let it fall onto the gem. He then slipped the ring onto his left middle finger and began channeling his magic into it. Though the ring felt loose at first, he knew it would auto-adjust since it was a magical item. 1 second. 5 seconds. Don't stop, keep feeding it mana, Edward advised. Maverick continued, nearly a minute passing before the ring responded. The large black gem and the 2 smaller ones glowed a deep crimson, and slowly, the ring resized to fit his finger perfectly. He turned his hand, rotating it both ways to get a better look, then glanced at his teacher, waiting for the explanation. He knew it had to be more than just a stylish piece. 50 cubic meters of storage, 5 times what your previous ring held, Edward began, smirking at his student. And that's just the basic function. Maverick glanced at the ring again, waiting for Edward to elaborate. Like the heir rings of most ancient wizarding families, this one is now bound to your blood. Aside from you, only a descendant of your choice will be able to use it, and it will respond solely to your mana. Even if someone else gets hold of it, they'll never access its contents. Not even someone at my level. Maverick's eyes lit up with excitement, but he quickly calmed down and kept listening. Inside, though, he was thrilled. If another witch or wizard tries to wear it, they'll be in for some serious pain. Even a marquis would find it unbearable. For a king, it would still hurt, but not much of a problem. Edward smirked. Do all ancient families have this kind of ring, teacher? Maverick asked. Not all, but most. And in some of the most noble, oldest houses, the magic is even stronger. Wearing the heir ring of another family is considered a serious taboo in the magical world, Edward advised. One more thing, Edward said, stretching out his hand toward Maverick. Legilimens. Maverick's eyes widened. He never expected his teacher to cast that spell on him, but a moment later, he felt the ring respond, as though it were covering his mind. Nothing was visibly changing, yet he sensed a shield forming around his thoughts, slowly draining his stamina. He didn't even need to use his magical sense or occlumency. The ring was successfully blocking Edward's probe. Maverick understood what his teacher was doing and glanced at him, waiting for an explanation. That was a mental probe at the level of a typical marquis with decent mana control and legilimency skills, Edward explained. Your ring will automatically guard your mind from any wizard below marquis level. A powerful marquis or a king could break through, but by then, you'd be fully alert. And with your own mental shields, you won't need to worry. Maverick looked down at his ring, then back at Edward. Thank you, teacher, he said, gratitude showing on his face. Edward waved his hand dismissively, though he wore another smirk. There's more. Maverick was genuinely surprised now. His new ring was turning out to be quite overpowered. Edward nodded, noting his student's surprise. He continued. It's also a reverse portkey, he said, catching the expected confusion on Maverick's face. Maverick knew of portkeys, but this was new to him. Never heard of it, have you? Edward said, reading his face. Maverick nodded. His teacher chuckled. Of course not, but it's exactly what it sounds like, only with one condition. Only kings with control over space can use it. Maverick frowned. By space, you mean like when you tear the air? Edward nodded. Yes. Technically, the power of space and spirit awakens at the marquis rank, but you only gain real skill with it after reaching king rank. He glanced at his student, raised an eyebrow as if remembering something, then brushed it off. He was used to Maverick's genius. Marquises can barely use space manipulation or mental attacks. It's just a tickle compared to the full potential, so you won't see them bother with it. None have mastered it well enough for combat before reaching king level. Edward paused, then added, well, unless someone were to prove otherwise, like you did with mana control and perception. Maverick was beyond excited. He'd never read about any of this in his books, 2 new talents waiting when he advanced to Great Magus. He gave his teacher a sheepish smile, but held back his thoughts. Anyway, Edward continued, the reverse portkey is a last resort lifeline. You send your magic into the ring like this. Edward demonstrated the specific rhythm Maverick needed to follow. Once done, it'll connect to my ring, and I'll know your location immediately. Only use this when absolutely necessary. It'll drain your stamina for several days while it recharges, and you won't be at your best until it's fully recovered. Maverick nodded, understanding. I hope I never need to use it, he said. Yes, I hope so too, Edward agreed. Now, on to the next item, he said as he turned back to the table. It was a broomstick, sleek and entirely black from handle to bristles. At the top, a carved crow's head with gem-like eyes gave it a fierce, watchful look. Near the bristles, a sturdy foot grip was attached, offering a secure hold for any daring rider. Maverick observed the sleek, powerful-looking broomstick. It was unlike any Quidditch broomstick he had ever seen. Yes, as you can see, this is a flying broomstick, Edward began, picking it up and handing it to Maverick. This one is special. It accelerates from 0 to 1,300 kilometers per hour in just 10 seconds, breaking the sound barrier. It can reach top speeds of up to 2,000 kilometers per hour, with superb balance and precision, and it can hover up to 10 kilometers high. Maverick's eyes widened as he heard the specs. This was far, far beyond the capabilities of a standard Quidditch broomstick. How? He asked, puzzled, looking up at his teacher. Edward smirked. You guessed it. This would be cheating on a Quidditch pitch. He chuckled. These broomsticks aren't released to the public. Only witches or wizards with top-notch mana control and perception can handle it. Marquee-level mages, and even then only those with excellent control, are licensed to own one. Maverick gripped the handle, his hands trembling with excitement. Licensed? He asked. Yes, Edward replied. They're never for sale. First, you'd need a license, then you'd go to the craftsman to request one. But I don't have one, Maverick said hesitantly. Edward chuckled. Well, I happen to be one of the few who can grant a license. Your mana control is more than enough to handle this. I'll teach you the basics in the training room later. Maverick nodded. His teacher was a cheat himself, he thought with a smile. Store it in your ring, and let me show you the third item, Edward said, turning back to the table. A black bracelet. No, it looked more like a wand holster. Like the ring, drop a bit of blood and channel your mana into it. It has the same security functions, minus the mental shield, Edward explained, handing it to Maverick. Maverick wore it on his right arm, letting a drop of blood fall onto it before channeling his magic. The bracelet immediately adjusted to fit his arm perfectly, with no discomfort at all. This one is very special. Now inject mana in this rhythm, Edward instructed, showing Maverick the pattern. Maverick followed along, and the bracelet began to morph, like tiny nanobots, covering his entire body. Startled, he took a step back. In seconds, he was fully clad in black, like a costume. If he had to describe it, it looked like the Black Panther suit from Marvel, but with the addition of a black cape, similar to Batman's. He twisted around, inspecting his new look, then walked over to the mirror on the left wall to see himself fully. His head was completely covered, with his eyes glowing faintly crimson. Thankfully, there were no panther or bat ears, he thought with relief. His entire body was clad in matte black, with an intricate feather-like pattern woven beautifully over the surface. The cape, reaching down to his knees, added a menacing edge to his look. Like it? Maverick, lost in admiration of his new look, snapped back at Edward's question. He turned to his teacher. Incredible, I don't have the words, Maverick said. Edward smirked. Well, like the other two, it has some special functions as well, he began. First, it can make you invisible and also suppress your magic from leaking, giving you even better camouflage. It has two looks. Let me show you the patterns to inject magic to activate each form. Edward demonstrated to a student. You already know how to activate the first form, I call it stealth mode. To activate the second form, inject magic like this, Edward demonstrated. Maverick repeated the pattern, and his suit began to shift. In just 3 seconds, his look had changed. Now he wore a classic wizarding robe over a black shirt and black pants. Though traditional, the same delicate feather pattern adorned the shirt, pants, and robe, giving them a refined look. Maverick inspected his new appearance in the mirror. Teacher, I've been meaning to ask, what's with the crow theme? The ring, the broom, and even this, he said, gesturing to the suit. They all have crow-like designs. Edward scratched his head, giving a sheepish smile. Well, I thought you'd like it, so I did it to surprise you. I've been waiting for you to ask, he chuckled. You do have a thing for crows. Maverick's brow twitched as he coughed. I don't. Yes, you do. You put crows or ravens in nearly all your custom spells. Even in your illusions, you scatter those birds everywhere. Cough, cough. Never mind, teacher. I really do like all 3 items. I don't know how to express my gratitude to you. Maverick's tone grew serious as he met his teacher's gaze. If there ever comes a day you need my help, teacher, I swear by my magic, I will be there for you and your family. Edward's expression softened. He regarded Maverick seriously, not laughing it off this time. After a moment, he walked behind his desk, took a seat, and looked at his apprentice. Maverick fell silent, sensing the gravity in his teacher's gaze and feeling that something important was about to be said. Edward met his eyes, resting his chin on his hands, elbows on the table. I only ask one thing in return. Take care of my daughter to the best of your ability. Maverick's eyes widened slightly in surprise. I don't care if, in the future, you find more wives, Edward continued. But she comes first, she's your priority, and you'll need her consent before marrying anyone else. Don't make her sad, that's all I ask of you. Maverick's face turned solemn. I promise. I, Maverick Caesar, hereby swear by my magic to take care of Isabella Garling, to love her, to keep her happy to the best of my ability. He raised his wand, sealing the oath with magic, even surprising Edward. You didn't need to make it a magical oath. You're my apprentice, and you know I trust you, little Rick, Edward said with a faint, helpless smile. I know, teacher, and I don't have any plans for polygamy, not now at least, Maverick explained. Edward waved his hand. I don't mind. It's common among powerful wizards with very few exceptions, but just make sure Isabella is your priority and that you have her consent. Maverick didn't know what to say. He truly hadn't considered marrying multiple women. He hadn't even thought about marriage at all until recently. He pushed the thoughts aside, figuring that only time would tell. I swear, teacher. Good, Edward said, standing up. Let's head to the training room. No, outside. I'll give you some basics on riding your broom, he added, walking to the door. Maverick quickly followed. They spent nearly an hour training, and Maverick quickly got the hang of controlling the broom. It heavily involved the 2 key talents, magical energy manipulation, which shielded his eyes and body against air resistance, and magical sense for maneuvering. Thanks to his strong mastery in both, he learned flying with surprising speed. After the lesson, Edward told Maverick to head back and get some sleep. Tomorrow, he and the Garling family would be traveling to the UK to his home. Chapter 12, The Road Yet to Begin, ch. 32. London, United Kingdom. Hun, what time did you say they were arriving? Around noon, Michael. It should be morning over there now. They'll be here any time. Inside the Caesar family house in London, Maverick's parents were making final preparations, ready to welcome guests into their home. So he's finished with his studies there? Ariel asked, carefully adjusting a vase on the table. That's what Ed told me, Michael replied, casting a quick glance at the clock. But he won't stay long, I don't think. Something about visiting other magical countries. Just then, their fireplace flared to life with green flames, causing Michael and Ariel to turn their heads quickly. A moment later, Edward stepped out first, wearing his usual bright expression. Mike, Ari, he greeted. Following him, 3 more figures emerged, first Maverick, then Isabella and her mother. They were all dressed casually, but appropriately for London's weather. Maverick wore a classic black woolen long coat over a sleek black shirt and pants, a sharp yet casual look that suited him perfectly. Michael and Ariel greeted Edward first, then turned to the 3 behind him. Son, welcome home, Ariel said, stepping forward to hug Maverick, while Michael gave him a nod. Welcome back, son. Ariel then turned to Sylvia, her arms outstretched. Sylvie, she called, and the 2 women embraced. It's been a while. Yeah, Sylvia replied, smiling warmly. They then looked at the last person. Isabella stood a little apart, looking nervous with her head down. Honey, are you okay? Ariel asked, walking over and gently placing a hand on Isabella's shoulder. Isabella quickly tried to shake off her awkwardness. I'm fine, good, Aunt, thank you, she stuttered, her words coming out anxiously. Ariel gave Isabella a concerned look, then turned to Sylvia, silently asking if everything was okay. Sylvia smiled reassuringly. "She's fine, probably just a little shy after so long," she said with a playful wink at her daughter. Isabella flushed slightly but quickly gathered herself. "I'm okay, Auntie, just excited to be back in the UK after such a long time." Ariel raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. She shot Isabella a skeptical glance but chose not to press the issue since Sylvia didn't seem worried. "Let's go," Ariel said, addressing the room. "I know it's early in New York, so I've combined breakfast and lunch together." She gestured for everyone to follow her toward the dining room. It was just past noon, and both families sat around the dining table, enjoying Ariel's delicious spread. At first, the conversation was light, filled with small talk, but soon it shifted to Maverick and his studies. Maverick shared stories about his time in America, his teachers, and his exam results, which brought pleased smiles to his parents' faces. The conversation then turned to Maverick's plans for the next 2 years. This was the first time he was sharing them directly with his parents. At first, they hesitated and advised against it, expressing concerns that he was still too young and that the journey might be dangerous. But when Edward spoke up, vouching for Maverick and assuring them he was more than ready, his mother and father eventually agreed, though reluctantly. Finally, the conversation shifted to meeting the Queen. Edward mentioned to Michael that he'd like to join, offering to help cover any gaps in the conversation that might arise. Michael agreed and arranged the meeting. To their surprise, the Queen requested to meet them immediately if it was convenient. Michael shared this with Edward and Maverick, and they both agreed. So, after lunch, the three of them discreetly left for Buckingham Palace. They hadn't come by motorcade but in Michael's private car, and with a subtle muggle-repelling charm, they reached their destination without any interruptions in just under an hour. This was meant to be a very private meeting, so the Queen hadn't arranged any elaborate reception. To greet Maverick's party, there was only one person waiting, and to Maverick's surprise, he was a wizard. Not just any wizard, but a great magus. Michael quietly explained to his son that the Queen had 2 great magus under her direct command, aside from the witches and wizards working in their government's special department for magicals. The car came to a stop, and with the repellent spell still active, only the wizard waiting for them took notice of their arrival. Maverick studied the man with interest. He looked very old, gray hair, deeply lined face, and an aura of experience that suggested he might be centuries old. As a great magus, he could easily have lived for over 300 years. Maverick, however, kept his questions to himself. "Greetings, Speaker Garling." The wizard addressed Edward first, showing the respect due to someone of Edward's rank in the magical world. Edward nodded, extending his hand. "Jacob Rivers, I've heard of you, a nomad-born hero from World War II. You disappeared after the duel with the Rosier Witch." Edward's brow lifted, intrigued. Jacob offered a small, modest smile. "You flatter me, Mr. Speaker. I didn't fight her alone, and now I'm proud to serve Her Majesty. Protecting her has become my mission." Edward nodded, recognizing that Jacob preferred not to discuss it further. Jacob then turned to Michael. "Prime Minister," he greeted with a respectful bow. "Jacob, good to see you," Michael replied, his tone friendly and familiar. "And you must be Maverick." Jacob finally turned to him, extending his hand. Maverick returned the greeting with a respectful smile and a nod. Jacob led Maverick, Michael, and Edward through several doors until they finally arrived in a room with a square table, a chair at each side, and a fruit basket resting in the center. At one chair sat a woman, facing the door through which they entered. Maverick recognized her immediately as the Queen, and Michael greeted her as soon as he laid eyes on her. "Your Majesty," he said, presenting the proper etiquette. "Come, gentlemen, please sit," she responded with a nod to Michael. Edward walked over first and sat down at the table, directly across from her, while Maverick and Michael took the remaining sides. The Queen gave the Archmagus a nod. "Speaker Garling," she addressed him. "Your Majesty," he replied, returning the gesture. "I've heard you're interested in my pupil." "Yes," she replied in her refined, royal accent, glancing from Michael to Maverick. "You've grown up, young man." Maverick nodded politely. "Your Majesty, it's good to see you again." This wasn't the first time he had been to Buckingham Palace. When he was younger, he had visited with his father and even met the Queen herself. The Queen turned her gaze back to Edward. "Tell me, Speaker Garling, you took one of my subjects as your disciple when he was only 6, yet you never thought to inform me." Edward didn't flinch. In fact, Maverick was even more impressed by the Queen. She spoke so calmly, as if she were equals with a man who could level London without much effort. Maverick's respect for her grew as he saw her in a new light. "Respectfully, Your Majesty, I'm not required to inform you," Edward replied calmly. "He is a wizard. I used my authority as speaker to take him in as my apprentice and to conceal his identity while I trained him." It was the first time Maverick had seen his teacher speak like this. "Yes, those blasted laws made by fools after the war," Queen Elizabeth retorted. Edward raised an eyebrow. "They were necessary. Many good people died for them, yours and mine alike." "Oh, don't misunderstand," the Queen replied with a hint of condescension. "I respect the agreements. I just find some points unfair, like how you, or some ancient house, can simply snatch away any magical child born to us ordinary humans, especially those from foreign lands." Ahem. Michael cleared his throat, feeling the tension building in the room. The monarch and the archmagus gave him a brief sideways glance before continuing. "Tell me, Mr. Speaker," the Queen said, "do you plan for him to join MACUSA? If so, I must protest. His father is the head of my government, and I can't have him working for a foreign country." Edward met her gaze and finally understood why she had insisted on meeting Maverick. "No, I never had such intentions, and I never will." He cast a quick glance at Maverick before turning back to her. "He is my student, and that is all. You should know he completed his no-maj schooling here in the UK. I took him as my apprentice only because of his talent and because his father was one of my closest friends." He paused before continuing. "In fact, one reason for my visit this time is to register him under the British Ministry of Magic, as a British wizard." The Queen looked at Maverick for a few quiet moments before speaking. "You're an unusual one, aren't you, young man? Finished school, then university, all while learning magic. I hear you did quite well on your magical exams, too," she said, as if inviting Maverick to explain. Maverick gave a sheepish smile, scratching his head. "Thank you for the praise, Your Majesty. It's all thanks to my teacher," he said, nodding to Edward before continuing. "He'd visit home regularly to mentor me in magic, even with his own responsibilities. And well, normal school wasn't too challenging for me. I don't mean to brag, but I'd say I'm pretty smart," he added with a grin. The Queen gave him a look, then chuckled. "Yes, I saw your university grades. Impressive, learning from both worlds." She turned to Michael with a smirk. "How on earth did that girl Ariel produce such a prodigy?" Michael coughed. "Your Majesty, he's my son too." The Queen chuckled, then turned back to Edward. "Well, I must thank you. Maverick may be a magical, but he's of the land I rule. You've taken wonderful care of him." Edward nodded, playing along. "May I ask what you intend to request of my pupil? Surely you didn't summon him just to congratulate him." At last, the conversation turned to the real reason for the meeting. The Queen gave Edward a long, steady look, which he returned. "I'd normally say it's none of your business, but since it's you, I don't mind sharing my proposal with young Maverick while you're here," she said, before looking directly at Maverick. "I'd like you to work for me, for my government," she stated bluntly. Maverick was speechless. He'd expected something like this, but hadn't imagined it would be so direct. Edward remained silent, clearly leaving the decision to his student. Maverick glanced at his teacher, and seeing he wasn't going to intervene, took a deep breath. "Ahem. Your Majesty," he began, stumbling slightly. "I'm still young and I just finished school. I was hoping to travel for a couple of years first. After that, I'd like to work as a teacher at Hogwarts, so he trailed off, struggling to find a polite way to say no. The Queen kept her gaze fixed on Maverick, a bit of a power move, perhaps. Though he fidgeted slightly under her stare, he stood by his decision. His future wouldn't be as someone who just followed orders. No, he intended to be the one giving them. Maverick hesitated at first, but in the end, his expression was firm. The Queen saw that her plan hadn't worked and sighed. Across from them, Edward held back a smirk, giving his student a silent thumbs up. On the outside, though, he kept his face blank. The Queen decided to go with her backup plan. With Edward here, she couldn't simply make demands. Besides, by law, the witch or wizard had the final say on joining non-magical government. The Queen was determined to get Maverick on her side. Ever since learning that the head of her government had a magical son who was an apprentice to a speaker, she had made up her mind to recruit him, no matter what. First, speakers didn't usually take on students. They had far more important duties. Second, if they did take one, it had to be someone truly exceptional. And finally, having an apprentice of an archmagus meant an indirect link to the archmagus himself. She flexed the conditions and laid the details out for Maverick again. Whether you travel to the moon or teach at some school, that doesn't matter to me. I only need you to represent me, she explained. I don't need you guarding me or going on missions every day. I'd only call on you as a last resort, she added, if my family faced an extraordinary danger or if the country were to go to war. Maverick listened carefully, as did his father and teacher. The two adults, however, stayed silent and allowed him to make the decision on his own. To be honest, he was tempted. He'd have the chance to work alongside his father, and she had promised him a lot of freedom. But in the end, he chose to decline. The idea of going to war for the country wasn't appealing to him. It wasn't that he didn't love his country, he did, but he was a wizard and, in time, would become a powerhouse. His system alone gave him confidence. He simply didn't want to be forced to kill for political disputes led by people behind desks. After all, he was from 2024, and he knew that most future wars were little more than politically driven conflicts. I apologize, Your Majesty. I'll have to decline your offer. I don't want to fight other countries over politics, Maverick said, making his decision clear. Rather than looking disappointed, the Queen seemed puzzled. She stared at Maverick for a moment, then turned her gaze to Edward. Edward looked at his apprentice as if he were a fool, and Michael, wearing a similar expression, did the same. Maverick quickly sensed that something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it, and didn't realize it was because of what he just said. Mr. Speaker, the Queen called, her voice a bit heavier. I must question the education you've provided to young Maverick here. Don't look at me, that's all him, Edward replied quickly, hands raised in defense. Maverick looked from the Queen to his teacher, then to his father, and back to the Queen. After giving Edward a hard look, the Queen turned back to Maverick. What makes you think I'd ask you to fight other countries, young man? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Maverick's face grew puzzled. But, you said I'd have to fight wars. Yes, but not with other countries, you donut. Do you think wars only happen between nations? The Queen shot back. Maverick's mouth opened, but he couldn't find the words. He now realized how foolish his response had sounded. His face flushed with embarrassment, not for himself, but for his teacher, whom he had unintentionally made look bad in front of the Queen. Politics and knowledge of global organizations were all part of what Edward had taught him, and he'd momentarily forgotten, completely misunderstanding the Queen's words. He first shot an apologetic look at his teacher, then turned to the Queen. Apologies, my Queen, I misunderstood. The Queen lifted the corner of her lips in a small, knowing smile. Let me explain further. You'd only be asked to fight for Great Britain against terrorist organizations, wars against them, if any arise. More importantly, only if those organizations involve supernatural elements like witches or wizards, she clarified. Before Maverick could respond, she continued, allow me to sweeten the deal. You become part of my 00 squad. We have 9 spots, and fortunately there are 3 vacant at the moment. She paused, watching Maverick. You'll find the benefits quite convenient, especially since you have this grand plan to travel the world. As soon as she mentioned the 0 squad, Maverick's father straightened up. He couldn't help but blurt out as soon as she finished, Your Majesty, isn't that a little? Nonsense, Prime Minister, the Queen interrupted sternly. This is my decision, and as the supreme authority of this country, I can add or remove my subjects from government posts as I deem fit. Maverick's mouth hung open, not because of what the others might think, but because he had a vague idea of what this 00 squad entailed. When the Queen mentioned it, His mind immediately flashed to memories from his previous life, a certain action movie franchise incredibly popular worldwide. The infamous introduction echoed in his thoughts: Bond, James Bond. "See, sir, Maverick Keys." Cough, cough, cough. The attention in the room shifted to Maverick as he suddenly started coughing, his face flushed with embarrassment. Maverick quickly swore that his thoughts were completely unintentional. He tried to shake off the awkwardness, meeting the Queen's gaze. "That, Your Majesty, may I ask what the benefits are that you just mentioned?" Chapter 13, The Road Yet to Begin, ch. 33. "Your Majesty, may I ask what the benefits are that you just mentioned?" Maverick asked. The Queen sensed that her persuasion was finally working. She straightened up, her gaze steady as she continued. "The 00 Squad is an elite and covert group under my direct command. There can only ever be 9 agents, from 1 to 9. They handle missions of the highest stakes, missions directly tied to national security. In this squad, there are 3 non-magical and 3 magical agents. The non-magical agents handle all matters concerning the nation's safety, while the magical agents focus solely on national security when facing supernatural threats. For you, Maverick, I'm prepared to make an exception. You would only be called upon in the most extraordinary circumstances, if the nation faced a threat beyond what MI5, MI6, or even Defense Intelligence could manage. Only then would I summon you to defend this land." Maverick couldn't help but interrupt, saying, "But I'm only a magus. Forgive me, Your Majesty, but it's hard to believe you'd put such trust in me. I mean, this is the first real conversation we've had. Your expectations of me seem unusually high." His doubts were understandable. After all, only his teacher, Edward, truly knew his potential. The Queen didn't mind his interruption. In fact, she would have found it strange if Maverick hadn't raised the issue. "For now, no, you're no different from the other wizards working for my government," she began, pausing briefly. "But I know this man," she continued, pointing to Edward. "There is an unspoken understanding we leaders share, and really everyone does. A speaker of any nation is seen as equal to the nation itself. You can interpret that however you like, young man." She looked from Maverick to Edward and back again. "Not only are you his direct apprentice, but he even took the time to attend this meeting for you. That shows me just how high his expectations are of you." She paused, allowing Maverick a moment to think. "Think of it as a bet," she said. "I'm betting on you for the future of my nation." Her voice was steady, letting her words sink in. Edward didn't refute or add anything to what she said. He knows exactly what his status meant. He was here only to make sure his apprentice wasn't taken advantage of. Beyond that, he would let Maverick make his own decisions and never interfere. It was the same with Michael. He agreed with everything the Queen had said and left the matter to be settled by his son. Maverick took a moment to think and had to agree with the Queen. Everything she said made sense. Honestly, given the situation, he would bet on himself too. He met her gaze and nodded, signaling that he understood. The Queen nodded in return before continuing her explanation. "Where were we? Ah, yes. So basically, the conditions are meant to ensure you that your movements won't be restricted in any way." She paused for a moment. "And as for the benefits, well, within Britain, you'll have a very high authority across government facilities. If there's something you need done, doors will open, sparing you from unnecessary bureaucracy." She held his gaze with a pointed look. "This isn't an invitation for corruption, but for the most part, my government would turn a blind eye and grant you authority, as long as it doesn't bring harm to the people in any way." She paused again, relaxing slightly before she continued. "Internationally, you'd gain substantial travel privileges. A free visa to 127 countries, including all of North and South America, all of Europe, parts of Asia, and the Middle East, even China." She gave a small smirk. "Not Russia, though, but you're a wizard. I'm sure you have ways of getting in, which I don't need to know." "Let's see. Yes, you'd be licensed to carry firearms, though I doubt you'd find it necessary. And finally," she narrowed her eyes, "you'd have the license to kill any target deemed a threat to my nation." The Queen watched Maverick's expression as he took this all in. "And again," she added firmly, "this doesn't mean you'll have free rein to kill anyone whenever you want, and I trust you wouldn't. It just means there will be fewer questions about your decisions if and when you ever decide to take a life. She paused, giving a brief glance to Michael. I have complete trust in the Prime Minister I've appointed to lead my government, and you are his son. She paused, then continued. Finally, I'm certain the man sitting here, she gestured to Edward, wouldn't choose an apprentice without carefully considering their character. So, you're free to travel as much as you like to teach, to learn, hell, even play football. Or become a movie star if you want. You'd have complete freedom. All I ask is that you represent me if extraordinary circumstances demand it. And one last thing. Aside from national security, if there were ever a threat to myself or my direct line, natural or supernatural, I would call on you then as well. But as I said, these scenarios are as unlikely as the nation going to war. Taking a breath, she delivered her final words. So, young man, will you take on the responsibility to represent Great Britain, to represent me? Maverick gulped, feeling the weight of the offer. The benefits far outweighed the inconveniences. He glanced over at his father, who looked back at him, a trace of concern in his eyes, though he held his words. It was probably a worry for his safety. Then he looked to his teacher, and Edward met his gaze at the same time, his eyes expressing nothing but trust. Maverick knew his teacher would support whatever choice he made. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, letting the silence in the room settle around him. After nearly half a minute, he opened his eyes and met the Queen's steady gaze. Your Majesty, he said firmly, it would be my honor to serve you and this nation. The Queen's expression softened slightly, but she maintained her composed demeanor, simply giving a nod. Then she turned to the room and called out, her voice steady. 008002. Two figures stepped forward, canceling their disillusionment spells. One was a middle-aged woman standing to the Queen's left, and the other was Jacob, whom Maverick and Edward had met earlier. Maverick had sensed their presence through his magical sense, as had Edward, but neither had mentioned it. They both knew these were the Queen's people, likely stationed here for more than just observation. Maverick felt a flicker of surprise, but he kept his composure, understanding now that these two weren't simply guards. They were his soon-to-be colleagues in the Zero Squad. Both figures gave a respectful gesture, a slight bow, almost like a salute, as they said, "Ma'am." The Queen nodded in acknowledgement before shifting her gaze to Edward. You mentioned wanting to register him with the British Ministry of Magic. Edward nodded. His wizarding identity is currently just his name in Ilvermorny's records. It worked while he was studying, but now, for his future, he needs proper identification. We plan to go to the ministry after this meeting. Unnecessary, the Queen replied with a hint of a smile. She raised an eyebrow. Unless you'd like to see your face on tomorrow's front page, she added, implying she had another solution. Edward's face remained neutral, though his tone carried a trace of interest. I'd like to avoid that, if possible, but I doubt we could completely escape notice, unless you have a way to get him registered without us needing to step foot there. The Queen's lips curved slightly. I do, she said, and leaned back slightly in her chair. It's not every day that you get to do a favor for a speaker, and she knew what it weighed. No fuss, no crowds. Consider it a favor from the Crown, she explained, the turn to her right. 008, please ask Minister Fudge to come to the palace. Tell him it's urgent, the Queen instructed. The woman didn't hesitate. She simply nodded and walked out. The Queen then turned her attention back to her guests. Her name is Joanna, she said, glancing at Edward to see if he recognized her. Another no-mage-born name from World War II, Edward replied thoughtfully. They saved many lives during the battle against Grindelwald and Schmidt's forces. I remember the heroes from the war, Your Majesty. Even though the Ministry of Magic at the time didn't highlight them much, because of their blood status. Edward paused, then added with a touch of curiosity, I hear their decadent behavior hasn't changed much since then. The Queen sighed, her frustration clear. Idiots, she spat. They're simply ignorant. Sometimes I wonder if Dumbledore had a hand in this. She raised an eyebrow at Edward. After all, his lover started the war against science. Maybe he thinks he's making up for it by manipulating things, keeping British wizards ignorant of the world's advancements. Edward rubbed his chin, thinking. If anything, he'd try to advise your country's nobles to let go of their blood supremacy ideas and see the world for what it really is. Dumbledore, though annoying at times, wouldn't harm our kind on purpose. Edward wasn't embarrassed to speak his mind, even if it meant praising Dumbledore or criticizing the Queen's people right in front of her. Honestly, your so-called pureblood families are just ignorant. That's all there is to it. Maverick watched in silence, his eyes wide. He silently gave his teacher an imaginary thumbs up for being so bold. The Queen gave Edward a long, scrutinizing look. I never thought you, of all people, would vouch for him. Edward raised a hand in defense. Don't get me wrong, I don't have a pleasant impression of the bastard ever since, well, you know. He paused, glanced at the Queen, but didn't elaborate. But that doesn't mean I'm petty enough to speak falsely about him when I know better. The Queen sighed, then brightened her eyes and looked at Maverick. Young man, if you do end up teaching at Hogwarts, try to put a little sense into those brainwashed noble children there. Maverick scratched his head. Well, that's a long way off, he said. If anyone can do it, I'm sure it's my son who will bring some sense to this country's magical community, Michael added, speaking up for the first time in a while. The noble wizarding families of Britain would never have imagined that the country's Muggle leaders cared more about their situation than they did about themselves. Maverick glanced at his father, giving him a look of appreciation. Right then, the Queen said, catching their attention. Let's eat. I've had my best chefs prepare a sumptuous lunch. She gave a nod to her left, and Jacob nodded back before leaving to make arrangements. Though Maverick, Michael, and Edward had already had lunch back at home, they knew it would be rude to decline the Queen's invitation, so they simply thanked her politely and joined in some small talk. Soon, a few butlers and maids entered, dressed in formal uniforms. They carried an array of dishes and drinks, arranging them neatly on the table. About 10 minutes into their meal, a knock came from the door. At the Queen's nod, Jacob canceled his disillusionment spell, walked over, and opened the door. Joanna entered alone, approached the Queen, and spoke quietly. Minister Fudge is outside, ma'am. Let him in, the Queen instructed. Joanna stepped out again, returning moments later, followed by a chubby, middle-aged man dressed in finely tailored, expensive-looking robes, fitting attire for a wizard of his stature. Minister Fudge approached the Queen directly, his focus entirely on her, not sparing a glance for anyone else in the room. He stopped a respectful distance from the Queen and gave a polite nod. Your Majesty, may I ask the reason for your urgent summons? His tone was calm, as if speaking to an equal. The Queen didn't seem bothered by his tone. She paused her meal, wiped her mouth delicately, and then responded, Thank you for coming on such short notice, Minister. As the Queen spoke, Fudge's gaze slowly shifted to the people sitting at the table. His eyes first landed on Michael, and he gave a polite nod. However, when he saw Edward, his calm expression instantly changed. A cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his confident demeanor turned nervous. Gold, Speaker Garling, he stuttered. Unlike the Queen, Edward didn't stop eating. With a piece of meat on his fork, he met Fudge's gaze and raised an eyebrow before taking a bite. The action seemed to make Fudge even more nervous, as beads of sweat quickly formed on his forehead. That's strange, I've never seen him react this way to Dumbledore, the Queen remarked casually. When Fudge heard this, he seemed to regain some of his confidence. He straightened his posture, puffed out his chest, trying to appear more composed. Despite his efforts, the slight shaking in his hands remained, but no one commented on it. Before Fudge's arrival, the seating arrangement had been adjusted. The Queen sat at one end, with Edward opposite her. Michael and Maverick sat together on the other side, leaving one side and a chair empty. Take a seat, Minister. Join us for lunch, the Queen said, gesturing to the empty chair. Fudge nodded hurriedly and sat down. Taking a seat, Fudge quickly turned to the Queen. Your Majesty, could you explain why you called me here and what the urgency is? He asked, deliberately avoiding Edward's direction. Yes, the Queen began, taking another bite of her meal. You've met Michael before, I'm sure, she asked, glancing at Fudge. Fudge nodded, glancing at Michael and Maverick. We've met a few times, during formal meetings between our sides. The Queen nodded, taking another delicate bite. She wiped her mouth and continued, and I'm sure you're familiar with Speaker Garling here. Fudges gulped. He turned his head, giving Edward a polite nod before turning back to the Queen. Yes, I've seen him once at the ICW conference and once during the World Security Council meeting. The Queen noticed Fudge's nervousness around Edward, but she decided not to ask. This wasn't the right time or place. Good, she said, pausing before continuing. The reason I summoned you actually has something to do with him. She gestured toward Maverick. Fudge turned and finally looked at Maverick, who was quietly observing him. He gave a small nod before looking back at the Queen, awaiting an explanation. This is Maverick, the Queen continued. Maverick Caesar. Caesar, Fudge murmured, then glanced at Michael. Yes, he's my son, Michael confirmed. Fudge's expression remained puzzled as he turned to the Queen. She didn't waste time and got straight to the point. Maverick here is a wizard. Fudge finally turned to Maverick, his curiosity piqued. He paused for a moment before asking, I think the Prime Minister should have mentioned if his son was from our side. He glanced at Michael. I took him in as my apprentice, concealed his identity, and asked Mike here not to tell anyone, Edward replied, answering Fudge's unspoken question and catching him off guard. It took a few seconds for Fudge to process what Edward had just said. Chapter 14, The Road Yet to Begin, IV, ch. 34. I took him on as my apprentice, Edward said, kept who he was a secret and asked Mike not to tell anyone. Fudge blinked, a bit taken aback. You took him as an apprentice, the son of Britain's Prime Minister. Edward nodded. Yes, he's talented and I saw potential in him. Where he's from or what family he belongs to doesn't matter to me. Fudge could only gulp at Edward's straightforward confidence. He had no argument, after all, no rules were broken. Edward then shared the usual background story they had now told many times to many people. Just as Edward finished telling Fudge about Maverick, the Queen made it clear why he was here. Help get the boy registered and set up his identity, Queen Elizabeth asked Fudge. Finally understanding why he had been called, Fudge's face quickly changed to one of flattery. He cleared his throat and offered a smooth smile. Of course, for Speaker Garling's apprentice, it would be my pleasure. Being the politician, he quickly thought about how he could benefit from the situation. And what could be better than earning a favor from an archmagus? Edward didn't mind. If it kept things quiet, all the better. Taking Maverick to the ministry would only attract too much attention. I'll have things ready by tomorrow, Fudge said. He paused, then asked, Should I bring it here, Your Majesty? The Queen looked to Michael. Please send it to the Prime Minister's house. Fudge glanced at Michael. Very well, I'll make sure they are sent to your house, Mr. Prime Minister. Michael nodded. Thank you, Minister. Once the important discussions wrapped up, Fudge asked Maverick a few more questions about his future plans and his views on the country's magical community. Maverick answered, choosing his words carefully to avoid further questions. Then they shifted to small talk, with Fudge sharing the latest news from the British magical community. The Queen, Michael, and Edward joined in, adding both official and unofficial stories, while Maverick mostly listened quietly. The Queen's small banquet ended soon after, and Fudge made his exit first, throwing in more flattery toward Edward and once again promising to handle the favor. Maverick saw the minister's political side firsthand. The man didn't even try to hide his shamelessness, making it clear that he was doing a favor. Fortunately, Edward wasn't petty. He simply nodded, showing his experience in handling people like Fudge without reacting. After the minister left, the Queen invited Maverick to return for a brief orientation with the Zero Squad before he began his travels. Maverick promised to return soon, after Edward and his family left for America at the end of the weekend. Then Edward, Michael, and Maverick said their farewells and left the palace. Just like when they arrived, they left quietly, without any sign they had even been there. By the time they got back home, it was nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As soon as the three of them entered, they saw Sylvia and Ariel sitting on the living room sofa with Isabella between them, engaged in a deep conversation. "Ah, you're back," Ariel called out, standing up. Maverick glanced at Isabella and noticed her looking down, her cheeks slightly flushed. It was clear that Sylvia had filled in the blanks for his mother, and the two women had likely gossiped about him to Isabella during his visit with the Queen. "How did it go, meeting the English Queen?" Sylvia asked as she too stood up and walked over to them. "Good, better than expected," Edward replied. "She was pretty badass," Maverick said as he walked over to the sofa and sat down beside Isabella. Edward and Michael followed and took seats, while their wives moved next to them. "Really, what happened?" Ariel asked, looking at her son. "Well," Maverick glanced at his teacher. "She spoke to him without even flinching. You know, the teacher is—" He paused, searching for the right word. "Famous for being—" He cleared his throat, already regretting bringing it up. Edward raised an eyebrow, curious to hear his student's take on his reputation. "Well, very powerful, frightening to a lot of people," Maverick managed to say. "Is that how you think people see me as?" Edward asked with amusement. Everyone gave him a knowing smile, sensing his slight embarrassment. "Cough." "That's not the point, teacher," Maverick said quickly, trying to hide his shyness. "She was just a regular human, but the way she talked even made me feel intimidated." He paused, remembering something. "Unlike her magical counterpart, who was sweating buckets as soon as he laid eyes on you." Edward chuckled. "Yes, Fudge is quite the character. Actually, I've never even spoken to him before this. No idea why he reacted that way." "Because you're the golden lion of America. The guy who took on Grindelwald even when you were a rank lower back then," Maverick thought, but held his tongue. "So what did she want?" Ariel asked, glancing at her husband. Michael scratched his head. He certainly wasn't about to spill everything. It was tough enough for him to accept the Queen's arrangements for Maverick. Though the benefits were impressive, especially since he would be doing very little most of the time, the risks were enormous when the time came. But he had accepted because by now he had some idea of how powerful his son might become. His wife, however, he was sure, had no clue. "She just wanted him to work closely with me. You know, when it comes to things related to magic," Michael explained, downplaying things as much as he could without outright lying. "Really?" Ariel raised an eyebrow, skeptical. "It's true," Edward chimed in, coming to Michael's rescue. "She just wanted him to work for the government, but my student here did some impressive talking and pretty much made himself a freeloader." Sylvia cocked her head, looking confused. "Well, he'll get paid, he just doesn't have to work much," Edward clarified. "And he won't be working for anyone until he finishes his journey traveling the world." Ariel nodded, getting some idea of what had happened. Meanwhile, Maverick glanced at Isabella, leaned in and whispered, "What's up? You look tense." "I'm fine," she whispered back quickly, glancing at him briefly. Sylvia noticed the brief exchange between her daughter and Maverick. She turned to Ariel and winked before calling out, "All right, since Maverick's business is done, why don't we all head out for a little fun?" She glanced at her husband afterward. Ariel also looked at Michael. Edward and Michael exchanged a quick glance before making up their minds. "Nah," they both replied in unison. Michael then asked, "Let's go watch tonight's game, United's playing." Edward thought for a moment. No match sports. Sure, but there better be some betting involved." Michael chuckled. "Of course." He then glanced at his wife. "Sorry, honey, but take Maverick and Isabella with you." Sylvia's brow twitched, but Maverick cut in before she could respond. "I'll take Bella around Diagon Alley." He glanced at Edward. "Teacher." Edward raised his hand. "Just be careful." Sylvia and Ariel exchanged looks, sighed, then advised the same. "Be careful." They had initially planned to go together, do a little shopping, and then head to a restaurant, two families enjoying the day. Sylvia had, in fact, told Maverick's mother about her daughter and Maverick's relationship, so Ariel suggested a nice outing, a little celebration, some fun around London. With the two families now becoming more closely connected, it seemed like a great idea. Unfortunately, their husbands had other plans, but this worked out just as well. Though they wouldn't all be together, everyone would still have some fun, just not in the same way. They quickly changed into casual clothes, except for Maverick and Isabella, who wore their wizarding robes since their destination was the heart of wizarding Britain. Michael's house had 3 cars, one for him, one for his wife, and one for Maverick. The women left first, while Edward and Michael weren't in a hurry since the football game they planned to watch was later that day. Not long after the women, Maverick and Isabella also took a car and drove off, heading toward Charing Cross Road. Chapter 15, The Road Yet to Begin ch 35. Once they were alone in the car on the way to the leaky cauldron, Maverick finally asked Isabella what their mothers had been talking about. Everything. Isabella's mother had spilled all the beans, with Isabella stuck sitting awkwardly between them. Maverick thought that if it were him, he would have no problem faking a faint to get out of it. He was glad to hear that his mom was okay with their relationship. Her only worry had been that Isabella was still in school, but after Sylvia patiently explained how things worked in the wizarding world, she had come around. "What?" Isabella asked, glancing sideways at Maverick, who was at the wheel with a silly grin on his face. Maverick scratched his nose. "Nothing, bet you were really embarrassed," he said with a chuckle. Isabella rolled her eyes and gave him a light punch on the shoulder. "Of course I was. If I'd known, I would have gone with you to meet your no-match queen," she said, looking at him with an expression, clearly plotting some payback for leaving her alone. Right, Maverick nodded, still laughing. "Next time I'll make sure to take you." They talked more, and before it was 4 o'clock, they reached Charing Cross Road and parked the car near the leaky cauldron. Maverick noticed Isabella was slowly returning to her usual relaxed tone with him, which he was glad for. He really didn't want her being awkward around him all the time. It was her straightforwardness that had attracted him in the first place. Well, that, and the fact that she looked gorgeous. What a weird way to enter the center of magical Britain. Isabella couldn't help but comment, standing next to Maverick in front of the worn-out-looking pub. Maverick chuckled softly. For centuries, Muggle-borns have used this place as a gateway, their first glimpse into the magical world. He glanced at Isabella with a small smile. "It may look old, but it holds countless stories." Isabella shot him a sideways glance, raising an eyebrow. "You sound like an old man." He laughed, raising his hands. "Hey, I read it in a book." With that, he pushed the creaky door open and gestured for her to follow. "Come on, let's go." Chime, chime. With the soft sound of bells, Maverick and Isabella stepped inside. It looked the same. It felt the same. Even the customers seemed the same, sitting at their usual spots, murmuring over drinks or flipping through copies of the Daily Prophet. Maverick let out a nostalgic sigh. Just then, a familiar voice called out from near the bar. Well, if it isn't a familiar face, back from your trip abroad." Looking ahead, Maverick spotted Tom behind the bar, his usual friendly tone matched with his ever-odd appearance. Next to him was a little blonde girl, reading a book that rested on the counter. She was probably sitting on a tall stool, her head barely reaching above the surface as she focused on the pages. Maverick walked up to the counter, with Isabella close behind. As they passed the long tables, a few customers glanced their way. Maverick barely noticed. He was used to the curious stares by now. Isabella, however, didn't spare them a second glance and completely ignored the attention. "Mr. Tom, it's been a while. Good to see you," Maverick greeted. Tom returned the greeting with his usual wide grin. To anyone else, it might seem a little creepy, but Maverick knew it was sincere. Maverick glanced at Isabella, a small smile on his face. "Bella, this is Mr. Tom, the landlord of this place," he said, then turned to Tom. "Mr. Tom, this is Isabella, my girlfriend." Isabella blushed slightly, but only for a moment. She gave a polite little bow. "Pleasure to meet you, sir." "Girlfriend, you say?" Tom said, grinning even wider, making Maverick sigh. Just then, "Wow, your hair is so beautiful." A new voice suddenly interrupted, making all three of them glance toward it. The little blonde girl, who had been completely lost in her book, was now staring at Isabella with wide, admiring eyes. "Ah," Tom made a small sound and gestured to the girl. "This is my granddaughter, Hannah," he said with a wide smile. "She likes to visit during her Muggle school holidays." Hannah, still staring at Isabella, blinked and quickly looked down at her book, her cheeks turning a shade of pink. "Why, thank you, Hannah," Isabella smiled warmly. "Yours is beautiful, too." Hannah gave a shy smile, her eyes flicking back to her book, though she clearly looked happy. Maverick watched the girl and his memories stirred. Future wife of Neville, he thought inwardly, but kept it to himself. He didn't want to say or do anything that might change the plot, not until he was absolutely confident in his own strength. "Hello," Maverick spoke up, drawing the girl's attention. Hannah slowly raised her head, shyly thanked Isabella, and then glanced at Maverick. "Your grandfather is one of the kindest people I know. You're very lucky." Maverick's words made Hannah smile widely, and her awkwardness disappeared instantly. Tom chuckled, his grin widening. "That's very kind of you to say, young Maverick." Maverick returned the smile, though his brow twitched slightly at the next question. "Here to book a room?" Tom winked, his wide grin in place. No matter how playful the gesture was meant to be, it always came off as a bit creepy when it came from Tom. "Diagon Alley," Maverick replied quickly. "Isabella's an American witch. I'm giving her a tour." Right. Well, you go ahead. Have a good time," Tom said, gesturing with his hand, his grin never fading. Maverick nodded and glanced at Isabella. "Come on, let's go." They both gave Hannah a friendly smile once more before walking away. Maverick led Isabella out to the back of the pub, into the empty courtyard. "What's this place?" Isabella asked, eyeing the brick walls and the couple of barrels scattered in the very empty courtyard. Maverick chuckled, walking up to the front wall and pulling out his wand. "Watch." Just as he was about to tap the wall, a voice called from outside. "Just a moment, please." The voice carried a heavy British accent. Maverick and Isabella turned to see a middle-aged woman entering the courtyard. She wore a green robe and a pointy hat, her outfit practically shouting, "I'm a witch." "Thank you," the woman said before turning around and gesturing with her hand. "Hurry up, the sun won't wait all day." A moment later, another figure stepped through the door, a little girl dressed in normal Muggle clothing. The woman turned back to Maverick and Isabella. "Thank you," she said with a polite smile. Maverick smiled back. "It's nothing." He turned again, raising his wand. As he tapped the wall in a circular pattern, the woman took a good look at Maverick and Isabella. When he finished, Maverick glanced at Isabella, curious to see her reaction. The bricks began to twist and shift, rearranging themselves into an arched entrance. To his disappointment, there was no amazement on Isabella's face. She simply raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "What? You do realize I'm a witch, right? Long before." "Ahaha," Maverick laughed nervously, cutting her off. He should have expected this lack of surprise from Isabella. But he couldn't help it. He had been blown away the first time he saw the magic. However, the little girl who had come with the woman looked utterly awestruck. "Brilliant," she exclaimed, her wide eyes glued to the entrance. The three of them glanced at her, amused. "Well, yes, welcome to Diagon Alley," the woman said to the girl with a warm smile. "The heart of magical Britain." She then turned to Maverick and Isabella. "Are you both foreigners?" "I am, he's not," Isabella answered quickly, pointing to Maverick before he could speak. "A British Muggle?" the woman asked, raising an eyebrow at Maverick. Scratching his head, Maverick let out a small pulse of suppressed magic, just enough to dispel any doubts. The woman's eyes widened in shock. Such precise magical energy manipulation. I've never heard of someone so young at the Great Magus rank. Maverick instantly regretted his decision. Seeing his reaction, the woman softened, realizing she might have overstepped. "Ah, forgive me, I never meant to pry, young man." Maverick quickly waved his hand, brushing it off. "It's fine. I'm no great magus, just a little better at concealing my magic," he explained, thinking quickly of a plausible reason. He had no intention of revealing his advanced ability in magical energy manipulation to anyone outside his circle just yet. A little, the woman thought, doubtful. She wasn't sure even she could suppress her magic with such ease. From what she could sense, even with just magic suppression, Maverick's control over magical energy manipulation was at least as good as hers. But in the end, she decided not to press the matter. Prying into someone else's magic, in her view, was very rude, and she wasn't the type to do that. Quickly brushing off her curiosity, she gave a small smile and said, "I'm Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Gesturing toward the little girl beside her, she added, "This is Skylar Woodley, one of our new first years starting this term." This time, it was Maverick's turn to be surprised. Her youthful appearance momentarily threw him off guard. He had read that McGonagall was one of the elite great mages of Britain, and unlike in the Harry Potter books, witches and wizards had longer lifespans the higher their rank. Even Mr. Scamander, nearing 100, only had white hair but looked far younger and healthier than anyone his age should, he thought inwardly. Maverick blinked, quickly recovering from his brief startle, then returned the greeting. "I'm Maverick Caesar, and this is Isabella," he said, motioning to her. "She's an American witch visiting London for the first time, and I'm just showing her around the magical side of Britain." "It's nice to meet you," McGonagall said, nodding and smiling at Maverick and Isabella. "Let's head inside while the sun is still up." Maverick nodded, gave Isabella a quick glance, and then walked in. After half a year, he was back. The bustling shops, the chatter of witches and wizards, and the scent of magical potions filled the air, and the alley still buzzed with its familiar, vibrant energy. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," Maverick said with a smile, giving Isabella a quick glance. "If you're showing her around, you're welcome to join us," McGonagall offered. "I'm here to help young Skylar gather her supplies, so we'll be visiting all the important spots." Maverick figured she probably just wanted to know more about them, or more specifically, about him. He thought about it for a moment, then decided it wouldn't hurt. McGonagall seemed like a good person, at least from what he remembered of her. He glanced at Isabella first to make sure she was okay with it, and to his surprise, she was already nodding. He chuckled and replied, "Sure, ma'am, thank you." "Call me Professor McGonagall," she said with a smile. "So, Professor," Isabella said as they started walking, "can you tell me a bit about Hogwarts? I've only heard bits and pieces from my Ilvermorny teachers and my dad." McGonagall's smile grew. "Of course," she replied, leading the way with Maverick and Isabella on one side and Skylar on the other. By the time McGonagall had finished briefing them on the sorting and the houses, they had neared Gringotts Bank. "Speaking of," McGonagall glanced at Maverick, "you say you're a British wizard, but I've never seen you at Hogwarts." She paused, then added, "Of course, if it's not convenient to answer." "It's all right, Professor," Maverick interrupted, gesturing with his hands. "I am indeed a British wizard, but I took my exams at Ilvermorny. Just finished my newts not too long ago," he answered vaguely, not revealing too much. "Newts, really? How did you do? I'm curious," McGonagall asked, raising an eyebrow. Maverick thought for a moment and decided to answer truthfully. Since his future plans involved Hogwarts, outright lying to the vice principal didn't seem like a good idea. Perfect in transfiguration, charms, and dada. Excellent in alchemy and potions." McGonagall's eyes widened. "Perfect in transfiguration? That's the outstanding grade in Britain. Achieving the very best in transfiguration on the newts is extremely rare." Her voice held genuine surprise before shifting to a more regretful tone. "Now I'm jealous that Ilvermorny managed to snatch up such an outstanding student right from under our noses." Maverick scratched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. He hadn't realized that a perfect score in transfiguration on the newts was so rare. He probably should have downplayed his transfiguration grade, like he had with alchemy and potions, he thought. But what was done was done. They reached the door to Gringotts, and McGonagall glanced at Skylar. "Come, my dear, let's go exchange the pounds your father gave for galleons." She then looked at Isabella and Maverick. "Will you both be coming?" Maverick glanced at Isabella. "We have a branch in America, so we'll wait outside," she replied, glancing over at a clothing store nearby. "We'll be over there." She pointed to the shop. McGonagall nodded. "We'll see you both in a moment then." She smiled at them before leading Skylar into the bank. After they entered, Maverick turned to Isabella. "I didn't know you were so interested in Hogwarts." Isabella smiled at him. "Who wouldn't be? It's considered the oldest wizarding school in the world, and she's the vice-dean." Maverick chuckled. "True, that's what they say in the books, and it really does sound impressive." He raised his elbow toward her and winked. "Shall we?" Isabella glanced at his elbow, confused for a moment. Then, understanding, she blushed and slowly linked her arm with his. The couple began walking slowly toward the shop, enjoying the quiet moment. Maverick couldn't help but chuckle, which only made Isabella more embarrassed. "Come on, I'm still me, Bella," Maverick said, trying to ease her tension. It worked, and she gradually relaxed, letting go of her awkwardness. "I know," she muttered. embracing his arm a little tighter. A short walk later, they reached the shop with the sign that read Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. "Come on, I want to see the difference in British magical fashion," Isabella said, dragging Maverick inside. Chapter 16, The Road Yet to Begin VI, ch. 36. The shop was obviously larger on the inside, filled with shades of pink. The curtains, walls, and even many of the robes on display were all in that color. There weren't many people inside, just a couple of witches and no wizards in sight. They spent a while browsing, with Isabella trying on robes and dresses, while Maverick offered feedback on each one. To be honest, she looked beautiful in everything she tried on. Not long after, McGonagall and Skylar entered the shop after their visit to the bank. Isabella immediately continued the conversation with McGonagall, while Skylar had her school uniform and robes measured. During their talk, Maverick quietly used a bit of illusion magic to secretly buy the dress he liked the most for Isabella, packed it away, and stored it in his ring. After the robe shop, they moved on to Ollivander's wand shop and then the bookstore. Isabella asked as many questions as she could think of, and McGonagall answered happily. It seemed like she would never grow tired of talking about Hogwarts. McGonagall didn't forget about her student, making sure to include Skylar in the conversation. Skylar was lucky, as McGonagall was giving her a first-hand, exclusive look into Hogwarts, offering more insight than most other Muggle-born newcomers would receive. Maverick tagged along, occasionally asking a question of his own, learning a bit more about the famous school. Besides that, he had been quietly buying items Isabella seemed to like whenever she showed interest as they walked, occasionally stopping by the stalls. His teacher's illusion spell had become his most versatile tool, not only for surprise attacks, but even more so for managing things covertly. The spell was particularly effective because, without the victim realizing they were under its influence, there was no reliable way to break free. Since his actions didn't directly affect anyone else, even McGonagall, the great magus herself, had no idea she'd been ensnared by it. Their last stop was the pet store, where Maverick also wanted to buy a messenger bird for himself. The shop, named Magical Menagerie, was located on the north side of Diagon Alley. The moment he stepped inside, the smell hit him. The place was cramped and noisy, with every inch of wall covered by cages. The scent of animals seemed to permeate the air, making it impossible to ignore. All sorts of magical creatures were on display: streelers, fire crabs, sleek black rats known for their intelligence, owls, ravens, cats of every color, puffskeins, transforming rabbits, and many more. McGonagall took Skylar to pick out a pet, leaving Maverick and Isabella to explore the shop on their own. "Do you want to get a pet?" Isabella asked, noticing the look of interest on Maverick's face. Maverick nodded. "Yes, a messenger owl. I want to stay in touch with you while I'm traveling the world." Isabella blushed slightly, a shy smile spreading across her lips. What Maverick missed most from his previous life was the ease of communication using smartphones. He already had plans to change that, not just in the non-magical world, but in the magical one as well. However, those plans were for the future, after he had firmly established himself in both worlds. He had no intention of limiting his influence to the magical community alone. Maverick planned to work both sides, using his knowledge of the future to bring innovations to people long before the original inventors. He didn't feel guilty about disrupting the profits of big corporations. It wasn't stealing from regular people, just getting ahead of the rich and powerful. The world he was in had more than one doomsday-level event ahead, as far as he could recall. Voldemort would end up looking like a beginner boss, a small-time threat, compared to the real nightmares to come. "Look," Isabella called, walking quickly toward a cage that held a beautiful black owl. Maverick followed, and indeed, the bird was stunning. She was pure black, with a few brownish-yellow feathers at the tips of her tail and wings, and eyes as red as blood. "Ah, one of the new arrivals, just in today. Very intelligent, I must say. I don't think she'll be here by the end of tomorrow," an old man's voice came from the side. They turned to see a man who clearly looked like he needed a shower walking toward them. "Is it a barred owl?" Maverick asked, turning back to observe the bird again. this time using his magical sense to get a clearer read on its magic. Yes, all magical animals had a touch of magic, which made them not only stronger than regular animals, but also more intelligent. Even the simplest magical creatures, like a frog, were as smart as the most intelligent trained dogs. Not exactly, the man replied, stopping a little way off but still close to them. She's a hybrid, you see, part eastern crimson owl and part barred owl. Both are very intelligent magical species, he added with a nod. Maverick glanced at Isabella, silently seeking her opinion. He really liked the bird, and from his quick probe, he could sense it had a significantly larger magical reserve than any other animal in the store. She's really pretty, Isabella said, glancing at him before leaning closer to the bird. The owl didn't flinch or shy away, but bobbed its head up and down, inching closer to Isabella as if agreeing with her comment. Hee, and very smart too, Isabella chuckled at its reaction. Maverick smiled. He could tell the bird understood Isabella's words clearly. All magical animals, especially owls, had the ability to understand wizards and witches to some extent, and with a bit of training, this ability could be further enhanced. Maverick turned back to the man. "Are you the shopkeeper here, sir?" The man smiled. "I'm the owner, young man." He paused and gestured to the owl hybrid. "I see you both have taken a liking to her." Maverick nodded. "Yes, I'd like to purchase her." "Excellent," the man said, clapping his hands. "Come, let's finalize the payment, and I'll transfer the magical bond with the owl." Maverick smiled, then glanced at Isabella and gave her a thumbs up. To be honest, he was more excited than his expression let on about getting his first magical pet. Isabella smiled back. "Congratulations," she added. They quickly completed the purchase, and the owner transferred the magical bond of the owl to Maverick. As soon as the connection was established, Maverick could feel it, a bond with the owl, and the bird glanced at him, acknowledging the link. Maverick then bought a new cage, slightly bigger than the current one, and asked the owl to move in. The bird complied, as the very intelligent creature it was. Holding the cage, Maverick glanced at Isabella. "Let's give her a name." Isabella quickly shook her head. "It's your first magical pet, you should name her." Maverick thought for a moment and didn't argue. Then he came up with the perfect name. With feathers as black as night, perfect for camouflage in the darkness, he smiled. "Let's call you Shisui." Isabella gave him a puzzled glance. Maverick chuckled. "Don't mind the details, but it's a nice name, right?" Isabella sighed helplessly. It was a strange name to her, but she nodded. "Yes, it sounds nice." Maverick grinned widely, showing all his teeth, and Isabella couldn't help but smile back. She could see how truly happy Maverick was. Not long after, McGonagall returned with Skylar, who had an owl of her own, the one she had chosen as her pet. They talked a little longer, exchanging stories, Maverick and Isabella sharing their own, while McGonagall told tales of Hogwarts, as they continued walking through Diagon Alley. Eventually, McGonagall decided it was time to head back, as the sun was beginning to set, and she wanted to take Skylar back to her Muggle family. McGonagall let out a sigh. "Truly, I would have loved for you both to have chosen Hogwarts. You're both very smart and disciplined, much more so than many of the troublemakers I had to deal with." She glanced at Skylar. "Hopefully, you won't be one of them." The little girl, Skylar, shook her head frantically. "I'll behave, Professor McGonagall." Maverick and Isabella chuckled. "Well, it was nice meeting you," Maverick said, then paused. He thought about mentioning his interest in joining Hogwarts after 2 years. Since he had met McGonagall by chance today, he wanted to bring it up with her, but he hesitated, wondering if it was too soon. And seeing that Maverick wanted to say something more, McGonagall waited, offering no interruption. She had grown quite fond of both Maverick and Isabella during their brief meeting and the conversations they had shared. Maverick finally decided to go for it. He had always liked McGonagall's character from the books, and this first meeting had left a good impression on him. I want to apply for a teaching position at Hogwarts after I gain more experience, maybe in 2 years," he said. McGonagall raised an eyebrow, silently asking him to elaborate. "Well, my plan is to travel around the world next, exploring the magic of different wizarding cultures. I'm also very interested in Muggle science, so I have this idea for a book. something to bring little witches and wizards closer to the normal world by explaining the wonders of Muggle science. "That sounds wonderful," McGonagall replied. "I would love to read it. Be sure to send me a copy when you're done, young man." Maverick smiled. "Of course, Professor, I have this goal, but maybe you'll say it's not possible." "Please tell me," McGonagall said, her tone encouraging. "I would love to offer my input. It's wonderful to have an ambition, as long as it's for the benefit of everyone." "Well, my goal is to educate Wizarding Britain, which is why I want to become a teacher." Maverick glanced at Skylar before whispering with magic, so only McGonagall and Isabella could hear. "I want to challenge their prejudices. To end the discrimination and racism that noble British wizards have against Muggle-borns." He paused and then spoke normally. "I plan to join Hogwarts as a teacher after 2 years, maybe as a Muggle studies teacher, or even a new subject like science and magic and their similarities." Maverick observed McGonagall's expression carefully as he spoke. She showed a hint of shock before regaining her composure, but Maverick could see the careful control in her expression. McGonagall paused, thinking carefully. "That's a very noble ambition. Your approach sounds good so far. Believe me, there have been attempts by a few already, but they were either too radical or not enough." She sighed. "I wish you good luck, young man, truly. And please don't forget to send me a copy of your book. I'm now very interested. I would love to work with you as a colleague at Hogwarts." Maverick smiled. A small part of his future plans had been set in motion now that he had shared some with McGonagall. It would be easier to secure a teaching position at Hogwarts. "Thank you, Professor. That means a lot," Maverick said sincerely. McGonagall then took a note from her ring and handed it to Maverick. "My address. You can write to me with any questions, and I'll respond." Maverick took it gratefully. McGonagall then glanced at Isabella. "It was lovely talking to you, dear. I wish you good luck in your new years, and don't focus too much on romance just yet." She gave them a motherly glare. Isabella blushed and nodded, and Maverick felt a bit embarrassed as well. McGonagall truly lived up to her reputation. They said their goodbyes, and McGonagall took Skylar back, giving her the first uncomfortable experience of apparition. Maverick and Isabella began walking slowly toward the entrance they had arrived from, enjoying the crimson sunset sky and the peacefulness of the moment. The bustling streets of Diagon Alley had calmed down significantly, though many witches and wizards still walked about, just not as many as when they first arrived. "I had a great time, thank you." Isabella spoke quietly as they walked, their hands intertwined. Maverick smiled. "Me too." A moment of silence passed, then Isabella spoke again. "Remember to write to me. It's okay if it's not too frequent, but at least whenever you visit a new country." She gave him a glance. Maverick glanced back and gestured to Shisui in the cage. "I promise, Shisui here will be very busy over the next 2 years." Isabella looked at the new feathery companion. "When you put it like that, I feel a little guilty." Maverick chuckled. "She's strong. I can feel it from her magic." Isabella nodded. "Our moms should be back by now. Dad and the teacher will probably be late tonight," Maverick said. Isabella hummed, "What'll we do tonight?" "Wanna grab dinner at a fancy Muggle restaurant, just the 2 of us," Maverick suggested. Isabella glanced at him, then ahead. "Our moms might want to come." "You want them to?" Maverick asked. "No, it'll just be us," Isabella said. "Maybe tomorrow we can all go together." Maverick chuckled lightly and smiled. "Yeah." They soon reached the entrance to the leaky cauldron. Stopping for a moment, Maverick glanced at Isabella, who was now hugging his arm with both hands, her head lightly resting on his shoulder. "Let's go home," he said softly. Chapter 17. The Road Yet to Begin, VII, ch. 37. After another hour's drive, Maverick and Isabella returned from their visit to Diagon Alley. They saw the car their mothers had taken, but just as Maverick had guessed, their fathers were still out doing their own thing. When they entered, they found both mothers busy in the kitchen, likely preparing dinner for the evening. Thankfully, they didn't ask many questions and simply told them to relax and wait. It was a clear sign of their trust in their children. It wasn't until 8 in the evening that Edward and Michael returned home. The 2 families sat down to enjoy dinner together, sharing stories about their day. As it turned out, Michael and Edward had won a significant amount of money betting on the Manchester football game. Since Edward's family was leaving the next evening, they made plans for the following day at the dinner table, making sure everyone had a say and that the activities would be enjoyable for all. By 10 o'clock, everyone had headed to bed for the night. The next day began with all 6 gathered around the breakfast table. Midway through the meal, a wizard arrived with a package addressed to Maverick. True to his word, Minister of Magic Fudge had fulfilled his promise, completing Maverick's paperwork without Maverick having to set foot in the ministry. The British Wizarding Identity Card resembled a Muggle ID, a system the wizarding world had adopted from Muggles since World War II to more effectively track their populations. Edward used several spells and methods to scan the card for any hidden tracking or spying charms, and only after that did he hand it over to Maverick. The card was strongly enchanted to protect it from accidental damage, whether from natural or magical elements. It could withstand pressure, fire, or cold, as long as they weren't extreme. More importantly, the enchantments were there to prevent replication and identity fraud, as the card contained personal details like name, age, country, and more. The card also included his ultra-fast broomstick license. During lunch with the Queen, Edward spoke highly of Maverick's skills. He didn't share every detail, but gave just enough for Fudge to understand that Maverick was very talented and reassured him that Maverick would have no issues controlling such a powerful broomstick. Trusting Edward's word, along with the fact that Edward had the authority to grant the permit for the license, Fudge agreed without hesitation to add the detail to Maverick's card. With the card, Maverick now had access to numerous conveniences of the wizarding world, including the national and international public flu networks, business registration, buying or selling properties in magical areas, obtaining licenses for various practices, and more. After breakfast, they began the first activity planned for the day, giving Michael and Ariel some hands-on experience with magic. And what better way to start than taking to the skies? Using Muggle-repellent spells, Edward, Maverick, and Isabella took Michael, Ariel, and Sylvia flying on their broomsticks all around London. Needless to say, the 3 non-magicals had the time of their lives, especially Maverick's mother, who was completely new to magic. Their fun lasted until late afternoon, after which they returned to rest for a bit before heading out again, this time for some shopping, followed by a family dinner at a 5-star restaurant. The 2 families' dinner was only slightly awkward for Maverick and Isabella when their parents brought up their relationship. It wasn't a long discussion, just some general advice, reminders that they were still young and should focus on their education and careers more. The adults all agreed that Maverick and Isabella would get engaged in 2 years when they were freer from other commitments. Although embarrassed, both Maverick and Isabella happily agreed. They returned home around 10 in the evening, as Edward's family planned to flew back at midnight. After arriving, Maverick and Isabella took some time for themselves, heading straight to the skies together. During their private moment, Maverick handed Isabella the gifts he had secretly purchased the day before, asking her to open them only after she returned to the States. With promises to stay in touch and a few heartfelt hugs and kisses, they reluctantly made their way back. Before taking the flu, Edward pulled Maverick aside for a private moment, reminding him to always remain vigilant during his travels, and stressing that the world is often more dangerous than it appears. He also urged Maverick to never hesitate in using the reverse portkey to summon him if he ever faced a life-threatening emergency beyond his ability to handle. With a burst of green flames, Edward, Sylvia, and Isabella disappeared into the flu, returning to America. For a moment, Maverick and his family stood in silence, feeling a sense of loss. The past 2 days had been filled with joy, and the bond of friendship between their families had grown even stronger over the years. "Well, don't look so down. We can always visit them again in the future," Michael said, pulling his wife and son closer with an arm around each of them. He turned to Maverick with a small grin. "And you, kid, get some sleep. We've got to visit the Queen again tomorrow." He carefully avoided mentioning the Zero Squad, knowing the name alone hinted at combat-related work. The last thing he wanted was to make his wife worry. Maverick nodded, reminded that he still had his orientation with the Zero Squad before beginning his journey. Surprisingly, he was looking forward to it. Beyond learning the group's rules and obligations and meeting the other members, the training aspect especially intrigued him. The Queen had assured him it would be brief. Just 2 weeks to familiarize himself with the team, undergo some basic training, and then he'd be free to start his travels. What excited him most was the chance to train in Muggle combat methods, especially learning to handle firearms. The idea of blending magical and non-magical skills intrigued him. Yes, Maverick was looking forward to it. Earlier the same day, inside Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore sat behind his large oak desk, quietly going through some papers. The firelight in the room cast a soft glow, creating a calm atmosphere as he read with calm concentration. His robe, a rich midnight blue adorned with intricate silver embroidery, flowed gracefully around him, exuding both elegance and authority. Beneath the robe, he wore a gray sleeveless vest over a clean white shirt, adding a simple touch of style. His dark hair, neatly combed and streaked with silver, remained full and well kept, while his beard, more black than expected from someone over a century old, added a dignified weight to his appearance. The first thing anyone would notice was his left arm, completely wrapped in white gauze. From the wrist up, it was hidden beneath the sleeve of his robe, but still noticeable. A careful observer might spot the slight twitching of his fingers, a sign of discomfort, perhaps even pain. However, it did nothing to affect the famed wizard's expression, which remained steady, nor did it diminish his domineering presence. Every movement, every glance was deliberate, reflecting the power and wisdom he held as headmaster. He exuded a commanding yet serene aura, striking a perfect balance of authority and warmth, which had come to define him as the leader of the wizarding world. Nearby, perched on its stand, Fox, his loyal phoenix, observed silently. Its glowing plumage cast a soft light across the room, a gentle reminder of the magic that filled Hogwarts. He paused, lifting his head, and a smile spread across his face. Moments later, the door to the headmaster's office opened, and in walked his trusted companion, once a student, now his assistant, or perhaps even his second-in-command. "I trust everything went well, Minerva," he said, leaning back in his chair. "Tea," he added, while gesturing for her to sit. "No, thank you," McGonagall said as she took a seat. "The introduction for all Muggle-born first years has concluded." She paused, her tone softening. "You must commend Hagrid, Albus. He managed the orientation far quicker than any of us." Dumbledore chuckled warmly. "I shall. Perhaps I'll consider upgrading his little cottage. Hagrid would never accept extra pay for it, he's far too modest." McGonagall hummed softly, her thoughts then drifting to the day before. She had met 2 remarkable people, Maverick and Isabella, and thought warmly of their conversations. For a moment, she considered mentioning it but hesitated. Dumbledore, as sharp as ever, noticed the change right away. "Go on, Minerva," he said kindly. "Is there something on your mind?" She glanced at him, weighing her decision, before giving a slight nod. Maverick had expressed interest in joining Hogwarts, so she decided there was no harm in telling the headmaster. "I met a rather intriguing young couple yesterday, an American witch and a local wizard," she began, pausing briefly. Dumbledore made no move to interrupt, instead gesturing for her to continue. "The young witch is of age to start her 6th year, while the wizard, well, he recently completed his newts. Both of them are exceptionally talented," she continued, sharing more about their exam results and some of the conversations they'd had. Dumbledore listened with interest, making no interruptions until McGonagall paused briefly. "For you to speak so highly of them, Minerva, they must be quite extraordinary," Dumbledore remarked. McGonagall nodded firmly. "They are, particularly the boy. His mastery of magical energy manipulation is so advanced that, at first, I mistook him for a Muggle." Dumbledore's usual calm demeanor shifted slightly, surprise flickering across his face. "Muggle? What led you to think that?" "At first, I thought he was. I couldn't sense even the faintest trace of magic from him. It was only when I asked him that he pulsed his energy," she explained, her excitement growing. She glanced at Dumbledore. "Albus, it was extraordinary. He controlled it with such ease, as naturally as breathing. The precision, the sheer effortlessness, I've never seen anything like it. Her voice grew more animated. Even I doubt I could suppress my magic to that degree, let alone with such finesse as to fool me entirely. McGonagall stopped, realizing she had gotten carried away, and glanced at Dumbledore to gauge his reaction. The headmaster appeared deep in thought. After a moment, he asked, "Are you sure he isn't a great magus?" "Absolutely certain. I fully sensed his magic when he released it briefly, even though the boy carefully controlled it for a moment. And I've never heard of a great magus, alive or dead, at such a young age." After a brief silence, Dumbledore spoke thoughtfully. "But it's quite unheard of, a magus with such precise magical energy manipulation." He paused, then added, "What about the girl? Was she as remarkable as him?" "She's only 16, McGonagall replied, "but I could sense it. She's on the verge of advancing to magus level." "A genius, then? Only a handful of people I know have achieved such a feat at her age," Dumbledore said with a wistful sigh. "How marvelous! Two exceptional young magicals from different nations finding affection for one another." His gaze grew distant as he reminisced about a certain individual. "Albus," McGonagall interjected, bringing him back to the present, "that's not all." "Really?" he asked, his curiosity growing. "Please, Minerva, do tell." "The boy mentioned that he would like to become a teacher here at Hogwarts," she revealed. Dumbledore raised a brow. "Not immediately," McGonagall clarified. "He plans to travel the world first, to learn, gather experience, and then, in a few years, apply for a teaching position." Dumbledore stroked his chin. "A teaching position in what field?" "Muggle science," McGonagall said, her tone tinged with amusement. Dumbledore tilted his head. "Don't we already have a Muggle studies professor?" McGonagall gave him a pointed look. "You and I both know the current curriculum is hopelessly outdated." She paused. "And that's Muggle studies, not Muggle science." "A new course, that would be difficult," Dumbledore said after a moment of thought. "He mentioned he's working on a book, to introduce, and I quote, the magic of science." Dumbledore chuckled softly. "And what exactly is this magic?" From what he explained, his book will introduce real science, its wonders and its connections to magic. He promised to send me a copy once it's finished. "Well, I'd very much like to read it myself," Dumbledore said with genuine interest. "Science has always fascinated me, especially in the past few decades." He paused, briefly recalling some unpleasant memories, but quickly shook them off and continued. "A talented genius with a rational approach to this subject. I welcome it. I'll even propose to the school board and the ministry to adjust the curriculum." He paused, smiling at McGonagall, who now looked a little surprised. "Do share the book with me, Minerva. If he's serious about teaching here, I'll need to assess his qualifications myself." McGonagall's surprise came from realizing that Dumbledore had likely guessed the true purpose behind Maverick's book. Since Dumbledore had already partially figured it out, she decided not to mention Maverick's comments about challenging the outdated pureblood ideologies. "Do you know their origins, whether they're related to any ancient families?" Dumbledore asked after a moment of silence. McGonagall shot him a sharp look. "No, Albus, I do not." Their eyes met, holding each other's gaze for a brief moment. Dumbledore sighed, his voice heavy with resignation. "Minerva." But McGonagall cut him off, knowing him all too well. "It's best the boy takes the initiative himself. There's no need for either of us to intervene," she said plainly, her tone making her stance clear. For all the good in him, the man had one big flaw: he was too nosy. It was the root of most of his troubles. Dumbledore sighed after a moment, a faint smile spreading across his lips. "I understand, Minerva, old habits." She kept her eyes on him, watching the Archmagus like she was judging one of her students. She wanted to make sure the headmaster understood her meaning clearly. Seeing he wasn't pressing further, McGonagall gave a final nod and changed the subject. "How was your trip to Nepal?" Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, pausing to think for a moment. "Not very successful," he replied, his tone low and mixed with regret and reluctance. McGonagall's expression fell, her concern evident as her gaze shifted from Dumbledore to his covered left arm. Not even the Supreme Sorcerer could cure Riddle's curse. Dumbledore sighed. "Well, she did offer a solution. It just wasn't to my liking." "Your liking?" McGonagall straightened, frustration rising in her voice. "Albus, you're dying. Merlin knows how much time you have left, and you're still holding onto your principles." Dumbledore sat quietly, not minding McGonagall's raised voice. He knew she was only worried about him. His thoughts drifted to the serious problem he now faced and how he had come to this point. It all began with a prophecy, but after the events that followed, Dumbledore wasn't fond of the outcome it foretold. The most recent Dark Lord, Voldemort, had somehow made himself partially immortal by splitting his soul. Dumbledore first realized this 9 years ago when he saw the infant responsible for the Dark Lord's downfall. The infant, saved by his guardian's sacrifice and powerful ancient magic, was meant to live a very short life. That night, when Voldemort fell, powerful magic from both sides was involved. Needless to say, Voldemort's magic was pure evil. As a result, the infant was left with a terrible consequence. Since then, Dumbledore had focused all his efforts on studying the evil magic leeching the infant, hoping to find a cure. He had wished for the best, but his relentless curiosity and need to understand led him to his current predicament. His research led him to a situation similar to that of the infant, tracing back to Voldemort's origins, the Dark Lord's family ring. But it wasn't just any heirloom. No, it held a deeper significance, one that drew Dumbledore in. Throughout his life, he had lost so much, and the ring's allure was irresistible. Despite his wisdom, he made a naive mistake and fell right into a trap. The ring was cursed. The moment he saw it, his desire took over, and he was struck by a curse that the Dark Lord had placed on it. Now, the Archmagus, whose lifespan should have lasted for centuries, was quickly dying, his life force being drained by the curse, with no cure yet to be found. McGonagall watched her longtime friend lost in thought, a regretful expression on his face. More than anything, she wished for Dumbledore to be cured. He was the one who had mentored her and contributed the most to the life she lived now. After a few minutes, Dumbledore shook off his thoughts and regained his composure. "Apologies, Minerva, I just remembered some old memories." McGonagall didn't ask what they were, but returned to her previous question. "Can you at least tell me why you rejected the Sorcerer Supreme's solution?" Dumbledore thought for a moment before deciding to share. "Sacrifices, one that could equal an Archmagus or many others combined, and," he paused, hesitated, then spoke. "The solution came from the darkest of scriptures. Have you heard of the Darkhold?" McGonagall frowned, thinking hard, but nothing came to mind. "A very evil and ancient book of powerful spells," Dumbledore continued. "It's believed to be from a powerful demon, Tgthegood, and you must know how much demonology was considered taboo for us witches and wizards, even by Merlin himself." McGonagall sighed. "I see." She raised her head and glanced at Dumbledore before asking again, "Is there really no other way?" Dumbledore met her gaze. "There is another, one that I think could cure it." McGonagall's eyes lit up. "Really, Albus?" Dumbledore raised his hand, gesturing for her to calm down. "It's possible, but I'm not very sure, and it's not easy." He paused. "I'd have to surpass my current rank and reach Warlock." McGonagall's eyes widened. "But that's not impossible, but difficult. I may have." He paused, thinking. 7, maybe 6 years. Within that time, I'd have to break through." "How far are you? I mean, what's your current progress?" McGonagall asked. Dumbledore raised his hand, bringing his index finger and thumb so close that they almost touched. "This close, the peak of Archmagus. In the East, they call this a bottleneck, a short but nearly impossible hurdle, unless I can find a way to break through it or find someone who has reached the Warlock rank for guidance." McGonagall opened her mouth to speak, but couldn't find the words. A Warlock was simply a legend in this day and age. The last recorded ones from Europe were the 4 founders of the very school she now managed. She sighed after a moment. If only the founders had left some knowledge of their experiences. Dumbledore gave a warm smile. "Well, who knows? Nobody knows what happened to them. They just simply disappeared into history." McGonagall gave Dumbledore a questioning look. "What are you suggesting, Albus?" Dumbledore chuckled, sitting up straighter. He decided to end the discussion. "Let's not talk about my miserable situation. Tell me, have we received any applications for the defense against the dark arts professor for the coming year? McGonagall gave him a glare. She wanted to ask more, but decided to respect her mentor's wishes and let it go. Yes, a French wizard. The two, headmaster and vice-headmaster, then moved on to discuss school matters. Meanwhile, somewhere in London, Maverick, our protagonist, had no idea that he had come under the radar of the most famous and powerful wizard alive. And even if he had known, he wouldn't have paid much attention to it. His conversations with McGonagall were carefully worded, knowing full well that they would reach Dumbledore sooner or later. A coincidence, perhaps, but one he had taken full advantage of, for his future goal of joining Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Chapter 18, The Road Yet to Begin VII, ch. 38. Whoosh! A fist shot toward Maverick's chest. Maverick sidestepped, the punch missing by inches. He spun on his heel to dodge the next swing, then hopped back lightly onto the platform. Almost had me there, Wilson, he said, a teasing grin on his face. Wilson grunted, both frustrated and annoyed. His silence made it clear this wasn't their first time fighting. Without a word, he lunged again, faster and more aggressively than before. He closed the distance and unleashed a rapid flurry, a jab, a hook, an uppercut. Maverick moved fluidly, ducking and weaving, always staying just out of reach. Every strike from Wilson came close but missed, as if Maverick could read his moves in advance. Undeterred, Wilson pressed harder, his fists flying with speed and power. Maverick calmly blocked a jab with his forearm, sidestepped a hook, and countered with a light shove that sent Wilson stumbling back. "Stay still," Wilson snarled, throwing a wild, heavy punch. Maverick's expression showed no concern as he waited for the perfect moment. Then, with a swift leap, he vaulted over Wilson's head and landed gracefully behind him, his balance flawless. Wilson spun to face him, but Maverick was already moving. A sharp kick to the back of Wilson's knee dropped him to the ground. Before he could recover, Maverick pressed a firm hand to his shoulder, pinning him flat. It was over in seconds. Maverick stepped back, relaxed, while Wilson stayed on the floor, catching his breath. "You sure you didn't use magic?" Wilson grumbled as he accepted Maverick's outstretched hand and got to his feet. "Not really," Maverick said, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Magic's more like a sixth sense to me. I can't help it." Indeed, his magical sense, honed to advanced proficiency, made dodging instinctive, like a passive skill. Coupled that with Edward's movement exercises, even the peak of human agility was no contest, unless it crossed into superhuman levels. "All right, that's enough," a sharp voice called out. Maverick and Wilson turned to see a bald man with a sharp face and a lean, athletic build. Dressed in a fitted black shirt and brown combat pants, he stood with his arms crossed over his chest, radiating a commanding presence. With a brief gesture, he motioned for Maverick and Wilson to approach. They were in a large, square room that resembled a training hall. In the center stood a platform where the fight had just taken place. One wall held a rack neatly displaying sharp weapons like knives and daggers, while a few punching bags were scattered in each corner of the room. There were no windows, only a single steel door for entering and exiting. Bright white light from ceiling panels illuminated the entire space. Aside from Maverick and Wilson, 3 others stood near the platform, all dressed in identical combat gear, black shirts and brown pants. The bald man was Philippe, an African-American and the most senior member of the group, as well as Maverick's primary instructor. The other 2 were Justin, a middle-aged Caucasian man with blonde hair similar to Wilson's, and Lee, a younger woman with jet black hair and an Asian complexion. The 3, Wilson, Justin, and Lee, were members of the Queen's 00 Squad, who were at the moment without a mission, and hence tasked with accelerating Maverick's training. The facility they were in was vast. In addition to the training hall, it featured sections for firearms practice, driving simulations, and a cutting-edge gadgets lab equipped with state-of-the-art carry-on weapons technology, all supported by the UK's top military science and engineering teams. The day after Edward's family returned to America, Maverick's father took him to this secret base somewhere in London for his brief orientation with the 00 Squad, an elite unit under the Queen's direct command, which Maverick had previously agreed to join, but only under very strict conditions. Initially, Maverick planned a 2-week timeline for this, but a month and a half has passed. It wasn't that the training was overwhelming. In fact, he had very quickly demonstrated exceptional skill in nearly all the practical exercises, including hand-to-hand combat and firearms training. His advanced magical sense talent was practically a cheat, and combined with the reflexes he had honed from the movement exercises he did while training with Edward, he was able to grasp everything pretty quickly. What ultimately compelled Maverick to extend his training with the 00 Squad were the extensive skills they offered in covert operations, including infiltration, intelligence gathering, and a range of strategic elimination methods. In addition to gathering intelligence, Maverick also learned advanced skills in human psychology and reading microexpressions, skills that were not only useful in the moment, but could also remain important as he became stronger in the future. Therefore, delaying the start of his 2-year journey by a month had been far from a waste. His instructor, Philippe, along with the 3 other members and the regular agents at the base, had trained him hard in every part of their craft. This training had turned him into a skilled and disciplined operative, and even without magic, he had become a strong and capable individual, much like a well-trained soldier. "Wilson nearly had me there, Serge," Maverick said, walking over to the rest of the team. "Bullshit, you weren't even breaking a sweat," Wilson retorted. Maverick scratched his nose, offering a sheepish smile. It really was no contest, and everyone there knew it. "All right, let's wrap up," Philippe said, turning his head to look at everyone in the room before his gaze settled on Maverick. 006, are you sure you don't want to extend your training a bit longer?" Maverick gave a confident nod. "I think I've got the important stuff down," he said, then paused for a moment. "Dad's picking me up later tonight to meet with Her Majesty." "I see," Philippe replied with a slight nod. "Well, if you ever need anything, you know where to find us." "Don't forget your promise, little man," Lee, the sharp-eyed, Asian-looking woman, chimed in with a smile. "We're all counting on you in the future." "That's right, Caesar," Wilson added, smiling as he gave Maverick's shoulder a tug. "You never know when we mortals might need a little saving." Maverick chuckled. "I've got your backs," he said confidently. There was no need for modesty. His tone carried an unspoken understanding that these seasoned agents knew exactly what he was capable of. Though his time with them had been short, Maverick had grown quite fond of the team over the past few weeks. First, there was Lee, a Muggle-born genius who had graduated from Hogwarts and was now in her early 30s. She had answered the Queen's recruitment request and become a magical member of the 00 Squad, following the loss of 2 others a decade ago in the chaos caused by Voldemort. Maverick was now the 4th magical member, the most recent addition to their ranks. Wilson and Justin were a few years older than Lee, but they were regular humans. They didn't typically involve themselves with the extraordinary, but that didn't mean they took on easy tasks. Maverick had gone through the records of the missions they'd completed, studying the dangers they'd faced, and he couldn't help but admire how they constantly risked their lives to keep the country safe. Beyond all that, they were genuinely nice people. His magical sense told him as much. There were no signs of negative emotions like jealousy, resentment, or the bitterness that usually followed when a younger, less experienced person joined a seasoned team. From day one, they had all welcomed him and treated him with proper respect. "Let's go grab some shots before Caesar heads off," Justin suggested after everyone had their say. "The kid's not old enough to drink, 003, Philippe reminded him with a raised eyebrow. Justin rolled his eyes. "The kid's old enough to have a license to kill. Besides, he's a magical." "He's right," Lee chimed in with a shrug. "Muggle liquor doesn't do much to us anyway." Philippe hesitated, eyeing Maverick for a moment, but considering it was his last day training with them, he finally relented. "All right, let's meet on the roof after a shower." No need," Maverick grinned, snapping his fingers. A gust of wind whipped through the group, followed by a sudden rush of water. In seconds, their sweat-covered bodies and gear were spotless. "Honestly, I really envy you magicals," Justin muttered, shaking his head. "You make everything look so easy." The group collectively sighed, even Lee. Though she was much older and a genius in her own right, she still relied on a wand and chanting, unlike Maverick, for whom it was as simple as breathing. "Well, looks like we've got more time now," Wilson said, shrugging as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Later, Maverick, codenamed 006, joined Wilson 004, Justin 003, Lee 009, and their instructor Philippe on the compound's rooftop for drinks and lighthearted conversation. The group exchanged stories, jokes, and some laughs, strengthening their bond in a rare moment of downtime. Just before wrapping up the gathering, Maverick glanced around at the team with a sincere expression. "I just want to say thanks to all of you for the guidance and support these past few weeks. You've all been incredible. And just so you know, I've got your backs, always. If you ever need anything, even outside of work, don't hesitate to reach out." He spoke sincerely and with confidence. The entire team smiled, a shared sense of trust, gratitude, and respect filling the air as they clinked their glasses together one last time before Maverick made his departure. A few hours later, Michael arrived to pick Maverick up for his meeting with the Queen, officially marking the end of his brief orientation with the 00 squad. Before the day's sun had fully set, they arrived once again at Buckingham Palace. Maverick and Michael entered the same room where they had met a few weeks ago. This time, however, Jacob and Joanna were no longer hidden under disillusionment. They stood at the Queen's left and right, who sat at the same table as before, her dignified presence unchanged. Maverick and his father took their seats across from the Queen. On the table, a collection of gadgets and weapons were neatly arranged. The Queen glanced at Maverick, meeting his eyes with a small smile before getting straight to the point. "Well, I take it you've been briefed on everything by now." Maverick nodded. "Yes, ma'am." This was how the squad members addressed the Queen, rather than using the usual royal title. "Instructor Philippe and the rest of the team have walked me through everything I needed." Michael, sitting beside Maverick, remained silent. He was simply there to accompany his son. "Good," the Queen said, her gaze shifting to her right. 002. At the Queen's signal, Jacob stepped forward, offering a brief nod of respect before focusing on Maverick. 006, he began, getting straight to the point. "These are the standard weapons and gadgets issued to every member of the 00 squad." He picked up the rifle first. Sleek, matte black, and incredibly imposing, it radiated power. "A 85 sniper rifle," he began, his voice steady, "chambered in .50 BMG, 12.7 caliber. It has a range of 1.5 kilometers with a box magazine that holds 5 rounds." Jacob turned the rifle slightly, showcasing its streamlined design, then met Maverick's eyes. "This is not a toy. Keep it in your storage ring unless you need to use it. You'll be provided with enough ammo for the job." Maverick nodded, absorbing the details before waiting for the next item. Jacob set the sniper rifle down and picked up a sleek handgun, giving another brief but thorough explanation. He followed this by presenting several sharp weapons, each one designed for efficiency. Finally, he reached for a collection of electronic gadgets. "Now," Jacob began, holding up a phone-like device, "we both know that magic and electronics don't mix well." Yet, Maverick could clearly see the device was active, its screen glowing despite the usual interference magic would cause. "However," Jacob continued, noticing Maverick's attention, "elite great magus like myself can make it work." He paused, studying Maverick's unsurprised expression before nodding with a hint of approval. "To prevent magical interference. I'm guessing you've heard of it, maybe from Speaker Edward." Maverick nodded in response. Edward had indeed mentioned it, and Maverick had tested it himself. Moreover, his mastery of magical energy manipulation and magical sense had already been shared with the Queen and the 00 squad members, so he had no intention of hiding it. "Yes, sir. Suppressing magic while in contact with electronics prevents interference, allowing magicals to use electronic equipment," he replied calmly, meeting Jacob's gaze. Jacob nodded. "Exactly. So, apart from me and 008 here, you are the third magical who can act solo on missions. Other witches and wizards within the British Muggle government all have a Muggle partner because they can't use phones or other electronic communication devices." He paused before continuing. "But even so, remember, highly concentrated magical locations or magically extended spaces will still interfere with any electrical signals. With a flick of his wrist, Jacob levitated the phone above his hand, and its light immediately flickered before going out. The phone floated over to Maverick, who took it without hesitation. "Turn it on," Jacob instructed. Maverick did as told, and the gadget powered back on. His magical energy had been suppressed instinctively, so there was no need to concentrate on it. Jacob's eyes gleamed momentarily as he observed Maverick. He knew Maverick was good, but seeing it firsthand, the ridiculous control he showcased at such a young age still surprised him. "Keep it on with you at all times," he said flatly, outwardly showing no emotion, and moved on to the next gadget. Maverick nodded, then paused as a thought occurred to him. "What about places like Hogwarts? Will I be able to use it there?" Jacob shook his head, his expression neutral. "Probably not. Hogwarts sits atop a highly magic-concentrated area, and there are wards and altered spaces all over. You might catch a signal in a few open areas, but for the most part, it won't work." Maverick nodded again, already suspecting the answer. One of his earliest and main goals had been to find a way for wizards to use electronics. He had even discussed the issue with his teacher, and already gathered a few ideas on where to begin his research. After all, apart from himself, only those at the Great Magus rank and above possess the ability to manipulate magical energy enough to suppress their magic. This meant that more than 99% of the world's witches and wizards were unable to use electronics in their daily lives. Finding a solution would not only resolve a critical issue for the wizarding world, but also earn him fame and fortune, key pillars for his future ambitions. Jacob continued presenting a few more gadgets before finally reaching the last item. He paused and stepped back, signaling that the Queen would take over from here. Chapter 19, The Road Yet to Begin ch. The Queen gave Jacob a brief nod before her attention changed to the remaining items on the desk. 3 shiny, official-looking badges rested atop sealed envelopes, and beside them was a single, small booklet. The badges, with their unmistakable designs, clearly resembled those used by law enforcement, while the booklet was unmistakably a passport. The Queen placed her hand on one of the badges and fixed her gaze on Maverick. "United Kingdom Criminal Investigation Department CID, she explained, her voice calm and straight-athepant. "Commander rank with the corresponding clearance level." She paused and gestured to the second badge. "This one military intelligence, Section 6, MI6 agent credentials." Her hand moved to the third item. It was red and gold, its design more ornate than official. "This signifies your agent status in the 00 squad, she said, her tone measured and precise. "It will be invaluable, both within the military and when working with international agencies." If there was one thing Maverick appreciated most about Queen Elizabeth, it was her no-nonsense approach. She didn't waste time. She didn't leave you hanging. She always got straight to the point. She sat up straighter, her tone changing slightly. "With these, most doors will open for you. I trust you've been briefed on everything over the past few weeks, so I won't go into the details." Maverick nodded. He had indeed been thoroughly briefed on everything, from standard operational procedures to the off-the-books protocols. He understood the privileges these identities granted, and just as importantly, the limits of what he could and couldn't do. Finally, she focused on the last item. "I know wizards like you can hop across borders with a flick of a wand," she said with a slight smile, "but if you ever need to travel the old-fashioned way, this will come in handy." She pushed the passport toward him. "This grants you hassle-free travel within NATO, the Commonwealth countries, Europe. Well, you get the idea." Maverick picked it up. The passport was red, much like any other, but he knew this small booklet would be vital for the many tasks he needed to accomplish over the next 2 years. The handover was quick and efficient. Maverick didn't raise any questions. He simply transferred everything into his ring. All he needed to know had already been covered. It was time for the real conversation. This meeting wasn't just for the Queen to present Maverick with impressive weapons and gadgets. She had asked to see him alone, without Edward. Maverick had expected this moment, and he was curious to see if she would ask anything different now that his mentor wasn't present. As an excellent host, Queen Elizabeth had arranged a private dinner. The 3 of them sat together, engaging in casual conversation, until the Queen finally steered the discussion back to the matter at hand. Once again, she inquired about Maverick's future plans. Maverick's response was unchanged, as he gave the same answer he had before. Then she delved into more serious topics. She asked Maverick what he thought about the magical world, its future, and if it could ever live openly alongside the non-magical world. She even brought up the statute of secrecy, asking if he had any ideas about changing or ending it. These were bold questions she wouldn't dare raise in front of a magical minister or a speaker. Maverick wasn't bothered, though he was a little surprised she asked him. He decided to be even bolder and shared his real thoughts about it. He explained his hypothesis that the statute of secrecy likely wouldn't last another decade, given the rapid advancements in Muggle technology. It would be wiser, he argued, to gradually control the narrative and introduce the magical world to Muggles in a measured way, rather than let the truth explode on the front page of some random newspaper. He then laid out how he would approach this task, explaining his strategy step by step. The Queen listened attentively, occasionally raising questions of her own, while his father too joined in, sharing his own thoughts as they talked. The conversation then shifted to the consequences of such a change. Maverick gave a simple example, comparing it to how nuclear weapons had stopped nations from going to war. He said the magical world had its own kind of deterrence in the form of powerful witches and wizards. Each archmagus, he explained, was akin to a nuclear powerhouse, and no country would dare provoke such strength. This, he explained, would help prevent the chaos that could come from merging the two worlds. The Queen brought up some serious concerns, including the potential trouble from religious extremists. Maverick responded confidently, explaining that the information age was already changing how people thought. Over time, he said, those groups would likely become a small, isolated minority. His honest insights seemed to strike a chord with the Queen. From her expressions and the emotions he picked up on, it was clear she appreciated his openness. The longer they talked, the more Maverick felt like sharing with her. After thinking it over for a moment, he shared some of his ideas for changing the outdated ways of British noble wizards. He explained his approach, detailing how he planned to encourage the nobles to accept Muggle-born wizards and even non-magical individuals. The Queen wholeheartedly supported his vision. She encouraged him, emphasizing that once the magical world inevitably stepped into the open, she didn't want Britain to lag behind as a backward, divided nation. The dinner stretched on for more than 2 hours, covering a wide range of topics. This was her opportunity to ask all the questions, opinions, and requests she hadn't voiced during their first meeting, restrained then by Edward's presence. Maverick answered everything thoroughly, addressing her concerns and expectations. Her requests were reasonable and aligned with the conditions he had set when agreeing to work with her government. As the conversations unfolded, Maverick realized the Queen truly held no prejudice against wizards. She genuinely wanted to bring together all aspects of her nation: magical, non-magical, superhuman, and supernatural. A united nation was her ultimate goal. Of course, she wasn't a saint. There was selfish motive behind it. She would remain the supreme authority of this unified nation. From what Maverick could tell, she also seemed convinced that the wizarding world's secrets wouldn't stay hidden for much longer. It was clear she was already preparing for that eventuality. Before that, the Queen wanted Maverick firmly on her side. By now, she had grasped the scope of Maverick's potential, understanding how powerful he could become. It was evident she saw him as a future trump card, someone who could ensure that even after the magical world stepped out of hiding, she or her descendants would retain ultimate authority over the nation. Maverick's strength, she believed, would be key to keeping that power close to her. Maverick didn't care about any of the politics. He valued order, and her vision aligned with his. He had no desire to rule or concern himself with who governed the nation. In fact, if it were up to him, he'd prefer a non-magical leader to hold supreme authority over both the magical and non-magical sides. After all, wizards were a minority, and they weren't the only ones with extraordinary abilities. More importantly, Maverick firmly believed that technology, not magic, would be the most reliable force for maintaining order in the long run. And even if a future monarch tried to twist things and play dirty politics, Well, Maverick knew how to handle that game too, and he wouldn't leave anything to chance. They dined and talked, their conversation spanning a wide range of topics, until the clock approached 9. Before they parted ways, Maverick offered the Queen a personal reassurance, promising to stand by her side as long as her intentions and actions prioritized the good of the nation, for both magical and non-magical people. This didn't mean Maverick was willing to become a puppet, nor did it suggest he had any sense of nationalist ego. Far from it. He had big plans for the future, plans that included amassing wealth and building his own force. What he needed most was order, and he knew he had to stay close to the ones enforcing it. The magical side would take time, but Maverick had plans to enter the higher circles of magical authority as well. Everything he did, every decision he made, was calculated, but only time would reveal whether his choices today were right or wrong. Chapter 20, The Road Yet to Begin X, ch 40. After the lengthy meeting with the Queen, Maverick and Michael drove straight home. By the time they arrived, it was already 10 in the evening. It had been a month and a half since Maverick had last been home, and before he could get any rest, he knew he had to explain everything to his mother. He didn't outright lie, but it took some careful navigation to convey the truth in a way she would accept. His father was no help. The man simply left it all to him. It was a good thing, too. Maverick knew his mother could easily tell when his father was hiding something from her. Before going to bed, Maverick opened the system panel to review the updates. There wasn't much to note, just one spell that had advanced from intermediate to advanced on its own, without the system's help, and a slight increase in his magical energy. His points, however, had grown significantly. It had been some time since he last spent them to give himself an edge. Name: Maverick Caesar. Class: Wizard. Rank: Magus. Magical energy: 903+. Points: 2029. Extraordinary characteristic points: 0. Extraordinary characteristics: excellent grade spellcasting, excellent grade independent expanded dimension. Talents: magical energy manipulation, advanced plus. Magical sense, advanced plus. Transfiguration, advanced plus. Potions, intermediate plus. Alchemy, intermediate plus. Spells: Acquired advanced proficiency. Illusio lunam lectorum, plus flipendo plus bombarda, plus expelliarmus plus, pratigo plus finite plus incantatum, plus petrificus totalis plus, stupefy plus patronus charm plus episci, plus reparo plus revelio plus disillusionment plus wingardium leviosa plus occlumency plus legilimency plus apparition plus lumos plus pestis incendium plus confundus. His points had reached 2,000, and with his magical energy already nearing 1,000, it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the next rank. His plan was to wait until he had accumulated 3,000 points, giving him enough to invest in the new talents he would gain after advancing to Great Magus. What he really wanted now were extraordinary characteristic points. Unfortunately, they only accumulated 1 per year, and he still had more than 3 months before the year ended. The 3 items he received from his teacher, the broomstick, the storage ring, and the bracelet, all had excellent level characteristics that he could copy. The first thing he planned to copy was the broomstick's flight ability, which, in theory, would allow him to fly at incredible speeds. The ring was also excellent grade, but it offered storage and passive mind protection, neither of which he urgently needed. The bracelet, on the other hand, was far more intriguing. It had several useful functions, from invisibility to mana suppression, which he believed could stack with his own similar magic. There was also the full-body suit feature, though how it would function as an extraordinary characteristic remained to be seen until after he copied it. Maverick dismissed the system panel and turned his thoughts inward, reflecting on his plans for the future. It was early October 1989. That meant he had less than 2 years before the events of the plot began. There was so much to do and too little time. His first destination was Australia, from where he planned to travel west to other countries, visiting major magical communities and learning the unique magics of different cultures. Learning magic was the easy part, as with the system, it wouldn't take much of his time. There was also the task of writing a book to introduce science to Hogwarts. During his travels, he would review the curricula of different magic schools. If any incorporated Muggle science, he would use them as a reference. If not, he would refer to existing science books and write one himself. With his current abilities, he was confident he could pull it off. At the same time, he would not stop honing the magical talents, especially potions and alchemy. Both were currently at an intermediate level, and he believed he could advance them naturally within a few years. Unfortunately, for alchemy, he now had no choice but to use system points to reach advanced proficiency. Alchemy was central to his goal of becoming wealthy in the magical world. For most wizards, tasks and chores were easily handled with a wave of their wand, leaving little incentive for innovation. Maverick aimed to change that. Being from the future gave him countless ideas for magical items that could simplify daily life. Only a small minority of wizards owned house elves. The rest, Maverick estimates 95% of witches and wizards handled chores by themselves. These individuals were his target market. He would first establish a company. He plans to ask help from his teacher, and after he gives his proposal, he was sure Edward would help him endorse. And it won't be for free. He does not plan to further freeload from him. He would give a generous share, even though it may not mean anything to Edward at the start. He planned to introduce products that would automatically handle everyday tasks, such as heating, cooling, washing, and more tasks that typically required spells. Whether magical or not, human nature leaned toward convenience, and Maverick was confident his products would be a success. However, targeting the market of all wizards, rich, poor, and noble, meant more work and a lot of research ahead. Maverick planned to take Muggle inventions, which were already innovative, along with his ideas from the year 2024, and adapt them for the magical world. Unfortunately, magic and technology were fundamentally incompatible. Devices reliant on electricity or communication signals failed in the presence of magic. No witch or wizard had found a solution. Maverick believed this was simply because no master alchemist had tried. Technology's rapid growth was only a few decades old, after all. Fortunately, he already had a theory to make electronics usable for wizards. The answer lay in the ability to suppress magic, which allowed him to interact with technology. If he could create an alchemical invention, using runes or embedded spells, to separate magical energy from interfering with electronic signals, he could, in theory, make it work. This was the focus of his experiments. Maverick believed that once his alchemy talent reached an advanced level, he could invent something to prove his theory. After that, he could introduce a number of things and bring a real impact to the entire magical world. What the magical world sorely lacked right now was a secure, instant form of communication and a proper entertainment industry. There would certainly be competition once he introduced his innovations, but Maverick was determined to make it as difficult as possible for anyone to crack the principles behind his inventions. Before anyone could figure it out, he planned to monopolize both industries as much as he could. From gadgets to luxury items, and the changes to media that would follow, Maverick would ensure the brand he established would be on the tip of every witch's and wizard's tongue, ahead of all others. Maverick was determined to change the world of magic. He estimated that within 20 years, he could completely revolutionize the wizarding world. The next 2 years plus the 7 years of Hogwarts would be enough to lay the foundations for his ambitions. And this was just the wizarding world. The Muggle world would be easier for him to navigate in order to build his fame and fortune, as he had knowledge from his previous life. And finally, he needed to establish a force on his own. This would be separate from the business he has planned to establish. This would be for him to take care of things behind the scenes. His plans, although legal, would inevitably be met with resistance, and he can't always ask for his teacher to have his back. The force he would establish would be one only he could command. During his travels, he would keep an eye out for talent, carefully assessing each individual before offering them the chance to align with him. He was confident he could reach the rank of Great Magus within the next year, and with power, he could more effectively convince others to join his cause. But that didn't mean he would use force as persuasion. Power would simply serve as the ultimate security, while logic would be his tool for convincing others. He needed people he could trust, not those who might stab him in the back someday. Letting out a tired sigh, Maverick shifted into a more comfortable position on his bed. It was now nearing midnight, and he had unknowingly spent hours reviewing his plans, making thoughtful changes and small adjustments to his strategies and the roadmap for the coming years. All he felt was excitement. The next 2 years, then Hogwarts and even beyond. The unknown, the unexpected, sent adrenaline rushing through his veins. This world was far larger and more complex than the familiar Harry Potter universe. Tomorrow, he would spend the day at home with his mother and father, cherishing one final moment of peace before setting off on his journey the day after. A small smile curled on his lips as satisfaction washed over him, and with that, he closed his eyes for the night. Chapter 21, Steps into the Unknown ch 41. Cairo, Egypt. Inside a modest house near the Nile River, the soft tapping of metal tools echoed through a brightly lit square room. 3 long tables lined the walls, their surfaces covered with a disorganized collection of electronic parts, unusual crystals, and vibrant fragments of metal and minerals, scattered without any apparent order. At one of the tables sat a young man with short, curly black hair. Dressed in a plain white shirt and black jeans, he was engrossed in his work, his attention fully focused on what appeared to be a magnifying device. His hands moved with careful precision, manipulating 2 thin silver tools as he tended to the object beneath his gaze, each movement deliberate and controlled. Minutes passed, stretching on for what felt like a long time, until finally he lifted his head. A slow smile spread across his lips, his expression reflecting quiet satisfaction. With careful hands, he picked up the item, a flat, rectangular piece, mostly white with brown shades and small splashes of other colors. It was about the length of a finger and 3/4 wide, with golden lines etched into it, forming detailed patterns like a fine piece of craftsmanship. He moved to another table, where electrical components and scattered items covered the surface. From the mess, he picked up something that resembled a cell phone. This wasn't like the sleek devices of the future. It was only 1990, a time when the word mobile was rarely used to describe a phone. Still, this one fit the description. It had no wires connecting it to another component. The device was bulky, larger than his palm and nearly the size of a brick, with a design focused more on function than form. He reached for the phone's antenna, but his hand froze mid-motion as he sensed movement outside. Deciding otherwise, he placed the phone and the small rectangular item he'd just finished working on back on the table. Slowly, he turned his head toward the room's only door. Just then, the door creaked open, and another young man stepped into the room. The young man appeared Middle Eastern at a glance, with dark black hair, a short, neatly shaved beard, and dressed in a long-sleeve shirt and pants. The 2 young men exchanged a brief look before the first one asked the newcomer, "How did it go?" "Just as you said, some people showed up." He paused, seemingly recalling something. "Not just any grunts. Fortunately, Aisha and I managed to set up an ambush." "Wizards." One of them, the Middle Eastern-looking man, replied. "There were 2. The second one was, well, I'm guessing a mutant." He paused, glancing at the other, raising an eyebrow. "Strange, right?" The young man stroked his chin, his brow furrowing in thought as he processed the unexpected turn of events. "Why would a mutant be part of a group harming their own kind?" he asked. "Ali, did you check if the mutant was under any mind control?" "No," the Middle Eastern-looking man, now named Ali, answered, his tone clear of doubt. "No sign of it." He paused before adding, "Maverick, maybe you should take a look. Try to get them to talk." Maverick took a moment to think, then nodded before asking, "Where's Aisha?" "At the underground base. She's guarding the 2 kidnappers." Maverick hummed thoughtfully. After a brief pause, he scanned the room, then snapped his fingers. The door closed on its own, followed by shimmering golden patterns briefly appearing on its surface. He nodded, satisfied, then walked over to Ali, who showed no surprise at his actions, and placed his hand on his shoulder. "Let's go," Maverick said, and in an instant, both of them vanished from sight. A few miles from Cairo, deep in the Sahara Desert, 10 meters underground, Maverick and Ali popped into existence in a dimly lit small room. There was no door, only an entrance that led to a long walkway. On the walls were some kind of glowing objects, not electronic nor fire. The temperature was neither hot nor cold, just a comfortable warmth, unusual for an underground structure in the desert, clearly hinting that magic was involved. They walked down the path, and after a few moments came to a door. Maverick tapped his fingers on it, and it opened, revealing a much larger and brighter hall. As they entered, they saw a woman in a black tank top and brown jeans, her head leaning back against the sofa she was sitting on. The woman stirred at the sound of their arrival, her eyes slowly opening, and a smile spread across her face. "They're inside," she said, motioning toward the door beside her. Maverick smiled and gave a nod before glancing at Ali beside him. "You can stay or come watch." Ali met Maverick's eyes briefly, then turned to Aisha. After a moment, both of them shook their heads. "Do your thing, we'll wait outside," Ali replied. Maverick shrugged, then without another word, walked toward the door. As Maverick entered, he saw two men, one middle-aged, the other slightly younger, bound in chains. Their mouths were gagged, and their eyes covered with cloth. The chains, if one looked closely, were carved with intricate patterns, and any knowledgeable person in alchemy would recognize that they were enchanted in some way. Despite being bound, there were no visible signs of injuries on their bodies. The two men lifted their heads at the sound of the door, opening and footsteps. Maverick stopped 2 feet in front of them, tucked his hands into the pockets of his jeans, and gave the two individuals a sharp glance. His fingers moved slightly within his pockets, and the door behind him shut with a soft click. A second flick of his same finger made the blindfolds and gags disappear. "Asshole, do you have any idea who we are?" The middle-aged man spat, his voice laced with fury, as soon as the gags were removed. Only then did they take a proper look. What both captives saw was not Maverick at all. No, before them stood a humanoid figure cloaked in black, with misty fumes swirling from its surface. Even the room they thought they were in was completely different. It was an endless stone flat surface, stretching out in all directions with no walls in sight. The small area they stood in was lit only from above, while the rest of the space above them was completely engulfed in darkness. The middle-aged man's expression changed as he took in the strange scene. Confusion quickly turned to fear. The younger captive stayed silent, his eyes wide, showing the same fear, only his was even stronger. Maverick remained silent, allowing the eerie stillness to settle over the room. The whole scene was an illusion he had created before removing the blindfolds and gags from the prisoners. More importantly, he was here to interrogate, and what better way to do that than by reading their minds? Mind arts worked best when the victim's emotions were unstable, and fear was the most effective tool in this situation. Once their mental defenses wavered, legilimency would easily provide the answers he needed. Even in the original world of Harry Potter, legilimency was considered illegal magic, and in this universe, it was even more strictly prohibited, with severe punishments for any wizard caught casting it. Fortunately, Maverick didn't need a wand, which meant there would be no evidence to find in the first place. Moreover, with his advanced proficiency in the spell, he could use it like a natural legilimens, simply by making eye contact. Maverick took his time, letting the tension slowly seep into the room. The dark figure's crimson eyes never blinked, fixed on the two prisoners. The longer they held his gaze, the more their calm began to crack, panic slowly creeping into their expressions. Then, a faint sound of flapping wings echoed through the room, making the two chained men glance away from the figure before them. At first, it was barely audible, but with each passing second, it grew louder, closer. The men twisted their heads frantically, their fear growing as they couldn't tell where the noise was coming from or what it was. Slowly, dark silhouettes began to take shape. Crows, ravens, each casting eerie shadows in the dim light. As the seconds dragged on, the air grew heavier, the experience becoming increasingly unbearable for the two bound men. Before them stood an unknown figure, something or someone they couldn't understand. All around them, the crows circled, their crimson eyes locked onto them, flying in every direction, above, below, in front, behind, each one brushing past with the unsettling rush of wings, sending icy chills down their spines. With every passing second, their fear deepened. Though they strained against their chains, their bodies refused to move. They were trapped, bound to something, somewhere they couldn't see. Maverick observed the two men closely, not just with his eyes, but through his magical sense. When he sensed their emotions had become unstable enough, he began the real interrogation. Chapter 22, Steps into the Unknown ch 42. Maverick observed the two men closely, not just with his eyes, but through his magical sense. When he sensed their emotions had become unstable enough, he began the real interrogation. The sound that filled the room was distorted, heavy, unnatural. It didn't sound human at all. Name. The two men instinctively turned their heads toward the voice. The figure before them seemed to have grown taller, more imposing. Their minds, overwhelmed by fear, barely registered the words. Name. The voice boomed, louder now, filling the space with a heavy presence. BBB, Benjamin, my lord, the younger man stammered, his voice trembling with fear. The older man, hearing the younger's response, found his own voice. Samuel, my lord, SS Samuel Samir. With legilimency active, Maverick confirmed the truth from their thoughts. He probed deeper, delving further into their minds to uncover more about their identities. Samuel, an Egyptian local, was a wizard in his 50s, a man who had reached his limit, unable to grow any stronger and lacking significant talent. With no better-paying job opportunities and limited options, he took the easiest way out, joining the mysterious group of traffickers, lured by the promise of money. Then there was Benjamin, the younger of the two. Ali had been right. Benjamin was indeed a mutant, though not a particularly powerful one, just slightly stronger than an average human at his peak, with the unique ability to detect other mutants within close proximity. He was a cruel and greedy young man, barely in his 30s. He used his unique ability to track other mutants for traffickers, showing no remorse for the suffering he caused. Unlike the magical community, which had its own governance and laws in each country, the mutants were scattered and disorganized, left to fend for themselves. As a result, the disappearance of any random mutant went unnoticed, causing no immediate reaction or concern. Though Maverick was not one of them, he came from a world where racism, against anyone, for any reason, was a concept deeply loathed and instinctively rejected. Every cell in his body recoiled at the idea of exploiting others for profit. This alone was enough for Maverick to decide that Benjamin should disappear, not to mention the other crimes, murder, rape, and more, that he had committed. The situation he was in now made him relive the horrific things he'd done, and Maverick had a clear, unwavering image of the kind of creature he truly was. Samuel and Benjamin watched in growing horror as the shadowy figure's eyes glowed with an ominous red light, locking onto theirs. The intensity of the gaze felt suffocating, as though it could pierce straight through them. The air seemed to grow thicker, the flapping of wings louder, each beat echoing like a countdown. Before delivering a merciless beating to the two filth, Maverick needed to find something that could lead him to the people behind them. The answers were hidden in their minds, and he would extract them no matter the cost. Tell me, he began, his tone deliberate, are you involved with the missing children, the half-bloods, the Vila's werewolves, mutants? Samuel flinched, his gaze dropping to the ground as if he could escape the weight of the figure's eyes. His jaw trembled, sweat dripping down his forehead, but he remained silent. His lips pressed tightly together, betraying the fear that churned within him. Beside him, Benjamin's resolve crumbled under the pressure. We're just scouts, he blurted out, his voice shaking. We grab targets, that's it. We don't know anything. Maverick took a slow step forward, the illusion around him changing ominously. Shadows rippled across his form, giving the impression that he was growing larger, darker, more menacing. His voice, low and cutting, broke the heavy silence. Who were the ones behind yesterday's attempt to kidnap the half-blood Vilas? The voice was calm yet razor-sharp, slicing through the oppressive rhythm of flapping wings. Benjamin's breath hitched, his words tumbling out in a trembling stammer. Just random mercenaries, my lord. I swear we'll never do it again. Please just let us go. Maverick's crimson gaze remained steady, unblinking, slicing through the feeble excuse, as if peeling back their very souls. You, the figure said, with the voice cold as ice as it raised a hand to point at Samuel. Who do you answer to? The demand came cold, leaving no room for evasion. Benjamin's eyes flicked toward Samuel, silently pleading for him to speak, to cooperate. But the older man kept his gaze fixed on the ground, refusing to look back. Instead, his hands clenched into fists, the chains around his wrists rattling in the suffocating silence. His lips trembled as he finally forced out words, his voice hoarse and barely audible. Orders come through? Intermediaries, just names and locations, Samuel admitted, his voice shaky. We pay dark wizards desperate for money and give them the targets. He swallowed hard, his eyes flickering toward Maverick for the briefest moment before darting away. There's a witch. She calls herself Ruby. As Samuel spoke, Maverick delved into the older man's mind, sifting through every fragment of information that could lead to the true masterminds behind the scenes. For now, one thing was certain. These two were merely middlemen, slightly higher up the ladder but still just intermediaries. They, too, passed on names to other desperate souls willing to carry out the dirty work. Neither Samuel nor the mutant Benjamin possessed any real strength, and even the mysterious witch Ruby failed to impress. Samuel was merely a magus, and Ruby, though a stronger magus, was still just that, a magus. The dark figure's gaze sharpened, its crimson eyes locking onto Samuel. What else? How do you contact her? Maverick needed to find this witch who supposedly held some influence in the group. If anyone could lead him to the boss, it would be her. Samuel shook his head weakly, his entire body trembling. I don't know, I swear I don't know. His voice cracked, and he looked down at the ground. We only hear from her when there's a job, if we fail or talk. He stopped, his breathing growing shallow as fear overtook him. She'll kill us, Samuel finally whispered, his voice breaking. Or worse, they will. Maverick leaned closer, his glowing eyes locking onto Samuel's. His voice dropped, low and cold. Who are they? Samuel froze, his lips twitching as if struggling to form words. He opened his mouth but hesitated, his fear of the unknown forces behind him matching the terror of the figure in front of him. I can't, Samuel stammered, his voice trembling. There's a marquee behind them. Please, you don't know how powerful he is. And what rank? The figure asked slowly, its voice as cold as ice. Do you suppose I am? Before either man could respond, a suffocating pressure spread outward, emanating from the shadowy figure and enveloping the two captives. It felt like the weight of a mountain pressing down on them, a tsunami of raw energy hammering against their very spirits. Their trembling bodies bent forward under the crushing force, their heads slamming onto the cold, unyielding ground. King, Samuel managed to choke out through gritted teeth, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. In all his years, he had never encountered an archmagus, those 7 beings whose sheer presence was said that could paralyze magus like himself with nothing more than a glance. Although he had never experienced the domineering presence of an archmagus before, his subconscious told him this was it. The crushing sensation of utter insignificance, like a worm crushed beneath the weight of a towering mountain. The overwhelming force pressed down on him so completely that he could barely stay conscious. Benjamin, his so-called partner, collapsed the moment Maverick released his dominant spirit. Maverick had extracted everything he needed from the mutant's mind, and he felt no sympathy as he crushed the man's spirit. Meanwhile, outside the room, Maverick's 2 acquaintances were feeling the effects of his momentum, struggling to keep their composure. Fuck, you said the boss was a great magus. Aisha panted, sweat dripping down her brow. Her hand gripped the sofa tightly as she fought to remain upright. Beside her, Ali looked equally strained, his breath shallow and uneven. He forced himself to speak, the words coming out in strained gasps. I never asked. I saw him using magical energy manipulation, so... He gasped for air, his body trembling. I assumed he was. Let's rewind time a little to clear up the confusion of why and how our protagonist ended up here. It had been 1 year and 2 months since Maverick began his travels, starting from Australia, just as planned. He spent a few weeks there, learning magic and studying their magical culture. When he felt he had absorbed enough, he moved on to the next country. He traveled to India, where he learned valuable magical knowledge, especially in healing, along with rare spells and rituals that granted unique abilities. He also studied India's unique alchemy and potions, picking up skills that helped him progress the two talents quickly. After India, Maverick traveled north, first to Pakistan, then Indonesia, the Philippines, and finally China. He spent about 2 weeks in each country, but in China, he discovered a treasure trove of magical knowledge. The country's magical world offered unique combat magic that complemented his magical energy manipulation and provided deep insights into alchemy, particularly runes and warding. By the 6th month of his journey, Maverick found himself in Russia, one of the few places where an archmagus resided, someone who could possibly rival his teacher. By now, his magical energy had increased by 300 units, going past 1,200. Even more importantly, he now had nearly 4,000 points saved up and ready to be invested. Instead of seeking new knowledge in Russia, Maverick chose to fly north to a desolate, remote area where he couldn't sense any intelligent life. His flight was made in complete secrecy, using his suit's camouflage mode and his own magic suppression to ensure there was no chance of detection. And yes, he flew, no broomstick involved. The moment the new year arrived, Maverick replicated the extraordinary characteristic of his overpowered broomstick, gaining the ability to fly and maneuver in the air at speeds far faster than sound. It was all thanks to the system's miracle, and he didn't bother questioning the principles behind it. Far to the north, after days of careful scouting, Maverick chose a secluded spot in the mountains as the location for his breakthrough. Unlike his previous rank-up to Magus, he knew that a physical phenomenon would occur during this transition, which is why he had picked such a remote spot. He invested nearly 1,900 points into his magical energy, pushing his total to 3,000, just the bottleneck that most Magus would reach before breaking through to the rank of Great Magus. The intense magical fluctuations from his breakthrough affected every living creature within a half-kilometer radius. Unfortunately, the few polar animals that lived nearby were not spared, most fell unconscious, and some even died from the overwhelming energy. As for Maverick himself, the process was painful beyond what he had experienced during his rise to Magus. The agony lasted for nearly half a day, but once it was over, he felt completely rejuvenated, as if reborn. His appearance remained unchanged, but the feeling within him was exhilarating. He felt a power greater than he had ever known, making him briefly entertain the thought of challenging his teacher. However, he quickly dismissed the foolish notion. Maverick knew that, even at his new rank, he was no match for the Archmagus. His magical energy grew from 3,000 to over 4,000, absorbing ambient magic during his breakthrough. But it wasn't just the increase in magical energy that had changed. Maverick had gained new abilities, just as he had suspected. The system now displayed 2 new talents: space affinity, a power his teacher had used, and dominant spirit, a skill he had only heard of from Edward, though he had no real understanding of it. Both talents were marked as beginner proficiency, which was no surprise. At this level, he lacked the knowledge and experience to use them effectively. Maverick understood that these talents could typically only be properly used after advancing to the rank of Archmagus. This was the usual, much like how magical energy manipulation and magical sense, talents unlocked at the Magus rank, could only be effectively utilized by Great Magus or higher. Without a second thought, he spent 220 points to push both talents to advanced proficiency, then new memories and instincts seamlessly merged into his mind, granting him mastery and years of experience in the 2 skills. A few days later, after adjusting to his breakthrough and new abilities, he followed the same routine as in other countries, exploring the wizarding community and gaining new knowledge. In 2 weeks, he completed everything he needed and moved on, traveling west toward the Middle East. He started in Saudi Arabia, then moved on to Morocco, where he first met his Middle Eastern confidant. Ali was not just a wizard but also a werewolf. Maverick was never one to judge anyone, wizard, creature, or otherwise, based on first impressions. This wasn't his first encounter with werewolves, and he quickly noticed something unusual about Ali. Unlike other werewolves, who often carried an air of malice and dark emotions, Ali seemed different. There was no trace of the usual hostility lingering around him. Curious, Maverick decided to keep an eye on Ali. He followed the man for 2 weeks, observing his actions and even peeking into his surface thoughts. The more Maverick watched, the more he liked what he saw, leading him to investigate Ali's past. What he discovered left him deeply impressed. Ali's behavior showed discipline and strong morals. He had accepted the hardships life gave him without bitterness or despair. Chapter 23. Steps into the Unknown. Ch. 43. Ali had been an orphan with no family and graduated from Durmstrang in the early 1970s. His life took a cruel turn after graduation when he was bitten by a werewolf, turning him into one. Instead of giving up, Ali chose to endure. Every full moon, he isolated himself to protect others. His effort was a sign of his fight for his humanity, not just against the curse, but against the stigma society had placed on him and others like him. Living humbly, Ali struggled to find steady work because of his condition, but he held onto his values. Most people in his situation would have given in to their darker instincts, but Ali was different, a rare light in a grim world. Maverick, watching from the shadows, found himself quietly impressed by him. One night, Maverick followed Ali to a remote canyon where he went to isolate himself for the full moon. Maverick had planned to introduce himself afterward and hopefully bring Ali to his side. But fate had other plans. A group of Muggle campers had unknowingly set up their tents nearby. Maverick noticed them, but was confident he could keep them safe if anything went wrong. As Ali's transformation began, the werewolf instincts took over quickly. The beast caught the scent of the campers and, driven by hunger, started moving toward them. Despite the overpowering instincts of the wolf, Maverick saw something remarkable. A part of Ali's humanity remained, trying to steer the creature away. But the fight was futile. With each step, the werewolf's instincts grew stronger and Ali's will weakened. The Muggles, unaware of the danger, were sitting around their campfire when the werewolf emerged. Its glowing eyes and bared fangs sent them into a panic. The beast swiped at a tent, tearing it open, then lunged at a young woman who stood frozen in fear. That's when Maverick acted. From the shadows, he raised his hand, extended a finger and cast Impedimenta. Perhaps feeling overly confident after his recent breakthrough, he used only a fraction of his power, barely 5%, assuming it would be enough to stop the beast. He stood still, taking no further action as the werewolf was knocked back. But the creature roared, shook off the spell in an instant, and locked its glowing eyes on Maverick. The ease of its recovery made him raise an eyebrow and reconsider not only the magic resistance of magical creatures, but also his own overconfidence. Dodging a swipe from the werewolf, Maverick cast Stupefy with more power. The spell hit the mark, but it only slowed the creature for a moment. Once again, the werewolf shook it off like it was nothing, snarling as it recovered. He had no intention of testing the creature's power. If he truly wanted to, the fight would have been over in an instant. The spells he used were normal ones, designed to immobilize the beast rather than causing it permanent harm. Taking a moment to ponder and review his arsenal of spells, he quickly cast Nidra Shanti, a powerful sleep charm he had learned in India. The spell worked wonders, wrapping around the beast instantly. Its movements slowed and it staggered, its growls fading to soft whimpers before collapsing. For a brief moment, Maverick thought he glimpsed Ali's human eyes, filled with gratitude, before the werewolf finally succumbed to sleep. The Muggles, still in shock, began murmuring in confusion, unsure of what had just happened. With a quick obliviate, Maverick erased their memories, ensuring they would recall nothing of the encounter. He then turned his attention back to Ali, carefully securing the werewolf and returning him to the isolated spot he had originally chosen. Watching over the sleeping creature, Maverick couldn't help but feel a deep respect for the man who had fought so hard against an uncontrollable fate. Ali might not have been able to completely stop the wolf, but the fact that he had tried spoke volumes about his character. Ali woke up the next day, and for the first time, Maverick introduced himself. After much consideration, Maverick decided to invite Ali to join him. He admired Ali's character, but more importantly, he saw a man with no one to rely on and no one to care for. Though it was mostly for his own benefit, Maverick genuinely intended to befriend the man and offer him a way out of his hopeless situation. A couple of days passed as they shared their stories and got to know each other better. Maverick laid out his plans, sharing some of them to gauge Ali's thoughts, all while carefully sensing the emotions and surface thoughts coming from him. This was crucial. While Ali was a righteous man, Maverick didn't want someone overly righteous. He needed a subordinate who could navigate the gray areas when necessary. Fortunately, Ali didn't shy away from the more radical aspects of Maverick's plans and was fully on board. To Ali, Maverick seemed like a good person, but more importantly, he was a powerful wizard who could control his beastly side when needed. Maverick even offered to provide Ali with a monthly dose of wolfsbane potion and promised to research a permanent solution. Though Ali didn't hold much hope for the latter, he appreciated the gesture. A morally good, accepting of his condition, and powerful wizard, these three qualities made Ali willing to offer his services to Maverick. More importantly, Maverick had saved him from committing an awful act that would have haunted him for the rest of his life. Time passed, and Maverick's solo journey turned into a two-man team. They moved on to Syria, where they first heard about the kidnappings of children. Word spread through the magical community that hybrid children, born of wizarding bloodlines, were going missing. The victims were often mixtures of Velas, werewolves, and even non-magical superhumans, like mutants. Syria, a country with loosely governed magical laws, was a haven for dark wizards and criminal activities. The authorities, if there were any, barely enforced order. Maverick and Ali did some digging, trying to help as best as they could, gathering clues about why only hybrid children were targeted. This made Maverick suspect that a larger conspiracy, or perhaps a greater force, was behind it. Their investigations took them to other countries, revealing that the trafficking network was far larger than Maverick had anticipated. It made him question why the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, hadn't launched a global investigation into it. Months later, Maverick and Ali found themselves in Egypt, where they got closer to the people behind the trafficking ring. It was here they met Aisha, the third person to join their group. Unlike Ali, Aisha was not a werewolf, just an ordinary witch. She was a local Egyptian but a Muggle-born. Like in England, Egypt had pureblood ideologies, though not as extreme. As a result, Aisha had struggled to find stable work. She became a private investigator, and her path crossed with theirs as she, too, was following the trail of missing children. A few weeks passed as Maverick got to know Aisha better, and he found himself increasingly impressed by her character. She was outgoing, optimistic, and had a relentless attitude that never seemed to give up. From what he had observed, she was a law-abiding witch, but not overly righteous, a perfect fit for his team if she agreed. So, Maverick decided to take a risk and invited her to join him, sharing some of his future plans. Aisha, being straightforward, didn't hesitate long and agreed without much thought. She even enthusiastically supported Maverick's ambitions, joking that she would be his right hand in the quest to unify the magical world and abolish the statute of secrecy. If any ordinary witch or wizard had overheard their conversation, they would surely report it to the ICW, and their group would likely be hunted by the entire magical world. One night, the trio followed the clues and managed to bust a kidnapping of a hybrid Vela child. However, the perpetrators didn't know much about the operation. Maverick suggested that Aisha and Ali stay at the site and wait to see if any higher-ups in the trafficking circle would show up. And this is where the current events take us, Maverick interrogating the people who came later. Back to the present, with Maverick and the two traffickers. Maverick read Samuel's thoughts and decided not to correct his assumption about being an archmagus, recognizing that it worked to his advantage. The fear of facing such a powerful being, coupled with the oppressive atmosphere, would only heighten Samuel's anxiety, making him even more susceptible to Maverick's manipulation. Chapter 24, Steps into the Unknown IV, CH 44. Maverick read Samuel's thoughts and decided not to correct his assumption about being an archmagus, recognizing that it worked to his advantage. The fear of facing such a powerful being, coupled with the oppressive atmosphere, would only heighten Samuel's anxiety, making him even more susceptible to Maverick's manipulation. Samuel's eyes widened as the truth hit him hard. His lips trembled as he looked up, fear clear on his face. In that moment, he decided to spill everything. It didn't take long for Maverick to extract what he needed. He didn't rely solely on the criminal's fear-driven words. Instead, he carefully probed Samuel's mind, verifying the details without the man ever realizing. The only thing that puzzled Maverick was why mutant children were being targeted. He hoped to find the answer when he got his hands on the witch, Ruby. Once the information was extracted, Maverick shattered the man's spirit, just like his accomplice, sending him into a coma. If they were on the ICW's wanted list, Maverick would turn them in for a profit. If not, they would disappear. Either way, Maverick had no intention of letting them walk free. This wasn't a sudden change in Maverick's character, where he became cold and ruthless out of nowhere. Over the past year, Maverick's travels had been about more than just learning new magic. He had encountered different cultures and, more importantly, a wide variety of people. While many experiences were positive, he also saw the darker sides of magical society. What surprised him most was how simple the logic behind evil often was. It wasn't about complex reasons or grand schemes, it was simply because someone had the power to do it. That was what set this world apart from his old life. Moreover, Edward, his teacher, had taught him not only about the lines between good and evil, but also the gray areas in between. Even Edward wasn't a saint, and Maverick had been exposed, whether intentionally or not, to his teacher's morally ambiguous actions. He came to understand that these were meant both as lessons and as demonstrations of his teacher's tolerances. Finally, Maverick understood that in order to achieve his ambitions, he would need to lower his moral standards from the norm. He wouldn't blindly defy the law, nor would he become a villain. He wouldn't be a hero people wanted either, but a symbol the world truly deserved. The illusion faded, revealing the plain, small room. Maverick paused for a moment, his expression unreadable, then turned and walked out. Outside, Ali and Aisha were waiting, their faces tense as Maverick stepped through the door. Maverick raised an eyebrow, noticing the tension in their expression. Something happened. Ali cleared his throat quickly to shake off the awkward tension and asked, "Did you find anything?" Maverick gave Ali a look before nodding. "A name, Ruby, a witch. She might lead us to the ones behind this." His tone was steady, then shifted slightly. "The two are out cold for now." He turned to Aisha. "Check for any warrants. If there are, we hand them over." Aisha nodded, her tension easing slightly. "And if not?" she asked, voice a bit uncertain. "They'll disappear," Maverick said flatly, then met their eyes. "I'll show you what they've been up to, who they really are." Aisha cut him off. "No need, boss, we trust you." She glanced at Ali, who gave a small nod in agreement. Maverick paused and nodded, sensing the sincerity in their words and actions. This was what he wanted, not just subordinates, but people he could trust and who trusted him in turn. "We'll move tomorrow night. The witch is supposed to meet them for the handover," Maverick said. "I have the time and location. If she shows up, we'll grab her quickly and interrogate her too." He glanced at Aisha, who had more experience with authorities. "See if you can dig up anything on her." Aisha nodded. "I'll head out then." She glanced at Ali. Maverick noticed the tension between them again. They were hesitating, clearly holding something back. "All right, spill it," he said, raising an eyebrow. The two tensed even further, and finally Ali spoke. "Are you really just 19 years old?" Maverick gave them a confused look, genuinely unsure of what they were thinking. He held back from probing their minds, as they were now his companions, and he didn't want to become reliant on legilimency or end up like Dumbledore, at least not the way he had read about him in the fanfictions from his previous life. "What makes you doubt?" Maverick asked, instead of answering directly. "What Ali means, boss," Aisha explained, "is that we've never heard of an archmagus so young. Actually, not even a great magus." Maverick understood now. They had assumed he was an archmagus after his display of magic earlier. After a brief pause, Maverick chuckled. Instead of explaining, he drew his wand and raised it with a steady hand, speaking clearly. "I, Maverick Caesar, hereby swear upon my magic that no more than 19 years have passed since I was born into this world. Should I speak falsely, may my magic be taken from me, never to return." Aisha's eyes widened. "The hell, boss, you didn't have to go that far." Ali was also startled, but Maverick could sense the relief in both of them after hearing the magical vow. Anything else? Maverick asked with a smile. He had carefully worded the vow, using the lessons his teacher had taught him about the dangers of magical vows and how to maneuver around them. They both quickly shook their heads. Aisha perked up first, her usual energetic personality returning. "This is so awesome, boss. You must be the youngest king in history or something. I can't wait to see your plans unfold." Maverick chuckled, not bothering to correct her. The sun had set over Cairo, casting a faint orange glow over the Zamalek district. The streets had grown quieter, a stark contrast to the chaotic midday rush, though the occasional honk of a passing car reminded Maverick and his two subordinates that this city never truly slept. They moved silently under disillusionment charms layered atop Muggle-repellent wards, navigating a narrow street lined with palm trees. This section of Zamalek was residential and calm. The houses were well-spaced, offering just enough cover to stay hidden, but close enough for anyone to blend in if needed. As they approached a villa at the end of the street, Maverick signaled for them to stop with a subtle gesture. The house was old, a grand remnant of Egypt's colonial past, surrounded by an iron gate that stood slightly ajar. Through the narrow gaps in the metal, Maverick could make out a shadowy figure standing in the garden, waiting. "That's her," Aisha whispered, her voice tense. Ruby, the witch, was a notorious international criminal. Her face had been plastered on wanted posters for decades, and Aisha had found her warrant with little effort. At over 90 years old, she was well past the halfway point of a typical Magus lifespan. Ruby had managed to evade capture for years, with her bounty growing steadily. Despite her growing notoriety, her crimes were often only uncovered long after she had disappeared without a trace. Maverick nodded, his gaze fixed on the villa as his magical sense extended outward, analyzing not just Ruby, but also the surroundings. Samuel's memories had confirmed she would be alone tonight, and they were correct. Whether it was due to her arrogance or simple miscalculation, Ruby clearly hadn't anticipated becoming the target of a great magus. And given her history of evading capture, Maverick wasn't taking any chances. Some might consider his precautions excessive. There was, after all, a full rank of difference between them. He knew overconfidence could easily lead to his downfall. "Stay here and observe," Maverick instructed the two beside him. He raised his hand, extended his index finger, and tapped the air. The spell he was casting was his teacher's illusion, perfected through advanced proficiency and powered by his great magus rank. Now, it would be nearly undetectable to anyone below an archmagus. Even an archmagus would take time to sense something was amiss, and by then, Maverick could accomplish plenty. Still, he wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could take on an archmagus head-on just yet. He lacked the experience and raw power that came with their rank. His strength lay in his extensive knowledge of mastered spells and magical talents. While he didn't expect to win in a direct confrontation, he looked forward to testing himself against his teacher the next time they crossed paths. "Illusio lunam lectorum," Maverick murmured, his voice calm and low, audible only to his companions. Ali and Aisha watched in confusion as seemingly nothing happened from their perspective. Maverick smirked at their puzzled expressions before stepping toward the villa, his movements confident and deliberate. The hunt had begun. A little further ahead, Ruby, their target, stood in silence. Tonight, she was expecting a delivery from two of her lackeys. Her attention was suddenly drawn to the caw of a crow, followed by another from her right. She turned her head and saw two of them, dark as night with crimson glowing eyes, land on a branch of a nearby tree. What unsettled even the seasoned witch was that both birds simultaneously twisted their necks, locking their eerie, glowing gaze onto hers. A flicker of unease passed through Ruby, but she quickly shook it off. She had seen much creepier things in her time. With a dismissive huff, she returned her focus to the task at hand, patiently waiting. Once again, she heard the same eerie caw, this time from a different direction. The caws grew louder, followed by the sound of flapping wings. In just a few seconds, the air was filled with the unsettling chorus of caws and flapping, and the dark witch began to feel a growing sense of unease. Frantically, she turned her head, only to find crows, countless, filling the air, all with glowing crimson eyes. Each bird seemed to be staring straight into her soul. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on her wand, bracing herself for a confrontation, though she had no idea what she was about to face. "Who is it?" Ruby called out, her voice sounding much older than her middle-aged appearance suggested. "Show yourself," she demanded again, her wand sweeping in all directions, but the only response she received was the same, crows, cawing and flapping, their crimson eyes burning through the shadows. Tap, tap. Suddenly, she heard the slow, deliberate footsteps. It was illogical to hear them so clearly with the cacophony of caws and flapping around her, but there was no time for logic. Ruby's senses were on edge as she pointed her wand toward what appeared to be a dark figure emerging from the shadows. The figure's eyes glowed crimson, and a dark cape billowed from its shoulders, its edges smoking and fading into the air like tendrils of black mist. "The fuck is you?" Ruby demanded in broken English, her wand aimed threateningly. But the figure didn't answer, only continuing its slow approach. "Stop, I warn you." The tip of her wand began to glow a menacing green, signaling she was ready to cast the killing curse at any moment. Maverick halted, now just a few feet away from the Dark Witch. Ruby's wand flared brighter, the green glow intensifying as she demanded again, "I said, who the fuck is yo?" Her words were cut off abruptly, as if something invisible had seized her throat. She gasped, struggling to breathe, her hands shaking as they clutched at her neck, trying to break the unseen grip. "Who, fuck it," she gasped. Determination flashed in her eyes, and with a sudden surge of energy, a green beam of light shot from her wand, heading straight for Maverick. Or did it? A little further behind, Ali and Aisha watched the entire scene unfold from their own vantage point. Maverick had cast the illusion not just on Ruby, but on everything around him, enveloping any living thing within a 100-meter radius. The crows, the eerie sounds, and even the dark, ominous figure Maverick presented were enough to send chills down their spines, despite knowing it was all part of his doing. The sheer intensity of the illusion, sight, sound, even the smell, made it feel all too real. It was a display of power, control, and a form of magic they had never encountered or even heard of. It shocked them, even after everything they had witnessed Maverick do. They remained frozen, watching, until the green light shot toward Maverick. It happened so suddenly, they barely had time to react. Their eyes widened in shock, and Aisha was the first to scream, "No!" She lunged forward instinctively, with Ali following suit. However, they remained frozen, unable to move. Both of them tried to act, but an invisible force stopped them. They turned their attention back to Maverick, their concern for him clear on their faces. But as they looked at him, or the dark figure he had become, their worry changed to disbelief. Unlike the expected outcome after being hit with the killing curse, the figure stood tall, unwavering. Even more shocking was the green glowing orb rested atop its palm, emanating sinister energy. Ruby, the witch, along with Aisha and Ali, stared in wide-eyed in astonishment. Of course, Maverick wasn't actually catching the killing curse like a volleyball. It was all part of the illusion. The Dark Witch did cast the curse, but under Maverick's manipulation, her aim was completely off. Maverick, or rather the dark figure he had crafted, locked eyes with Ruby. In that instant, an unnatural command reverberated through the air as he spoke. "Kneel." The voice was heavy, distorted, and nothing like a human's. Maverick infused his words with a measure of his own domineering spirit, making them impossible to ignore. The witch's body stiffened, her breath catching in her throat. "Mimi L-Lord?" She struggled to speak, no to plead. Her pompous demeanor had vanished, replaced by trembling fear. Perhaps it was her old age, or maybe it was the first time in her long life she had ever encountered such an overwhelming presence. Never before, not even from her current or former employers, had she felt this small, this utterly powerless. The domineering spirit was a mysterious form of magic, a power that allowed one to assert complete dominance over another. Scarcely mentioned in only a few obscure texts, this magical talent was so rare that few in the wizarding world would ever encounter it firsthand in their lifetimes. Among the wizarding population, only 7 individuals were known to wield this ability effectively, and they weren't the type to flaunt their power casually. So, when a witch or wizard experienced this overwhelming force for the first time, They would all feel the same crushing hopelessness that the dark witch Ruby was now facing. Therefore, just moments after Maverick used it, Ruby began mumbling incoherently before losing consciousness, never even managing to put up a fight. Maverick sighed, briefly considering that he might have gone a bit overboard, but quickly dismissed the thought. Better safe than sorry. He dispelled the illusion gradually, its effects fading as he turned to look at Ali and Aisha. A slight smile graced his lips, not because of the bewildered expressions on their faces, but because he could sense they had endured his domineering spirit better this time. Training them to strengthen their will was part of his plan, and what better method than exposing them repeatedly to his presence? Chapter 25 steps into the unknown ch-45. Hours later, back at the underground base, Maverick emerged from the interrogation room, his expression grim. He had spent hours extracting every scrap of information from Ruby, the old witch, digging into her mind until there was nothing more to uncover. Maverick had encountered evil before, but what he had just witnessed was a completely different level, pure, unadulterated darkness. The rage that surged within him, fueled by the horrors he had witnessed, almost drove him to lose control. Yet, he didn't kill the wicked woman. Instead, she now lay in a deep coma, her spirit shattered and on the verge of collapse. With great effort, he reined in the fury burning inside him before turning to leave. Outside the room, Ali and Aisha stepped forward as soon as they saw him emerge, their faces showing concern at the expression painted on his face. "Did you get anything out of her?" Aisha asked, her voice heavy with worry. Maverick gave a single, deliberate nod. "I did," he replied, his tone changing, "but it's troubling." Aisha cocked her head, her gaze narrowing. "Troubling in what way?" He didn't answer immediately, instead looking at both of them in turn. Finally, he asked, "What do you know about Victor Morvain?" Ali and Aisha exchanged confused looks, both frowning as they tried to recall. "Morvain," Ali spoke, tapping his chin. "The old guy, ICW High Council member." Aisha nodded, her expression thoughtful. "He doesn't appear much in public. I heard." She paused, locking eyes with Maverick before continuing. For some reason, he's said to have lived for over 5 centuries, much longer than a typical great magus. Maverick nodded again. "Anything else?" Aisha hesitated. "He's often accused of corruption. Nothing concrete, just rumors. He's careful." She paused, her tone shifting. "Rumors are rumors, but when they surface too often..." She didn't finish, then added, "I guess he knows how to protect himself." Maverick's gaze grew colder as he listened. According to Ruby's confession, it seems he's the one orchestrating the kidnappings. The two stared at him, wide-eyed in shock, until Ali broke the silence, his voice filled with disbelief. "But that's insane. Wait." He paused suddenly, as a thought struck him. "Isn't he also the commander of the International Special Aura Unit, ISAU?" Maverick nodded, his expression grim and solemn. "That's why I said troubling." "But kidnapping wizarding children? That's a crime serious enough to warrant execution," Aisha exclaimed, then met Maverick's eyes, her tone faltering. "Are you sure, boss, he's the one?" Maverick nodded firmly, his voice confident. "Positive." He glanced at them both before adding, "And there's very compelling evidence." After a moment, Ali asked, his tone skeptical. "Compelling enough to bring down someone from the High Council?" "Don't get us wrong, boss," Aisha said hesitantly. "I mean, that guy has been alive for Merlin knows how long and probably has connections everywhere." Maverick understood their concerns. It was true, and likely the very reason Morvain had evaded capture for so long. But Maverick wasn't worried. He had his own connections. "First of all," Maverick said, glancing at Aisha, "you're right. The old bugger has, in fact, outlived his great magus lifespan." His eyes narrowed, his tone growing colder. "Dark, very dark magical rituals," he added, his mind drifting back to the horrors he'd uncovered in Ruby's memories. "That's why he's taking the hybrid and mutant children." "You mean he's using dark magic to extend his life?" Ali asked, quickly catching on. Maverick nodded, his jaw tightening. "He's been at it for a long time." He clenched his fists, anger flashing across his face. "Every decade or so, he conducts a blood ritual, and guess what the main ingredient is?" His voice hardened as he ground out the answer. "The children." Ali and Aisha spoke at the same time. The children. Maverick repeated grimly. Yes, the children. Apparently, hybrid children born of magical parents enhance the ritual's effects. The same goes for mutant children, somehow. Is he killing them or just taking their blood? Aisha asked, her voice trembling with anger. Maverick glanced at her, his tone growing colder with each word. Killed would be an understatement. His magic rippled visibly in the air. He uses them. Alive, they die in the end, in excruciating pain. Maverick clenched his fist, the echoes of the screams and the terror in the children's eyes haunting him once more as he recalled the witch's memories. Aisha gasped, her hands flying to her mouth. Ali's eyes widened in shock. What kind of monster? Have the ICW and the speakers been blind this whole time? Aisha exclaimed, her voice trembling with outrage. A heavy silence filled the room until Ali finally asked, How long? He looked at Maverick, his voice steady but grave. I don't know for sure, Maverick replied, his tone bitter. Ruby wasn't certain. She's been his pawn for the past 60 years, so it's been at least that long, probably much longer. Ali clenched his fists, but as the oldest among them and no stranger to suffering, he quickly regained his composure. How are we going to go after him? He asked, looking directly at Maverick. Aisha glanced at Maverick too, both of them knowing this wasn't a simple case of ambushing a dark wizard. Even if they could, the consequences, both good and bad, would be immense. Maverick began, his tone hesitant before it turned firm. I'll ask for help. His expression grew solemn as he raised his hand to examine the ring on his finger. His gaze hardened as he nodded to himself, then pulsed his magic into the ring with a deliberate rhythm. Ali and Aisha watched intently. It was clear something significant was happening, though they didn't understand the nature of it. They stayed silent, not daring to interrupt. Moments later, to their astonishment, a crack appeared in the air before them, slowly widening into a dark pathway. Step back, Maverick instructed, his tone calm but firm. Ali and Aisha instinctively obeyed, retreating a few steps. Out of the pathway emerged a silhouette, tall and imposing, with thick, long hair cascading over broad shoulders. Step. Step. Edward Garling strode out, exuding an aura of power and authority. His piercing gaze landed on Maverick, his pupil who had been absent for over a year without a word. He wore a Hawaiian shirt with the top 2 buttons undone, exposing his bare chest, paired with brown shorts. But the most striking feature was his mane of golden hair, gleaming like a lion's. Little Rick, so you finally remembered your old teacher, came the booming voice of Edward Garling as he stepped through the space passage. The man didn't even glance at the 2 others, his focus entirely on Maverick. Maverick felt a chill crawl down his spine, but quickly regained his composure. There would be time for reminiscence later. More pressing matters demanded his attention. Teacher, it's been a while, he said, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. A moment passed as teacher and student locked eyes, the silence thick with unspoken words. I don't sense any danger, Edward said, his gaze drifting around the room before returning to Maverick. This time, his eyes narrowed, as if taking stock of his student after a year apart. He smirked before adding, impressive mana suppression. Even I can't see through you now. Maverick couldn't help but return the smile. He hadn't mentioned his breakthrough to Great Magus yet, but that could wait. It's not dangerous for me, teacher, he said, his words trailing off as a sudden idea sparked to life. He glanced at Edward again, his eyes thoughtful. Teacher, it might be easier if I just show you. Maverick waited until Edward gave his approval. After a moment, Edward raised a brow, his voice calm but curious. Well, go on then. Without further delay, Maverick cast the illusion spell again, extending it to include Edward, Aisha, and Ali. For Aisha and Ali, he wanted them to witness what he had experienced firsthand, even if they already believed him based on his words alone. This was a slightly modified version of the illusion spell, adapted for situations like this. Inspired by the concept of a pensive, it allowed others to not only see, but also hear and feel everything he had experienced, making it as close to the real thing as possible. He began from the moment he and Ali first heard about the kidnappings, leading them through their discoveries and encounters, and ending with the chilling details he had extracted from the Dark Witch. The entire display lasted nearly 2 hours. When it was over, Edward's expression was hard to read, but it was far from pleasant. Maverick could sense the subtle fluctuations of his teacher's magic, a rare occurrence for someone as skilled in control as the Archmagus. Clearly, the darkness of what they had witnessed had unsettled even him. Ali and Aisha were visibly shaken. Ali's face was pale, his jaw tight, while Aisha's horrified expression melted into tears. By the end, she was openly crying, overwhelmed by everything they had seen. "The memory vials, do you have them?" Edward asked after a brief silence filled the room. Maverick nodded and raised his hand. A wooden box materialized from his storage ring. "She kept these as insurance, I guess. There's even ledgers, names of everyone involved. A clever witch. Ironically, it ended up backfiring on her." Edward took the box, opened it briefly, then closed it and stored it away in his own ring. Meeting Maverick's gaze, he asked, "What's your plan?" Chapter 26, Steps into the Unknown VI, CH 46. Edward took the box containing the memory vials, opened it briefly, then closed it and stored it away in his own ring. He nodded reassuringly, meeting Maverick's gaze, and asked, "What's your plan?" "My plan?" Maverick asked, a little confused. Just as he spoke, Aisha cut in, exclaiming, "Aren't you a speaker? You've seen the terrible things. Arrest him." Before she could say anything else, Maverick silenced her with a quick, wandless spell. He didn't blame her for being rude in front of his teacher. He understood she wasn't in her right mind. No one would be, after seeing all of that. He glanced at Edward apologetically, then asked, "Don't mind my friend, teacher." Edward raised his hand to dismiss the interruption. He didn't even look at Aisha, but kept his gaze on Maverick, waiting for him to answer. Maverick paused for a moment, thinking. He realized that his teacher was asking him to come up with a plan to take the enemy down, and that Edward would assist according to the arrangements he made. Moreover, he realized this would be the perfect opportunity for his alternative self to make an entrance and establish his presence in the world. After taking some time to consider, he spoke. "We'll go and inspect his main base in Turkey. If there are any children there, our first priority will be to rescue them." He paused then, seeing that his teacher didn't object, continued. "We can gather more evidence there. The advantage is ours because he doesn't know we're onto him. If he's there, we take him down quickly and conduct a search and rescue. If not, focus on finding any surviving children, collect all the evidence, and..." He paused, his voice turning colder. "Eliminate anyone who stands in the way or was involved in the deeds." Edward still didn't respond, his expression unreadable. Ali and Aisha, now a little calmer, listened in silence. Maverick continued, glancing at Edward. "Teacher, if you can spread some of the memories to the newspapers and, with your authority, launch an investigation simultaneously, it should be enough to make him go into hiding. If it's you, he wouldn't meddle in the case, right?" Edward huffed, "I dare him." Maverick's tone grew confident at that. "Then he'll go into hiding, I'll set the ambush, take him down myself." Edward stood with his arms crossed, never breaking eye contact as his student made his plan clear. After a brief silence, he spoke, his tone a little uncertain. "That old fool is at the peak of Marquis, centuries of experience?" He narrowed his eyes and asked, "You think you can take him?" Maverick subtly pulsed his suppressed magic at his teacher, causing his pupil to flinch momentarily. "How? When?" he asked, surprise evident on his face. "Few months back," Maverick replied, giving a confident look before adding, "I can take him." Edward let out a sigh. He didn't have the words to comment on his pupil's growth rate, so he simply accepted it. This wasn't the first time Maverick had left him speechless. After a moment of thought, Edward nodded. "I'll place a tracking spell on him, leak some of the memories to the press, and, as you suggested, launch an investigation simultaneously." He fixed Maverick with a steady gaze. "You'll ambush him once he's clear of civilian areas?" He paused, considering the details. "And make sure to take space-blocking tools when you set the trap." Maverick looked at him appreciatively. "Thank you, teacher." He fixed Maverick with a steady gaze, his tone heavy. "Around this time, he'll be at the ICW HQ. I'll hold him off, keep him busy, and you handle the raid, collect everything you can." Maverick nodded, his resolve clear. Edward left without another word. Neither of them lingered, knowing that every moment of delay increased the suffering of any children, if there were even any left alive. As soon as Edward left, Aisha spoke, her tone apologetic. "Boss, Maverick cut her off. "Don't mention it, I don't blame you," he reassured her, then glanced at both of them. "Are you ready?" Both of them nodded, their expressions determined as they answered. "Yes." Half an hour and a few apparitions later, the three of them arrived in eastern Turkey. The first thing that struck them was the icy wind, sharp and relentless, as though it aimed to carve through flesh and bone. For ordinary humans, it would have been unbearable. They stood silently, heavy camouflage spells cloaking their forms, as they took in the desolate ruins of Ani. The jagged outlines of broken churches and crumbled towers loomed against the darkening sky. Shadows danced unnervingly across the landscape, giving the abandoned city an eerie, malevolent presence that felt almost alive. "This is the place?" Aisha asked, her voice barely audible. Maverick nodded, extending his magical sense while scanning the eerie surroundings with his eyes. The old witch's memories were clear. His gaze sharpened as he focused on a distant structure. "Don't panic," he murmured, glancing at the two beside him. "This is just my magic." As he spoke, a circular magical construct materialized beneath their feet, lifting them gently off the ground. Ali and Aisha wobbled briefly, but quickly steadied themselves as Maverick guided them forward. "It feels like the place itself is watching us," Aisha murmured uneasily, her wand already drawn and gripped tightly. Maverick shot her a sidelong glance. "That's not just your imagination. Stay sharp, both of you," he said in a low voice, leading them deeper into the ruins. The only sounds accompanying their advance were the mournful howls of the wind and the occasional screech of a distant bird. Maverick relied on his magical sense to guide them, tracing faint trails of lingering magic clinging to the ancient stones. Minutes later, they came to an abrupt stop as Maverick's heightened senses detected a ward ahead. Its faint outline shimmered in his vision, just barely perceptible to the untrained eye. He maneuvered the magical construct closer, reaching out to study the barrier's intricate patterns. "Old, but still operational," he muttered, his voice thoughtful. "Basic defensive wards with a few nasty surprises built in. Smart, but not smart enough." Confident in his alchemical expertise, Maverick crouched to work. From his storage ring, he retrieved a set of alchemical vials and a rune-etched rod. With deliberate precision, he traced an opening in the barrier. A section of the ward flickered briefly before dimming, leaving a silent gap just wide enough for them to slip through. "Let's move," he said, urging the construct forward as they passed through the breach undetected. As they moved carefully through the ruins, Ali whispered, "This place feels wrong," his voice tense with unease. "It's supposed to," Maverick replied without turning. "The wards are designed to rattle intruders. Don't let it mess with your head." They soon arrived in front of what appeared to be little more than dismantled ruins. However, it was anything but that. To anyone without advanced proficiency in magical sense, the true structure would remain hidden, a castle-like fortress concealed behind layers of heavy wards. The wards were intricate, designed both for offense and confusion. Maverick studied them with a critical eye. He wasn't certain he could dismantle them without triggering an alarm, but he was confident he could create a path inside. After half an hour of meticulous effort, the wards flickered briefly before collapsing. The moment they fell, figures emerged from the shadows, 6 robed men, wands drawn, moving in coordinated formation. Maverick's magical sense remained extended, scanning the area. There were no threats above Magus level. His expression didn't waver as one of the grunts stepped forward, a sneer curling on his face. Well, look who we have." Before he could finish, Maverick interrupted him with a cold, calm tone. "Handle them," he said, addressing Ali and Aisha, before stepping back. His expression remained focused as he concentrated on extending his magical sense further into the castle, searching for any signs of children. Ali moved first, his wand slashing through the air as he cast a wide expulso, forcing 2 grunts to dive for cover. He followed up with a rapid stupefy, dropping one instantly. Aisha's style was more precise. She sidestepped a barrage of reducto curses with practiced ease, her wand movements fluid as she retaliated with a well-aimed Petrificus Totalis, freezing one of the attackers mid-motion. One of the remaining grunts aimed at Ali with a dangerous green flare, Avada Kedavra. Maverick intervened with a casual flick of his finger. An instant transfigured shield of metal appeared between Ali and the spell. It shattered the curse mid-flight. "Focus," Maverick advised, his tone steady, before sending a confringo that scattered the remaining grunts, giving Ali and Aisha the space to finish them off. Their fight wasn't quiet, drawing more enemies as they advanced. By the time they reached the castle courtyard, 8 wizards blocked their path. Aisha raised a shimmering shield, deflecting a curse, and retaliated with a confringo, forcing a wizard back with a cry of pain. Ali charged forward, binding one opponent with Incarcerus before blasting another with Expulso. Maverick stayed back, casting precise spells to protect them. When a wizard targeted Aisha from behind, Maverick's impedimenta stopped the attack, giving her the chance to finish the enemy with Bombarda. Suddenly, Maverick spoke, his tone decisive. "3 children inside," he announced. "Hidden chamber deeper in the castle, small, confined space. They're alive." Ali and Aisha nodded, pushing harder to clear the path. Resistance increased as they moved, but Maverick decided it was time to step in. With a sharp wave of his hand, he unleashed a powerful surge of magic, a collective Incarcerus that slammed the entire group against the walls. Chains wrapped tightly around their bodies, rendering them immobile. Ali and Aisha paused for a moment, glancing back in awe. The effortless way Maverick subdued the group left them both lost for words. "Let's go," Maverick said, ignoring their stares. He was calm, focused on the kids as he led the way. They encountered more wizards as they advanced, but Ali and Aisha worked quickly, clearing the way with precise teamwork. Finally, they reached the chamber Maverick had sensed earlier. He stepped forward, raising a hand as his magic pulsed outward. With an effortless gesture, akin to telekinesis, the metal door screeched before being ripped clean off its hinges. Inside the small, dark space were 2 boys and a girl, barely 10 years old. Though not malnourished and seemingly well-fed, their wide, frightened eyes told a story of terror. Maverick stepped aside, letting Ali and Aisha move forward to check on them. He kept his magical sense extended, scanning for any threats while also searching for signs of more children. Chapter 27, Steps into the Unknown VII, CH 47. Ali and Aisha crouched down near the children, speaking softly to calm them while quickly checking for any injuries. Once satisfied they were physically unharmed, Ali glanced back at Maverick. "What's next, boss?" he asked, his voice low but urgent. Though physically unharmed, the children were mentally shaken and in desperate need of attention. Maverick didn't respond right away. With his eyes closed, he pushed his magical sense to its limits, sweeping across the entire castle. After about half a minute, he opened his eyes again, his expression growing cold with barely concealed anger. "No more children," he said, pausing as his eyes narrowed. But it was clear to Ali and Aisha that he had discovered something far more horrific than what they had already seen. Aisha frowned, "But what?" "Follow me," Maverick ordered. Rather than explain, he felt it would be better for them to see for themselves. Before that, Maverick first cast a charm to make the children fall asleep, then created a magical construct to envelop them before levitating them into the air, keeping them close as he moved. He led them deeper into the castle, moving cautiously through dimly lit hallways until they reached a massive door etched with dark runes. He didn't hesitate and blasted it open with a push of his magic. Clearing the dust, the group slowly stepped inside, but they froze the moment they entered. This was most likely the ritual hall, and it was horrifying. The room reeked of death and dark magic, the air thick with malice. In the center of the room stood a small mountain of bones, clearly those of children. Ali turned away, his face pale with rage and disgust. Aisha stared at the sight, her wand trembling in her hand. "Monsters," she whispered, her voice breaking. Just from a glance at the small skulls, they could estimate the number to be well over 100. Maverick's expression remained unchanged, though his clenched fists revealed his true emotions. "Make sure to capture everything, but be quick about it," he said coldly, snapping them out of their shock. Along with the rescue and clearing of the dark wizards, they had brought magical cameras to document everything they saw. I'll sweep for any other evidence that can tie this all back to Morvain. The three worked quickly, their movements efficient and silent as they combed the castle. They found grim artifacts, cursed tools, and documents detailing Morvain's operations. The old fool had grown overconfident with centuries of experience and authority, neglecting to remove the physical evidence here. This castle was his most secretive place. Perhaps he believed none of his direct contacts or accomplices would betray him or reveal its location. After all, he was a great magus, with only 7 others in the entire wizarding world who surpassed him in power and authority within the ICW. The old witch, Ruby, was clearly skilled in occlumency and would never have betrayed him, but who made her assume Maverick was an archmagus? He didn't even have to try. She spilled everything out of fear of the absolute power that surpassed her master's. Everything they collected painted a clear picture of Morvain's atrocities, leaving no doubt about his guilt. Half an hour later, they stood outside the ruins, along with the 3 children wrapped in cloaks, peacefully sleeping within a protective magical construct. The entire operation had lasted 3 hours from start to finish, and Morvain never appeared. Maverick was certain that by now, he would be aware something had happened here. Maverick figured his teacher had something to do with holding Morvain back, as that was the task he had set out to complete while they carried out the raid. Even if Morvain had shown up, Maverick was confident he could defeat him, or at least hold him off until he could signal for his teacher to arrive. "Let's go," he said, his voice blank. Without another word, he made a gesture with his hand, and a crack formed in front of him, expanding to create a gateway. He didn't want to apparate away, not wanting to cause any more discomfort to the children. They all then disappeared from the ruins of Ani, returning to Egypt. Back at their temporary underground base, Maverick's first priority was to check on the children. He knew many spells, not just the standard ones, but also more advanced and specialized healing and diagnostic magic he had learned during his travels. The 3 children were still asleep when Maverick began his treatment. Ali and Aisha stood nearby, watching as he worked. After about half an hour, he finished and was relieved to find no major physical injuries on any of them. "How are they?" Ali asked as Maverick stepped out of the room where the children were sleeping. "Physically, they're fine," Maverick replied. "We'll only know the extent of their psychological injuries once they wake up." He turned to Aisha. "Could you prepare something light for them to eat? Maybe porridge and fresh juice, if possible." Aisha nodded silently and left without hesitation. Maverick turned back to Ali. "The teacher's not here yet. Let's organize what we've gathered before he returns." "Right," Ali agreed, then hesitated for a moment before continuing. "So, your speaker Garling's student." Maverick blinked, momentarily taken aback by the sudden question. Then he remembered they hadn't had the chance to discuss much in the rush of recent events. He nodded after a brief pause. "Yes, he's my mentor. I've learned most of what I know from him." Ali let out a small sigh, his expression softening into a smile. "Well, with his help, we can deal with Morvain without worrying about him interfering in the process." "Right." "That's the plan," Maverick said. "We'll know more once the teacher gets back." Another hour passed as Maverick, Ali, and Aisha busied themselves sorting through everything they had taken from Morvain's castle. When Edward finally returned, Ali and Aisha went to check on the children, giving them space to talk privately. Though they were loyal to Maverick, they weren't as familiar with Edward. Maverick appreciated the unspoken gesture, even though it wasn't required. Once they were alone, Maverick cast the illusion spell again, showing everything they had accomplished during the raid. Edward scrutinized every detail carefully, his expression unreadable, a clear sign of his mastery in controlling his emotions, even in the face of the horrifying acts Morvain had committed. "It's good you left when you did," Edward remarked as Maverick finished his demonstration. "He was impatient to leave, and I knew he'd been alerted to his wards being breached." Edward chuckled. "The old fool was too timid to mention it, probably afraid I'd try to dig deeper." "But what did you say to keep him there? I mean, meeting him out of the blue like that, didn't he find it suspicious?" Maverick asked. You don't need to worry about that, Edward replied. There are plenty of reasons for someone like me, a speaker, to meet someone like him, the director of ISAU, without warning. He paused, then added, Anyway, I'm sure he went to check the moment I left, but I placed a tracking spell on him. Unless he's as skilled as I am, or as you are, in mana perception, he won't notice a thing. Maverick nodded, relieved that the plan had gone smoothly. What about the memory vials? He asked. Handled, Edward replied. By tomorrow, the major newspapers will run headlines that will destroy his reputation, enough for the ICW to issue a summons. A summons? Maverick echoed, uncertain. Teacher, with your authority, can't you just issue a warrant directly? Edward raised an eyebrow. I can, he said calmly, but think about what I've taught you about maintaining order. Maverick frowned initially, but after a moment of reflection, he recalled the lesson and understood the meaning behind his teacher's words. Noticing the realization on his apprentice's face, Edward added, So, do you really want me to do it, or? Maverick didn't answer immediately, taking a moment to think. His teacher wasn't just a speaker. He was one of the most powerful figures in the wizarding world, both in terms of magical ability and political influence. For Edward to intervene directly without solid evidence against another official wouldn't be the wisest move. Maverick understood the deeper meaning behind his teacher's words. Play by the book, use the law as your leverage, and bend it just enough, never break it. These were the lessons his teacher had drilled into him from the very beginning. With a steady gaze, Maverick looked at Edward and said, We've got footage, paper trails. Enough evidence that, if it's made public, it'll stir up enough noise to force the ICW to issue a dead or alive warrant for him. Edward nodded, signaling him to go on. If there's a hearing, sure, he could deny everything or exploit a few loopholes to slip away. With his centuries of connections, he'd play every card in his hand. Maverick paused, his eyes narrowing. But that warrant is all I need. Dead or alive, out in the open. I can take him down before he even gets a chance to speak. Edward gave Maverick a long, thoughtful look before smirking. Good, he said, his voice full of approval. Maverick handed over everything he had collected from Morven's lair, including his own memories of what they had witnessed there. Maverick would still rely on Edward's influence, but only to work behind the scenes and pull a few strings. Getting the press to publish dirt on someone like Morven, politically and magically powerful, would be nearly impossible for Maverick alone, even with the solid evidence. It required someone even more powerful, and that's where his teacher came in. Once that was done, it would be a waiting game for the world and the authorities to take action. And when they did, Maverick would be there, ready to deliver the checkmate. Just as they were finalizing their plans, Ali came to report that the children had awakened and asked Maverick to check on them again. Edward, too, decided to join, wanting to see for himself, offer help if necessary, and to understand from them what had happened. Of course, Edward wouldn't ask directly. Such questions could only add to the trauma of their already fragile mental state. Fortunately, as wizards, they didn't need to ask. They could simply delve into the memories and understand the truth directly. Chapter 28, Steps into the Unknown VII, CH 48. The three children, now awake, lay in separate comfortable beds with bowls of porridge in front of them. While cautiously taking small spoonfuls, they cast nervous glances at the unfamiliar faces in the room. They seemed on guard, understandably so, but noticeably less so with Aisha. Maverick and Edward stood back, listening quietly as Aisha spoke gently to them, trying to put them at ease. It didn't take long for Aisha to gather some key information from the children. One of the boys was a werewolf hybrid, while the other, with his slight disfigurements and shorter stature, turned out to be a half-goblin. The girl, on the other hand, appeared to be a muggle, but that wasn't the full story. Morven hadn't been targeting only magicals, he had also been abducting mutants as well. The truth was clear, though the girl hadn't revealed exactly what her ability was. After a while, Maverick decided to approach the children himself. He didn't want to seem like a stranger to them. "How are you kids feeling?" he asked gently, doing his best to offer a warm, reassuring smile. The three children immediately glanced at Aisha, seeking reassurance, unsure whether they should respond. During the rescue at the castle, it had mainly been Ali and Aisha who interacted with them. Scared as they were, they likely hadn't realized Maverick was there. "It's okay," Aisha said reassuringly. "This is Brother Maverick. He was with us, helping beat up the bad guys and rescue you." They slowly opened up to him, responding that they were feeling much better and thanking him in their own childish ways. After a few friendly questions, Maverick asked the important one, the one he needed to know for their sake. "Do you have any relatives we can contact so we can take you home?" Maverick asked. The two wizard boys immediately responded, sharing details about where they were from and how they had been abducted. Fortunately, it wasn't all bad news. The kidnappers had struck when their parents weren't around, and no one had died. At least, that's what they knew. The children's responses made it clear they were eager to go home. Without hesitation, Maverick turned to Ali in front of them, instructing him to get in touch with their families. Unfortunately, the girl had no one. Maverick confirmed this as he engaged in small talk with the children, subtly reaching into the girl's memories to understand more about her situation. She remained mostly quiet while the two boys spoke. What took him by surprise was what else he found in her mind, her superpower. It wasn't overpowered, but it was undeniably impressive. Maverick immediately thought about raising her and keeping her by his side. It was a selfish thought, yes, but considering the orphanage where she had been staying, it seemed the better option. Though she was fed and given a place to sleep, they had treated her harshly, isolating her, calling her a freak, and subjecting her to the usual bullying. She clearly wasn't happy there, but stayed because she had no other choice. More importantly, her kidnapping had only happened a few days ago, unlike the two boys, who had clearly been held for months based on their memories. This meant her psychological condition wasn't as severe as the others, still traumatized, but easier to heal than the two boys. From what Maverick could sense, what she really wanted was simple: acceptance. He glanced at his teacher, and from Edward's expression, Maverick could tell that he too had seen everything from their memories. Edward met his gaze and shrugged. "Do what you need, I trust your decision." Maverick wasn't entirely sure if Edward shared the same idea of taking in the girl, or if he was simply giving Maverick the space to make the decision first before offering his own suggestion. In any case, Maverick had made up his mind. He then turned to address the children, starting with the two boys. "The uncle who just left is going to find your parents, hopefully soon, and will get you home. You don't have to worry about those bad people anymore. Okay?" Maverick said gently. Both boys' eyes welled up, and they nodded, quietly thanking him. Maverick then turned his attention to the girl. "What's your name, sweetheart?" The girl, clearly saddened by her situation, met his gaze. She answered softly, her voice lacking the joy one might expect after being rescued. "Sarah, sir," she said, pausing for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "Please, don't send me back to the orphanage." Her eyes flickered to Aisha, and she continued, "Can I please stay with Sister Aisha here?" Her voice trembled, and tears began to well in her eyes as she looked at him with a pleading expression. Aisha was taken aback. Unlike Maverick and Edward, she didn't fully know the little girl's situation. She subconsciously opened her mouth and said, "But that's where you're friends." But Maverick raised his hand, making her stip whatever she was going to say. He gave Aisha a look, silently asking to let him handle it. "Hi, Sarah." Maverick walked over to her bed and crouched down to meet her gaze. "Since you don't want to go back to the orphanage, can you tell me why?" He spoke gently but with purpose, hoping the question would help her reflect on her situation and, in turn, give him a clearer picture of her memories. More importantly, Maverick needed to understand her character, whether she had ever retaliated against the bullies, and if so, how she had done it. He also needed to know how she managed her abilities and whether she could control them. These were critical factors in his decision about whether or not to take her in. Her superpower was impressive, but Maverick had no intention of welcoming someone into his camp, no matter how capable, unless he could trust their character, even if that person was just a child. Sarah bravely began to recall her situation, sharing everything with the room. Maverick couldn't help but admire her courage in speaking up, and it made him respect her more. She revealed that she had just turned 9 last month. On her birthday, while alone, she celebrated with a small muffin and a candle, until that was when she was captured. She explained her time at the orphanage, detailing the neglect and harsh treatment she'd endured, which made her prefer staying away from it if she had a choice. As Sarah spoke, Maverick quietly delved into her memories. With each passing moment, he gained a clearer understanding of the kind of person she was, and his determination to keep her by his side only strengthened. He knew it wasn't morally ideal to read someone's thoughts without their permission, but he didn't have the luxury of playing by the rules of morality right now. He had a bottom line, though. He wouldn't probe into the minds of those he trusted. Once Sarah finished explaining, Maverick glanced at Aisha, curious about what she had wanted to say earlier and her thoughts on Sarah's request. Aisha misunderstood his look and hesitated before speaking. "Boss, if you really want, I don't know anything about raising." Maverick inwardly sighed. He wasn't sure what to say if Aisha truly wanted to take Sarah in. He could tell that Sarah would prefer to stay with Aisha for now. She was more familiar with her and likely felt safer with her. Nonetheless, Maverick would give her the option first and see what she decided. Either way, he was determined to keep her in his camp, whether that meant staying with Aisha or being closer to him as part of his family. Maverick raised his hand, gesturing for Aisha to stop, and then glanced back at Sarah. "Listen," he said gently, "I understand now why you don't want to go back to the orphanage." He paused and raised his finger, focusing. A mist of white appeared and swirled, shaping into a small raven. It began to hover above his head, flapping its wings quickly. "You see, just like you, I'm special as well," Maverick continued softly, watching Sarah's eyes widen in surprise as she focused on his patroness. He willed the patroness to fly toward her and gently land on her head. For the first time, Sarah smiled. "It's beautiful," she whispered, her eyes following the raven above her head, trying to catch a better view. Maverick made the patroness disappear, and her mood shifted. She was no longer as sad as before, and there was a hint of hope in her eyes. Maverick smiled warmly at her. "You know, I've always wanted a little sister, so," he paused, carefully choosing his words, "I can be your big brother, if you want me to. You can stay with my mom and dad in our home, go to school. You can be part of my family." He paused again, his expression becoming serious. "I will protect you. My family will protect you." Sarah's eyes widened in shock. After a moment of stunned silence, her gaze softened and tears welled up in her eyes. Before long, she broke down, crying on the spot. Even Aisha and Edward were taken aback. They hadn't expected Maverick to be so direct in offering Sarah a place in his family. Maverick gently gave a pat on her head and stood up. "You can think about it, Oki." But before he could take back his hand from her head, she quickly grabbed onto his palm with her tiny hands. Are you being serious?" she asked, disbelieving. It all sounded too surreal to her. Maverick nodded, showed the gentle smile. He didn't retract his hand. "I promise, I am serious." "But I'm different," Maverick cut her off, his voice gentle but firm. "Like I said, you're not the only one who's unique." He paused, gesturing to Edward and Aisha. "All of us, we're all special." Sarah's eyes filled with even more tears. Can I really call you brother?" "Of course," Maverick replied, his tone softening. "And even if you don't want to stay with my family, you can still call me Brother Maverick." "No," she exclaimed, her voice trembling. "Please, I want to be your family." Maverick inwardly sighed, fighting to maintain his calm. He knew this might seem selfish, because in a way it was, but it wasn't just for him. It was a win-win situation. Sarah would finally have the childhood she deserved, a chance to go to school and a safe home. The only hurdle left was convincing his parents, but Maverick wasn't worried. He was confident they would welcome her with open arms once he explained her situation. Besides, his mother had always talked about wanting to have a daughter. Maverick smiled at Sarah. "Then from now on, you'll be Sarah Caesar, my little sister, and I'll be your big brother." Before he could finish his sentence, Sarah leapt off the bed and threw her arms around him in a tight hug. Maverick patted her gently on the back. "Now, as your big brother, I never want to see you sad or crying. That's the first thing I ask of you." Sarah tried to hold back her sobs but still failed, resting her head on his shoulder. After a while, Sarah pulled away and sat back down on the bed. Maverick could see the visible shift in her mood, now much better, and through his magical sense, he could feel her emotions had lightened considerably. He glanced at the two boys. "Please, get along, okay? Become good friends. We adults have some grown-up talks, so we'll be back soon." After they nodded, Maverick turned to Aisha and Edward. Maverick hadn't forgotten his teacher's presence for a moment. Edward had remained silent throughout, standing with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, observing everything without offering a single comment. He nodded to the children one last time, then, along with Aisha and Edward, left the room and stepped outside. Chapter 29, Steps into the Unknown IX, CH 49. "Don't you think that was a bit rushed?" Edward asked as they stepped outside. Maverick shot his teacher a sideways glance but stayed silent until they all settled on the seats. Aisha sat down last, her eyes darting between the two men. "I meant every word," Maverick said, his voice steady as he locked eyes with Edward. "You saw what she can do. Leaving her at the orphanage isn't an option." "What about Mike and Ari? Shouldn't you at least talk to them before?" "I don't know. Giving them a daughter?" his teacher asked, his tone sharp. Maverick couldn't deny the reasoning. It made sense. Even if he believed they would accept it simply because he asked, making such a decision without consulting them was wrong. But his mind was set, and he'd deal with the apologies later. He glanced at his teacher again. "I'll make it up to them." He paused, then added, "Sooner or later, someone's going to notice her. Maybe the government, maybe someone worse. Terrorists, even, they won't give her a choice. They'll turn her into their pawn. It's only a matter of time." Edward leaned back, his expression unreadable. "That's even more hypocritical, don't you think?" he said bluntly, not bothering to soften his words. Maverick didn't flinch at the comment. Instead, he nodded and admitted, "You're right." He paused to collect his thoughts. "But I'll give her a safe home, a place where she doesn't have to look over her shoulder or face discrimination. My parents will love her like their own, I'm sure of it. She'll have a real childhood, go to school, make friends." His tone changed, hardening with conviction. "And I won't ask her to work for me or anyone else, not unless it's what she wants." Edward regarded him in silence, his sharp eyes searching for any sign of doubt. For Maverick, it felt like an eternity before Edward finally shrugged. "Do what you want. Just remember, you can always come to me if you need help." Maverick let out a quiet breath, a weight lifting from his shoulders. A small part of him had worried that Edward might disagree or even see him differently because of his decision. Aisha, meanwhile, sat in silence, her gaze shifting between the two men. She listened intently but kept her thoughts to herself, her face revealing nothing of what she might be thinking. With the matter settled, they turned their attention back to the plan to force Morvain into hiding, and Aisha, sitting there with them, was glad as was finally able to add her input. Time passed slowly as the plan began to take clearer shape, each detail refined as they outlined their next steps. Half an hour later, Edward rose from his seat, his face calm but focused. "I'll handle the newspapers." He glanced at both of them, then tossed Maverick a rolled-up parchment. "This map has his location. Tomorrow, once the news breaks, he'll be forced into hiding. The ICW will summon him." Maverick nodded. "He won't go. His lair's been raided, and by now, he should realize that some very important things are missing." At that moment, Ali stepped in through one of the doors. "I found them," he exclaimed, quickly walking toward them. Edward glanced briefly at him before turning back to Maverick. "I'll be leaving then." Maverick nodded, giving his teacher a grateful look. "Thank you, teacher, for your help." Edward smirked, then disappeared with a soft pop. As soon as he was gone, Aisha spoke up, turning to Ali. "Did you meet both of them?" Maverick's attention also shifted to Ali. "All good news, I hope." Ali didn't respond immediately as he approached and stopped, glancing between them. Did something happen?" he asked. "Why did Speaker Garling suddenly leave?" "Everything's fine," Aisha answered, speaking quickly. "He went to his newspaper connections to share some of the new materials we collected from Morvain's lair. Tomorrow will be the first leak, just the memory vial contents from the Dark Witch. The next day, we'll release the real bombshell." Ali's expression brightened. "Great news." Then, remembering the reason he was there, he turned to Maverick. Yes, everything turned out fine. I first did some digging while staying hidden, both cases." He paused for a moment before continuing. They're still mourning, still worried, even after all this time. Neither of the boys' parents had given up searching for them. When I showed up with the news, they were overjoyed. I told them to give me half an hour, and I'll bring them back. Maverick smiled. Let's break the good news to the kids. Aisha smiled, her mood brightening too as they walked toward the room where the kids stayed. Once Ali had delivered the news to the boys, he didn't wait long. He left again and returned a short while later, this time accompanied by 4 people, the mothers and fathers of the 2 young wizards. Maverick, Ali, and Aisha watched with quiet smiles as the families reunited. Maverick, not forgetting Sarah, his new sister, walked over to her and sat beside her, making sure she didn't feel left out in that moment. The scene was filled with tears of joy, the long-awaited embraces between parents and children. The parents' excitement was beyond words, a mixture of relief and gratitude that could hardly be captured. It took a long while before they were able to pull away from their emotional reunion and approach Maverick and his team, offering their heartfelt thanks. Maverick took a moment to explain how they had uncovered the truth, carefully planned, and executed the rescue. However, he made it clear that the details needed to remain private. While the parents were eager to express their gratitude as loudly as possible, they reluctantly agreed to honor his request and keep everything quiet. Before leaving with their children, the parents offered one final round of thanks, assuring Maverick they would help with anything he might need in the future. Maverick acknowledged their words with a nod, his mind already considering a plan, though that would have to wait for another time. Once the matter with the children and their parents was settled, and they had left, Maverick teleported straight to his home in England without hesitation. This wasn't the first time he had visited since his travels began. As a wizard with the ability to apparate effortlessly, he would occasionally return home, though for brief visits, just to ease his parents' worries. This time it was important. He was honestly worried, or rather unsure, of how they would react to the bombshell he was about to drop on them. But Sarah's situation needed to be explained, and the sooner it was, the better. Luckily, when he appeared that evening, both his mother and father were home. Maverick wasted no time. He first showed them her memories, starting with her life at the orphanage and continuing through her kidnapping and rescue. Though the rescue part was explained in a heavily watered-down version. Then he got to the point. To say they were surprised would be an understatement. After all, who expects their son to suddenly come home and ask to adopt a child? They hesitated, not because they lacked sympathy or were unwilling to take on the responsibility, but because it all came so suddenly. Maverick had expected their reaction. He had walked in knowing it. So, slowly and with a pleading look that came from the heart, he spoke to them, offering his reasons. He promised not to dump all the responsibility on them, assuring them he would visit more often to check on everything. He even suggested hiring a sitter to care for her, but his mother firmly rejected the idea. She'd rather have her not stay than hire someone to look after her. Since Maverick's request was to adopt her, it had to be done properly. Their care for this child couldn't be faked, it had to be genuine. After some back-and-forth reasoning, his mother was the first to accept. It still felt odd, of course, but for her son, she convinced herself. Once her mind was made up, she even showed signs of excitement. Michael, well, he agreed as well. He had simply been waiting for his wife's decision. They talked a bit longer as Maverick added more details about their soon-to-be adopted daughter. Fortunately, they didn't flinch when he mentioned Sarah's powers. They only asked if she could control them, and once Maverick assured them that she could, they didn't bring it up again. Maverick then briefly explained that he would be busy for the next few days, working on something with Edward. His parents had no objection, and they asked him to bring Sarah over as soon as possible. Maverick returned to Egypt, and while later brought a nervous Sarah to his family home in London. To help her settle in, Maverick stayed with her, all while she was showed around the house, and for her to get comfortable with his parents. It took some time, but eventually everything fell into place. Though it all felt rushed, Maverick had no other choice. Tomorrow, the plan to take down Morvain would begin, and he couldn't afford to stay here. He couldn't keep Sarah at the underground base in Egypt either. He promised himself he would spend a week at home before continuing his journey, after everything with Morvain was dealt with. After Sarah had drifted off to sleep, Maverick quietly let his parents know that he was leaving, then apparated back to Egypt. The following day, thanks to Edward's arrangements, the major wizarding newspapers erupted with headlines exposing the dark deeds of Morvain, an ICW High Council member, and the man in charge of commanding the international policing orders. The reports were filled with magical images from the memories of his accomplices, revealing him planning kidnappings, committing murder, and performing forbidden spells and rituals. The wizarding public was thrown into an uproar. Morvain's kidnappings had spread far beyond one country, affecting nearly every region. The children he had taken were all hybrids, a highly specific detail. Families who had reported missing children of that description were the first to protest, their anger quickly spreading throughout the wizarding community. The reaction was far more intense than Maverick or Edward had anticipated. The ICW prosecutors and justice departments had no choice but to issue a worldwide summons for Morvain. But the man had vanished without a trace. Not a word to any authority, not even a denial of the accusations, he simply disappeared. Except, of course, for one person who continued to track his name, moving silently across a piece of parchment. The next day, even more explosive material leaked. Some of it even mysteriously found its way to the doorstep of ICW prosecutors. The public outcry grew louder, and protests started to erupt outside magical ministries in several wizarding communities. Faced with mounting pressure and undeniable evidence, not just memories, but physical proof, the ICW had no choice but to change the summons into a dead or alive warrant for Morvain. Maverick, Ali, and Aisha stayed at their safe house near the Nile River while everything unfolded. For the past 2 days, their movements had been quiet, mostly spent reading the news, and more importantly, tracking Morvain's movements on the magical parchment. Maverick received the news of the dead or alive warrant before it even hit the newspapers. Edward had returned shortly after it was issued, bringing the information straight to him. It was now the waiting game. Maverick needed to lure Morvain to a location far from civilization, somewhere uninhabited. The duel would not be quiet, and the last thing he wanted was innocent bystanders getting caught in the crossfire. The evil old wizard, centuries old and at the peak of the Great Magus rank, would be Maverick's strongest opponent yet. Although Maverick had recently achieved that same rank, in terms of experience, he was still a complete beginner. But Maverick wasn't scared. He had his own cards up his sleeve. Still, he knew this wouldn't be easy, and victory wasn't guaranteed. This duel was important. Until now, he had been playing everything on easy mode, never facing a true challenge. This time, it would be a real duel, one where neither side would hold back for fear of injuring the other. His teacher, Edward, would still be there, but remain hidden, as he had specifically requested not to intervene unless it became a life-or-death situation. This was an experience Maverick needed. Both of them understood that. Most of all, Maverick was determined to put an end to the man himself. Chapter 30, The Coming of the Crimson Raven Eyes, ch. 50. 2 days later. The sun sank low, casting a golden light over the desert. In the Tawim region, near the border between the United Arab Emirates and Oman, Jebel Hafit stood tall and alone, like a silent giant watching over the endless sand and wide open sky. A restless wind moved through the quiet, carrying the dry smell of baked earth and a faint chill that hinted at the coming night. The air was thick with dust, making every breath heavy. All around, the desert stretched on, its silence as strong and unrelenting as the heat. Inside a cave in the mountain, beside a small fire, sat 3 figures cloaked in dark fabric. Each of them held a container, likely filled with some kind of liquid to drink. The flickering firelight illuminated their faces. 2 of the men were middle-aged, their faces hidden beneath thick black beards. The third, seated between them, was much older, his white beard framed wrinkled skin, though his eyes burned with a sharpness that betrayed his age. He exuded an undeniable authority, clearly the leader of the group. "Lord Morvain, are we really going to hide?" one of the middle-aged men asked, then paused, gesturing toward the empty cave, its walls nothing but cold, barren rock. "Here." Morvain gave him only a brief, cold glance. It was clear he didn't take kindly to being confronted. "It is not your place to question me, boy," he said slowly, his voice low and dangerous. The man flinched, quickly lowering his gaze in a clear sign of submission. The second middle-aged man remained silent, fear unmistakable on his face as his eyes darted nervously between the two. The weight of the older man's presence seemed to press down on them both equally. The silence stretched on, broken only by the crackling of the fire before Morvain spoke to the air, his eyes narrowing as he watched the flames dance in the dim light. "Damn you, Garling," he muttered, his voice low and thick with barely restrained fury. "I know it's you behind this. You've always been a nasty thorn in my side." The two middle-aged men wisely remained silent, not daring to interrupt Morvain's angry rant. "You think you can be the hero?" His voice dropped deeper, thick with growing darkness. "You're nothing more than a dog, even with all that power, following your precious laws and hollow ideals like a fool." The older man's gaze never left the fire, his jaw tightening as he fought to maintain his composure. After a moment, he glanced at the other two, then returned his gaze to the fire, his eyes now blazing with cold fury. "But no matter," he continued, his voice steady yet laced with venom. "Once the masses grow quiet, once the fools are distracted, I'll slip free of this mess. Foolish laws can never cage me, they always fail." His words carried a quiet, unshakable confidence, as though he believed nothing at all, could ever stand in his way. Far, 1,000 meters above the peak of Jebel Hafit, 4 figures hovered, cloaked by powerful disillusionment spells that would have made them invisible to any ordinary observer. Ali and Aisha both floated on broomsticks, their eyes fixed below, while Maverick and Edward stood atop invisible magical constructs, as though they were standing on solid ground. They all looked down at the mountain below, but only Maverick held a parchment in his hand. His eyes scanned it intently, narrowing as he shifted his gaze from the parchment to the landscape below every few seconds. "Well, let's get this over with," Edward muttered, casting a sideways glance at his student. "The space, 1,000 meters from Morvain's position, is now blocked by a barrier created using alchemical items." The two on the broomsticks exchanged a quick look. Aisha spoke up hesitantly, "Wouldn't that make it impossible for the boss to apparate as well?" Maverick turned to her briefly at the question, then returned his gaze to the mountain below. "It doesn't matter," he said flatly, rolling up the parchment. He handed it to his teacher, then added, "I'm starting now." He raised his hand and glanced at his wrist, focusing on the black bracelet there. In an instant, his attire began to shift. Tiny black particles, almost microscopic, enveloped him, and within seconds he was cloaked entirely in black. Crimson light flickered from his eye sockets, and a black cape billowed behind him, reaching just past his knees. Without saying a word, he took a step forward and in a flash fell headfirst, allowing gravity to take hold. Inside the cave, Morvain and his two subordinates sat in tense silence, the crackling flames the only sound filling the air. The trio stared at the fire, lost in thought, when Morvain suddenly lifted his head, his eyes narrowing sharply. For a moment he stayed still, his gaze fixed on the rocky ceiling as though seeing beyond it. Then his eyes widened, and he abruptly stood. The sudden movement startled the other two, and they scrambled to their feet, exchanging nervous glances. "Something's coming," Morvain muttered, his voice low. His eyes closed as he tapped into his magical sense, probing the area for threats. His subordinates dared not interrupt, though anxiety was etched on their faces. They stood frozen, waiting for their leader's command. After what felt like an eternity, Morvain opened his eyes. "Apparate out," he barked. But no one moved. Seconds later, their eyes collectively widened as they tried, and failed to vanish. "Ambush," Morvain hissed, his tone carrying a rare edge of panic. His expression tightened as he added grimly, "We're trapped inside an anti-apparition barrier." The weight of his words pressed heavily on his followers. Barriers like these weren't something just anyone could set up, especially without alerting someone as adept in magical sense as Morvain. Before he could issue further commands, a sharp warning flared through his senses. His head whipped around wildly, panic flickering in his eyes, the composure he'd displayed moments earlier now shattered. "It's coming from outside," he growled, rushing toward the cave's entrance. As he reached the opening, he froze, his heart sinking as his eyes caught sight of a massive crimson glow above. A searing wave of heat followed, and Morvain subconsciously tilted his head upward. His stomach dropped as he saw it, a colossal fireball, nearly 100 meters wide, descending directly toward them. "What in the?" Morvain muttered, the words barely audible as he stared at the massive fireball descending upon them, its crimson light casting a hellish glow over the landscape. His two subordinates stumbled out of the cave behind him, their faces drained of color. One managed to stammer, "Lo, Lord Morvain," his voice trembling with fear. Morvain's eyes darted upward, calculating. There was no time. Apparating was impossible, and the fireball was too close and massive to outrun. They had only one option. "Shields," he roared, his voice cutting through the panic. Without hesitation, the three wizards sprang into action. Morvain shouted, "Pratigo Maxima," his voice booming with authority as he poured his immense power into the spell. The two middle-aged men followed suit, yelling, "Pratigo!" Their voices wavered with desperation, their magic fueled by raw fear and the singular thought of survival. A dome of shimmering magical barriers materialized around them, overlapping and crackling with energy as the fireball drew closer, its heat now unbearable. A while earlier, whoosh! A dark figure streaked through the air like a shadow of death, descending rapidly toward the rocky mountain below. Maverick focused intently, weighing his first move before making the decision. His plan was simple: start big. As the jagged terrain rushed toward him, he extended a hand, gripping his wand tightly, and prepared to unleash the most devastating spell in his arsenal. Fiendfire. The forbidden spell, an X-rank incantation banned by nearly every magical authority, was one of the most direct ways to cause destruction. Maverick had learned Fiendfire months ago during a visit to Russia, exploring the darker parts of their magical community, a place similar to Nocturne Alley in London. Fiendfire wasn't the only forbidden spell he had picked up over the past year. Maverick had sought out banned magic from all over the world. He might not need to use them often, but it was better to have the knowledge and not need it than to need it and not have it. In his mind, knowing forbidden spells was an advantage worth the risk. What made him even more dangerous was his ability to cast spells without a wand. This skill left no trace behind for anyone to detect, making it almost impossible to link him to any magic he used. Right now, the wand in his hand was just for show. The magic wasn't coming from it but directly through him. It was a secret he kept from everyone, even his friends and his teacher. To Maverick, letting people think he needed a wand was a useful deception, one he intended to maintain for as long as possible. With advanced proficiency in Fiendfire, Maverick had gained enough control over the deadly, cursed flames to direct their destructive force with precision. However, he hadn't yet reached the legendary mastery of Grindelwald, who could manipulate the inferno as though it were a loyal pet. Maverick was close, so close that one more upgrade in the spell could grant him that same control. But the price of 1,000 points was too great, so for now, he chose patience. Gripping his wand tightly, he pointed it toward the mountain. The words of the forbidden incantation slipped from his lips like a whisper, soft but charged with deadly intent. A roar of crimson flames erupted from its tip, rushing forward like a living entity hungry for destruction. Maverick poured his raw emotions and power into the spell, feeding the fire with all the magic he could muster. The inferno grew, expanding rapidly until it was nearly 100 meters wide. With precise control, he locked onto Morvain's location using his magical sense and unleashed the monstrous blaze. As he neared the ground, he slowed his descent and stopped, hovering about 300 meters above the mountainside. He watched as his creation continued to fall, beginning its destructive work below. The Fiendfire roared as it engulfed the mountainside, devouring everything in its path. For a brief moment, he caught sight of them, three figures scrambling in panic, conjuring shields to defend themselves. Maverick's expression twisted into one of disdain, the flicker of their resistance meaningless in the face of such raw devastation. And then, boom! The flames surged like a living beast, spreading with terrifying speed and precision. Rocks melted into molten rivers, the mountain itself screaming under the relentless assault. Maverick floated above, his cold gaze fixed on the chaos, the fiendfire turning destruction into art. "Son of a," Edward muttered under his breath, his eyes wide as he watched from far above. He knew Maverick must have gained a wealth of new magical knowledge during his travels over the past year, but seeing fiendfire unleashed, especially with such raw power, nearly made him curse out loud. The two people beside him, flying on broomsticks, stared in shock, their mouths hanging open at the sight below. The time was just after sunset, and the sky had already begun to darken. But the blazing inferno that Maverick unleashed below lit up the surroundings so brightly that it was possible to see for miles. Edward glanced briefly at the two beside him. In his eyes, they were amateurs, just magus rank, their power insignificant. But they were his pupil's first subordinates, so he didn't ignore them. "Fly up another half-kilometer," he instructed calmly. "The shock waves will reach this distance." Ali and Aisha snapped out of their shock at Edward's words and exchanged a look, momentarily silent. "But we're already a kilometer up," Aisha spoke hesitantly, but before she could finish, a powerful gust of wind slammed into them. The force was so strong that Ali and Aisha lost control of their broomsticks and were blown away. "Ah!" Aisha screamed as she lost her grip on the broom and was sent tumbling through the air. Ali, though silent, suffered the same fate. Fortunately, Edward remained unaffected. The gust of wind had no impact on him. Even his clothes remained perfectly still, as though an invisible barrier had shielded him from the force. With a flick of his hand, he drew on his magical energy and effortlessly caught the two magus and their broomsticks, preventing them from being blown too far away. With a simple gesture, Edward brought them back to his side, conjuring a magical platform for them to stand on. The two of them looked at him gratefully, though a nervous gulp escaped as they took in the man's power. Thank you, Mr. Speaker," Ali stammered. Edward gave a small hum, nodding slightly, and willed them to ascend further. Together, they hovered in the air, watching the battle unfold below them. Chapter 31, The Coming of the Crimson Raven, ch. 51. Rumble. Rumble, rumble. A hand suddenly burst through the rocks, followed by a powerful gust of air. A figure, cloaked in the torn remnants of burned robes, shot upward and crashed onto the heated, rocky ground below. Maverick watched in silence, his body alert, as the figure slammed heavily onto the ground just a few meters away, directly across from him. It was no surprise to see the old wizard emerge unscathed from the fiery devastation. Though his robes were scorched, the flames had caused no real harm, proving that the man was no ordinary grunt Maverick could easily defeat. Speaking of which, the other two had posed no challenge. They disintegrated instantly, their defensive spells powerless against the overwhelming force of the fiery inferno. Morvain's gaze sharpened as he studied the figure before him. After a moment, he narrowed his eyes and, with a voice laced in both anger and suspicion, asked, "Who, or what, are you to dare challenge me?" Maverick remained silent, his grip tightening around his wand. Now that he was closer, he could truly feel the power emanating from the man before him. It was unlike any enemy he had ever faced. Though not an archmagus, the older wizard had spent centuries at the great magus rank. At the peak of that level, it was safe to say he could rival anyone, except the 7 speakers. Morvain watched as the figure's crimson eyes narrowed, and then a distorted voice emerged. "I am Bloodraven." A tense stillness filled the air before the old man erupted into dark, mocking laughter. "Blood what?" he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "Is that supposed to be intimidating?" His tone shifted, darkening as he eyed the figure opposite him with suspicion. "Tell me," he demanded, "are you some lost dog sent by Garling?" Maverick didn't react to the mockery or the question, though he was mildly surprised at how close the man had come to the guess. Instead, his voice cold and distorted, he stated, "You end here, Victor Morvain." The older man squinted. While he had a good idea of how he ended up in this situation, there was still much he didn't understand. And this clown before him wasn't offering any answers. "Why hide your face?" he asked, changing his approach. "Surely you're not one of those 7 monsters. I'd be ash if that were the case." As he spoke, he tore away the remnants of his burned robes in a swift motion, revealing a body of lean, hardened muscle that defied his age. Only his weathered face betrayed the years he had lived. "So you're at Mosta Marquis. New, perhaps," he taunted, his words laced with an attempt to provoke. The shadowy figure did not react as expected. Instead, its crimson eyes gleamed coldly, returning the disdain in kind. "Why bother asking?" it said, its voice heavy and distorted, "when you're about to die?" The mockery only fueled the old wizard's rage. His grip tightened on his wand, and his narrowed eyes burned with fury. "You've only just achieved, dog," he roared, his voice rising with every word, "what I have mastered and lived for centuries." Maverick sensed the shift in the old man, his presence sharpening, like a predator honing onto its prey. "I will relish breaking you." Tgthegood. No warning, just a sharp, decisive thrust. The old man unleashed the green bolt of death with deadly precision. Maverick was alert, reacting instantly. With a twist of his body, he dodged to the side, then shot upward, soaring 10 meters in the span of a heartbeat. His movements didn't stop there. He lunged his wand forward and fired a silent, powerful exploding hex in return. The older man was a skilled master of magical sense and magical energy manipulation. His reaction was just as quick, sidestepping with swift ease. Boom! The explosion sent rocky debris flying in all directions, covering a 20-meter radius. The shockwave caught the old man off guard briefly, throwing off his balance, just enough. Without hesitation, Maverick lunged forward, unleashing a powerful disarming charm. But halfway to its target, Maverick saw the man twist his body in an almost unnatural way, steadying himself. In a single, fluid motion, the old wizard countered, sending a disarming charm of his own back at Maverick. Boom! The two spells collided like bolts of red lightning, exploding with a thunderous boom. Crackle, crackle. One hovered in the air, while the other remained firmly grounded. Both wizards kept their wands extended, pouring all their power into their magic. Wild and electric bolts leaked into the air as the spells battled for dominance. The collision of their magic not only held them in a deadlock, but also unleashed a destructive aftermath that spread to the surroundings. Neither wizard could overpower the other. Thinking quickly, Maverick flicked his free hand, making the ground beneath Morven shift suddenly. The unexpected shift in the ground disrupted the old man's focus, weakening his spell. Maverick's disarming charm overpowered it, breaking through with force as it surged forward. But just as the spell was about to hit, Morven once again demonstrated his experience, swiftly sidestepping with unnatural speed. Boom! The curse smashed into the rocky terrain, carving through it like a hot knife through butter. Shards of stone exploded outward, scattering debris in every direction and leaving a jagged scar on the landscape. Tgthegood. The call for death rang out again. Through the swirling dust and debris, the green ray shot forward. But it wasn't fast enough to escape Maverick's magical senses. He twisted in midair, dodging to the side, and with a swift motion, fired a bludgeoning curse at the same point. Boom! The explosion rocked the ground, sending another shockwave through the air as debris scattered in all directions. The older wizard darted in and out of sight with erratic movements, using the chaos of the rubble to his advantage. Maverick remained focused, his eyes constantly shifting, tracking Morven's every motion through the swirling dust. Whoosh! Spells shot out in all colors, stunning hexes, binding hexes, blasting hexes, beams targeting Maverick as he hovered above. But they were easy to avoid. He moved side to side, tilting his head slightly, letting the spells miss, some crashing into the mountainside, others shooting into the sky. Thanks to the extraordinary characteristic granted by his overpowered broomstick, maneuvering through the air felt as natural as moving on solid ground. Boom! Boom! Whoosh! Maverick didn't just dodge and played the target. He countered every attack with his own relentless barrage of spells. Some were cast individually, while others chained together in rapid succession. But the older man was more than just a skilled wizard. His movements were quick and unpredictable, like a rat darting through shadows, always staying one step ahead. Each of his attacks narrowly missed, and the only thing that suffered was the ground beneath them. The earth shook with every near miss, cracking and breaking as the impacts left deep scars. After a few more exchanges, Morvain paused, and Maverick did the same. Morvain lifted his head, his gaze locking onto the figure clad in black, its crimson eyes. "Is that some kind of charm?" he asked, suspicion in his voice as he watched how effortlessly Maverick maneuvered through the air. "Or perhaps a prop?" Maverick remained silent, eyes fixed on Morvain, and letting silence stretch. His refusal to answer only deepened Morvain's frustration, the older wizard's hands trembling with barely contained rage. "Fine," he spat, voice low and dripping with fury. "I'll break you first, and then make you tell me everything." With a scowl, Morvain fired a blasting curse, but Maverick was too fast. The fiery bolt missed him by inches and struck a nearby boulder, exploding with a loud crash. Fragments of rock flew in all directions, scattering across the area. The ground beneath them trembled with the force of their magic. They continued their assault, moving constantly, dodging and firing all manner of destructive spells. Some missed, while others collided midair. At times, they reached a stalemate, their spells canceling each other out in an instant. The surroundings crumbled with every attack as their movements became faster, like two streaks of light darting through the chaos. The destruction grew as they began using transfiguration to shape the ground and rocks into weapons, and it didn't take long before a kilometer-wide radius was left unrecognizable. The landscape transformed into a battleground. High above the mountain range, 3 figures hovered in silence, their expressions unreadable as they watched the chaos unfold below. Over an hour had passed since the duel began, yet the intensity showed no sign of diminishing. The destruction had only grown, and even from their vantage point high above, they could still feel the vibrations of the battle's aftermath. Smoke and dust now blanketed the rocky, barren terrain, while streaks of red, blue, and green light flashed through in different directions. Loud booms echoed often as 2 shield-like spheres would slam into each other with incredible speeds, each collision sending shockwaves rippling through the area, shaking the mountains and scattering debris. Edward watched solemnly, his eyes fixed on the battle below. His grip on his wand was firm, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Ali and Aisha, however, were filled with a mix of awe, worry, and fear, their first time witnessing magic capable of such devastation. Boom! Boom! The aftermath of each collision felt like the calm before the next storm. How long can they keep this up? Aisha's quiet voice cut through the tension, her question obviously directed at the senior man beside her. There was no immediate response from Edward. Instead, he pulled out a few devices, small, gadget-like items that looked like cameras, but a little different from any they had seen before. "They work like magical cameras," he explained, "but a bit more advanced than the usual ones." He addressed the man and woman standing beside him within the magical construct. "I'll be moving, you two take the shots." The 2 Magus exchanged confused glances, unsure of exactly what was going on. They could guess, vaguely, that this was something their boss had arranged with his teacher. But they dared not ask, and instead, silently accepted their tasks. Edward noticed their obedience and smirked inwardly, giving a silent thumbs up to his student. Subordinates should act this way, knowing when to stay quiet and follow orders. "It won't be long, probably another hour," he added casually, answering Aisha's earlier question. "The kid's gonna win." Meanwhile, he couldn't help but think to himself, why isn't this idiot using my spell? Chapter 32, The Coming of the Crimson Raven III, ch. 52. 3 hours had passed, and though the action continued, its intensity had lessened. The movements were no longer as fast or flashy as they had been at the beginning. The massive mountain, once towering over a kilometer high, was now almost unrecognizable. It wasn't just the mountain. The surrounding rocky desert, especially on the side where the battle had raged, was now scarred beyond recognition. Deep craters and long gashes carved into the earth marked the sheer intensity of the fight. It wouldn't be hard for Maverick to end the duel. The illusion charm was his most useful spell now. It might not fool the old man as easily as an average wizard, but it didn't have to. All he needed was to catch the old man off guard. a single moment to land a fatal blow before the old wizard noticed anything. But Maverick wasn't in a hurry. The duel would end when he decided it was time. Morvain's every move was deliberate, his actions sharp and precise, every spell executed with perfection, a result of years of practical experience. Maverick, on the other hand, was simply observing, learning, and studying every trick as the fight progressed, using it to refine his own way of dueling. Although it wasn't easy, far from it, he found the battle extremely difficult. There were even a few close calls with those green death beams, but he pressed on, countering the old man's every spell and movement. If anyone asked what he needed most right now, the answer was simple: experience, and Morvain had plenty of it. Boom! Two curses collided in midair, locking in a fierce struggle of power as searing energy lit up the battlefield. Crackle! Crackle! They surged back and forth, each trying to overpower the other, but neither managed to break through. "Why are you doing this?" the old man suddenly shouted, his wand outstretched, magic surging from it like water bursting from a broken hose. "What's in this for you? Money? Fame?" His voice screamed with frustration, each question sharper than the last. The dark figure across from him stayed silent, fully committed to the battle, matching his power without a sound. "Speak, you insufferable clown," he exclaimed, anger evident in every word. "I'll give you all the money you need, centuries of amassed wealth." He pressed on despite the rising fury in his voice. It was clear the old wizard was feeling desperate, as the figure he had once dismissed as a mere pawn was proving to be anything but. He kept shouting, the frantic words of a desperate man on the brink of losing everything. "Fame? You've kept me here for hours. That alone should be enough." His hand pressed forward, straining as if to pour every last drop of his magic. Whoosh! Unfortunately, that small burst of power did almost nothing, pushing forward for only a brief moment before being forced back. Crackle! Crackle! "Damn you," he cursed under his breath, then yelled again, "Enough! None of us will walk away from this unscarred." Maverick once again tuned out the old man's ranting, though he couldn't deny there was some truth to his words. As long as the duel continued like this, with neither side revealing their trump cards, there would be no end in sight. Crackle, crackle. Rumble. The stalemate persisted, destructive bolts of lightning flashing and arcing through the surrounding landscape. Suddenly, with a decisive twist, the old man leaped to the side, canceling his magic. Whoosh! Maverick's curse shot forward and blasted into the mountainside. Boom! Contrary to Maverick's expectation, the old man chose not to counterattack this time. He stood panting, his furious gaze locked on the crimson eyes of the mask. The shockwave and swirling dust from the aftermath struck him from behind, but the old man stood firm despite his battered, half-dead appearance. Only his tattered pants fluttered in response. His body was riddled with wounds and gashes, yet there was no sign of surrender. Maverick, too, was exhausted, badly injured in several places, though the alchemical suit hid the full extent of his injuries. The stare-down lasted a moment, then the old man spoke, his tone surprisingly steady. "Bloodraven? Right." Maverick raised a brow under his mask. This was the first time Morvain had used his alias. "You're strong. In fact, apart from those 7, I doubt any wizard or witch could kill you," he panted, his anger still simmering but his voice calmer than before. "Why do this?" He paused, his tone sharp. "I meant what I said. Money, galleons, gold, muggle currency, whatever you want." He narrowed his eyes. "Just let me apparate out of here." His voice was steady, as if he expected his words to be obeyed. "You die, and everything you possess will be mine," the figure opposite him finally responded. The distorted words only served to fuel the old wizard's rage further. Rumble. Magic flared from the old man. The buildup of rage was becoming palpable. "Curse you, clown," he yelled, his voice full of anger, almost on the brink of madness. Maverick remained alert, his magical sense never faltering. He watched as the old man raised his hand, focusing on the ring on his finger. A piece of parchment, or perhaps the skin of some animal, appeared in his grasp. With a swift motion, the old man used his wand to slice a gash into his arm, letting blood drip onto the parchment. The old man's narrowed eyes met Maverick's. "You've forced my hand. I will skin you first and then only kill you." Maverick had no idea what was happening, but one thing was certain. The parchment the old man held radiated death. It was dark magic, the most vile kind he had ever felt. Above the mountain. "Not good," Edward muttered, his eyes fixed on the scene below. "That looks like a contract. Demonology," he added, narrowing his eyes, then turned his head, as if seeing something the others couldn't. Unfortunately, the two magus next to him couldn't use magical sense and could only perceive what they saw and heard. They gave the archmagus a confused glance, but the man paid no mind to their gesture. They watched him raise his hand and begin chanting in a mysterious language. About a kilometer away from their position, hidden under a disillusionment charm, another group of figures observed the devastation below. At the forefront stood a tall, striking woman with thick dark brown hair styled in an updo. She wore elegant formal clothing beneath a luxurious fur-trimmed cloak, radiating the presence of someone of high status. Her sophisticated, commanding demeanor mirrored that of Edward. To her right stood a little girl, barely reaching the woman's waist. She had blonde hair and wore a uniform. To her left stood two middle-aged men. One was dressed in traditional Middle Eastern royal attire, while the other wore a blend of wizarding robes and the same aristocratic style. A little further behind were four more men, two in suits with firearms strapped to their waists, and the other two in combat-ready wizarding robes. Their postures exuded professionalism and alertness. Even the tallest among them barely reached the height of the tall woman's chest. It wasn't that the others were short. It was simply that the woman was abnormally tall, towering over them as if she were a half-giant. "Boom!" They all flinched, except for the tall woman, when another explosion echoed from below. "This has to stop," the man in royal Middle Eastern attire said, glancing to his right and raising his head. His tone carried an accent that matched his appearance. "Do something. Stop these lunatics before they destroy my country's heritage." His words sounded more like an order. The other man, dressed in a mix of wizarding and traditional clothing, gave him a sideways glance, his expression clearly showing disdain. "Sheikh Hassan, please show some respect to Madam Speaker. We're lucky she even decided to respond to your request." The girl beside the woman also glanced at him, her irritation clear. "Teacher will act when she wants to, old man." Her words earned a sharp look from the older man. "What action? You want the entire mountain to disappear, little girl?" He paused, his tone growing more annoyed. "And this is not something a child should." "Be very careful with what you say next, Emir Hassan," the tall woman cut in, her voice firm and weighted, her French accent unmistakable. It was clear that the woman and the girl shared a close bond. Emir is a title used to address certain rulers or leaders in Middle Eastern countries. The older man flinched, his eyes widening before he quickly fell silent, as though the very air around him had grown heavier under an invisible force. After a moment of tense silence, the other man said, "It's gone quiet," glancing down. The tall woman raised an eyebrow. "It seems the old fool is desperate," she said quietly. "Teacher, what are they saying?" the little girl asked, glancing up at her with curiosity. The woman turned to meet her gaze and offered a small smile before looking back below. "The criminal Morvain seems to be trying to negotiate. He's offering wealth to the mysterious man he's fighting." "You mean he's losing?" The man in wizarding robes and traditional attire interjected, a surprised expression on his face. "Apparently so," the tall woman replied, but her expression suddenly shifted, her pupils contracting. "Si n'est pas bon," she muttered in French, her tone solemn. The little girl gave her a questioning look, but noticed her teacher suddenly turn her head toward another direction and nod, as though in silent communication with someone. Before the girl could ask, the woman spoke again, her voice steady yet commanding as she glanced at the now timid-looking sheik. "Emir Hassan, stay close to Minister Yassir." She turned to the others. "All of you, be on guard. Do not waver, no matter what pressure you feel on your minds." She then looked down beside her. "Fleur, stay close. Hold on to my robes," she said gently but firmly, switching to French for the last part. Raising both her hands, the magical construct they stood in began to rise higher and higher. stopping only when the mountain below appeared half its original size. The woman started chanting in a strange, unknown language, her eyes glowing with an ethereal light. The others remained silent, their faces tense, but also filled with awe, as they began to feel the weight of powerful magic emanating from her like a heavy downpour. They did not interrupt, understanding that something significant and dangerous may be about to unfold from below. Before their eyes, a barrier began to materialize, stretching outward in a massive circular formation, covering at least a kilometer. Its sheer size was awe-inspiring. To their surprise, another identical barrier formed far across from them, advancing toward their own. As the edges moved closer, the two barriers began to connect, forming a colossal dome that encompassed the entire mountain below. Chapter 33, The Coming of the Crimson Raven IV, ch. 53. The air grew heavy as a dense, ominous pressure began to press down on the rocky desert. In the heart of the chaos stood a half-naked, bloodied old man, facing a figure covered in black, separated by a tense distance. A blood-soaked parchment hovered beside the old man, but his gaze never wavered from the figure across from him. His bloodshot eyes burned with a fury so intense it was as though he were staring at his most hated enemy. Maverick's expression hardened as his magical sense flared with danger. The bloodied parchment pulsed with malevolent energy, its oppressive darkness intensifying. The overwhelming force compelled him to retreat a few meters, but his gaze remained locked on the old wizard. A low, maniacal chuckle escaped Morvain, dripping with madness and disdain as he watched the figure across from him. Then, as if sensing something, his eyes narrowed, glancing upward briefly before returning to the figure before him. "So, your owner's been watching all along, hasn't he, dog?" Maverick, too, cast a quick glance upward as his magical sense detected a powerful barrier enclosing the area. He knew his teacher was nearby and assumed it was his doing, so he paid it no further mind and shifted his focus back to the old man. He watched as the old man began muttering frantically in an unfamiliar language, and soon after, the bloodied parchment beside him began glowing ominously, pulsing with crimson light. Then, with a sudden maniacal laugh, the old wizard raised his hand to the sky. "Great demon Slfr, grant me your unholy power." With the old man's manic scream, Maverick immediately felt the pressure around him intensify. A wave of raw power struck him, forcing him to cross his arms in a defensive brace as he was shoved back several meters. The ground beneath him began to rumble, and even the once clear sky darkened as clouds formed at an unnatural speed, signaling that something ominous and dangerous was about to be unleashed. He saw the bloodied parchment disintegrated into crimson light, which then coalesced into a small, glowing, blood-red bead, before embedding itself into the old wizard's chest. Everything unfolding before him felt like an evil ritual, or perhaps an offering made in exchange for something far worse. The air was thick with an uneasy, dark energy. Maverick could sense that whatever the old man had just completed, its consequences were about to unfold. Sure enough, a dark, malevolent energy began to spread from the old wizard, filling the air with a chilling presence. Maverick watched as the old man's eyes turned an unnatural pitch-black, empty, soulless voids, as if they were no longer human. He heard the old man speak, but the voice that came out was not his own. It was distorted, unnatural, as though something ancient and terrible was controlling him. The few words he spoke carried a chilling weight, their meaning even more terrifying. 1,000 infant souls. It was a statement, a price to be paid, a consequence to be faced. Almost immediately after the voice faded, the old wizard's pupils returned to normal, but his whole presence had changed. Maverick saw the old man lazily inspect his body for a moment before looking ahead and meeting his gaze. He spoke in an eerily calm voice, as if recounting an old story. "For centuries, I have bargained with the fallen for life, hoping that one day I might elevate my rank. You see, boy, I spent years relentlessly gathering my magic, seeking a breakthrough, but life is cruelly finite. There is no spell, no potion, no enchantment to stave off death once the sands of time run out, unless, of course, one dares to delve into darker paths. Equivalent exchange? Sacrifices must be made." He paused, his gaze hollow, as though reliving the deeds he'd done. I wasn't like this at first. Cruel. At first, I detested it, the blood of magical virgins staining my hands. But then I saw, we wizards, who are meant to stand above all others, debase ourselves by mingling with lesser beings, choosing to mate with animals. He paused once more, as if daring anyone to judge him. So tell me, what is so unspeakable about sacrificing the byproducts of such loathsome unions? Half-breeds, mongrels, creatures with magic but none of its dignity. Animals, nothing more, nothing less. Morvain's voice dropped to a low, menacing whisper as he continued. Centuries I have offered them, and for my devotion I was rewarded. Today I stood on the brink of ascension, at the peak of the great magus, just one step from a breakthrough. And you insignificant child, have made it all meaningless. His tone shifted, darker now, laced with rage. Just a few more decades, a few more offerings, and I would have reached the ranks of those 7 monsters. I was so close. It was within my grasp. Now I'll have to offer countless more lives than ever before, a slave to their demands. And for what? A fleeting surge of power to deal with a nobody like you, a clown whose name I don't even know, he growled, his calm facade cracking under the weight of his fury. Maverick listened quietly to the old man's rant, his face blank. The old fool tried to justify his evil deeds, but in reality, he was nothing but a blatant racist. It was clear now. Maverick watched as Morvain's grip on his wand tightened, his eyes turning bloodshot, until finally, he let out a furious roar. Then, a wave of raw, unprecedented power burst from him, surging outward like a massive wave and engulfing the entire area in its crushing grip. Rumble. Rumble. It felt as though gravity itself had multiplied tenfold. Maverick staggered under the weight, as if a mountain had collapsed onto his shoulders. His senses wavered, distorted by the crushing pressure. It wasn't just physical. It went deeper. The weight pressed on his very spirit, trying to shatter his resolve and extinguish his will to face the man before him. He knew exactly what this was. Dominant spirit, the very manifestation of magical will. But for someone like Morvain, who had not yet ascended to Archmagus, to unleash it at such intensity. Maverick figured it likely had something to do with the ritual and the temporary power boost it had granted Morvain. There was no time to dwell on it, though. The force had completely enveloped him, as if it sought to make his spirit kneel. Gritting his teeth, he slowly lifted his head, his determined gaze locking onto the old wizard's wild, furious eyes. Then, boom! An equally powerful surge of magic erupted from him, instantly shattering the oppressive force pressing down on him. The wave of his own dominant spirit clashed with Morvain's, slowly pushing it back until the two forces met in an unyielding stalemate. The clash of their wills intensified, causing the air around them to tremble violently, so much so that it began to affect the weather itself. The already dark sky churned, swirling storm clouds spiraling above, as if the heavens themselves were reacting to the chaos of their confrontation. Impossible, Morvain bellowed, disbelief etched across his face. You're just a marquis. Maverick said nothing, pushing his will forward. He watched as the old wizard first showed disbelief, then anger, which soon turned into fury. "Ah-chage!" He screamed, losing the last shred of his sanity. Then, with a desperate surge, he thrust his wand forward, his voice cracking as he roared, "Come, hellfire!" A torrent of crimson flames erupted from his wand, surging forward with terrifying speed. In that instant, both wizards instinctively ceased their struggle of wills. Maverick reacted swiftly, propelling himself backwards while a shimmering shield of magic formed before him, protecting him from the incoming inferno. He accelerated, retreating further, but the flames showed no sign of ceasing their relentless expansion. It wasn't that they were following him, but rather that they were growing, swelling larger and larger with every passing moment. In mere seconds, the fire transformed into a monstrous sphere, over 1/2 kilometer in size. The ground beneath it turned to molten lava, and the rocks near the mountain's base liquefied under the intense heat. "Rise!" The old wizard's frantic scream pierced through the chaos, his voice barely audible over the roar of the flames. Then, to Maverick's astonishment, the fire began to shift. The once chaotic inferno slowly morphed into a massive, humanoid figure, crimson flames swirling and reshaping into a towering form, as tall as the mountain itself. A deafening roar erupted from the fiery creature as it swung its flaming arms, each swipe blasting chunks of the mountainside away. Maverick watched, frozen in shock, his hands shaking uncontrollably as the monstrosity took form. He could feel the intense heat radiating from it, despite being hundreds of meters away. But it wasn't just the searing heat that shook him, it was the power, the magic, the sheer weight of the malevolent energy emanating from it. It was the same energy he had felt when the old wizard's eyes turned black when the demonic voice had spoken through him. His mind raced, weighing his options. There was no time for hesitation. The illusion spell, which he might have relied on earlier, was completely useless now. Morvain's magic had become far too large, erratic, and unstable. Any attempt to cast such a spell would be instantly negated. That left him with two choices. He could signal for his teacher to intervene, or his thoughts moved to the system. Over the past year and 2 months, his points had accumulated into the thousands. Of those, nearly 2,000 had been used to increase his wizard rank to Great Magus, and another 1,000 had been spent on upgrading the new spells he had accumulated during his travels. Now, with nearly 3,400 points left, the time had come to make a choice. He hesitated for only a moment before making his decision. There was no time to waste. It was a choice between transfiguration or the most destructive spell in his arsenal. Fiendfire. Grindelwald had nearly turned half of Paris to ash with it. Maverick believed only the former Dark Lord had achieved master-level proficiency with the spell in recent history. The other option was raising his transfiguration talent to master level. But upgrading a talent from advanced to master proficiency would burn 3,000 points, and that was simply too much for the moment. With a clenched jaw, Maverick pushed 1,000 points into upgrading Fiendfire from advanced to master proficiency. He didn't stop there. As the rush of memories and experience flooded his being, he pushed another 1,000 points directly into his magical energy. Exhausted and with little stamina left, he needed to replenish it quickly, and this was the fastest way to make it happen. It wasn't the most efficient use of his points, but Maverick didn't have time to be efficient. Though this wouldn't restore him to full strength, it would bring him close enough, and the added magical energy would amplify the power of his spell. As the familiar surge of energy coursed through him, Maverick briefly glanced at his status screen, confirming the changes. Name: Maverick Caesar. Class: Wizard. Rank: Great Magus. Magical energy: 5,782 plus. Points: 1,359. Extraordinary characteristic points: 0. Extraordinary characteristics: excellent grade spellcasting. Excellent grade independent expanded dimension. Excellent grade flight. Talents: magical energy manipulation, advanced plus. Magical sense, advanced plus. Spatial rift, advanced plus. Dominant spirit, advanced plus. Transfiguration, advanced plus. Alchemy, advanced plus. Potions, intermediate plus. Spells: Acquired master proficiency. Fiendfire plus. Acquired advanced proficiency. Illusio lunam lectorum plus Flipendo plus Bombarda maxima plus Expelliarmus plus Saner vipra, advanced healing, plus Pratigo plus Finite incantatum plus Petrificus totalis plus Stupefy plus Patronus charm plus Episci, healing, plus Reparo plus Revelio plus Disillusionment plus Wingardium Leviosa plus Occlumency plus Legilimency plus Apparition plus Mirror World spell plus Confundus. Acquired intermediate proficiency. With the added points to his magical energy, Maverick felt his stamina return. The exhaustion that had weighed on him lifted, replaced by a sense of clarity. More importantly, he felt stronger, more focused, and his confidence grew as the power inside him settled, ready to be used. Chapter 34, The Coming of the Crimson Raven v. Ch. 54. High above the mountain range. The Emir of the Emirates murmured Arabic phrases repetitively. his trembling voice echoing as if the chance alone could shield him from the nightmare unfolding below. What lay beneath them was a monstrosity beyond comprehension, a scene that defied both imagination and reason. The sheer scale of it sent a chill through his spine, his hand instinctively clutching the robes of his counterpart beside him, the minister of magic for his nation. Roar! They watched as the monster, towering like a mountain and engulfed in flames as if it were the very incarnation of hell itself, let out a thunderous bellow, swinging its arms wildly like a mindless beast. Hot gusts of wind and shockwaves erupted from its center, reaching them even from nearly 2 kilometers above the ground. Fortunately, they were safe. A dome-like barrier of pure magic surrounded them, a protective construct crafted by the Archmagus woman at their side. What in Merlin's name has Victor Morvain got himself into? This evil magic is, muttered Minister Yassir, his voice trembling as he stared downward, his face a mixture of horror and shock. This is not just magic from our world, the tall woman answered, her gaze fixed on the chaos below. Her voice was solemn as she addressed the entire group. Demonology, power drawn from other dimensions, that old man, it seems he has ties to the zealots. She stood with her hands outstretched, a colossal barrier encasing the entire mountain like a shimmering dome. This was no mere shield spell, but something countless times more powerful, a magic only a witch of her caliber could conjure. Speaker Maxime, you mean? Minister Yassir asked, his voice filled with shock as he turned to look at her. Teacher, what's a zealot? The little girl asked, unable to help herself as she clung to her robe. It was clear she wasn't familiar with the strange term. The tall woman glanced down at her, her tones soft but firm. It's not something you need to worry about, Machir, she said, her eyes quickly returning to the scene unfolding before them. Just then, a wave of terrifying magic crashed into the barrier, making it shudder violently. The force rippled through the air, but just as quickly as it struck, the barrier stabilized, silencing the disturbance. The mysterious man is finally showing his hand, said the tall woman, now identified as Maxime. Her voice was calm and steady as she waved her hand, effortlessly dissipating the shockwave that had rattled her construct. From their position, Morvain and Maverick were barely visible specks amidst the turmoil, the sheer devastation making it nearly impossible to spot them with sight alone. But for a witch of her caliber, this was no challenge. Her gaze remained fixed on the two figures, and more than that, she had heard every word they'd spoken since her arrival. Her attention sharpened on the black-clad figure, hovering defiantly as a faintly glowing shield protected him from the fiery winds and waves of force. A part of her couldn't help but feel curious as he used a magic unfamiliar to her to glide through the air. She watched as, with a swift movement, he flew backward, retreating hundreds of meters in an instant, moving with incredible speed, away from the towering, flaming giant. For a moment, he seemed to hesitate, hovering motionless as if lost in thought. Then, slowly, the figure raised his wand toward the sky. What came next stopped her breath. A surge of flames erupted from him, blazing upward with fierce intensity. These flames were nothing like the demon's orange inferno. No, they were deeper, richer, a crimson red, like the color of blood. They expanded rapidly, growing larger with each passing moment, consuming everything in their path. Her heart raced as she watched. She recognized the magic. She had seen it before and even wielded it herself. But the skill, the sheer mastery, the control, it had been decades since she had witnessed anyone command the unruly fire so effortlessly. Unlike Morvain, this masked figure was doing it with nothing but his mind and magic, with no external force or entity guiding the power. The crimson flames surged higher, growing until they towered over the desert like a second sun, pulsing with raw, unbridled energy. Then, slowly, the shape began to shift. Wings! Massive wings of fire unfurled, their span nearly 1/2 kilometer wide. They beat the air with slow, deliberate power, sending scorching waves of heat crashing down the mountainside. Even the blazing monster was pushed back, the hurricane-like force from a few powerful flaps shoving it toward the mountainside. And then came the body. The flames twisted and shifted, shaping a massive, regal form. Within moments, a colossal bird stood towering over the chaos, its fiery wings stretching into the sky. Its crimson glow bathed the landscape in an ominous light, and the raw energy it radiated was enough to make even the tall woman's hands tremble. Within the construct, shock was evident on every face. Even Maxime, usually so composed, showed signs of awe. For everyone else, their astonishment came purely from what they were witnessing. The raw power of the spectacle was beyond their understanding, something they could only imagine. The Archmagus's barrier absorbed it all, shielding them from the overwhelming force. Professor, the little girl's voice shook as she clung to Maxime's robes, fear evident in her eyes. Maxime knelt down, her gaze softening as she placed a gentle hand on the girl's trembling shoulder. "I'm here. You're safe," she murmured in their native tongue, her voice steady and reassuring. She paused, lifting the girl's chin so their eyes met. "Watch closely, take in every detail. A duel like this, it's something you may never see again." On the other side, a similar scene played out as Edward used his magic to shield the two Magus beside him. Unlike his colleague in rank, Edward was prepared to intervene at any moment. He stood ready, waiting for his pupil's signal to step in and put an end to the chaos that was rapidly overwhelming the land beneath them. "Impossible! Impossible!" The frantic, unwilling cries of Morvain went unheard as he watched in disbelief, overwhelmed by the endless surprises this unknown figure had brought. His eyes locked onto the colossal crimson bird of fire, its claws lunging forward, pinning his creation to the mountain. His mind refused to accept what he was seeing, unable to comprehend how a great magus like himself could overpower his own creation, something he had summoned into existence by channeling evil magic after pledging himself to a demon. It wasn't just the sheer force that shocked him, it was the obedience of the inferno itself, a flame known to be the most forbidden due to its wild, uncontrollable nature. In the end, Morvain could do nothing but watch helplessly as his creation was torn apart. Behind it all, Maverick hovered above the fiendfire, his form a mere silhouette against the blazing spectacle below. Every ounce of his power was channeled into the inferno, the raw magic flowing through him as his recently replenished stamina was rapidly drained. The strain was immense. He could feel his body protesting, the exhaustion creeping in, but the power he commanded was undeniable. His grasp on the destructive spell had grown into something far beyond his expectations. It felt as though the flame had become an extension of himself, responding to his every command with flawless obedience. And it wasn't just destroying Morvain's demonic creation, it was devouring it. The crimson raven swelled in size and intensity, growing fiercer with each passing moment. In contrast, the humanoid fire shrank, its power diminishing rapidly. Aroyarar. Aroyarar. The two colossal fire behemoths clashed with apocalyptic force, their flames as vast as the mountain itself. Each strike sent shockwaves through the air, reducing the landscape to ruin. The mountain trembled and crumbled under their power, boulders turning to molten slag on contact. The heat was so intense that it could burn anything nearby, while the scorching winds spread out, strong enough to vaporize anything unlucky enough to be caught in their wake. "I don't accept this. This is impossible. This is impossible." Morvain's desperate cries pierced the air, but they fell on deaf ears. He looked broken, both in mind and body. The once lean muscles had vanished, leaving him resembling a malnourished old man, his appearance finally matching the age on his face. It was as if the price of his dark rituals had finally caught up to him. He watched helplessly as his twisted magic was crushed, pinned to the mountain like prey caught in a trap. The crimson bird's beak pressed against the demonic fire's face, and he could see the flames being drawn in like a black hole. His creation's size and power shrank rapidly, while the enemies grew ever more formidable. As the fiery humanoid shrank, its grasp on the magic holding its form together weakened. With every passing second, it became more unstable, glowing brighter and flickering violently, as if it could erupt in a catastrophic explosion at any moment. Sensing the impending danger, Morvain, utterly drained, made a frantic bid for escape. He stumbled and scrambled across the shattered terrain, a miserable impression of the powerhouse he had once been. Maverick, on the other hand, had been fully focused on obliterating the monstrous entity. But then, as realization struck, he abruptly launched himself backward, flying swiftly to create distance. The colossal fiery raven, as if sentient and responsive to its master's will, unleashed a single, thunderous beat of its wings. It released its talons from the monstrous humanoid and lunged toward Maverick with power and speed. Moments later, everything collapsed into chaos. Boom! The unstable mass of fire erupted, expanding like a devastating explosion that shook the mountain to its core. The blast originated at its heart, carving out a nearly kilometer-wide chunk from the 26-kilometer-long, 5-kilometer-wide peak. It happened in an instant, fueled by nothing but raw, unstable magic, expanding and contracting in a flash, obliterating everything in its path. Boulders and rocks melted into molten streams or vaporized on the spot. All that remained was scorched ground and the bitter stench of burning earth. Chapter 35, The Coming of the Crimson Raven VI, CH 55. "Get out of there, kid! Get out of there!" Edward muttered repeatedly under his breath, his eyes fixed on the chaos before him. His face was tight with tension, fists clenched, ready to act at any moment. His words, though quiet, didn't go unnoticed by the two magus standing beside him. They were also frozen in disbelief, struggling to process what they were witnessing. The struggle for dominance between the two titans wreaked absolute destruction, with molten boulders larger than trucks hurled through the air in the aftermath. Gradually, the demonic titan shrank with each passing moment, its very essence devoured by the raven's relentless hunger. Is the boss okay, Mr. Speaker?" Aisha asked, quickly glancing at Edward before focusing back on the chaos below. To her, Maverick, or whatever he had created, seemed to have the upper hand. But she knew better than to believe everything she saw, so she turned to the Archmagus when she heard him muttering under his breath. "Quiet and let me focus," Edward responded instinctively, causing the witch to flinch and swallow anything else she had wanted to say. He was too focused on his pupil, and unlike Ali and Aisha, he understood the situation better and could sense what was truly happening. He saw the demonic titan beneath the blazing raven lose its magic, and at the same time, he noticed it becoming increasingly unstable. It was only a matter of moments before it collapsed, the immense force held in check by magic, threatening to erupt in a catastrophic burst. "You too, stay put," Edward spoke suddenly. It was the first time they saw the Archmagus this anxious. "I'll go grab the kid." Before he could finish his words or act on his impulse, the inevitable began. "Boom. Shit." He cursed under his breath, moving swiftly. He cut off the magic flowing into the mountain's protective dome, leaving only the construct around the two magus to keep them safe. With a burst of speed, he lunged like a rocket. But before he could even get halfway, the fiery raven surged forward with an unnatural swiftness for its size and engulfed his student. His eyes widened in shock, but being the man he was, he quickly understood the bold action his student must have been thinking. Reluctantly, he quickly changed course, blinking back to the construct. "You better not die," he muttered, his voice filled with anxiety and concern for his pupil. For Ali and Aisha, by the time realization hit, it was already too late. They didn't have time to voice their concerns as they watched the catastrophe unfold before them. Edward ignored their shocked, reluctant expressions and pushed the construct upward with all his power. Yet, despite his efforts, the expanding tsunami of fire surged faster, quickly engulfing them. Thankfully, Edward was no ordinary wizard. The apocalyptic flames would have obliterated any lesser wizard, but they barely scratched the Archmagus's protective magic, revealing just a fraction of the sheer magnitude of his power. For Ali and Aisha, though they didn't feel the heat or shock of the explosion, their eyes couldn't escape the blinding light, countless times brighter than staring directly at the sun. It was so intense that for years to come, the people of Oman, the Emirates, and neighboring nations would speak of it, weaving stories and conspiracy theories about the blinding glow that had once filled the night sky. Half an hour later, the sky cleared. The dark clouds, which had appeared out of nowhere, disappeared just as quickly as they came after the battle ended, revealing a beautiful sea of stars that would usually be visible from this spot. The catastrophic blast left no lingering smoke or deadly radiation. Unlike the fiery aftermath of explosions from elemental reactions, magical flames didn't follow the laws of science. There was no combustion. In other words, it was unscientific. But that didn't mean the aftermath was any less devastating. A massive chunk of the mountain had completely vanished, leaving behind a molten wasteland. The entire battlefield was unrecognizable, with scattered boulders and debris littering the land. Most of the area, especially near the center, had turned into a sea of lava. Near the center of the devastation, a shape resembling a cocoon, oval and about the height of an average adult, hovered a foot above the molten ground. Its outer shell glowed a deep crimson, resembling the color of metal heated to its breaking point. It was now quiet, the devastation settled, with only the occasional bubbling of molten rock breaking the silence, until... Rumble. Rumble. The outer layer began to crack, molten pieces breaking off and peeling away in glowing chunks. Boom! With a sudden burst, the cocoon-like casing shattered outward, revealing a crouched figure inside. He had his arms crossed over his head and legs bent to shield his chest, all while protected by a radiant barrier. Despite everything, the figure, clad entirely in black, appeared unharmed. But who could tell what lay beneath? Just before the fiery humanoid erupted, Maverick had commanded his feathery creation to envelop him. The forbidden spell, at his current level of mastery, went beyond the norm, pushing past even the boundaries of genius. It allowed him to use fiendfire not just as a weapon, but as a shield. His mastery of the spell allowed him to absorb other flames, so when the explosion came, Maverick used that principle to control it. He absorbed the blast's force, redirecting it outward to form a protective cocoon of fire around himself. It was a bold, risky move, but it was his only option. And fortunately, it worked, though now he was nearly exhausted. Maverick slowly turned his head and for the first time truly took in the aftermath of the chaos he had caused. He wasn't proud. This wasn't his land to destroy, but he didn't regret it either. Morvain had to be stopped, and this was the only way to do so without endangering innocent lives. Otherwise, the old wizard would have gotten away with it all. Tired, exhausted, and injured in ways he couldn't even understand, it was still no time for a break. He extended his magical sense, closing his eyes as he hovered above the sea of lava. After a moment, his eyes snapped open, the mask mimicking his action, only the eyes were crimson. Using magic to assist the limbs he could not move physically, he prepared to move. With a swift thrust, he shot through the air like a rocket, covering 200 meters in an instant. There he saw a large boulder, something unnatural. The surface was liquefied, but it appeared solid within. With a wave of his hand, he gripped the boulder with pure magic, and crack! It shattered and crumbled with barely any effort. And there he was, Morvain. Though he had expected it to some extent, it still surprised him a little. Even in the state he was in, he somehow managed to save himself, though he now appeared to be neither man nor ghost. The old wizard was scorched beyond recognition, his ragged pants fused to his skin, resembling more of a Martian than a man. But Maverick felt no sympathy. This was a twisted, racist creature of the greatest evil. Wasting no time dwelling on such filth, he waved his hand again, forcefully yanked the 2 rings from the half-dead corpse's right hand, and immediately sent them to his expanded dimensional space. Then, just as he did so, his magical sense warned him. Something was descending rapidly, heading straight for his location. It wasn't his teacher, of that he was sure. However, the approaching party was no weaker than Edward Garling himself. And now that he thought about it, there was no way that level of noise could have gone unnoticed by nearby powerhouses. He just hadn't expected it would be another archmagus that would come. Regardless, there was one important thing he needed to do. Morvain was still alive, though unconscious, and Merlin knew how long he would stay that way if left untreated, if it could even be treated. But magic was magic. It could make the impossible possible. There was barely any movement, just a quick flick of his finger, and then... whoosh! A blade, transfigured from the earth, rose from below in an instant, slicing between Morvain's shoulders and his head, decisively severing it from his body, ending the man for good. Almost simultaneously, a tall, slender figure plummeted from above, striking the ground with a heavy impact. Boom! The superheated rocks beneath barely seemed to faze her. As the dust settled, he took in the sight of a strikingly beautiful woman draped in elegant formal clothing layered beneath a luxurious, fur-trimmed cloak, rising gracefully from her dramatic landing pose. He raised a brow beneath his mask. He knew this woman, and his earlier hunch had been correct. She was an archmagus, like his teacher. Olympe Maxime, a French half-giant witch, and the headmistress of Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic in France. What intrigued him most was her appearance. She was tall, yes, but her beauty was striking, one of the few that truly left an impression on him. Until now, he hadn't encountered a single person whose appearance matched the actors or actresses who portrayed them in the movie series. The woman met his gaze, her eyes locking with his. She didn't move or step forward, simply studying him in silence for a while. Only then did she speak. "Why did you kill him?" She was pretty direct. Yet, despite her being one of the most powerful people in the world, he showed no outward reaction, no flinch, no sign of hesitation. But before he could answer, "Hadohata." The laugh erupted like a storm, a deafening boom that rolled across the landscape, impossible to ignore, reaching every ear within its grasp. "Old woman, I didn't peg you for someone who preys on those beneath your rank." Chapter 36, The Coming of the Crimson Raven, VII, ch. 56. Ha 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 ha, old woman, is this how you keep yourself entertained? Picking on some little guy? Edward Garling's voice thundered across the landscape like a storm, impossible to ignore. The woman, whom Maverick presumed to be Olympe Maxime, wore a disgusted expression at the loud echo before lifting her gaze. He followed her line of sight and spotted a small silhouette streaking rapidly downward from the sky. What began as a mere speck grew rapidly, sharpening its form until it revealed a figure he knew all too well. Boom! The man landed a few meters from the woman, hitting the heated ground with a heavy impact, his stance even more dramatic than hers. Two archmagus now stood before him, the three forming a tense triangle. For hungry journalists or gossip seekers, this moment would overshadow even the apocalyptic duel from an hour ago. "Your words are as vulgar as ever." He heard the woman speak with a tone of loathing, likely in response to the strange greeting moments ago, though no magic was used to amplify her voice. "Haha, what do you want me to call you? Madame Maxime?" Edward replied, his tone teasing as if speaking to an acquaintance. His magic pulsed with a sound like a heartbeat, sweeping away the smoky dust left in the wake of his landing. Maverick didn't see Ali or Aisha with Edward, and he wasn't about to flaunt his magical sense in front of these two monsters. If he were careful, he could do it without them noticing, but he didn't bother. He trusted his teacher. Edward he didn't mind, but this Maxime, he knew nothing about her except what he had read and heard. In any case, this place, in its current state, was not for the average person. The heat radiating from the area would be unbearable for any normal being. Their skin and flesh would burn to the bone the moment they set foot here without some form of protection. It was better they weren't here. Maxime let out a dismissive huff. "I'd rather you keep that foul mouth of yours shut," she said before turning her attention back to Maverick. "I'll ask again, why kill him when he was no longer a threat?" Maverick didn't respond immediately, taking a moment to think carefully. Even with his teacher present, he didn't want Edward to step in, nor did he want Maxime to realize their connection. Fortunately, Edward seemed to share the same mindset. He didn't respond to her earlier comment, simply shrugged it off before turning his attention to Maverick. He too voiced Maxime's doubt in his own way. "I'd like to know that as well," he asked, his tone growing sharp. After all, he was a former High Counselor of the ICW. Criminal or not, his fate should have been decided by the International Supreme Court of Magic, not by a random guy dressed like some no-mage vigilante. There was a brief pause before his gaze narrowed, and he leaned in slightly, adding one last question. "So tell me, who the hell are you?" It was a reasonable doubt, and Maverick took a moment to carefully consider his response. The two king-ranked magicals watched as his crimson eyes flicked between them before the distorted voice rang out. "ICW, the same organization that issued his warrant," the figure spoke, gesturing toward the corpse. Dead, or alive, wasn't it? As far as I can see, I haven't broken any laws to answer for. Finally, locking eyes with his mentor, he added sharply, "My identity. It has nothing to do with you, speaker." It was all part of the act, and he was playing his role. And this was Bloodraven speaking. His tone remained deliberately flat, and the distortion in his voice made it nearly impossible for anyone to discern anything about him. In reality, it was all to cultivate an air of mystery and to keep the half-giant witch from making any random guesses. From what he had learned from his teacher, he had some insight into the 7 Archmagus and their personalities. They were proud, and rightfully so, given their immense power and status. But they weren't petty. At least, this woman shouldn't be the type to stoop to such pettiness, forcing him to remove the mask, especially when he hadn't broken any laws. His actions and his teachers were simply a matter of being overly cautious. Still, if the worst came to pass, he had already made preparations for that scenario. And speaking of, the woman merely raised an eyebrow as she listened to his sharp remark, her expression briefly turning unreadable, as if some strange thought had crossed her mind. Then a tense silence fell until Edward decided to break it, as the last response had been directed at him. "To be honest, I don't care who you are, but you shouldn't have killed him. The man likely has associates. It would have been better to hand him over for interrogation and trial." Maverick, feeling bold, responded without changing his flat tone. "I'll be blunt, Speaker Garling, Speaker Maxime." He glanced between the 2 Archmagus. "Your ICW isn't some noble organization of righteous angels. It's a den of old, corrupt politicians, just like those regular human representatives. The 7 of you may not care because these matters may be too small for your majestic selves to intervene. But do you have any idea how many times this filth has gotten away with his crimes, using the very system the ICW runs on?" Maxime was momentarily taken aback, not by the sharpness of his words, but by the boldness with which they were spoken. It had been a long, long time since anyone had addressed her so directly. Her growing, subtle interest began to transform into something deeper, evolving into an unusual curiosity. After all, Archmagus would be accustomed to people lowering their attitudes when speaking to them. They would rarely encounter anyone who would face them with blatant confrontation. "Careful there," Edward's voice turned cold, his eyes narrowing. "You may not have broken any laws, but you're ridiculing the very system that the entire wizarding world runs on, what we represent." A tense silence stretched once again until Maxime spoke up. "He's right." Her unexpected acknowledgement surprised both of them, who had been playing along with the act. They saw her expression had changed, now completely something else. She flashed a smile, almost alluring, that sent a shiver down Maverick's spine. "Monsieur Raven," she continued, gaze fixed on him, "you are correct in your argument. So now that you've captured this dangerous criminal, why don't you come with me to headquarters? I'll personally arrange the warrant reward for you." The corner of his eye twitched. Who the hell is Monsieur Raven? He complained inwardly, annoyed that the woman was vandalizing his alias. Her words sounded fishy from start to finish, so he decided it was time to make his exit. There was no reason left for him to stay. Though he appeared fine on the outside, he was exhausted and badly in need of treatment. More importantly, he didn't want to risk staying near this woman any longer. Even though he and his mentor were putting on an act, there was always a chance she might figure something out. Bloodraven was Bloodraven, and he intended to keep the alias remained a mystery to everyone. He had noticed for a while now that the anti-apparition barriers had already been removed by his teacher, so there were no longer any external obstacles preventing the use of space-based skills. But apparition was dangerous for a reason. If a third party were to interfere during the moment of the jump, it could lead to some nasty, unexpected consequences. Moreover, he knew the Archmagus could manipulate space at specific points, so preventing him from even attempting to apparate wouldn't be much of a problem for the half-giant witch. And judging by the woman's last remark, it was clear she either wanted to know something or had already figured something out. Asking him to go to the ICW HQ was just nonsense, a less direct way of saying she wanted him to come with her, or she would grab him herself if necessary. But this wasn't an issue for him. The woman, Maxime, was already under the illusion spell. Now, you might wonder how a powerful archmagus like her hadn't noticed anything. Well, that's the most dangerous aspect of the illusion spell. As long as the caster doesn't alter anything that deviates from reality, the person or people under the spell would have no way of realizing they were affected. As a result, even though she was caught in it, her powerful senses detected nothing amiss because nothing had been changed. In other words, the spell was dormant, waiting for the caster's instruction. Until Maverick decided otherwise, everything she saw, smelled, and felt would be the same reality that anyone else, not affected by the spell, would perceive. The longer she remained under the spell, the easier it would be for him to make a quick change. It would be a short window, but enough time for him to bail before she noticed. And she would notice, he was sure of it. Not immediately, but quickly enough, given the sharpness of an archmagus's magical sense. Gathering his thoughts and focus, he met the witch's gaze. His crimson eyes narrowed dangerously as his voice came out flat, distorted. Not interested. You can give the bounty, the whole 100,000 galleons, to the nation this area belongs to. The woman narrowed her eyes in response. She wasn't intimidated, but this was the second time this person had confronted or rejected her, and it intrigued her even more. She wanted to know who could be so bold, so daring as to face not just her, but two archmagus at once. There was no hidden motive behind her request. To her, it was just a simple ask. She was used to getting things her way. Most importantly, she simply wanted the information for herself, not Edward, just herself. It was a strange kind of rivalry, if it could even be called that. I insist, Monsieur Raven, please allow me to show my appreciation for your bravery in putting an end to that criminal, and you needn't worry about the damage here. My repair spell is quite good, if I do say so myself. She pressed, trying to remain as respectful as possible. She wasn't used to showing this much courtesy to anyone, especially to an unknown person, regardless of how intrigued she was by him. The more she insisted, the more uneasy Maverick felt. Even Edward sensed that the woman was up to something. Not wanting the situation to drag on any longer, Maverick decided to act. Maxime watched as the mysterious person narrowed his crimson eyes at her once again before speaking. I said I'm not interested, nor in your appreciation. What I did because I believed it was the right thing to do. As the distorted voice rang out, his body slowly began to ascend, floating upward. She raised a brow, unaware of what was truly happening. I advise you not to use apparition, monsieur. Why can't you just come with me? I'm not some dangerous animal. She shot a brief, disdainful glance at Edward before continuing, unlike some people here. What she witnessed next left her ego shaken for a very, very long time. So much so that every time she saw a black flying creature, she would be reminded of what had happened, how she, an archmagus, had been outwitted. She saw him raise his head and both hands to the sky, as if embracing it. Then a voice rang out, not from anyone there, but from all around her. It was the same distorted voice, echoing in the air, just one word. Farewell. The figure, shrouded in black, began to unravel before her eyes. Its solid form began to dissolve into a dark mist that drifted lazily around it. Slowly, as if defying the laws of nature, black feathers began to sprout from the figure's surface, one after another, until the entire body was cloaked in a sinister plume. 1, 2, 3. One by one, pairs of crimson eyes appeared on the body, like something sinister was emerging. The scene was unnatural, even for her, someone who had seen all kinds of bizarre and unusual things. However, she showed no outward reaction and was determined to uncover the identity of the daring figure behind the mask. What gave her confidence was her space magic, having already blocked his location. Her confidence was unquestionable, but it was, unfortunately, misplaced. Flap! To her astonishment, the body, now cloaked in black feathers and with sinister eyes, suddenly exploded into dozens of black ravens. Flap, 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 flap. She watched as the ravens scattered in all directions, then morphed into a dark mist before dissolving into the air. The entire spectacle unfolded in the blink of an eye, and it took her a moment to collect herself. Boom! A massive burst of magic erupted from her, surging outward like a tsunami, sending hot rocks and debris flying in all directions, even catching Edward off guard for a brief moment. Her power, the sheer momentum alone, would be enough to overwhelm anyone beneath her rank, but to Edward, it was hardly significant. In less than a fraction of a second, he conjured a magical barrier to steady himself, mainly to keep the debris from staining his clothes. He had figured everything out the moment he saw the feathers form. Annoyed yet impressed, he realized that once again, his pupil had pulled one over on him without him noticing. However, he let things play out, pretending to be surprised, ensuring Maxime wouldn't suspect a thing. Maxime maintained her intense magical flow for some time, all while her magical sense swept the area. For an archmagus, searching the entire desert would be effortless, but unfortunately for her, she found nothing. In fact, what she had seen in those final moments was nothing but an illusion. The real him had already flown far away, watching from a distance. He had apparated the moment his illusion had served its purpose, just before she unleashed her momentum. The space was once again filled with tense silence, as it was clear the half-giant witch was far from being in a good mood. That was until the other man, who seemed to have already earned her displeasure, decided to make things worse. "Well, that was some strange magic, but impressive, don't you think?" he remarked, a deliberate teasing smile tugging at his lips. Maxime shot him a glare, her irritation rising. "Did you do something to me?" she asked, her tone almost paranoid. The man immediately raised his hands in mock surrender, as if to claim innocence. "I swear on my magic, I did nothing." Her glare intensified, growing even more heated as she fixed her eyes on his smirking smile. After a long, scrutinizing look, she huffed, marking the end of it all. "I'll unmask him, sooner or later," she added, both to herself and for Edward to hear. As she spoke, a magical construct materialized beneath her feet, lifting her upward. But before she could ascend too far, Edward's voice rang out, calling after her. "Wait, woman, you told him you'd fix this place up." Her mood soured even further. "Do it yourself, you annoying lion. Think of it as returning the favor for helping with the barrier. And don't forget to bring that thing's corpse," she shot back, leaving him stunned. "No, wait. That wasn't supposed to be a favor. That was your responsibility, you blasted French percent hand. At least stay and help," he screamed after her, putting everything he had into the shout. Boom! Before he could protest any further, Maxime shot upward like a rocket, disappearing from sight. Chapter 37, Foundations of Ambition, ICH. A young man stood bare-chested in front of a desk, cluttered with vials of colorful liquids and strange herbs. The air was thick with the potent scent of these mysterious ingredients, filling the small room. Peculiar glowing objects lit up each of the four walls, casting an eerie glow over the space. His body appeared to be badly injured, with cuts, gashes, and swelling on both his front and back, blood staining his skin. His muscles were lean, and his height was perfectly proportioned to his frame. He was massaging his right shoulder when suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the room. His face twisted, but no cry escaped him as his shoulder, presumably dislocated, slotted back into place, a process that would have made any normal person at least gasp in pain. Moments later, he pointed his left index finger at the shoulder, and a blue light appeared at the tip, gradually enveloping the area. His expression changed, slowly easing into relief, and a sigh escaped his lips. He then moved both arms in different motions, as if testing their functionality, before a satisfied expression spread across his face. After that, he glanced at the messy table, picked up some of the herbs, and popped them into his mouth like candy. It was clearly not candy, as his face immediately contorted in disgust. With quick hands, he grabbed one of the vials and downed it in a single gulp. He didn't stop at just one, drinking vial after vial until every last one was emptied. He slowly turned around and glanced at the lone sofa by the wall. With slow steps, he walked over and slumped down, as if the weight of something heavy had been lifted from his shoulders. Leaning back, he closed his eyes, only to open them again moments later, his gaze fixed on the only door in the room. It had been over an hour since Maverick returned. What would normally take a single jump had taken him 3, with short breaks in between to make it back to Egypt to the underground base. That final use of illusion, magic, and apparition nearly made him lose consciousness, but he managed to persevere and arrive here quickly. Fortunately, rejuvenation potions, healing brews, and medicinal herbs had been prepared in advance before he and his party left, saving him the effort of searching. After downing a couple of potions, he began using all sorts of healing spells in his arsenal. Starting with the worst of his internal injuries, he worked methodically to mend everything else, bit by bit. While he wasn't fully recovered, the remaining injuries weren't serious, just requiring rest and routine treatment. It wouldn't be wrong to call him a professional healer now. At least when it came to recovery spells, his abilities were on par with, if not superior to, the renowned healers in magical hospitals. With slow movements, he leaned forward from the comfortable chair, pushing himself to his feet. He took a step toward the door, but before he could reach it, the door swung open with a rush, and Aisha was the first to enter. "Wait." Before he could ask her to be gentle, she had already run forward and enveloped him in a big embrace. He let out a sigh. Though she was careful, it still caused a brief wince, but he didn't let any outward reaction show. He could sense her concern, that clear emotion. His magical sense detected it as soon as they had apparated here. Ali entered next, but he remained silent. His eyes scanned him with quiet concern, though he let Aisha handle the questioning, knowing she would ask what needed to be asked. The hug and affection weren't part of some dramatic scene, but simply her way of showing care for him, nothing more, nothing less. After pulling away, she gave him a long, assessing look, her gaze sweeping over his form with concern as she examined his injuries. "How are you holding up?" she asked softly. His handiwork was clear. There were no visible gashes or open wounds, which seemed to ease her worry somewhat. She appeared calm, though still concerned. "I'm fine, thanks, both of you," he said, glancing between the two of them. He added, "I've taken care of most of the serious injuries. Now I just need routine treatment and a lot of rest," he said, trying to reassure them. The sound of footsteps interrupted the moment, and Edward Garling entered the room. Maverick's eyes quickly focused on his teacher, surprised by what he saw. Exhaustion was clear on the man's face, as though he had undergone some intense work before arriving. There was only one possibility that came to his mind, and the words slipped out before he could stop them. "Teacher, did you have a fight with that woman after I left?" Edward gave a long, piercing stare to his apprentice, making Maverick tense. His mind scrambled, quickly trying to figure out what had happened, as the glare clearly suggested it was related to him. Fortunately, his teacher wasn't that petty and didn't let the silence stretch. "I had to clean up the mess you two made. That woman dumped everything on me," he said, his voice laced with clear irritation. Maverick cocked his head in confusion. "I don't understand," he said almost instinctively. He truly couldn't understand why his teacher, of all people, had to cover up the devastation after his, Bloodraven's duel with Morvain. Edward gave him a look that suggested he was staring at an idiot. "Your duel with Morvain broke the mountain, not to mention the other damage. Or did you forget that already?" "I didn't forget," Maverick said. "I'm just confused why you had to cover it up. How did you even do that? Did you restore the place?" Edward scoffed. "Don't be stupid. Even I can't restore a mountain. I did my best, so now at least that area doesn't look like a scene from the apocalypse." "I'm really confused now, teacher. I mean, technically, the guy who fought Morvain and you don't even know each other. Wasn't that what we were going with? Why did you have to restore it even a little in the first place?" Edward sighed, looking tired. His student still had much to learn. These matters had never been explained to him, not even during Maverick's training, so he couldn't really fault him. He figured this would be a good time to teach a quick lesson to his pupil. Before starting, however, he cast a wandless scan over Maverick to confirm he wasn't in any immediate danger. Satisfied, he turned to address the room. It was important for Maverick's subordinates to understand this too, considering his grand ambitions. "The statute of secrecy isn't as simple as you think," Edward began, his tone serious. "There's a lot," he paused for emphasis, "a lot of work that goes into keeping it intact. It's not just about erasing the memories of a few nomads." Often, when some lunatic witch or wizard loses control for whatever reason, they end up causing significant public damage. His eyebrow lifted as he glanced at his pupil. For instance, tonight. He continued, most of the time, these incidents are witnessed by normal humans. If there are only a few witnesses, it's manageable. But when the numbers are too large, it becomes impossible for the observation team. Our numbers are pitifully small, so we have to rely on no-match governments to help clean up our mess. But even they can't keep doing it if it happens too often. Saying gas explosions or some other flimsy excuse every single time won't work. The no-match public aren't stupid. The Archmagus's voice was steady, carrying the weight of experience. Even though the magical and non-magical governments, and even the ICW, have special teams to clean up these kinds of aftermath, the noise you two made, he said, fixing his student with another pointed stare, woke up every important person, magical or not, from their beds. Meetings are already happening, and I wouldn't be surprised if an emergency World Security Council is called. He paused briefly before continuing. And since I was there, and as a speaker for the ICW, it became my responsibility to deal with it. Well, that woman's too, he sighed and waved a dismissive hand. Anyway, I've been fixing the mess. It's not perfect, but it should be enough to keep the no-match public from asking too many questions. He finished, glancing at Maverick, who now looked deep in thought. To them, the statute of secrecy was just a functioning law, but they had no idea about the complicated work being done, especially by the two parties operating behind the scenes. For Maverick, this was the first time he was hearing about it. But contrary to what anyone might think, Maverick was now even more convinced that the statute of secrecy needed to end. But he didn't voice his thoughts. After a moment, he glanced at his mentor with a slightly apologetic look. Sorry, teacher. Will this cause you any trouble? Edward waved his hand. Don't get me wrong. What you did, you had my full support. I'm just telling you how the world works, not my opinion. Besides, like you said, whoever fought Morvain has nothing to do with me. I was just there, coincidentally, and ended up having to do the cleanup. Anyway, you managed to slip away even when Maxime asked you to come with her to the ICW. So no questions will be raised at me. Maverick once again understood how lucky he was to have this man as his backer. Otherwise, he'd be in all sorts of deep trouble by now. I see, Maverick muttered. So, what happens next? He asked, curious and looking to see if there was anything he could do to help. Edward sighed. I have to meet with some no-match leaders and explain things since I was there. You don't have to worry. Just then, Aisha cut in. But why do you have to do it? I mean, you're a speaker at the ICW and Archmagus. Why explain yourself when you've already done more than enough? She fidgeted as soon as she finished speaking, clearly realizing her words had come out impulsively. Edward turned to meet the witch's gaze. Order, he said firmly, his voice steady. There are billions of them, and we're just a few million. Do you really think it would be the same when we have to deal with the swamp if we flaunted our power to every leader, crushing them like bugs? He paused, his tone calm but instructive. Girl, this world is far more complicated than you think. And if you believe the Archmagus are the most powerful people in the world, you're sorely mistaken. Thank you, teacher, Maverick quickly interjected, sparing Aisha further embarrassment. Besides, he didn't want Edward lecturing his subordinates, even if he was his teacher. Is there anything I can do to help? Maybe with the restoration work. I mean, this whole thing is my mess, so. The Archmagus waving his hand dismissively. Just focus on healing. You've got plenty of recovery ahead. He paused, then changed the topic. What's next for you, kid? Another country. Maverick hummed in thought. Probably take a break, go home. I have to spend some time with my new sister, and write to Bella too. It's been a month since I last wrote her. Edward raised a brow at him. After a moment, he said, be sure to see her on her graduation. Maverick gave a sheepish smile. Of course. Then, as if recalling something, his tone changed, becoming more excited. By the way, teacher, I have something to show you, he said, then walked to the door, taking the lead. The three of them followed without asking questions. They rarely saw Maverick looking this excited, and seeing how suddenly he had become like this, they too grew curious. Soon, Maverick entered a familiar room, where there were 3 desks scattered with various items. Edward, Ali, and Aisha remained outside at his instructions, and shortly after, they saw him come out carrying a bunch of things. Edward raised an eyebrow, looking at his pupil. "Are those nomad cell phones?" he asked, noticing two hand-sized rectangular items in Maverick's hands. Maverick nodded as he walked up to them. "Yes, exactly what you think it is," he said, handing one to his teacher. Edward took it, showing slight confusion, but he didn't ask questions. Maverick moved a few steps back and then glanced at his teacher. "Teacher, suppress your magic and turn it on." Edward did so without hesitation. This wasn't the first time he had used electronic devices. Maverick dialed the other phone's number, and sure enough, after a few seconds, a ring echoed throughout the hall. Author's note: if you think they wouldn't get a signal there in the underground base, normally, yes, they wouldn't. But let's just assume it does. Edward looked at his student, unsure of what Maverick meant, but waited for an explanation. He didn't believe Maverick would do anything unnecessary, especially now. The young great magus did not keep them in suspense for long. "Teacher, you taught me that this is how we magicals use electronic devices, by suppressing our magic so it doesn't interfere with electrical signals." He shifted his gaze to Aisha and Ali before adding, "Unfortunately, 99% of the magical population can't actively or passively suppress their magic." "This isn't breaking news, you know," his teacher interjected. Ali and Aisha looked puzzled. The topic of electronic devices had never crossed their minds. From school, they were taught that magicals simply couldn't use Muggle electronics, and that was the end of it. There had never been any further explanation, not even publicly. It was safe to say they hadn't even bothered using electronic devices in their entire lives. Maverick's gaze moved from the puzzled witch and wizard to Edward. "I know it's a known fact, though not very public," he said, then reached into his pants pocket and pulled out a strange-looking crystal. It was about the size of his finger, flat and rectangular, with intricate patterns carved into its surface. "Watch," he added. They all watched, intrigued. Maverick smirked before focusing on the phone in his hands. He placed the finger-sized crystal onto the back, aligning it with the flat area carved. The distinct cut made it clear that it was handmade. With a subtle wave of his fingers and a flicker of magic, the patterns on the crystal's surface glowed for a brief moment, flashing for just an instant. Now, aside from the strange rectangular crystal affixed to the back, the phone looked exactly the same as before. Maverick turned the phone on again, then glanced at his teacher before saying, "Dial the last number." His teacher didn't raise any questions and did as asked. After a while, the phone in Maverick's hand began to ring. This was still nothing unusual for the Archmagus, as he knew they were both masters of mana control. However, his curiosity grew. He didn't ask, though, and chose to let his student continue. "All right, now what?" Maverick chuckled. "Patience, teacher," he said, then glanced at Ali and Aisha. "Ali, come here," he called. Ali, looking confused, followed the instructions and became even more puzzled when Maverick stretched out his hand and gestured for him to take the phone. The magus, still unsure, pointed to his own chest and asked, "Me?" Maverick nodded. "Yes, take it, place this side against your ear and the other end toward your mouth." He handed the phone to Ali after pressing the answer button. Ali took the phone and followed the instructions, though he was very confused. He presumed the phone would lose all power as soon as he touched it, but... His eyes widened, and not just his. Edward and Aisha's expressions also turned to shock. Chapter 38, Foundations of Ambition, ch. 58. Take it, place this side against your ear, and the other end toward your mouth. Ali accepted the familiar yet alien gadget, a Muggle cell phone. Everyone knew what it was, but as a wizard, he also knew that magic made electronics useless, which meant it was practically useless for him. Still, he followed the instructions anyway. But before he could even lift the gadget to his ear, he noticed something wrong. No, it wasn't wrong, it was right. The lights didn't go out, and he could hear noise from the speaker. His eyes widened in shock. He quickly pressed the phone to his ear, worried it might turn off before he could use it. After all, this was something entirely new to him, something Mother Magic had always denied him. "Can you hear me?" The calm, composed man he usually was had disappeared in that moment. Instead, he was like an excited child who had just found the best toy in the world. "Can you hear me?" he repeated, holding the phone awkwardly to his face. His voice grew louder with each word. "Can you hear me? Can you hear?" "I am right here, moron," Edward cut in, giving the wizard an annoyed look. The sharp interruption from the Archmagus snapped him out of his uncharacteristic enthusiasm. Turning his head, he saw the burly man glaring at him like he was some kind of idiot. Luckily, Aisha stepped in before things could get any more awkward. "Give it to me," she said, rushing over and snatching the phone from his hand. "It's not dying," she exclaimed, then looked at Maverick and repeated, "Boss, it's not dying." "Another one," Edward mumbled, watching the witch's expression change in a similar way. She pressed the phone to her face, pulled it away, and repeated, looking as ridiculous as Ali before her. He then glanced at his pupil, who was wearing an amused expression, like watching two children. And to be fair, Maverick wasn't far off. Their reactions, though childish, were normal. Using an electronic device was completely foreign to them, much like how a muggle would react if suddenly given the ability to use magic, regardless of age. "Boss, how did you do this? This is something for the history books," Aisha exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement. Maverick chuckled. Okay, you can give it back now." He held out his hand. Aisha pouted. "Do I have to?" "You'll get one later," Maverick replied, a hint of amusement in his smile as he took the phone from her. Turning to Edward, he held out the device. "Take a look, teacher. Tell me what you think." Edward took the phone, turning it over in his hands. He rubbed the smooth crystal on the back with his thumb, then looked up at his pupil. "How good is your alchemy right now?" Maverick didn't hesitate. "As good as Teacher Simon, maybe a bit better, I'm not sure." "You're not sure?" Edward asked, sounding a bit unsure himself. "Do you know who Simon Walker is as an alchemist?" "Of course I do, teacher. He's a master alchemist." "And do you know how many master alchemists are currently in the world?" Maverick thought for a moment. I think 11. 9, to be exact. Out of 11, Nicholas Flamel and Liu Yiming are considered grandmasters in the field, the very best in the world. But the remaining 9 are still incredibly important figures. Master alchemists, like your teacher Simon, are the kind of people every wizarding country or organization wants to befriend. They're treated like royalty wherever they go, Edward explained. This wasn't new information for Maverick, but hearing it from his teacher and taking a moment to really think about it made him realize just how significant his alchemy talent truly was. "Okay, forget about that. Will this work with any electronics, and will it work for all magicals?" Maverick thought for a moment. "It should, yes, but there might be problems in places where space is messed up or places with strong wards. Otherwise, it should work fine. And yes, any witch, wizard, or even magical creature should be able to use it." Edward eyed his student for a long, thoughtful moment. Since Maverick had become his apprentice, his view of his student's genius had been constantly evolving, as if there were no limit to it. He had watched Maverick's potential grow, transforming and expanding in ways that continually surprised him. "Tell me, little Rick, what's your ultimate goal with this?" he asked, his tone serious. Maverick took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts before speaking. "Build a brand, a name so famous that every witch or wizard thinks of it first whenever they need to buy something." He looked at Edward with confidence. "Teacher, I have the skills and I have the ideas. I just need to get started." Edward watched as his student made the bold statement, his expression showing no outward reaction. But the idea of ridiculing him never crossed his mind. After all, Maverick had a way of making the impossible seem ordinary. "What can I do to help?" he asked, not even bothering to ask for the details. Edward's sudden question caught Maverick off guard. He had expected to be asked for more details, but it seemed that wouldn't be necessary, so he pushed the thought aside. "I need a loan, teacher. 1,000,000 galleons. In exchange, I'll give 20% of the business to the Garling family," he said, getting straight to the point. Ali and Aisha's eyes went wide at the number, but they somehow managed to stay calm. Edward was a little surprised, but not because of the large sum. For him, 1,000,000 galleons was a small amount. What caught him off guard was that this was the first time his student had ever asked him for anything monetary. The thought crossed his mind for only a brief moment before he quickly dismissed it. Since his student was confident in the success of his business plan, Edward decided to take the bet. 30%, make it 30 and I'll double it. You can think of it as an investment. Maverick thought about it for a moment and decided it wasn't a bad deal. Besides, sooner or later, he would be part of the Garling family anyway. Seeing that his teacher had already made up his mind, Maverick agreed, but his curiosity got the better of him. Can I ask why you agreed so quickly and didn't ask for the details? Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful, teacher. I'm just curious. Edward chuckled. Little Rick, if it were anyone else, I'd ask. But you, I trust you'll make it happen with that sharp mind of yours. Call it a bet. He paused, giving his student a thoughtful look, then added, Are you planning to introduce Muggle cell phones to the public right from the start? Maverick shook his head. Not yet. First, it'll be things for convenience, like heaters, air conditioning, refrigerators, lights, all of them. Whatever the nomads used to make their life easier. Are those the things you plan to create? Edward raised an eyebrow. But we have magic and house elves for that, he reasoned, a little unsure. Teacher, only a few families have house elves, the elite and the nobles. The rest, like over 90% of magical families, can't afford one and rely on magic for everyday chores, Maverick explained. He continued, magicals like the nomads would want convenience instead of doing everything themselves. That's human nature. Even if it's casting a spell, if there's an alchemy gadget that does the same thing, they'll want it. No doubt. Think of it like giving everyday magical families their own house elf, one that's cheap and easily available. Edward listened thoughtfully. What his student said made sense. Then, when will the real stuff be introduced, like communication devices or televisions? Later, Maverick answered. Much later, after I fine-tune the magic-suppressing rune crystal. I want to make sure its function remains uncrackable for as long as possible. And by the time someone even cracks the principles and tries to replicate it, I want my brand name to be everyone's preferred choice. After listening to his student's reasoning, Edward dismissed the only concern he had and gave a reassured nod. Will that be all then? He asked. Maverick hummed, taking a moment to think. Realizing something, he added one final request. I may also need to borrow your name at the start when I introduce my inventions to the world. I plan to begin in the States, where your endorsement would be most effective in marketing. Edward waved his hand, as if Maverick's request was nothing. Just let me know when and where to show up. Maverick sighed at how easily the negotiations, if it could even be called that, had gone. It felt more like a casual talk, he thought to himself. Thank you, teacher. This may be a small thing for you, but for me, it will save a lot of time and trouble. I really appreciate it. Maverick said, his expression filled with gratitude, and he meant every word. Edward chuckled at his apprentice's shy and thankful expression. In all honesty, he would have agreed even if Maverick had requested 10 times the amount he had stated. Most importantly, Maverick wasn't just his apprentice. He was soon to become a real part of the family, his son-in-law. It was time for Edward to leave, as he had kept some very important people waiting. But before he left, he decided to add one last detail as a new thought crossed his mind. Once you've healed up and gotten a decent break, let me know. I'll take you somewhere, he told his student. Maverick raised an eyebrow, curious. He nodded in agreement but couldn't help asking, Can you tell me where? Alchemist Guild, Edward answered. It's where the world's most influential and famous alchemists are centered. It's also where they grade the level of an individual, from apprentice to star alchemist, all the way to 3 stars and then master alchemist, which is the highest. The 2 grandmasters are people that are very far from the reach of everyday folks. Well, I guess you're the exception, he explained, a little smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. He continued, I want you to take the Master Alchemist exam and get certified. It'll help you when you start your business and introduce whatever it is that you want to the world. Maverick thought about it for a moment before nodding. It seemed like a good idea and would help him build a stronger reputation as a wizard. He wasn't ready to reveal his status as a great magus yet, but earning recognition as a certified master alchemist would create a fitting and strategic image. Just give me a couple of days, and I'll be all healed up and rested, Maverick told his teacher. Edward nodded and gave a quick glance around the room. Keep an eye out for tomorrow's news, by the way. We managed to get some decent shots of your duel, he said with a smile before disappearing with a pop. The mention of the newspapers didn't surprise him. It had been his idea in the first place. He had asked his teacher to ensure their duel was captured and anonymously sent to the media. It was all part of a larger plan to give more exposure to his alias. He let out a soft, tired sigh, filled with both exhaustion and relief. Tonight, a significant part of his ambition and its groundwork had fallen into place, much earlier than he had originally planned. He turned to Ali and Aisha, who were watching him expectantly. Maverick could see the questions in their eyes, but tonight, he had no energy left for more discussions. Get some rest, both of you. Tomorrow I'll explain everything, he said. The two Magus exchanged a glance before nodding in agreement. They could see the exhaustion clear on his face. Maverick turned and walked toward one of the doors, his mind already on the next few days. First, he needed to heal completely, at least to the point where there were no scars or bruises. The last thing he wanted was to make his parents worry. Next, he planned to spend a week at home with his parents and his new sister, savoring a bit of normalcy. Because once this brief break ended, the months ahead would be anything but easy. The plot was drawing closer, and there was still so much he needed to accomplish.